You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. I have to go. Chief asked me to come to get something. The nurse immediately found an excuse to leave. Chloe placed her hands in her lab coat pockets and walked up to the OR door. Irene sat there without getting up. "How's the patient? I thought you would ask me about the conversation just now." Irene stared calmly at Chloe. "You're thinking too much. I'm a doctor. It is my responsibility to care about patients. Don't you care about rumors that involve your husband? They're just rumors. They're not true. I trust my husband." "Really? I didn't think you'd be so okay with everything. Are you sure you're not lying to yourself? Your name is Irene, right? I believe you're just an accountant. Why are you out here in the OR when you should be working on hospital finances? Aren't you worried that I might fire you? Fire me? Haha, you would never. You're a fair boss. You seem to know me very well." Chloe looked at her without much emotion. "Don't you think we're alike?" Irene smiled at Chloe. "What do you mean? Are you referring to our appearances or character?" Chloe asked. Then, before Irene could respond, Chloe chuckled. "If you're referring to our appearances, I'm not that surprised. This is a big world. It's natural to bump into people who look like you. I'm not that good looking anyway, so you don't get any benefits looking like me. We look ordinary. Vice Director, you're very humorous when joking about yourself." Irene looked at Chloe with complicated emotions on her face. "I'm not being humorous. I'm just telling the truth as it is. However, we shouldn't talk about our character because I don't know you. Plus, what kind of boss would waste time trying to compare characters with a subordinate? Am I right?" "Yes, Vice Director Green, I am impressed by your quick wit," Irene said truthfully. "I don't care much for that. I also don't care why you came to Southside, nor the person behind you. But I can assure you that you will not succeed in achieving your goal. You're just wasting your time." "Oh yeah? How would we know the result when I haven't even started yet?" Irene continued to provoke. "Then go ahead and try, but don't regret your decision today." "Who knows? Maybe you'll be the one to regret your decision," Irene responded arrogantly. "Sounds good. I'll be waiting for that day." Chloe smiled with disdain before turning around to leave. As she watched Chloe leave, Irene's expression changed. She muttered to herself, "She sure is different from the rest." That evening, due to an emergency operation, Chloe was forced to work overtime at the hospital. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when she left the OR. "Vice Director Green, you should go home and rest. We can take care of the patient." The nurse felt bad for Chloe. "I have to stay. The patient is still in critical condition and still has a bit of internal bleeding. Get Dr. Lee and Dr. Zha for me. We need to work out a plan. The patient needs to undergo a second round of surgery." "Will do, Vice Director." Meanwhile, Jack, his parents, and the twins were watching TV and chatting in their living room. "Daddy, why aren't you worried that Mommy isn't home yet? Why aren't you picking her up?" Little Bean asked cutely in her father's lap. "Mommy's working overtime. She was pulled into an emergency surgery," Jack replied patiently. "Daddy, I'm not trying to lecture you, but I feel that recently you've been a bit indifferent towards Mommy." Jack was turned speechless by Little Bean's sudden remarks. She continued, "Are you cheating on Mommy with another woman?" After this question, Pudding couldn't help but give her younger sister a thumbs up. After all, Little Bean often said ridiculous things, and everyone in the family was used to it. "Little Bean, is that what you think of me?" "Of course not." "Exactly." Jack raised an eyebrow. He knew that his daughters had confidence in him. However, Little Bean's next sentence again made him speechless. "We don't think of you like that, but the women out there are crazy. There are so many dating apps out there, and Daddy, you're the richest man in the city. Plus, you're handsome and come from a good family. Do you know how many women out there have their eyes on you? Women can be really scary, I'm telling you. Daddy, are you listening to me?" I am." Jack nodded in all seriousness. Little Bean continued, "But Daddy, you have to remember that those women are all out for your money or your looks. None of them really love you. The only people who love you in this world are Mommy, us, Grandpa and Grandma, and— Oh, right, and Auntie Dawson. You understand? I do. Mr. Dawson nodded as he listened to his daughter's lecture. You and Mommy have known each other for a long time, so we understand that life may become mundane. But you need to watch yourself before you wreck yourself. Plus, Mommy's not some stay-at-home mom who doesn't have a life outside of you, Little Bean said as she gestured at Jack with her chubby hands. Jack held back his laughter as he leaned back on the couch and listened to every word she said. For the first time, Pudding was impressed by Little Bean's remarks. She even handed her younger sister a strawberry as a reward. Thanks. Little Bean took the strawberry, took a bite, and continued. What's Mommy then? Jack asked with a smile. Mommy's a genius. As a teenager, she was already widely known in our city, and although she didn't graduate from a super prestigious university, she still self-studied and became a renowned doctor. Plus, she's so young, yet she already became the vice director of a major hospital. Mommy may not be the most beautiful woman in the world, but she's filled with wisdom, is calm and collected, and most importantly, she's loyal. Although she can be scary sometimes, we know she just wants us to learn. Our Mommy is one of a kind. Am I not one of a kind? Jack laughed. You're limited edition as well. That's why you guys make such a good couple. So the key is, don't give anyone else a chance to ruin your relationship. If you ignore Mommy for too long and someone else takes advantage of that, you'll cry for the rest of your life. Not only does handsome Cooper have feelings for Mommy, even that psycho Andrew wants Mommy for himself. I also heard that a lot of male doctors at Southside have a crush on her. Daddy, Mommy's a jewel that you need to treasure. You have a point. Jack purposely nodded in agreement. So, you guys seriously need to give us a little brother. Then, we'll have someone to bully. Little Bean was getting a bit ahead of himself and accidentally blurted out, What did you say? Jack's eyes narrowed. Upon hearing this, Pudding immediately ran up to them and interrupted, Daddy, Little Bean is trying to say that you and Mommy's relationship is so strong that you should give us a younger brother. Then, our family will become bigger and happier. But I heard the word bully just now. Jack latched on, and Little Bean ran behind her sister guiltily. Ahem. Daddy, you must have misunderstood. I think Little Bean is trying to say that if you guys don't have another kid, other people will think that we're bullying you and Mommy into not having another one. Oh, I see. Jack nodded thoughtfully. Little Bean let out a sigh of relief and put her arms around her sister. She muttered, Pudding, you're really good. So, Daddy, are you going to listen to us or not? Of course I am, Jack nodded. Great. Treat Mommy better than okay? The twins' faces immediately lit up. Daddy, maybe you should make Mommy a midnight snack. I bet she'll be super touched when she gets home, Little Bean suggested. Is that really necessary? Jack laughed. I think it is necessary. It'll make her happy, Pudding chimed in. Okay then. In the end, under the watchful eyes of his daughters, Mr. Dawson had no choice but to make Chloe a bowl of noodles. By the time he was done, it was already 10:30. The twins were dozing off, so Jack's mother took them upstairs for bed. Jack sat in the living room for a little while longer, and he even called Chloe. However, her phone was off, and finally, Jack went upstairs to bed as well. Chloe was exhausted by the time she walked out of the OR for the second time. Vice Director Green, would you like something to eat? I can call the cafeteria, one of the scrub nurses offered, but she shook her head. No, it's fine. I'll grab a quick bite at home. You guys have had a long day as well. You should all go home. Take the patient to the ICU and tell the on-call nurse to keep a close eye on him. Call me if anything happens. Yes, ma'am. Chloe then returned to her office. She poured herself a cup of water and took a few giant gulps before feeling like herself again. She took out her phone but realized that it had run out of juice. Turning towards her wardrobe, she took off her white lab coat and was just about to put on her jacket when she heard a knock outside. Come in. Dr. Green. Dr. Gabriel, it's late. Why are you still here? Chloe was slightly surprised to see Gabriel. An emergency came in and I've been operating all evening. I heard the same thing happened to you. Yeah, I just finished up. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I was starving, so I ordered some food. I ordered some for you as well. Then, Gabriel put a takeout bag on Chloe's desk. No, thank you. You didn't have to do that. Just have some, but... Do you mind eating with me? I hate eating alone. Ha. Food always tastes better when other people are around. Chloe wanted to refuse, but Gabriel didn't really give her the opportunity to. Okay, let's sit. She had no choice but to offer Gabriel the seat across from her. She opened the takeout box to notice that it was from Ajin's Ramen. Was this a coincidence, or... You like their ramen, right? Gabriel asked with a smile. How did you know? Chloe looked up cautiously. Gabriel smiled. The best thing about me is that I have a superb memory. When I was studying at Second High School, I often saw you eating at Ajin's Ramen. You went so often that it left an impression on me. Yeah, Ajin's Ramen is tasty and cheap, so I really liked it back then. Chloe nodded. That's why I ordered takeout from this place. But from what I remember, Ajin's Ramen doesn't do delivery. Chloe went to Ajin's so often that she knew how busy the restaurant owner was. Plus, Ajin's Ramen was quite far from South Side, so how did Gabriel get this food? I picked it up myself. Dr. Gabriel, do you want something from me? Is that why you're sucking up to me? Chloe immediately asked. What if I didn't? That's also a possibility, Gabriel asked. Not really. Okay then. I guess I would like you to go easy on me. After all, I'm a new doctor here. You're funny, Dr. Gabriel. You're a medical superstar who was educated abroad. It's an honor that our hospital was able to get you. Plus, even Director Richard said so many great things about you. So why would you need me to go easy on you? I was kidding. Let's dig in. The food's getting cold, Gabriel said as he picked up his chopsticks. But Chloe said, Wait, what? He asked, confused. I'll take your bowl. There's too much in mine. I can't finish it, Chloe said as she pushed her bowl of ramen towards him. Gabriel smiled, and he only replied with one word. Sure. He knew Chloe did that because she didn't trust him. That was why she decided to switch last minute. This woman's guard was up so high that no one could climb over it. For some reason, the ramen wasn't very good. Although the taste was the same, the feeling was very different. Once they finished eating, Chloe changed out of her hospital clothes and left Southside. Gabriel didn't say much. He knew that getting Chloe to trust him wasn't a simple task, and he needed to take it slow. Southside. Chloe had left in her white Porsche, but the black Mercedes was still parked outside. It looked mysterious under the dim glow of the moon. Boss, Miss Green has been leaving early and working late. So has Jack. They don't seem as happy as they used to be. Ha! This is just the beginning. There's more to come. What's the rush? Andrew muttered as he played with the lighter in his hand. Boss, if we keep going, Miss Green may feel bullied, and she might feel that the entire world has abandoned her. She might become depressed. That's exactly what I want. I don't understand. The young man inside the car was one of Andrew's closest men. However, for the first time, he didn't understand what his boss was trying to do. After all, Andrew was the kind of guy who got mad if any of them said anything bad about Chloe. But now, why would he? You don't have to understand anything. All I care about is the result. The process doesn't matter. This is my last ace. I have to win beautifully after all. Yes, boss, let's go. Tonight's a good night. We should drink to celebrate. Then, the Mercedes slowly drove off into the night. Jack received another video from that mysterious number. There was no sound, just the visuals. It was a video of Chloe eating ramen with Gabriel. He could see the words Ajin's Ramen on the takeout bag. Jack quietly watched the video without saying a word. By the time Chloe arrived home, everyone had already gone to bed. She quietly opened the front door, and immediately, Uncle George greeted her. Welcome back, madam. Thanks, Uncle George. Please feel free to go rest. Young master made a late-night snack for you. It's still in the kitchen. Should I heat it up for you? Jack made me a snack? Chloe was surprised as Uncle George nodded. What is it? Chloe asked curiously. Noodles served with black bean sauce. Is today a special occasion? Chloe thought hard, but couldn't recall anything special about the date. Young madam, would you like to have a bite? I can handle it, Uncle George. It's getting late. You should rest. It was getting really late, so she didn't have the heart to be bothersome to Uncle George. She put down her bag and tiptoed into the kitchen. Sitting on the dining table was a bowl of noodles served with black bean sauce that looked both colorful and flavorful. Jack always prepared his dishes to near perfection. Back when they had just gotten married secretly at the Imperial Park condominium, Jack used to cook all the time. Of course, she would sometimes make something as well, but it was never as delicious as the meals that Jack cooked. Come to think of it, now that the two of them were often busy, those simple and cozy days were far behind them, passing the point of no return. Chloe sighed with emotion within her heart, picked up the chopsticks, and dug in. Despite having eaten ramen with Gabriel, she only took a couple of bites as a gesture to get rid of him. The handmade love noodles from Jack were what filled her stomach and heart. The noodles were no longer warm, but regardless, she chewed and tasted the noodles slowly until she finished the last strand. Rubbing her full belly, Chloe walked up the stairs contently. She quietly opened the door to the twins' room as she was walking by and smiled lovingly as she watched the two little girls who were deep asleep. She then returned to the master bedroom. By the time she finished showering and changed into her PJs, it was already midnight. The whole city sunk into a world of darkness. Tiptoeing, Chloe got on the bed and covered herself up with the blanket. She glanced over at Jack, who looked deep asleep, not wanting to disturb him in his sleep. However, as soon as she turned to her side, with her back facing him, a pair of strong hands naturally looped around her waist, ever so gently holding her closer to him. Chloe felt her heart wanting. She thought Jack would have said something, but in the end, he simply remained silent. She didn't turn around to check if he was half awake either, and she simply whispered, "Good night, honey." Pakistan. Fiona and Riker walked up and down the street market fearlessly in their local clothes. "How long are we planning to stay here for?" Riker asked in a serious tone. "Why? Are you sick of here? There are explosions and wars every day here. Is it really a good place for us to stay?" Riker asked. "Dummy, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Legends HQ is right here. We should stay here too, because he probably will never guess that we are chilling where his nest is. But he's not an idiot, so once our whereabouts are revealed, it will be very dangerous." "Dangerous? You think I'll be scared?" Fiona wandered around the black market. Casually, she picked up a Type 54 pistol and disassembled it in a split second. "It's not a question of whether or not you're scared. It's rather pointless to continue to waste time like this." "Who told you I'm just wasting time?" "I have a plan," Fiona complained in a low voice. "What plan?" "I got intel that Legend has an extremely advanced military ammunition shipment coming tonight." Fiona smirked. "What are you planning?" Riker asked with a faint feeling that she's probably up to no good again. "Why don't you take a guess?" Fiona stuck out her tongue mischievously. Riker looked at her as if he saw the answer coming a century ago. "Why are you just staring at me? Take a guess. Do I really need to guess? You want to intercept it. So smart." Fiona bopped Riker's head with her index finger and chuckled. "Fiona, listen to me. This is not a game. You can't just do this. First of all, this is Legend's nest. If every single subordinate of his fired a shot at us, we'd be in pieces. Second of all, this batch of military ammunition seems very important, and if he were to lose it, he would never let us walk away from it. Finally, it's just the two of us right now. We're too weak. The mighty dragon is no match for the native serpent. We shouldn't shoot ourselves in the foot, especially under someone else's property." Ever since Riker began traveling with Fiona, the word crazy was an understatement for describing his days. He had not had a single calm day where it didn't rain bullets and explosives. If he had to count the total number of assassins that the two of them took out, the number might not be as many as 100, but it was at least 80. Aside from that, they had also been outrunning several different batches of Legend's subordinates, as well as the people sent by the Indonesian government. They were besieged on all sides, perhaps only missing people coming after them from underground. However, Fiona seemed like she was very much enjoying all of this. Every day, she would think long and hard to come up with strategies that would go against Legend. Whatever would make Legend the most uncomfortable, she was all for it. I see how it is. I just love shooting myself in the foot. You have a problem? If you do, then why don't you go back to Russia? Fiona repeated the sentence that she had been mentioning the most since Riker began traveling with her. If there was the slightest disagreement coming from Riker, Fiona would always tell him to go back to Russia. Riker pressed his lips, and after several moments, he finally commented, "Both you and Sister Chloe are daughters of Dr. Wagner, but you two are so different." To his surprise, Fiona simply said, "No shit. Haven't you heard the dragon had 9 sons, and they're all different? So of course my sis and I will be different. She's graceful and I'm a glutton, ha." Riker was left speechless once more. Sometimes, he wondered, how the hell did he decide on this troublemaker to be the love of his life? But regardless of what she does, if he had chosen her, he had no intention of switching halfway through. Despite having disagreements on Fiona stealing this batch of military ammunition, as long as it is something she wanted, he would still gladly be by her side in the end. Fiona always kept in touch with her subordinates through her watch, so she was always able to receive the latest information. "Okay, Psycho Riker, here is my plan. At 10 tonight, the batch of ammunition will arrive at the abandoned warehouse on the west side. They will have roughly 30 people or so on the receiving end, but I'm unsure of the number of deliverers. When the two parties separate, we will wait on the side road for an ambush. I will bury down the explosives and blow up the car in the front, and by the time the subordinates come down to check the car, I will fire my gun to capture their attention while you get on the loaded truck that is following them and meet me at the hillside that's 5 kilometers away. I will come to find you once I wipe them clean." "What then?" "We can't get out of Pakistan with the batch of ammunition. We'll be too big of a target." Riker pointed out his worries. "My plan isn't to leave with the ammunitions," Fiona said. "So what are you planning to do?" "Dismantle all of it and toss them into the ocean," Fiona answered without hesitation. Riker fell speechless for a moment and then continued, "So, you're looting the batch just for fun?" "Nope, I'm doing it to vex Legend." "Okay, you win," Riker finally said. "But Fiona, that batch of ammunition is pretty good. Do you really have the heart to toss it into the ocean?" Riker thought it was a pity to toss it all away. "Chill, I can come up with that kind of equipment in minutes. Legend is a peasant that finds anything to be a treasure because he had never gotten his hands on something amazing." Riker opened his mouth and immediately closed it. Perhaps no one on this planet, other than Fiona, would have the guts to ever use the words peasant to describe Legend. Secretly, Riker gave Fiona a nickname, the Death-Courting Queen. Yes, definitely death-courting, with multiple different ways and no repetition. An island within Indonesia. Legend and a Colombian drug lord's mistress sat beside the beach, cozily sunbathing. "Legend, for some reason, I'm just so obsessed with you." The woman laid on the beach chair, her back facing Legend as he spread sunscreen on her tanned skin. Her skin glowed radiantly, and the blue flower print bikini she wore shimmered under the summer light. "All my women say that about me," Legend chuckled. "How arrogant of you." The woman smiled and continued, "By the way, how's that new version of heroin going? The old man is still waiting on you. He's got a big batch ready." Upon hearing the news, he gently rubbed his nose. "Sorry, baby. There's been no progress. Dr. Wagner is still hiding, and that daughter of his is quite the headache." "No one else can do this other than the Wagner family?" "Not at the moment. Medical geniuses are hard to come by, perhaps once in a decade," Legend answered in a concerned manner. "Is that why you haven't had the heart to kill that woman, Fiona?" "Not entirely. This Fiona girl has a lot of interesting and cute sides." Legend smiled fondly when he thought back on the mischievous Fiona. Right at the moment, one of his subordinates came running. "Boss, speak. The batch of ammunition in Pakistan, batch 0901. Continue." Legend put down the bottle of sunscreen and looked at his subordinate. "It's been robbed." Legend furrowed his brows. "Robbed? Wonderful. We got robbed with so many people watching, on our own property, and right under our noses. You guys can all go kill yourselves. When Legend was actually furious, he became extremely calm. In fear, his subordinate fell to the ground, kneeling. Please have mercy, boss. The opponent this time was very cunning. No amount of precaution could ward off the sudden attack. Is that so? Tell me, who has the balls to touch my stuff? Legend picked up a cigar and let out a big breath. The smoke clouded around the subordinate so much that he could barely open his eyes. We're not sure too, but we are guessing it must be the second young madam. Fiona? Wonderful, it's her again. Legend couldn't help but smile out of anger. Second young madam has been very active in Pakistan, but it's been difficult to track her as her whereabouts are constantly changing. That's enough. I know Fiona well enough to know that you won't be able to locate her if she doesn't want to be found. So, what should we do now? It's a large batch of ammunition. It will be hard for her to go far even though she stole it, correct? Legend asked with a smile. Yes. So, stay alert and lock down the town. Try to catch the batch at any signs of the grass moving. Yes, boss. Right at this time, another subordinate came by with a cell phone in hand and spoke politely. Master, it's Mr. Green calling. Bring it over. The subordinate passed over the phone to Legend carefully. Green. Master Legend. How was it? Did you find her? Legend asked impatiently, wanting to immediately find the other daughter of Dr. Wagner. Not yet. Did you call me to feed me BS then? Legend chuckled coldly. No, Master. I'm calling to check if you've received any information recently on Miss Fiona. What does this have anything to do with the person you're looking for? Legend furrowed his brows. I'm afraid that Miss Fiona might interfere when I do end up finding the girl. After all, there's no way the Wagner family has no idea of the whereabouts of that girl after all these years. You're saying the Wagner family has been secretly protecting her? Legend asked. Very possible. Andrew purposely tried to add a smokescreen. If that's what you're worried about, you can rest assured knowing that Fiona is currently in Pakistan. She won't be able to disturb you unless she can shadow clone herself. That's good to hear. The deadline of 1 month is fast approaching. I hope you will keep your words, or else I will personally find the girl, even if it means bathing the entirety of the city in blood. And for you, don't think for a second that you will get out of it in one piece just because Nalo is on your side. I have not had those thoughts, Master. I will do all I can to deliver what you've asked, rest assured. Andrew smiled and hung up the phone. Boss, are we really going to do what Mr. Legend has asked and hand over Miss Green? Chung, one of his closest men, asked anxiously. I have my own plan for this. Did you relay the message to her like I asked you to? Andrew asked. Yes, she says she understands everything and will do what you've asked. But is a month really enough time? Chung asked. A month is more than enough to destroy a husband and wife's relationship. It just so happens that the target is Chloe. She's a little hard to deal with because of how smart she is. It seems like Miss Green will be having a pretty rough time for a while. That's all right. I will quickly end all of this, and by then, I will be with her forever. She will never suffer another day. Andrew picked up the photo of the young Chloe when she looked lively and innocent. As his eyes stroked Chloe's features in the photo, they were filled with waves of affection and admiration. After everything, he still truly believed that no one else in this world would love Chloe as much as he did. GK Headquarters, President Dawson, son from the IT department is here to see you, Stella reported. Tell her to come in. Jack kept reading the documents without glancing up. A woman in her 40s walked in. She wore a black sweater and a pair of red, wide-legged pants, looking sharp and competent. President Dawson. You are... Jack searched his memory and couldn't remember her name. There were just too many employees within the company. He was not familiar with anyone other than the high executives. President Dawson, I'm Sun. I was the one that got admitted to the hospital a couple of days ago due to cardiac arrest. I see. Did you need something? I heard you were the one that carried me onto the ambulance, allowing me to receive treatment immediately. My family and I are all very thankful, so we've booked a restaurant for later tonight, after work, to thank you. I know you're very busy, but I really want to show you my appreciation. I've also invited Miss Irene, who was also present and saved me. She is a very nice girl, and she's been taking care of me while I was in the hospital." "What time?" Jack asked. Jack was just about to reject her offer. However, upon hearing that Miss Irene would also be attending, Jack decided to change his mind last minute. "Oh, does this mean you will be coming?" The woman looked pleasantly surprised. "I'm asking what time." 6 o'clock at Mufu, Suite 808. "Okay, you may go now." "Thank you, President Dawson," Sun said happily. Initially, she thought President Dawson wouldn't agree to go. After all, she was just a small employee in the corporation. However, since President Dawson actually agreed, she was ecstatic. By the time it was around 5 o'clock, Stella knocked on the door and walked in. "President Dawson, you have a one-on-one interview with Times Magazine at 6:30 tonight. You can cancel it for me. But this was booked for you by Assistant Mark when he was here. It's a really good opportunity. No need, I have business tonight." "Oh, okay. When is Mark coming back?" Jack asked. "He is still recovering. It might take 2 months at the very least," Stella answered. "Okay, you may go." "Yes, President Dawson." Initially, it was supposed to be Dr. Fan from the neurology department that was on duty tonight. However, her daughter suddenly contracted a high fever, and Dr. Fan had gone home to take care of her. Chloe, who was about to get off work, stayed behind for the night to cover for Dr. Fan. Around 6:30, Chloe had just gotten out of the cafeteria after dinner when she heard a rather loud discussion between the young nurses. "Hey, did you guys see Irene's social media update?" "No, I don't have her snap. What happened? I just saw her new update. Guess who she's having dinner with?" "Who?" "I bet you will never guess. Don't be surprised when I tell you guys. She's with President Dawson." "President Dawson? Which President Dawson? Are you guys dumb? How many President Dawsons are there?" "Of course, it's the big boss of the GK Corporation. But isn't that our vice director's husband?" "Exactly. I bet the vice director doesn't even know. I just saw her staying late for work at the cafeteria. She probably has no idea that her husband is having dinner with another woman." "Yeah. Now when I see vice director, I will kind of feel sorry for her. I mean, although Irene looks like a nice enough person, I think the vice director is better. Typical men, they always think the grass on the other side is greener. The vice director already had 2 kids, and he's still thinking about cheating. Who knows? Maybe he wants a son. Isn't this pretty typical for the rich?" "That's true. But if I was the vice director, I'd probably just take the chance and be with Mr. Cooper. After all, Mr. Cooper did court the vice director for so long. Maybe the couple can each do their own thing." The nurses were all born after the 90s and spoke with no filter. However, despite all that, none of them really mean any of it. It was all purely for the sake of having some gossip. Passing by, Chloe heard what they had said, and she couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. She leaned against the wall in a rather discreet hallway and gave Jack a call. "Honey, what is it?" "Where are you? I'm missing you a little." Chloe smiled. "I'm outside." "Outside for business?" Chloe asked intentionally. Eating with colleagues, Jack glanced over at Sun that was sitting across from him and answered calmly. "Oh, okay. I will let you get back to it." "What is it? Is something wrong?" Jack asked. "Nothing. I'm on duty at the hospital. It's all good. I just suddenly miss you very much," Chloe said, and hung up the phone. At this time, Irene, who sat beside Jack, said half-jokingly, "What's going on, President Dawson? Is it our vice director calling to check up on you?" "My wife will never do that. She has a lot of trust in me," Jack said with emphasis. Before Irene could continue, Sun followed up. "Yes, President Dawson and his wife are considered to be a model couple within our company. They're very affectionate. Honestly, things like love all have an expiry date. After a while, the freshness will be gone, and the pillar for support will also be gone. Often, during a time like this, people will fight over the smallest things and will give each other the silent treatment. Some of them might even get a divorce. For those couples that have not gone through this phase, they might look calm on the outside, but deep down, they've already secretly turned infatuation into family love. After several years, the man will start swaying and begin to look for a new love outside. After all, they can no longer find that same feeling with their wives anymore. So, a lot of the times, when people reach middle age, a lot of families face the issue of a cheating partner, Irene rambled on, seemingly to make sense to the point that Sun didn't know how to reply. Jack didn't even give Irene a glance, and he simply said, "Miss Irene seems to be very knowledgeable. For those who know, they will think you're in finance. For those who don't, they would probably think that you're a relationship expert." President Dawson is very humorous. Us girls like to gossip, so I like to browse Weibo when I don't have anything to do. So, naturally, I'd see more stuff and understand things a little better than others. "President Dawson, have some food. You haven't eaten much since you walked in. I ordered a lot of dishes, but I don't know if they are to your liking," Sun said anxiously. She was nervous about being a bad host to her boss. The table was filled with appetizing dishes. There were even some luxurious lobster and mitten crabs. Looking down, Jack ate slowly and only had a couple of bites of veggies. His side profile looked very handsome. Irene couldn't help but throw a couple of side glances at Jack's face. After a little bit, she picked up a mitten crab liberally and munched on it like no one was watching. "I love seafood. When I was young, I'd always go to the ravine near the farm to fish out some tiny lobsters. Back then, we didn't have any money, so I never had any precious seafood like this. It wasn't until after I started working that I was able to buy some. Last time, when my mom visited me, she was laughing at me and saying, 'Maybe I should just marry a seafood seller,'" Irene said. Miss Irene's mom is so humorous. Sun cooperated to keep the conversation going. "President Dawson, do you like to eat seafood?" Irene asked. "I don't eat a lot of seafood unless my wife eats it. Then, I will have some with her." "Your wife likes to eat seafood too?" "Our vice director?" Irene asked in surprise. "Uh-huh. Ha, that's easy then. Next time we want to bribe our vice director, we can just gift her seafood," Irene half-joked. As a young girl, it was a miracle for her to be so comfortable in front of strangers. She ate without a worry in the world, wasn't pretentious or dramatic. To Sun, Irene was very amiable and easygoing. At least in her eyes, Irene was not deliberately trying to ingratiate President Dawson, nor was she trying to cotton him up. She acted rather normally, unlike all the other girls that tried to get close to Jack. The entire meal was relatively easygoing, and in general, everyone was having a good time. "President Dawson, thank you again for saving my life with Miss Irene," Sun gave a toast. Jack rarely drank and used tea in the replacement of alcohol. Irene, on the other hand, drank quite a bit. Her flushed cheeks stood out on her face. Sun got up after the meal. "Bill, please, Mr. Dawson has already paid." The waitress smiled. President Dawson, we agreed that I would be treating. How can I take this gesture from you?" Sun was overwhelmed by Jack's action. "It's fine. I don't have the habit of letting women pay. Let's go." As the three of them walked out, Jack led the way. Perhaps Irene was a little dizzy. She lost her balance and tripped forward. Sun quickly grabbed her. "Miss Irene, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine. Where do you live? I will drive you home," Sun said. "Oh, my home is in the same direction as our vice director, ha. Irene chuckled. As she finished her sentence, Jack stopped in his tracks and gave her a glance. "Your home is also at the Southside New Community?" Jack asked. "Yes, but your home is in the renowned rich area, South Hill Manor, right? My home is in the slums, the undeveloped area. Housing there is really cheap. The rent's not even $1,000. Ha. President Dawson, then—" Sun wanted to ask him to drive Miss Irene home, but felt that it was inappropriate, so she swallowed the rest of the sentence. "Since we're going the same way, why don't I drive you?" Jack continued to walk at the forefront. Although she looked a bit tipsy on the outside, Irene displayed a sly smile as she lowered her head. Just like that, Irene got into Jack's black Bentley. As the car engine started, Sun also went home. Evening, at South Hill Manor. "Daddy, why are you back so late?" Little Bean rushed into Jack's arms as soon as he entered the door. "I had dinner outside. Mommy's not back yet. Your mommy's doing overtime today." "She won't be back," Jack explained, "but I miss her so much. Can you bring us to see her?" "Now?" Jack asked. "Yeah, we can bring her a lovely bowl of soup or something. She'll be so moved," Little Bean suggested. "Daddy, Little Bean's right." Pudding walked over to her daddy to be more convincing. "But it's very late now. It's probably not a good time to go. The two of you should go to sleep." "No, I want to see Mommy." Little Bean's stubbornness was always Jack's weakness. Before he could change his clothes, the twins forced him on the way to South Side. The twins sat in the back seats with soup in their hands, happy as could be. "Daddy, why do you smell like perfume?" Pudding suddenly asked. After a moment of speechlessness, Jack sniffed his arms. "What? I don't smell anything?" "Baby, are you sure? Don't accuse me of something I didn't do. It's not a mistake. I'm very sensitive to smells. Mommy had stopped using this kind of candy scent 2 years ago. It's preferred by younger girls. And, because it's a second-hand scent, it's not as obvious. But I can still pick it up right away. It's Jenny Jenny's limited edition, the candy perfume. So, you had dinner with a woman, right? A young woman, too." "Yes." Jack nodded, trying his hardest to hold back laughter. "Daddy, how could you still have the face to laugh? Tell us, which rich lady did you have dinner with?" "No one. It was just a colleague. Stop guessing, you two." Jack was helpless against his baby's interrogation. When they reached South Side, it was already past 10 p.m. Chloe had just come back from a round of room checkups. At the entrance of the office stood Gabriel, and in his hands was a takeout bag of ramen from Ah-Shin's place. "Dr. Green, your midnight snack. Dr. Gabriel, you're too kind. You really shouldn't have. Eat. I like to eat too. If you feel like you owe me, pay me. $2 per bowl, thank you." Gabriel reached out his hand, laughing. $2 was too minuscule of a number to pay back. Chloe knew that he was only joking. Not far from them, Jack and the twins stood there, watching in silence. What am I looking at? That sad-looking doctor is hitting on Mommy?" Little Bean asked. "How could something like this happen?" Pudding sighed. Jack didn't say anything. He simply watched quietly with the sweet soup in his hand. "Mommy!" Little Bean shouted out with the most adorable voice and rushed toward Chloe. Chloe and Gabriel both turned back. "Little Bean, why are you here?" Chloe's eyes radiated tenderness at the sight of her daughter. "Daddy, Sis, and I are here to give Mommy soup. This is your daughter? She's adorable." Gabriel smiled. "Yes." Chloe nodded. "Hello, mister." Little Bean looked at Gabriel sweetly. "Hello, little girl. You're so cute. How old are you? Are you in kindergarten yet?" "Mister, you are so cute too. How old are you? Do you have a boyfriend?" Little Bean asked innocently. "Boyfriend? Gabriel didn't know how to respond. "Yeah, that's what all the TV shows say. All the men who are handsome and a little feminine as you like men. So, I'm not going to ask you about your girlfriend. It's probably not your style. I'll just ask about your boyfriend." Little Bean showed her most adorable face. With that, Gabriel didn't look too good. "Little Bean, stop it," Chloe scolded her daughter and then apologized to Gabriel. Don't mind her. My little daughter is a jokester. She likes to tease people. Ha ha. No worries. She's just a kid. Ha ha." Gabriel laughed awkwardly. Just then, Jack walked over, holding Pudding's hand. "Mommy, we brought you sweet soup. Eat it while it's hot. Didn't Daddy say that it's bad to eat too much at night? Forget about the noodles. It'll be bad if it gives you digestive problems." Pudding glanced at the ramen in Gabriel's hand, making sure to speak very loudly. "Okay, let's go to my office first." Following that, Chloe said to Gabriel, "Dr. Gabriel, please excuse me. My husband and daughters are here. I'll talk to you later." "Of course, Vice Director. You do you," Gabriel replied with a light smile. He didn't seem to mind. Jack walked past Gabriel without even acknowledging the man. It was as if the latter didn't exist to him. Inside Chloe's office. Under the loving gazes of her husband and her daughters, Chloe took a few sips of the sweet soup. Jack suddenly spoke up. "Pudding, take your sister outside to play. Daddy and Mommy need to talk about something." "Okay." Pudding nodded and grabbed Little Bean to leave the office. Chloe put down her soup and wiped down her desk. She then got up to pour Jack a cup of hot water. Honey, is it cold outside? It's fine. You don't have to come in the future if it gets too late. It's too much trouble. Chloe smiled. Too much trouble for us? Or are you afraid that we would interfere with your business? Jack replied coldly. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. I don't want to say more. Master Dawson was clearly not in a good mood. If you're referring to Dr. Gabriel buying me food, I'll have to make things clear. Please don't misunderstand. Dr. Gabriel is new here. There's nothing between us. There are so many doctors in this hospital and he's only bringing you food? What's even funnier is the fact that he knows about your preference for Ajin's ramen. From what I know, they don't deliver. So, he drove over there for it, spending 40 minutes there and back, just to bring you your favorite food. Am I really supposed to believe that you're nothing more than regular colleagues? What are you saying? Do you think there's something going on between us? Chloe was a little bit angry. What else could it be? I saw it with my own eyes, Jack asked. Fine, since we're on this topic, why don't I ask you something too? You said you were having dinner tonight with a colleague, but was it really a colleague? Or was it someone else you didn't want to name? You investigated me? Jack's gaze was beaming with anger. What a joke! Why would I need to investigate you? The internet is so advanced now. 1 second your picture's on Irene's social media, and the next, it's sent all throughout the hospital. A lot of my colleagues are talking about how capable she is, about how she's able to have dinner with President Dawson. Meanwhile, I, the spouse, am here at the hospital, stupidly working the night away. Ha! So what are you saying? What I want to say is, stop suspecting me of this and that. You wouldn't be happy either if I questioned you and Irene, right? You think there's something going on between me and that irrelevant woman just because we ate together? Jack was losing his patience. What about you? You're suspicious of me and Dr. Gabriel just because of ramen? Not to mention ramen I didn't even accept? Chloe was very loud. She was also riled up. At the entrance, the twins didn't walk far away. They could clearly hear their parents' argument. Little Bean. Sis, we're in trouble. I suggested the sweet soup to get them closer, but… Pudding. It's not your fault. How could you possibly predict this? Little Bean. That's right. Why did we run into Dr. Gabriel wooing Mommy? Daddy loves Mommy so much. Can you imagine how jealous he is? Pudding. There's definitely something wrong between Daddy and Mommy. Even if nothing happened today, it was probably going to explode soon. Little Bean. What do you mean? Sis, did you discover something? Pudding. I didn't discover anything. I just think something's off recently. Little Bean. I think so too, so I'm always worried about them. They won't get a divorce, right? Pudding. Are they even married? Pudding. The problem right now isn't whether they're getting a divorce or not. The important thing is getting to the root of the problem. Little Bean. That'll be very difficult. Both Daddy and Mommy don't like to talk about things like this. It'll be hard to get anything out of them. Pudding. So, we need a plan. For Daddy, I think we should ask Uncle Thomas to see if there's anything going on at the company. Little Bean. What about Southside? Pudding. Silly. Of course we'll ask Auntie Violet. Little Bean. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Sis, you really are the best, but shouldn't we refer to her as family now? After all, she's already married to Uncle Cody. Pudding. Yes, I think we should pay Uncle Cody a visit sometime soon to get some information. Little Bean. That's a good plan. Otherwise, I'm going to go nuts watching them fight like this. It's really giving me a headache. Pudding. I don't think you need to worry. After all, they've been through way more than we have. The only thing we need to ensure is that no other person comes between Mommy and Daddy. Little Bean. Even if it's Uncle Cooper? Pudding. Of course, even if it's Uncle Cooper. Daddy and Mommy are soulmates. Little Bean. Sis, your words are incredibly powerful. I support you. The sisters weren't in the mood to play at all. They could hear the argument all too clearly. Little Bean's good intentions had turned into the reason behind Jack and Chloe's fight. Finally, Jack walked out of the office with a heavy expression. Girls, let's go home. Where's Mommy? Your mommy's busy. Don't worry about her." With that, Jack walked away with long and fast strides. The twins followed behind, feeling completely unsettled. Inside the library of the old Green Manor, a smug smile appeared on Andrew's face as he listened to the conversation through his wiretap. "I can't believe it. They're already arguing." "Ha ha. Boss, it sounds like Miss Green's crying in her office. Do you think you should comfort her?" "It's a good time to swoop in since she's fragile?" Chung asked. "No need. It's not enough yet. I want to take Chloe away when she's absolutely heartbroken. By then, no one will separate us anymore." "Boss, are you really leaving? How about a lifetime of dedication here?" "What is a lifetime of dedication? I never care about these things. Everything that I do only serves the sole purpose of being with Chloe." "How about the Green Corporation?" "It's simple. I've already arranged everything for the Green Corporation and everything will be settled." "Boss, Chung will miss you." Among the guys that Andrew had taken under his wings, Chung was the most loyal one, as well as the most intelligent. "It's not like we won't see each other ever again. Why are you sad? I'll leave you some money for you to run your business and live a good life with." "Boss." "Okay, I don't like to get emotional. Stop talking about it. Today's a good day and I should be happy." "Yes, when boss is happy, we'll be happy too. Go and grab my treasured red wine. I want to have a drink." "Okay." Andrew drank happily in the Green family's manor. Jack and Chloe weren't in a good mood because it was their first time arguing with each other. Jack went to the study after he got back home. The twins went to sleep with their grandmother. Chloe didn't return the whole night because she was on duty. When Chloe got off and went back home to sleep the next day, Jack had already gone to work. The two people didn't see each other and didn't message each other on Snap either. The Cold War continued. GK Corporation's headquarters. When Stella went downstairs to send files for the finance department, she heard some gossip. She was clearly not in a good mood when she came back. Noon, at the cafeteria of the corporation. After Stella and Thomas got their lunch, they sat in the corner and chatted. "What's wrong? You don't seem to have the energy today." "Is something bothering you?" Thomas asked. Stella didn't talk. "The broccoli is very delicious today. Do you want me to get more for you?" Thomas was about to get up as he spoke. "No, I don't want to eat. Sit down. I have something to tell you." "Huh, so serious? What's wrong?" Thomas and Stella's relationship progress had always been slow. On the one hand, it was because Stella was older than Thomas. She was a superwoman who projected a high-wattage aura. On the other hand, Thomas had always been afraid that they wouldn't be friends anymore once he confessed. That was why their relationship had always been more than friends, but less than lovers. Stella treated Thomas nicely, but she was worried that people would gossip. After all, he was President Dawson's brother-in-law. Inevitably, some people said that Stella wanted to marry into the rich family and seduce the president's brother-in-law. That was why there wasn't any progress in their relationship. Yet, Stella still treated Thomas better than other colleagues, and Thomas was content enough about that. Whether it was work or life, Thomas was obedient to Stella, who was like an older sister to him. "Have you noticed that something's wrong between President Dawson and President Green recently?" "Are you talking about my sis and brother-in-law?" Thomas was startled. Stella nodded. "No, I haven't messaged my sis lately. She's been quite busy." "What's the matter?" "I heard a rumor from the finance department." "What rumor is it?" "Do you know Sun, who just was hospitalized a while ago?" "I've heard. Wasn't she the one that was sent for emergency due to myocardial infarction?" "Yes, she treated President Dawson to dinner after she got out of the hospital." "Ah, that's normal. That woman is in her 40s and she looks old and ugly. It's nothing even if she eats dinner with my brother-in-law, haha," Thomas laughed brightly. "No, the problem is someone else was present that day." "Someone else? Who? Do you still remember Irene?" Stella asked Thomas in a serious tone. "Irene. That name sounds familiar." Thomas tried to recall. "She's the woman that came to work for our company for a few minutes and got fired by President Dawson." "Oh, I remember now. Is she the woman that looks like my sister?" "Yes, but I really think she looks nothing like Sis Chloe and can't be comparable to her. Stella seemed to have a lot to say about Irene. Ha, of course. My sis is the one and only genius girl in the whole world. Come on, that's not the main point. The main point is, I think that woman is interested in President Dawson. Is that true? Yeah, I heard Sun say. Stella told everything she heard from the finance department to Thomas. Most of the rumors were terrible because you never knew which version would come out of someone else's mouth. Therefore, what Stella heard wasn't as simple as having dinner. Rumor had it that President Dawson took the initiative to send that woman home, and the two stayed alone for 2 hours. Thomas's facial expression became serious once he finished listening. Stella, is that what you heard? I think the rumor is not reliable. My brother-in-law is not that type of person. How can I lie to you? I heard Sun chatting with those people, and that's what she said. She also said President Dawson kept on looking at Irene while eating and his eyes were stuck on her. It's impossible. I understand my brother-in-law. He's not that kind of person. He treats my sister well. He didn't even like Mayor Hall's daughter when she expressed an interest in him, not to mention a young girl. Something's weird about this rumor. Thomas, don't forget that Irene has something that others don't. What is it? Her appearance looks like Sis Chloe when she was in high school. Maybe President Dawson became a little lost, or he recalled their childhood memories. Actually, I guess that does sound reasonable. Yeah, that woman is good at playing mind games. That's why I'm telling you to meet Sis Chloe and tell her about the incident. It's good if there are no signs. If it happened, you better stop it immediately. Don't let an irrelevant woman influence the couple's years of relationship. Okay, I'll go find my sis after I get off work. Sure. After Chloe got off from work, she went upstairs immediately to sleep. By the time she woke up, it was already 12:30 at noon. Chloe, you're awake. You should eat. Oh, okay. Where are the kids, Mom? Chloe looked around and didn't see the twins. Cody picked them up to play at Cody's newly bought villa, Mrs. Dawson answered. Ha, these 2 kids didn't even tell me. I've prepared a meal for you. Come downstairs quickly and eat. Thank you, Mom. Chloe looked at her mother-in-law gratefully before she entered the washroom to wash up. As she went downstairs to eat, she received a message on her cell phone. Sarah messaged, "Girl, you there?" Chloe replied, "Yeah." Sarah typed, "I heard that you had a cold fight with Mr. Dawson." Sarah messaged, "Say something. Is it true?" Chloe asked, "How did you find out so quickly? Did Jack tell Noah and then Noah tell you?" Sarah typed, "My director Ace isn't into gossip, ha. I heard from my son." Chloe typed, "Your son." Sarah responded, "My son knew about it when he and Little Bean messaged on Snap. I'm just asking you if it's true or not." Chloe typed, "So my daughter told your son?" Chloe was slightly dumbfounded and thought, "Are the kids these days already so crazy? So is it true or not?" Sarah was still asking. "How should I say this? I guess we have some conflicts, but it's not a big problem. How can there be no fights after being married for a long time?" Chloe said indifferently. She didn't want to make her own family matters sound serious because she didn't want her friends to worry about her. Sigh, that's nothing. Director Ace and I have been married for many years now, and we have quarrels as well. However, as the saying goes, couples quarrel at the head of the bed and compromise at the end of it, leaving no grudges overnight. In fact, after getting married, I realized that marriage means that even if you guys argue, you still remember to buy groceries when you come back. These things are trivial anyway. I used to be down before and felt Noah didn't treat me as well as before. I always thought maybe he took an interest in a new intern at the police station. Then I felt like I was making myself unhappy. I watched a show the other day, and the host said something that is very correct and fair. I'll tell you what it is. Okay? Chloe laughed and replied to Sarah, because she usually comforted Sarah and didn't expect her to have a sensitive side. Chloe was looking forward to seeing how she would comfort her. Sarah was too lazy to type. She pressed the voice message button and said, "Before marriage, a man pursues a woman passionately. After they get married, many women think they're being neglected and say that men don't cherish their wives after successfully winning their love. In fact, that's not true. A man pursues you because pursuing is a difficult process, and that's the main focus. That's why he talks to you every day. After marriage, he has to change his focus because he has to struggle, work, make a living for the family, take care of the family's expenses, and take care of the future baby. That's why he doesn't have time to get all lovey-dovey with you. Changing the focus doesn't mean he doesn't love you anymore, but it's the natural process of love becoming a marriage. It's enough as long as he doesn't have an affair, doesn't have another woman on his mind, and works hard for his family. Why do you worry that he doesn't love you as much as before? Aren't you making yourself uneasy? In other words, a woman also gets busy after getting married, and she doesn't think about dating or karaoke anymore. Use us as an example. We used to hang out every day before, but now Victoria has to work and take care of Kenneth at the same time. I have to be at the store while taking care of Ethan. It is the toughest for you. You work and worry about the twins too. Why would we have time to think about romance? That's what the other woman does. She has nothing to do and she can go to a salon, drive around, make soup for her man, enjoy an essential oil massage, get a new haircut, and drink some red wine. Sarah, what you said is very true. I totally agree with your perspective, Chloe agreed pertinently. Yeah, so I'm telling you not to give Mr. Dawson a hard time. You guys should talk it out and discuss things with each other. Other than Victoria, you, me, Noah, and Jack have known each other since high school. After all these years, we all know each other's personalities and moral standing. If someone says Mr. Dawson is having an affair, I wouldn't buy that. Of course. It's even harder for me to believe that you have an affair with that male doctor. That's nonsense. Regarding me having an affair with the doctor. Did you hear that from Little Bean? Chloe didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. Don't you know how Little Bean is? She likes to exaggerate things. Ethan doesn't understand her sometimes because his EQ isn't that great. Haha, yeah. We adults can never understand the world of kids. Anyhow, I'll tell you this, Chloe. Take good care of yourself. If you feel tired, pause and rest up. If you feel bored, call us besties to hang out, sing karaoke, or eat. I can even find someone to look over the store for me so I can travel with you or something. When we're well off, it's easy to fill up the emptiness in our minds. I often tell those single cousins of mine to find someone well off to marry. Don't say that women are snobbish. The problem is that in this society, someone who's not well off is not guaranteed to love you genuinely. Isn't it better to find someone who's financially stable? At least. He is rich. Did you come across a popular saying on Snap just a while ago? What is it? Chloe smiled and asked out of curiosity. After thinking for a long time, I still think money is the most reliable. Without money, I can only buy 2 cans of beer and a bag of chicken feet and cry on the side of the road when I'm down. If I have money, I can sit in a hot spring with a graceful background of mountain ranges and cry while having a facial mask put on and drinking good wine at the same time. If I have money, I can cry in New York, cry in London, cry in Rome, and cry in Paris. I'll cry when I party, cry elegantly, and cry however I want and whenever I want. If I don't have money, I can only hide in my bed. I might not even have the budget to buy beer and chicken feet. Haha, who said that? It's too hilarious, Chloe laughed from the saying. A netizen made it up and it's brilliant. I absolutely agree. Even though I married Noah for love, I have to mention that Noah's family background helped us struggle less than we should have. He has a great job and a great future. I'm happy enough to have money to open a store, live in a mansion, and drive a luxury car. You are the same too. Many women are jealous of you, that you can marry someone you love and live in a mansion like South Hill Manor. So let's be good and not cause any trouble. Sarah, I didn't do anything. I'm not the problem this time. So, Mr. Dawson is really having an affair? Mr. Dawson is not having an affair either. It's not like that. Maybe it's because we haven't communicated lately? Then find a chance to sit down and chat. You two are so intimate. What's there not to talk about? I also plan to talk to him in the near future. That's great. I'm relieved as long as you're fine. I gotta go make lunch for Ethan. Talk to you later. Okay. Dropping down her cell phone, Chloe's mood became significantly better. Her best friend, Sarah, could always bring her joy when she was down. That was why people could not live without one of the 3 relationships: family, friendship, and love. Chloe started to miss Fiona when she thought about this. Her younger sister, who had always lived in a rain of bullets, was a young lady appearing out of nowhere and disappearing without a trace. She wondered how she and their father were doing. She didn't know how long it would take for them to eliminate Ian so their family could be reunited again. At a high-end club in the city, Justin and Brenton rarely had time to sit outside. They sat at the booth in the lobby because they wanted to join the fun. At the same time, a nearby waitress who poured wine suddenly caught Brenton's attention. "Mr. Cooper, look at that chick. Doesn't she look like someone?" Brenton patted Justin's shoulder in surprise and asked him to take a look. Kind of." Looking at the side of her face, Justin was also slightly dumbfounded. He suddenly thought of the silhouette that he saw on the street a while ago. It seemed like he wasn't wrong about seeing her. "Where are you going, young Master Cooper?" Brenton saw Justin stand up and walk over. After Irene finished pouring the wine, she bumped into Justin as she turned around abruptly. "I'm very sorry, you—" Justin lowered his head and looked at her carefully. Do I know you?" Irene was shocked when a man suddenly stood in front of her, looking at her like this. "You look very similar to a friend of mine," after Justin saw her appearance, he exclaimed. They look even more similar when he looked at her closely. They looked especially alike because of their micro-expressions and the tiny movements between their eyebrows. However, she looked like a younger version of Chloe. She was filled with the energy and vigor of a young lady. "Are you talking about Chloe?" Irene asked with a smile. "Do you know her?" Justin was even more surprised. "Yeah, she's our deputy director. I'm also an employee of Southside. Then why did you—" Justin didn't understand why an employee of Southside would work as a waitress at a club. "Ayo, I'll talk to you in a bit. I need to work." Irene pushed Justin aside after she talked and continued to work busily. After finishing up some work, Irene took off her uniform, changed into casual clothes, and took the initiative to sit at Justin's table. "Hi, are you guys Chloe's friends too?" Irene asked. "Yeah," Justin replied. "I knew you guys were extremely shocked." "My deputy director's husband was shocked when he saw me as well," Irene laughed. "You met Jack already?" Justin asked. "Yeah, I was originally working at GK, but President Dawson probably disliked me for having the same face as his wife and fired me. I ended up working at Southside, and thankfully the deputy director is generous and didn't fire me." "Why are you working here then?" Brenton thought it was strange. If I say I work here part-time because I need money, would that be too tacky? This excuse? It really isn't. Even though I don't have much money, I don't have to work as a waitress at a nightclub. I'm still a university student, and I'm writing a novel about the nightclub life recently. In order for it to be closer to reality, I decided to come here and experience it myself. Write a novel? You know how to write novels too? Brenton found this incredible. It's just a personal hobby, not for the sake of fame. After she spoke, Irene grabbed a bottle of green tea from the table and started drinking as if they were friends. This type of personality of being able to easily blend in with people was indeed very likable. Brenton thought this could be a chance for Justin. He asked quickly, "Hey lady, how old are you and where are you from?" "What is it? Are you from the household registration office, uncle?" Irene talked back. Brenton was caught speechless. "No, I'm just asking." Brenton smiled awkwardly. "I'm not even 23 yet. I'm 21 this year." "Oh, you are already writing? So early?" "Yeah, I skipped a grade," Irene said as a matter of fact. "Skipped a grade? There's another genius." Brenton suddenly felt that this young lady had too many things in common. "Hey, what's your name?" Irene looked at Justin and asked out of interest. "You don't know him?" Brenton couldn't help but laugh. "Are you surprised? Why should I know who he is?" "It's not like he's some big celebrity," Irene said nonchalantly. "He's not a big celebrity, but he's much more famous than a big celebrity," Brenton said mysteriously. "My name is Justin." Justin immediately took over the conversation, afraid of Brenton's mischievous ways. "Justin? Oh, I know. You're the boss of Imperial Star, right?" Irene tapped her fingers. "Yeah. So, you're the prince of the Cooper family then? Wow, So you are the super rich type. Then why are we still talking? We're not even on the same level. Haha, why should I make myself feel bad, right? With that, Irene got up to walk away. Hey girl, don't leave, let's be friends. Brenton really wanted the girl to stay. He knew that Chloe would never return Justin's feelings. Why not move his focus to the girl in front of them? Forget it. I know what I am. We're not the same type of people. I'm just an ordinary citizen, and you guys are the royalty of this city. Us being friends? Are you kidding me? To be blunt, if you treat me to a meal, it might cost tens of thousands of dollars. How am I supposed to treat you back? So, forget about it. You guys have fun. Pretend I'm not here. Ha ha. Irene laughed playfully, and then turned around dashingly. The girl's very interesting. Brenton glanced over at Justin, watching his reaction. Justin didn't say anything. But seeing a woman so similar to Chloe in the middle of the night definitely rattled him and gave him mixed feelings. Justin wasn't in the mood to drink anymore, so he got up and grabbed his jacket. Go home, man. Go home and sleep. You're not drinking anymore? It's still early. You should get home. We're too old to pull all-nighters. With that, Justin and Brenton left the building in tandem. Somewhere in the corner, Irene watched as Justin left the building, her eyes sparkling. After a full week of busy work, the weekend was finally here. In the morning, Chloe's mother called and said that she wanted to see the twins, asking Chloe to bring them for a visit. During breakfast, Chloe brought it up to Jack. Although they were still ignoring each other, some things were more important. Honey, I'm going over to my mom's. Want to come with me? It's okay. I'm going to work today. It's the weekend. You're still working? Chloe bit down on her lower lip. Yeah, there's a lot to do. Bring the twins with you. Drive carefully. With that, Jack put down his chopsticks and went out the door. Mommy, are you and Daddy still fighting? Little Bean asked. No, we're not fighting. I'm not stupid, Mommy. Look at the two of you. Don't tell me you're not fighting. Did you see Daddy's face? It's as if someone owes him a lot of money, Little Bean mumbled. Your daddy's really busy these days. He's just really tired, Chloe explained. Oh my God, stop kidding yourself. Daddy's jealous of the male doctor from that day, right? Why can't you explain it to him? Men are easy to coax. Either act cute or put on some sexy lingerie and seduce him. How easy is that? We wouldn't need to worry about the two of you then. Little Bean didn't have the time to watch her words. She was too anxious to resolve the tension between her mommy and daddy. Seduce? My God, Little Bean, where are you learning all of this from? Chloe was about to puke blood. Mommy, that's not important. The important thing is, we're very worried seeing the two of you like this. Little Bean changed the topic cleverly. Like what? Chloe giggled as she ate. Little Bean pouted and said, having the two of you like this, it's making the atmosphere at home incredibly strange. It's scary. I guess our little brother's not coming anytime soon. The two of you, stop guessing around, okay? Daddy and Mommy are fine. Chloe didn't want to explain further. After the meal, she said goodbye to her in-laws and drove the twins to Sky Blessing Court. Uncle Thomas. Thomas picked up the twins, one in each arm, as if he was Hercules. I've missed you girls so much. Where's Mom? She went to get you seafood from the market. Oh, I'm already sick of seafood from eating too much. Tell her to stop buying it. I told her, but she wouldn't listen. She always prepares fish, shrimp, and crabs every time you come back home. What blatant favoritism. It's as if I'm not her son or something. After Chloe walked in, she took the initiative to clean her mother's living room, floor, and kitchen. The twins were watching TV while snacking on their favorite treats, content as could be. In the kitchen, Chloe was busy wiping away the oil on the range hood. Thomas walked towards Chloe. Sis, what? I wanted to talk to you about something. Thomas touched his nose. What is it? Chloe replied, still wiping the range hood. Stop cleaning. This is important. I need you to pay attention. Okay, what is it? Chloe smiled at Thomas's words. She took off her gloves and washed her hands. Sis, Stella and I have been talking about the same thing over and over again these days. What? About Irene and Jack. You know Irene, right? She's working under you right now. I think there's something going on between her and Jack. Thomas, I've known him for many years. I know what kind of person he is. That's what I thought too. But recently, there's been a lot of rumors floating around the company. It's even getting to someone as calm as Stella. She's talked to me about this many times and told me to tell you to raise your guard. I think you should find a way to check his phone, see if he's added that woman on Snap, or if he's sent her money. It's all evidence. And then what? What should I do if I discover something? What should I do if I don't? That'll be up to you. This is between you and your husband, and it's totally your business. But please don't ignore our suggestions just because you trust your husband. I also trust that my brother-in-law isn't that type of person, but everyone is gossiping about this for a reason. Anyway, it's bothering me. After all, where there's smoke, there's most likely fire. Okay, I got it. Sis, you definitely need to keep an eye on this. Yes, I know, but don't tell Mom. She's going to worry. Got it? Chloe warned. I know. Don't worry. Don't tell me what. What are the two of you whispering about? Sandra walked in with grocery bags. Oh, Sis spent $100,000 on a bag recently. She was afraid that you'd be worried, so she didn't want me to tell you. Thomas was quick on his feet. Oh? Is that it? Sandra looked at them suspiciously. Yes, Thomas is right. Ha, Chloe replied vaguely. Why would I yell at you if it's just a bag? Buy it. Your husband's rich. So, you're not going to yell at me? Chloe wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, acting cute. Of course not. You're now the vice director of a hospital. You can't be carrying around a $100,000, right? Mom, you're really becoming more and more understanding. Chloe planted a kiss on her mother's cheek. All right. The two of you, get out of the kitchen. I need to cook. Sandra was the happiest when her children ate at home. Although it was tiresome, it brought her a great deal of joy. After their mother returned to the house, Chloe and Thomas came to an unspoken agreement of putting a stop to their previous conversation subject. Instead, they began to chat about random things in the living room, accompanied by fruits and snacks. Before lunch, Chloe's phone beeped. She took a look and saw that it was a message from Brenny. There was only a photo in the message of Jack and Irene drinking coffee. Although the photo was taken from far away, the resolution was high enough. What's this? Chloe asked. I just saw them while I was shopping. From afar, I thought it was you, but the style looked off. You would never wear short skirts and sneakers. I took a closer look and realized that it's a college student. Do you know about her having coffee with Jack? So, Brenny was messaging Chloe to give her a heads up. Ever since her daughter's kidnapping, where Chloe and Andrew met alone, the two had stopped contacting each other. Their dynamic shifted subtly. Chloe didn't really understand why Brenny was telling her all of this. Yes, I know. Who's that woman? Your relative? Brenny asked. No, that's weird. She looks so much like you. Like a younger version of you, Brenny added. Really? I don't really see it. Chloe played along. Oh, then I'll let you get back to work. I just wanted to give you a heads up, just in case you were still oblivious to all of this. Thanks for the reminder. I'll pay attention to it. Chloe and Brenny had become formal and distant. The latter knew that Chloe wasn't her biggest fan. Jack and Irene's coffee meeting wasn't a planned thing. Jack was out for a business meeting, but his client was late due to a delay in flight. He was simply waiting in the coffee shop. Irene went to the coffee shop at the same time, and they bumped into each other. She left after the exchange of a few sentences. She didn't stay for long. But Brenny arrived just in time to see it, so she passed on the information directly to Chloe. Other than Brenny, Justin also witnessed the meeting. He and Anne saw them as they drove past in their car. In contrast to Brenny, Justin chose not to tell Chloe. He didn't think that it was honorable to drive a wedge between Jack and Chloe. Plus, knowing Jack for so long, Justin didn't peg him as someone who'd easily stray from his relationship. Coffee didn't mean anything. President Cooper, the light's green. We can go? Anne reminded his distracted boss. Justin stepped on the gas without replying. And, question for you. Sure. Can two people who are unrelated look alike? Can they share the same personality traits? Is it possible that it's just a coincidence? Justin thought about Irene's behavior. Everything about her was too similar to Chloe. That's hard to say. I would think there's something funny going on. Why, President Cooper, did you discover something strange? Yeah, that woman gives off a strange feeling. You've met her? Yeah, I've met her. If it were before, I'd ignore it. But seeing her with Jack again just makes it seem intentional. Justin's expression heavied. President Cooper, what should we do? And I need you to investigate that woman's background. Don't miss anything. Yes, sir. Justin was a cautious man. He wasn't about to fall for a woman just because she resembled Chloe. Instead, he became suspicious of the whole thing. So he asked Anne to investigate. Midnight, in the library of the old green mansion. Boss, she's here. Let her in. Yes, boss. After a short while, Chung brought Irene in. Without the radiance of daylight, Irene looked particularly cold and untouchable. She was donning a long black coat, her long hair tousled over her shoulders. She looked completely different from Chloe. Big Brother Green, at the sight of Andrew, she greeted him respectfully. Take a seat, Irene. Okay, how is it going? Are you tired? Andrew asked with a smile. What are you referring to? Making contact with Jack, or taking care of everything else? I guess all of it. I guess it's all right. Jack's difficult to get to know, but everyone else has been fine. Oh, right. The meeting with Justin wasn't as successful as I'd hoped. He wasn't really surprised at the sight of me, and he didn't try to get to know me. I think he's a little bit suspicious. I know. I just got the news tonight. Justin's men are investigating you. Oh? Is that so? Good thing you've prepared for this. Irene laughed. Yes, I've made sure that your background is bulletproof. Even if Jack investigated you, he would find nothing, not to mention Justin. Let them investigate. Irene nodded. Did you become acquainted with Chloe? At the mention of Chloe, Andrew's gaze softened. Yes, I did. How is she? Andrew asked. Should I be honest? Of course. Then I'll be blunt. Sister Chloe really is a great person. How do I put it? She never sucks up to anyone and never says things she doesn't mean. But she's also not inflexible, nor super confrontational or brutally honest. Basically, everyone at work loves her. She's low-key, nice, and unproblematic. She's even nice to me. I tried to get a rise out of her the other day by saying mean things, but she didn't get mad at me at all. I really think she's a great person. Yeah, my Chloe's always so calm. That's my favorite part of her. So I can really understand more and more why you like her so much. If I were a man, I'd probably like her too. Irene laughed. Irene, you've worked hard recently. Isolating Chloe is a long and difficult task, and we've only got less than a month to complete it. You have to complete the job. Whether it's Jack, Justin, or anyone else around her, you have to get to know them. You have to make them like you. You have to make Chloe feel like the entire world's abandoning her. Only then would I have the opportunity to be by her side. I understand, Big Brother Green. I'll try my best. You've taken care of me for so long. Now that you need me, I'll definitely give it everything I've got. I won't let you down. Okay. At the same time, you need to be careful of your own safety. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. No one can harm me. Irene laughed. Then you should head back. Be cautious of your surroundings. Don't get tailed, Andrew reminded. Oh yeah, Big Brother Green, I wanted to ask you something. Irene turned back. Yes? 1 month of time. It'll be great if we succeed. But what if we fail? What are you going to do then? I have my own plans for that. Don't worry about it. All right, I got it. Chung, drive Irene home. Yes, boss. After Chung and Irene left, Andrew sat down on his leather seat and let out a long sigh. If Irene failed to drive a wedge between Jack and Chloe within the 1-month deadline given by legend, Andrew's only option would be to activate Plan B. If that happens, it'll be another bloodbath. Justin received a call from Anne when he arrived home. The latter informed him that the investigation turned up nothing. It really was strange. Just then, Brenton sent him a message on Snap. Brenton. Justin? Asleep? Justin. Not yet, what's up? Brenton. Just wanted to talk. Justin. About what? Brenton. About that girl who looks like Chloe. Justin. What's there to talk about? Brenton. Justin, I think this is a great chance for you. Justin. What chance? Brenton. Seriously? You're going to play dumb with me? You've liked Chloe for years, and you know that it's not going anywhere. You don't go on dates and you don't try to look for a girlfriend, making everyone in our circle question your sexuality. Even your moms asked me about your sexual orientation. So, I think it's time for you to give everyone an answer. Justin. So? What should I do? Brenton. I think this girl is a good match for you. Think about it. She looks like Chloe and her personality's similar to Chloe as well. Plus, she's young and sensible. Isn't that great for you? Justin. So what you're saying is, since I can't get the real thing, I might as well settle for a counterfeit product? Justin's analogy made Brenton speechless yet wanting to laugh. Honey, who are you talking to? It looks intense. Victoria came over wearing a face mask, settling her head against his shoulder. I'm trying to persuade Justin. What's happening? Victoria was the only person unbeknownst to the existence of Irene. Brenton proceeded to describe in detail of their encounter with Irene the other day, not forgetting to add his opinions. Finally, he asked, Baby, do you think I was wrong? I think it was a dumb thing to do, Victoria said with a straight face. Honey, you don't have to be so honest. No offense, but for a smart man, you're kind of an airhead this time. Justin likes Chloe because she's one of a kind. She can't be replaced just because some woman looks like her or acts like her. If he could move on that easily, it wouldn't be real love. That's called infatuation. I'm just worried about Justin's love life. But his love life isn't something that's forcible. I am very interested in the woman you're talking about, though. I really want to see her. How could she be so similar to Chloe? Yeah, I was completely shocked when I saw her. Seriously, she looked exactly like a young version of Chloe, Brenton commented. That's very strange. Haha. I guess I should find a chance to meet her. I hope nothing bad is going to happen. Victoria was a meticulous woman, not one to see things at face value. Chloe didn't mention the coffee meeting between Jack and Irene. After she returned home, she put the twins to bed and entered her bedroom. After Jack came back, they had a brief exchange of words and then went to bed. The next morning, Chloe, are you working overtime tonight? Not sure yet. Why? At the breakfast table, Chloe looked at Jack with a sandwich in her hands. There's a business party tonight. We should go together. Oh, I'll go if I have time. Okay, we'll talk later on, Snap. Okay. Chloe nodded. After breakfast, she drove to work. Soon after, Jack left home as well. After her parents were gone, Pudding took out her phone and video called Justin. Pudding. Handsome Cooper, where are you? I'm on my way to work. Can Little Bean and I visit you later? What's up? Nothing. We're just bored at home. We miss you. Okay, I'll get you girls after my meeting, said Justin. Okay, we'll wait for you at home. After the phone call, Justin continued to drive. Suddenly, the light switched to red, and Justin immediately slammed on the brakes, just a bit after where he should have stopped. He almost ran over someone. The car came to a screeching halt. A woman in a beige coat turned her head towards Justin. It's her? At the sight of the woman, Justin opened the door and got out of his car. Oh, it's you. It's you? Justin looked at Irene. Why are you driving so fast? The light is already red. Why aren't you paying attention? You scared me half to death. Irene was just about to cross the road when Justin almost ran her over. Are you all right? I think my foot's a little injured. Justin looked down and sure enough, Irene's ankles were red. Let's go to the hospital. It's okay. I don't want to seem like I'm scamming you. It's not like you did it on purpose. I'll be fine. With that, Irene began to limp away. Due to her high heels, she lost her balance and fell backward. In the blink of an eye, Justin caught her by the waist and saved her from the fall. I can't let you do this alone. You're injured. I'll drive you to the hospital. I work at the hospital. Why don't you drive me to Southside? I can go to work after the exam, Irene said. Sure. Justin nodded. They then got into his car and Justin drove straight to Southside. Because of 2 minor injuries, Irene's foot was swollen red, and it was impossible for her to walk properly. Justin helped her out of the car, and they made their way to the hospital slowly. "Oh my, Irene, what happened?" Irene's colleagues swarmed around her, concerned. "I twisted my foot by accident." Justin aided Irene all the way to the orthopedics department, and her examination began. "How is it, doctor? Is it bad?" Justin asked. "It's nothing minor. It hurts, right?" the doctor asked. Irene shook her head. "It's not that bad. Well, aren't you a brave girl? Your ankle's so bruised and you're still saying you're okay. It probably hurts a lot. I'm going to make some adjustments now and it'll hurt. Afterward, remember to take the medication every day, all right?" "All right, thank you, doctor. Don't move. I'll get the medicine for you." Justin felt guilty. After all, he did injure Irene's foot because he was distracted by Snap. So, he took the initiative to run out and pay for the medicine. On the way back, he ran into Chloe, who had just come out of a meeting. "Hey, Justin, why are you here?" Chloe was surprised. "Oh, Before Justin could finish, Irene came limping out of the room. "Justin, did you get the medication?" Yeah, here you go." Justin passed over the medication to her. "You guys know each other?" Chloe looked surprised. It was too much information for her to digest. "Vice Director, I can't explain. I'm going to be late for work. I need to get to the finance department. Justin, do you mind helping me to our finance department?" Irene looked at Justin helplessly. "Of course." Justin turned around to help Irene up the stairs. Chloe suddenly felt a knot tie in her stomach. At the office, Chloe sat there spacing out, looking a little down. "What's wrong, Vice Director?" Violet asked when she walked in on Chloe looking like this. "Oh, it's nothing. You rarely have that kind of expression on your face. What's going on? Was it the morning meeting? Or is it because it's been busy at the hospital and you're stressed out? Maybe you should take a vacation." Chloe shook her head. "It's not about the morning meeting. Violet, do you think—" "Huh?" Violet poured Chloe a glass of water. "Do you think Irene is a darling to everyone? Why are you mentioning her all of a sudden? I want to know what you think." Chloe took a sip from the glass. "In my opinion, Irene is very cunning. On the surface, she's friends with everyone and appears to like everyone. But who knows what she's thinking deep down? If you look at the things she does on a daily basis, she's always friendly with the male doctors and doesn't really keep any distance. She's flirting with everyone and probably wants to use all the men as a backup. So, I wouldn't say she is a darling to everyone. At most, she's a social butterfly, dancing around all kinds of men. I don't really like her. I don't know what other people think of her." For the most part, Violet disliked Irene because of Chloe. "Well, she's a rather young girl. It's natural to be a little scheming. On the other hand, am I too rigid? Do our colleagues dislike me?" Chloe slumped her shoulders and kept her gaze low. For the first time, Chloe began to question the way she handled things. "Of course not. Vice Director, you've been here for several years and many of us watched you grow every step of the way. You're actually skillful and talented. If it weren't for you, who would dare to attempt those complicated surgeries? Only you and the main surgeons are always staying late to ensure the hospital is afloat. So, we all respect you very much, and we all think you deserve the promotion of becoming the Vice Hospital Director." "Really?" "Of course. Don't think too much, Sister Chloe. If it's because of that woman, you can just ignore her. How can she even be compared to you? Also, don't take any of that hospital gossip seriously. It's all nonsense." "Okay." After Violet left, Justin came knocking. "Chloe." "Hey, did you finish up with what you were busy with?" "Yes. I was too busy, so I forgot to mention that I accidentally hit her when I ran through a red light. I felt guilty, so I gave her a ride to the hospital. I don't really know her." Not really knowing why he had to explain himself, Justin didn't want Chloe to misunderstand his relationship with Irene. "No worries. Irene is a nice person. She won't blackmail you for insurance money. That's why I felt even guiltier and came here, that she was a nice person that wasn't going to blackmail me." "Is she okay now?" Chloe asked. "Yes, the doctor said it wasn't too serious. She just needs to rest. That's good to hear." Chloe nodded. "Have you not been sleeping well?" Justin gazed at Chloe and asked, "Why do you say that? You have panda eyes." Justin smiled. "Ah, I do." Chloe immediately took out a small mirror from her drawer and looked at her reflection. Staring back at her was someone with heavy dark circles and puffy eyes. "I guess I've been staying up for too many nights. Maybe don't work so hard? Try to rest. Don't be a workaholic." "Okay, I will head out then. You can get back to what you were doing." "Okay." Justin nodded and walked out. Within a couple of steps, someone behind him called out, "Justin, wait." He turned his head and saw that Irene was limping over towards him. "What's up? What is the meaning of this check you gave me?" Irene waved the check around in front of Justin's eyes. "It's compensation for you. Today's accident was entirely my fault, or else you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Keep it. It's not like you left me stranded. You brought me here to get checked up and bought medication for me. On top of all that, you are still giving me $20,000? Is it because you have so much money that you have nowhere else to spend it? Or is it because you are afraid that I might come after you in the future if I have any problems? You can rest assured knowing that I, Irene, am not that kind of person. I won't come after you even if I have to walk around with a limp for the rest of my life." "That was not my intention," Justin explained without much emotion. "So, what is your intention? You think you can just humiliate others with checks just because you have money? I ain't buying your BS. Here, take your check, damn it." Irene stuffed the check back into Justin's hand and gave Justin a shove on the shoulder. Clearly, she looked angry. For a moment, looking at Irene's stubbornness, Justin felt like Chloe was right beside him. When he and Chloe first met, they had fought like this as well. It wasn't all smooth sailing, but in the end, well, you know what happened in the end. By the time Justin slowly returned his thoughts to reality, Irene had walked away. He folded the check into his wallet without a word and walked out of the hospital. Taking Irene to the hospital took a long time, and by the time he finished work, Pudding and Little Bean had already gone to take their afternoon nap. In the end, Justin didn't pick them up from South Hill Manor. At around 5:30 in the afternoon, Jack gave Chloe a call and asked if she had the time to attend a party in the evening. "We'll see," Chloe answered back. As soon as she hung up the phone, David invited her to dinner and had asked to see her. It had been several days since Chloe had last seen David. After she asked someone to deliver the money to him, she felt embarrassed about visiting David's repair shop, as she was afraid that it might make David feel uncomfortable. However, this time, David sounded extremely sincere in his invitation, and therefore, Chloe didn't have the heart to say no. On top of that, David's mother personally gave Chloe a call as well. In the end, Chloe had to let Jack know that she won't be able to attend the party anymore. Jack, on the other hand, didn't reply. Chloe drove to the address that was provided by David. He now lived where the residential houses were relatively old. He and his mother lived in an old house that had 2 bedrooms. The entire place was less than 60 square feet in size. Both the kitchen and the bathroom looked like they had been around for a century, but it was kept very clean. David waited for Chloe at the door. As soon as she walked in, the aroma of the food that was being cooked struck her. "It smells delicious," Chloe said. "My mother heard you like to eat fish, so she especially made carp braised with brown sugar and soy sauce." "Thanks." Chloe smiled as she passed over the fruits and drinks she brought on her way to David. "Mom, my classmate is here." An older woman walked out of the kitchen at the sound of David's voice. She was wearing a floral dress shirt with a pair of black pants. "This must be Chloe," David's mother sounded happy. "Hi, Auntie. Hello, hello. Have a seat. There is one more dish coming very soon. We'll start eating very soon." "Auntie, this is enough. It's too much trouble." Chloe felt a little embarrassed. "No trouble at all. It will be done soon. David, keep Chloe accompanied." "Yes, Mom. Shall I rinse some fruits for you?" David asked. "No need. I am okay, really." "Come to think of it, what brought you to invite me for dinner today?" Chloe asked, smiling. "I have good news to tell you later," David said mysteriously. "What good news?" Chloe was curious. "I'll tell you later. Eat first." David played coy. With a closer look, David was now an entirely different man compared to the unfortunate one she first met. Donning a clean white shirt, he was glowing from within. Just then, David's mother came out of the kitchen with plates of food. "All right, we can start eating. David, bring Chloe a bowl and a pair of chopsticks." "Right." The mother and son duo went in and out of the kitchen, preparing for the meal. After the dishes were all on the table, the three of them took their seats around it. Chloe glanced at the table. There weren't many dishes, only 4. There was 1 plate of braised carp, 1 plate of garlic meat stir-fry, 1 plate of tiger skin green pepper, and finally, 1 plate of tomato-stewed beef brisket. Although the food was ordinary homemade cuisine, it smelled delicious and was incredibly authentic. "Chloe, you're hungry, right? Hurry up and eat." David's mother smiled at Chloe. "My mom's a really great cook. Try it." David began to add food to Chloe's plate. Chloe couldn't refuse the overwhelming kindness. She lowered her head and began eating. "How is it?" David asked. "It's delicious." Chloe was sincere as could be. "If you like it, have more." David's mother added more food to Chloe's plate. "It's okay, Auntie. I can't finish all of this. Haha. You don't have to give me more food. I'm embarrassed. Don't worry. Eat. Look how skinny you are. Eat more." "Thank you, Auntie." After an exchange of civilities, the three began to eat and chat. David was in a great mood. He even opened up a beer bottle. As the end neared, David's mother suddenly got up and then got down on her knees, startling Chloe. "Chloe, my son was able to make a comeback in life, all because of you. Thank you so much. I'm really, really grateful. Auntie, what are you doing? Please get up. This is too much." Chloe felt helpless. She couldn't move the old woman because of the weight difference. "I really want to thank you." "Really?" All of David's friends and classmates completely ignored us after we went bankrupt. Last month, we almost ran out of money for my medicine. David tried to borrow $1,000 from his friend but was turned down. I don't blame them, really. After all, everyone's pragmatic and need to think of themselves first. "So when I learned that you lent David so much money, I really didn't know how to react. I still don't know what to say. Basically, thank you. Our entire family will be forever in your debt. Auntie, please get up first. I can't stay if you're like this. Mom, get up first. You're scaring Chloe," David chimed in. David's mother was finally convinced. Chloe helped her up. "Auntie, I lent him the money. He'll give it back to me once he earns enough. Plus, I know that David's really smart in business. As long as he works hard, I'm sure that he'll make a comeback and become more and more successful. Thank you for trusting my son. Honestly, he's always liked you. He talked about you when you were both in school. He talked about how clever you were, how you were always number 1 even without studying. He talked about how low-key you are, how honorable, and basically everything that's good. He even wanted to court you." "Ahem. Mom, that was a long time ago. Don't mention it anymore." David looked embarrassed. Chloe had already rejected him back when David's family was wealthy, not to mention now. It was ridiculous to talk about the past now. "Anyway, listen to me. You gave David so much money. I really don't know how to thank you." David's mother was very emotional. "Auntie, it's nothing. We're classmates. I am obligated to help him." "David, did you tell her about the thing yet?" David's mother wiped away her tears. "I didn't have the time. Mom, you completely took over, haha." David laughed helplessly. "Then hurry up. It's a good thing. You have to tell her," David's mother encouraged. "What is it? Tell me." The mother and son duo's conversation completely piqued Chloe's interest. "The money that you lent me last time. What happened?" David's half-sentence worried Chloe. "I rented a storefront, right? The rent for the place was supposed to be cheap, around $200,000 per year for 800 square meters. Continue." Chloe was getting more and more anxious, wanting to know what happened. "I signed a 5-year contract with the landlord at the time, because he was so afraid that I'd go back on my word, and it was also hard to find another person that's willing to rent that place. He forced me to sign for the full 5 years. I paid him $1 million in rent, which means that this place is mine for the next 5 years. Guess what happened? After a couple of days, the city government suddenly informed me that they were interested in the land and ruled it to be a site for an ecological park, and they want to construct it right away. Then, because of the lease contract I had, I got more than $5 million in compensation. So what you're saying is that you've earned $5 million before you even opened your store? Chloe laughed. David nodded. Yes, isn't that a high return? That is so much more than a high return. You are so incredibly lucky. So David, hurry up and return Chloe's money, David's mother reminded. It's okay, Auntie. I don't need the money right now. You and David are starting over again, and there are many places in the future where you will need money. Just keep it for now. No, I should return this money to you first. If I need to borrow more, I'll ask you again. I've earned $5 million so I can open another repair plant somewhere else. Plus, I haven't incurred any debt. So lucky. David was beyond happy. This really is great news. You've survived your darkest hours, and it's all good fortune from here. Chloe comforted. Yes, once I open my repair plant and make some money, I'll hire lawyers to continue fighting for my dad and my uncle. Is there hope for your uncle's case? Chloe asked. Yes. They're only in jail because our family went into bankruptcy and was too poor back then to hire a lawyer. The truth is, my dad and my uncle are innocent. They're just scapegoats, and the real perpetrators are still out there living it up. No wonder people say that this world is so unfair. At the mention of the case, David looked furious. It's all over now, right? Everything will get better. Let me know if you need me. No, you've already helped me more than enough. I can't believe I treated you that way in the past. I was worse than an animal. Chloe, you really are great. If you were a man, I'd make you my sworn brother. You are my savior, and my family will never forget your generosity. Don't be like this. I didn't do it for you to pay me back. Everyone is down on their luck sometimes. If I can help, it's meant to be. Don't feel guilty. Oh, right. I put 1 million on this card. The password is 888888. You can transfer it directly to your account. Are you sure you have enough? Chloe didn't take the money immediately. Yes, I'm sure. If I don't, I'll borrow from you. David laughed. All right, I'll take it. Chloe didn't hesitate this time. She took the card and placed it in her bag. After they finished their meal, it was already dark out. Chloe got up to say her goodbyes. David walked her downstairs. Seeing his boyhood goddess looking just as slender and even more beautiful, David couldn't help but feel emotional. Chloe. You really are a good person. I think that you deserve to be where you are now, David suddenly exclaimed. Well, it's not really up to me, I guess. Everyone's trying their hardest for a good life, right? Life's hard. But in the past, those things that others said about you, do you really not mind it? David suddenly asked sincerely. What are they saying about me? They are saying that you were doing everything to seduce Jack and marry into a rich family. They are also saying you're too arrogant, you think you're too cool, and that you're cunning. Some are saying you are materialistic, and that you would only be friends with wealthy people. The rumors are all very terrible. You know, every time the old classmates get together, everyone would start talking as soon as they hit the third drink. The guys like to boast, and the girls like to gossip. The gossip always revolves around you, Sarah, Linda, and so on. They pretty much talk about whoever is not there. I don't mind it. Whatever they say is up to them. I don't need other people's opinions about my life. If they want to be a commentator, so be it. Chloe smiled slightly. I must say I admire your mental fortitude. David gave her a thumbs up. Well, this has nothing to do with mental fortitude. It's more about the perspective one takes when observing a problem. Don't think about it too much. Most people are like this. Their mouths are rather unreliable. The words that come out of their mouths can be good or bad, and if you take anything they say seriously, you're only looking for trouble. Yes. Back then, when I used to hang out with them quite a bit, I thought it was interesting. But when the day came when I was the laughingstock, I could no longer let out a smile anymore. It was only then I realized the feeling of being talked about. Even though I didn't go to the last class reunion, I still kind of knew what sort of things they said about me. To be honest, now that I have money again and made a comeback, The old me would have invited them out for dinner and put on a boasting show just to show them I'm rich again. But then I thought, it wasn't necessary. In the future, I will look to you as my role model. I will have a low-key lifestyle and live for my family and the people I love. It's not wrong to think like that. Overall, just take care of your family because they are the ones that have given you the most. Also, you're not in your 20s anymore. Keep an eye out for a nice girl while you're busy building your career. You are Auntie's only son. I'm sure she will want a grandson as soon as possible. Look at me. My twins are already a couple of years old. Yeah, time waits for no one. Back then, when you were still interning at First Hospital, you were a young and innocent little nurse that just graduated university for less than half a year. Now you're a mother of 2. But you still look like the old times, still so calm, as if the time has stopped just for you. All right, save the compliments. We've been classmates for how many years now? Keep up the good work with your business. Give me a call if you need anything. Do you need me to give you a ride? David asked sincerely. No need. I can drive my car. No problem. It's not too late either. Chloe pressed her car keys and got onto the Porsche. Be careful and drive slowly, David reminded. Chloe nodded. She backed her car out efficiently and drove towards the South Hill Manor. David watched as her car disappeared in the distance and sighed. He knew very well that no matter the time, whether it was now or many years ago, Chloe was a woman that was way out of his league. He could only ever dream of her in his youth. At the party, located at a hotel in downtown, Jack showed up alone due to Chloe's absence. To his surprise, he bumped into Case and Brenny. President Dawson, how come I don't see Chloe? Brenny asked, smiling. She's at work, Jack answered without much emotion. I see. Have you guys been okay these days? Brenny asked. Jack scanned across her face coldly. You can save this kind of chit-chat for Chloe. To no one's surprise, Jack answered her like his typical self, prideful as always. If she were the Brenny a couple of months ago, she would have let it go, but now, Brenny refused to be treated this way. I saw you at the coffee shop the other day when I was passing by. I thought you were with Chloe, but little did I know, upon walking closer, you were with a girl that's younger than Chloe. Heh. Is she Chloe's cousin or something? Brenny tilted her head and asked spitefully with the intent to get revenge, barely noticing Jack's eyes darkening. Does this have anything to do with you? Jack knew exactly what Brenny was trying to do, so his gaze looked colder by the second. I'm just asking, why are you getting angry, President Dawson? Brenny chuckled. I don't believe we're very close. You better not act like we are friends. Upon finishing his words, Jack turned on his heels and walked away, leaving Brenny to bite the dust. Just as she was feeling a bit awkward for being left behind, Case walked over. What's going on, Brenny? Oh, nothing. I was just talking to Jack. You are close with Jack? Case looked pleasantly surprised. We're okay. I'm close with Chloe, so we would chat a little every time we meet, Brenny lied without blinking to make herself look good. I have a project that is looking for a development team. I heard GK has an excellent team under them. It would be amazing if we can work together. Brenny, when you have the chance, can you introduce me to him? I see, no problem. But perhaps after a couple of days? Jack and Chloe are having some arguments. It's not good for me to bring this up right now. Okay, no problem. Like always, Case believed Brenny without a doubt. The two of them had been rather a high key recently, especially now that the Green Corporation was experiencing issues and Andrew didn't have the time to deal with them. To everyone's surprise, Justin also showed up at the party. It had been a very long time since Justin last attended a business networking party like this. The fact that he showed up at the last minute pleasantly surprised the host. A lot of the high profilers began to walk over to say hi. The moment everyone saw Justin, it was like they saw the god of wealth, and they all hoped they could get something out of him. Except for Jack, of course. Hi, Mr. Cooper. Case walked over awkwardly. Surprisingly, Justin didn't even lift up an eyelid and ignored him like he was a sack of air. Ever since the last unpleasant encounter he had with Case, he had kept his word of having nothing to do with him. He deleted him off of Snap, blacklisted his Weibo account, and refused to take any of his calls. Any way of communication had been ruthlessly blocked. Case not only lost Justin as his backing, but he had also gotten into an argument with his own family because of Brenny. Due to all of these events, his business progression hadn't been a smooth one. He was hopeful that Justin would at the very least reply to him. After all, it was a public event. To his surprise, Justin didn't even bother giving him a nod and left him stranded in his own feeling of awkwardness. "Case, are you and Justin still fighting?" Brenny asked in a low voice as she noticed something odd was going on. Case licked his lips. Feeling embarrassed, he smiled. "No, Mr. Cooper's got a rough temper, and he abhors evil as deadly foes." "What's with you? Why did you have to say those things? We all know Justin cares a lot about Chloe. How was I supposed to know that woman ranked so highly in his heart? After all, she's another man's wife." Case felt helpless. "Keep your voice low. If Justin hears you again, we will both be finished." Brenny looked around cautiously. She was afraid of offending Justin and did not dare to discuss Chloe's matters behind her back with Case. After doing a quick loop around the venue, Justin walked over to Jack with a glass of champagne. "Good thing I bumped into you today, or else I'd have to pay you a visit to ask you something." "What is it?" Jack glanced over at Justin and asked calmly. "Are you close with Irene?" Justin asked straightforwardly. Upon hearing Irene's name, Jack hesitated for a moment and didn't reply directly. Instead, he asked, "How did you meet her?" "It's a long story, not something I can explain in a sentence or two, but I need to warn you to not let your guard down just because she looks like Chloe. I think, for the very same reason that they look alike, you should be extra alarmed. This woman, she's close with you and knows me too. Not only that, she also works right under Chloe. She racked up her brain to get into our circle. This whole thing feels a little spooky," Justin cautioned Jack. Justin was baffled. He had said so much, but all Jack said was, "Yo, bro, are you listening to me or not?" he asked, exasperated. "I am. Go on." Jack's response was just as calm as Chloe's. "Forget it. You and Chloe are smart people. You should know what's best better than me." In the end, Justin decided to give up his intervention. He got up with his champagne glass and walked away ever so proudly. It was already 9 p.m. when Jack arrived at home. The twins were still downstairs, playing with their grandparents. "Daddy, you're home!" Little Bean immediately ran up and hugged Jack's leg. Jack could never refuse his daughters, and he immediately picked Little Bean up. "What did you guys have for dinner? Granny made us stir-fry vegetables. Were they good?" "Not bad. Not as good as the professional chefs for sure, but Granny cooked with her heart. You little brat, you're so good at making us feel good about ourselves," Mrs. Dawson laughed. "Is Mommy home?" "Oh yeah, she's taking a shower. Mommy looks exhausted," Little Bean said. "Hang out downstairs with your sister. Daddy will go upstairs real quick." Then, Jack carefully placed Little Bean down and went upstairs, briefcase in hand. "What's going on with Jack and Chloe? They seem weird." Mrs. Dawson looked at Jack, a bad feeling crawling up her spine. "Perhaps they've both been too busy," Mr. Dawson guessed. Upstairs in the master bedroom, Chloe had just come out of the shower and was drying off her hair when Jack walked in. "Honey, you're home." What's wrong?" "Did the gathering tonight not go well?" Chloe asked, since Jack looked like he had something on his mind. "Did you end up working overtime tonight?" he asked. "I was going to, but I didn't." "Then where did you go after work?" Jack asked with a STEM expression on his face. "Oh, I had dinner at a friend's place." Chloe didn't say that she saw David since she never told Jack about the money she lent him. Friend? What friend? A man, right? Chloe didn't know how to respond. Just as she was thinking of a way to answer that wouldn't make Jack jealous, he continued. "It's fine that you didn't want to go to the gathering tonight. I thought you would come straight home and spend time with the twins. To my great surprise, however, you had dinner with another man, and you really seem to have enjoyed it. Chloe, what were you thinking? Are you trying to throw away this wonderful life you have? What do you think you're saying?" Chloe's face fell. "What am I saying? You were photographed. Jack was angry as well. I was photographed? What do you mean? Did you have me followed? Chloe demanded. Why would I follow you? I have better things to do. Take a look at this for yourself. Jack threw his phone angrily onto their bed. Chloe picked his phone up. It showed the front page of a media outlet, and in gleaming letters were wife of rich businessman meets mysterious man at night, trouble in paradise. Below the headlines was a photo of her and David after he walked her downstairs. They seemed to be talking on the sidewalk. David's place was located in a small alley. Why would there be paparazzi? Moreover, Chloe wasn't any famous, so why would something as small as this make headlines? So, care to explain, Dr. Green? Jack asked icily as he pointed at the news on his phone. Explain what? What do you want me to explain? Chloe sneered. Explain why you would rather have dinner with another man than go to my gathering. You went to his place? Are you even close to David? Is that why you always enjoyed our class reunions? Is he your type? Jack, what are you saying? Chloe looked at her husband with disappointment. You know more than anyone what I'm saying. Shouldn't you be apologizing and reflecting on your actions right now? Why should I? I didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong? You were photographed. Why won't you just admit to it? Chloe, when did you become so shameless? Jack asked, word for word. What did you say I was? Chloe said, tears circling her eyes. I asked you when you became so shameless. You weren't like this before. Ha ha. You actually called me shameless? Jack didn't respond. I don't care what you think of me. If you think I cheated on you, and if you're going to believe these photographs, so be it. Me explaining is no use. I'll just seem more ridiculous than I am now. Then, Chloe turned around to leave the room. Stop! You can't leave until you explain yourself. Jack grabbed the corner of her shirt, and Chloe turned around angrily and glared at him. Haven't you had enough? Before Jack could respond, Chloe continued. So, you don't trust me, do you? Does that mean I don't have to trust you either? You never told me, but I know that you've been seeing that Irene a lot, haven't you? Who did you hear this from? Jack frowned. Who did I hear this from? Ha ha, I'm not blind, or do you think I'm an idiot? Don't forget, Irene works for me. When you came to Southside with her, you didn't even say hi to me? Do you know, that had already become the biggest gossip at Southside? All my colleagues talk about me behind my back. What, is Irene fresh meat? She looks like me when I was younger, doesn't she? Did it give you the feeling of traveling back in time? Chloe's words were more sarcastic than ever. That's not it. Nothing is going on between me and Irene, Jack explained. Good. And I'm saying there's nothing going on between me and David. Can you let this go now? Jack was at a loss for words. Jack, I think, we're overworked and need to take some time apart from each other. I'm not the kind to scream at you. We're family. I don't want us to do that kind of things to each other that would make us both look bad. Then, Chloe opened the door and walked out. Chloe, where are you going? I'm going to stay at my mom's tonight. Take good care of the twins. Then, Chloe ran down the stairs. She didn't even pack a clean outfit. After watching Chloe storm off, Jack walked helplessly down the stairs. Jack, what's going on? Did you guys have an argument? Mrs. Dawson stood up and asked her son. Just now they were arguing really loud, so the entire living room overheard them. Even Uncle George and the others gathered around to secretly find out what was going on. In all the years they worked here, no one ever heard Jack and Chloe argue so loudly. Although the argument quickly ended, Chloe had left for her mother's home. She was so mad that she even left her daughters behind. Little Bean quietly nudged Pudding, who was playing on her phone. Sis, what should we do? I think Mommy left us behind. How would I know? Children aren't supposed to be meddling in the adults' business, Pudding responded calmly as she kept on playing her game. We're fine. Mom, put the kids to bed later. I need to be somewhere. Then, Jack picked up his coat and left as well. Did Daddy go to chase after Mommy? Little Bean asked anxiously. What's going on with those two? I thought everything seemed fine. No, I have to go pray for them at the temple. Mrs. Dawson began feeling unsettled as well. Little Bean, you and your sister should go to bed now. Grandpa, I think Daddy's been a little impatient recently. You're Daddy's daddy. Can you talk to him? Maybe put some pressure on him, Little Bean suggested. When has that brat ever listened to a word I said? Mr. Dawson sighed. Ignore them. They'll figure it out, Pudding said as she got up from the couch and walked towards the staircase. My sister's too calm. This is not the time to be calm. How can she still be playing on her phone? Is she an idiot? Little Bean was at a loss for words. After their bath, Pudding went right back to her phone. She was playing a popular online game. She was so immersed that she barely acknowledged Little Bean's presence, let alone worries and complaints. Finally, Little Bean felt so neglected that she took out her phone and sent Ethan a message. Ethan, are you sleeping? It's so late. Why are you voice messaging him? Pudding eyed her sister. What else can I do? Ethan doesn't know all the words yet, so it's too hard to type to him. Okay, fine. You win. Forget I said anything. Pudding then went back to playing on her phone. Ethan, not yet. I just climbed into bed. Little Bean, is your daddy home? Ethan, no, he's on call. What's wrong? Little Bean, my daddy's in a bad mood and just left the house. Uncle Ace is his only friend, so I was wondering if they were together. Ethan, oh, I'm not sure. My daddy's supposed to be on call all night, so he didn't come back. Little Bean, oh, I see. Ethan, is something on your mind? Little Bean, yeah, I'm annoyed. Daddy and Mommy have been fighting a lot recently. Ethan, is it because your mommy had dinner with that male doctor? Little Bean, I'm not sure. We didn't hear any specifics. We just saw Mommy leave angrily. She went back to Grandma's place. Ethan, things are that serious? Little Bean, yeah, that's why I'm really worried. Ethan, don't worry. Let me give you a hug. Everything will be okay. My mommy always says your mommy and daddy have been in love for so many years that no one will break them apart. You really don't have to worry. Nothing will get between them. Little Bean, that's not the point. Haven't you heard of a saying? Ethan, what saying? Little Bean, some relationships can brave big ups and downs, but fall in front of calm waters. Although Daddy and Mommy have been through a lot together, they might not survive a normal married life. I'm worried they're at their 7-year mark. Ethan, has it been 7 years already? Little Bean, they haven't been married for 7 years, but they've definitely been together for 7. Who knows? This is too annoying. Those two little ones, Little Bean and Ethan, continued chatting into the night. It was almost 10 p.m. when Chloe arrived at Sky Blessing Court. Her appearance surprised both Sandra and Thomas. Sis, why are you here? It's so late. I was working overtime. I didn't want to drive all the way back to South Hill Manor since I have an early meeting. Pretend I'm not here. Go to sleep. Chloe, let me tidy up the room for you. No, Mom, it's okay. I got it. Chloe wasn't in the mood to chat with her mother and Thomas, so she went straight up to the spare bedroom, where she hadn't been in a long time. South Hill Manor, basement. A maid was on the phone, her voice hushed as if she was worried someone might hear her. Hello? Mr. Green? They just fought again, I'm positive. Young madam already left to go to her mother's place. I think it was pretty serious this time. Okay, I got it. Andrew's lips curled into a smile as he hung up the phone. Boss, I have something, but I don't know if I should say it or not, Chung asked, a little worried. If you're not sure if you should say something, stay silent. It's probably not important, Andrew said as he played with a bronze lighter. But I'm worried about you. Then say it. Andrew knew how loyal Chung was, so he was willing to listen. I just don't think it's normal for Miss Green to have such a big fight with Jack so suddenly. You're wrong. It's not sudden. It all happened after Irene appeared, Andrew said, sounding as if he already had the victory in his bag. Even so, Miss Green and Jack are smart people. Would they really fight like this because of Irene? What are you trying to say? Andrew raised an eyebrow and looked at Chung. Do you think that something fishy is going on? Chung asked carefully. You're saying that Chloe and Jack could be just putting on an act? You think they already found out about our plan and found our bugs and eyes around them? Andrew ached. It's not impossible. I just think you should think of all the possibilities before making a decision. Don't worry, I'm not a rash person. It's not my style anyway. So, you know what's going on? If so, why is Irene still doing all this? What's the point? Chung was now more confused than ever. If I don't see through what you already saw through, how am I supposed to be your boss? If I were that stupid, I would have died a long time ago. Ha ha. Andrew laughed domineeringly. That would be for the best. It looks like I was too slow, boss. You are very smart. Chung looked at Andrew admiringly. He had worked for him for a long time, and therefore knew the kind of person he was. Andrew was an adopted son who worked his ass off for recognition. After years of hard work, he finally climbed to the top of the pyramid, eliminating enemy after enemy along the way. Andrew often told Chung and the others that one must endure more pain than others to become the best of the best. Although his advice didn't have any fancy words, it had a point. Only those who survived the worst deserved to live the best. After all, God was fair. Sky Blessing Court. Chloe flipped back and forth on the bed. She had never fought like this with Mr. Dawson. Were they believable? Would Andrew fall for it? Moreover, it hurt her deeply that she had to leave her twins behind. She felt worse than ever. However, they had to finish their act. But Mr. Dawson's acting made her heart ache. Chloe sighed. She hoped that Andrew would soon topple over, so their family could live a long, happy life together. She hated fighting with Jack, even if they were just acting. When he looked at her, his eyes said everything. He loved her so much, and she loved him. She felt more heartbroken for him than anyone in this world. In some nightclub. After Jack left South Hill Manor, he ended up at a random club, drinking a bottle of really expensive red wine. More than a dozen girls came up to hit on him less than 10 minutes, but Jack had glared icily at all of them until they left. He looked down at his watch. It was time. She should be here by now. Just then, he saw a woman appear before him. It was Irene. She was wearing a cute Donald Duck sportswear that Chloe also loved to wear. Even the color was beige, Chloe's favorite color. She paired the outfit with a pair of white runners. When not at work, Chloe always wore casual outfits to family or friend gatherings, and Jack loved the way his wife dressed and would always dotingly touch her head. Was Irene's outfit a coincidence or planned? Someone seemed to be doing whatever they could to reach his goal. Upon seeing Irene, Jack smiled undetectably. Then, he looked down at his phone, pretending as if he didn't see her just now. "Hi, President Dawson. What a coincidence. Why are you here?" Jack looked up, pretending to be surprised. "Why are you here?" "I'm also part-timing as a cocktail waitress here, haha." "A waitress? You sure have a lot of professions?" Jack said, his words containing another layer of meaning. Upon hearing this, Irene playfully stuck out her tongue. "Unlike you, I'm a normal person with a normal person's salary. I can't afford super expensive houses and cars, so I obviously have to work multiple jobs to achieve my dream." "Dream? What's your dream?" Jack stared at Irene's face. She really did look like Chloe. "My dream? It's a secret. I'll tell you another time, haha." "Should we have a drink since we ran into each other tonight?" Irene suggested. Jack didn't respond, so she sat down beside him and poured herself a glass of wine. "I grew up in the countryside, so my tolerance is really good. I used to steal my dad's rice wine when I was younger." "You don't have a boyfriend, do you?" Jack suddenly asked. "Ahem. What's with the sudden question?" Irene was drinking wine and almost choked upon hearing this question. "I just thought of it, so I asked. How did you know that I didn't have a boyfriend?" "Because you never mentioned having one," Jack said without much emotion. "Fine. You win, President Dawson. You're really good at paying attention to details. You're right, I don't have a boyfriend. That's why I found it weird." "What's so weird about it? Not everyone is as lucky as Vice Director Green, and not everyone can meet their President Dawson and fall in love forever at such a young age." "Ha." Jack smiled faintly. What's with the expression? Was I wrong? Irene looked at Jack. No, I used to think so as well. But recently I noticed that Chloe and I have issues that we can't resolve. Did you guys have a fight or something? Because of what? Irene asked on purpose, trying to get information out of Jack. Sometimes couples that look happy on the outside may be parting ways on the inside. In the end, passion will disappear, and all that will be left is familial love. It's getting that serious? Did you guys really get into a fight? Irene asked. Fight? I guess so. Chloe left tonight and went back to her mother's. She left me and our daughters. Then, Jack purposely took a sip of wine. Upon hearing this, Irene's brain went into overdrive. Then, she quietly asked, Can I be a gossip and ask what happened? Vice Director Green doesn't seem like an irrational person. Jack didn't respond. He took out his phone and opened an app. Then, he threw his phone onto the table for Irene to see. The latter picked up his phone, read the headlines, and pretended to be surprised. Did Vice Director Green cheat on you? It's not that serious, Jack responded faintly. This really isn't something the Vice Director would do. Looking at those pictures, Irene added fuel to the flame, sounding as if she felt bad for Jack. I'm not mad she had dinner with that man. I'm just mad that she said she was going to work overtime and therefore couldn't attend the business gathering tonight. That obviously wasn't the case. So, Vice Director Green lied to you and had dinner with that man instead? Irene asked. Jack looked down but didn't respond. Do you know that guy, though? She asked again. Yeah, he's our high school classmate. Oh, if that's the case, I'm sure nothing happened. Plus, Vice Director Green doesn't look like someone who would cheat, am I right? Irene said fakely. It's fine that they went to dinner. The problem is she lent him $5 million. $5 million? Vice Director Green sure is rich. It's all my money. She doesn't earn that much. $5 million isn't a small figure, Jack said on purpose. Carefully observing Jack's facial expressions, Irene tested the waters. Is it really true? Maybe it's just a rumor. No matter how rich you guys are, $5 million is still a lot to lend to a friend. I think you should look into this. Vice Director Green might be innocent and you might have wronged her. It seemed like she was talking in favor of Chloe, but a smart person would notice that her comment would only make things worse. I've looked into it already. It's true. You investigated Vice Director Green? I thought... Irene paused on purpose. What did you think? Jack raised an eyebrow. I thought... You loved each other so much that you would trust each other with your own lives, Irene replied. Haha, I used to trust her. But recently... She's always been coming home late and barely even takes care of the twins. Those who don't know she's married would assume she's single. In the beginning, I thought she was really busy, but later I realized that... Jack's voice trailed off. Realized what? Irene asked carefully. Once, my daughters and I visited the hospital and we saw her flirting with a doctor called Gabriel. Gabriel? Oh, I know who he is. He's good-looking, from a rich background, and drives around that flashy purple Ferrari. But I heard that he's just classmates with Vice Director Green. Don't you know him too? What classmates? He left after the first semester, and Chloe and I barely interacted with him during that time. That's why her actions hurt me. I had her followed because I became disappointed in her actions. That's how I found out that she lent David $5 million. If that's really the case, then Vice Director Green is really in the wrong. Why can't she treasure a great husband like you? So do you still think we really love each other? Jack looked Irene in the eyes ever so sincerely. Her face immediately turned red. Jack had never looked at her like this before. I didn't know that you guys had all these problems. I always thought you guys were the perfect couple. I heard about your relationship even before I interviewed at GK, and I interviewed because you were my role model. I was surprised that you fired me because I looked like your wife. And back then, I thought it was because you loved her too much, and that's why you hated the way I look. Irene said quietly and softly, like a little girl that was wronged. Her young age, the way she dresses, and her overall demeanor really did make Irene seem really cute. Staring at her, Jack slowly opened his mouth. Why would I hate the way you look? Truth be told, you... Me what? Irene asked with anticipation. You might find it funny, but you remind me of a younger version of Chloe." "Really?" she exclaimed happily. "Really? What an honor. I heard Vice Director Green was super cool and domineering back in high school." She was indeed really domineering and cute back then. Jack's lips curled up at the thought of this. This was the first time Irene saw Jack smile from the bottom of his heart. He really was super handsome. Jack had a near-perfect face and a smile capable of creating a mass heart attack. Justin and Andrew's looks were nothing compared to his. Once, Sarah even said that with Jack's face, he could become the ultimate celebrity if he chose to work in the entertainment industry. And now, Little Bean and Pudding inherited Jack's looks, and that was why they were so good-looking. The twins were a combination of their dad's good looks and their mom's brain. Irene couldn't tear her eyes away from him and be suddenly in a daze. "What are you thinking about?" Jack asked. "Oh, nothing. I just think you seem to really love our Vice Director Green." "Yeah, I used to, but that's all in the past and based on the fact that she loved me as well. How can I not be heartbroken by her betrayal?" Jack frowned. "Don't be sad, President Dawson. You're such a good man. I'm sure you'll find someone better." "Forget it. I used to think Chloe was the best, but how did that work out? I don't trust women anymore. If worst comes to worst, I'm going to move back to the States with my daughters." "What? You want to move to the States? What about your company here then?" "It's simple. I can hire a temporary president. It's what I did back then when I lived in the US for 4 years. Forget it. Let's not talk about this." Then, Jack picked up his wine glass and drank what was left inside in front of Irene. This rehearsed action made Irene feel like Jack was really drinking away his sorrows. "President Dawson, if you're okay with it, I can drink with you." Then, Irene picked up his own wine glass and drank everything in it. "You sure have a high tolerance for alcohol," Jack complimented. "Ha, didn't I tell you? I've been drinking since I was young. You might not even be able to drink as much as me. Come on, let's drink our hearts out." Then, Irene picked up the bottle of wine and poured Jack and herself a glass each. Not far away from them, a team of paparazzi aimed their cameras at Jack and Irene, their shutters clicking again and again. 2 hours later, near midnight, Jack and a tipsy Irene walked out the nightclub. The latter sneezed at an icy breeze. "It's so cold, I should have worn more clothes out," she exclaimed. At a moment like this, she really thought that a gentleman like Jack would take off his expensive jacket and put it on her. "It's late. I should head back." "Are you okay with taking a taxi?" Jack turned around and asked. Irene was dumbfounded for a whole 3 seconds, and then she finally came back to her senses and stuttered, "Oh, I'm okay with taking a taxi." Then I'm going to go now." "Wait, President Dawson." "What?" "Let me find a designated driver for you. You've had too much. What if the traffic police hail you down?" "Don't worry about that. None of the cops have the guts to arrest me." Then, with a snicker, Jack got on his black Bentley and drove away, leaving Irene alone on the street, waiting for her taxi. As soon as Jack got in his car, his expression fell. He glanced at Irene from his rearview mirror with a complicated expression on his face. Then, he directly headed home. "Hey, pretty lady, where are you headed? I can give you a ride." Some random guy outside the club came up and flirted with Irene. F off. Irene wasn't in the mood to talk. Therefore, she angrily hailed down a taxi and headed home. She arrived home close to midnight. Throwing her bag onto the couch, Irene took out her phone and called Andrew through a secure app. Irene. "Big Brother Green." Andrew. "Irene, how was it?" Irene. "I just saw him. They really got into a fight." Andrew. "So it's true? Didn't you ask him about it?" Irene. "It doesn't seem fake. Jack looked really sad. He even talked to me about Chloe back in the day." Andrew. "Oh, I see." Irene. "But he's so not a gentleman. I drank with him all night and thought he would at least drive me home and give me the chance to approach him further. But he ended up driving away, leaving me there to take a taxi home myself." Her tone was filled with displeasure. Andrew. "Ha ha, that's a good thing." Irene. "Big Brother Green, why are you laughing? Now's not the time." Andrew. What do you know? That's Jack's true self. If he really drove you home and let you approach him, it means he knows that you're a fake. Jack's an indifferent person to begin with, so his attitude towards you is normal. I guess he really did get into a fight with Chloe. Irene. I also think I'm not the only reason they fought. Jack also mentioned Gabriel. Andrew. Gabriel? That rich heir that recently started working at Southside? Irene. Big Brother Green, he's not one of your guys? Andrew. No, Irene. That's weird. I always thought you ordered Gabriel to keep an eye on Chloe. Andrew. But I didn't. Irene. What a coincidence. I heard my colleagues at Southside talk about Gabriel. Apparently he's interested in Chloe and flirts with her with every chance he gets. Jack also told me that he once saw them eating together at the hospital. This is true. I heard about this too. Andrew. I think I have to look into this Gabriel then. Anything else? Irene. Yeah, one more thing, Andrew. Go on. Irene. Do you know who David is? Andrew. He's Chloe's classmate from high school. Irene. Jack told me that Chloe lent him $5 million. Andrew. She did? Irene. Jack said he investigated himself. Andrew, you should look into this as well and find out why Chloe really lent that much money to him. Anyways, Jack's really mad about this, and I think David liked Chloe back in the day. That's why Jack's so angry that Chloe lent him money. Andrew. Okay, I'll look into this. Is there anything else? Irene. Jack also said that I look like a younger version of Chloe. Andrew. Haha, you did well, Irene. Irene. Big Brother Green, I did everything you trained me to do. Jack also said that if things really end up badly with Chloe, he wants to go back to the United States and take the twins with him. Andrew. He's probably bluffing. Jack wouldn't give up on Chloe without a fight. You can't believe everything he says. Irene. You're right, Big Brother Green. I will keep gathering intel. Andrew. Be on the lookout and try to see him more often. I'm dropping a bombshell tomorrow. Irene. What bombshell? Andrew. You'll find out soon enough, but after tomorrow things will be more difficult for you. Are you scared? Irene. Of course not. You know I would do anything for you. Andrew. Okay. After this is done, you will be rewarded well. Get some rest. We'll talk soon. Irene. Okay. After hanging up, Irene let out a long sigh of relief. She used to be just a normal country girl. 5 years ago, she met Andrew, and he changed her life. Over the last 5 years, she never stopped copying Chloe and even mimicked her voice. To look more like her, Irene even underwent at least a dozen surgical procedures. After all that, Andrew burnt all her medical files and even killed the doctor who did it. This way, no one aside from the two of them would ever know that she got plastic surgery. Even her parents thought that her appearance changed because she grew up, and her classmates thought that her change was nothing more than makeup. Andrew was good. He created a Chloe replica so much like the original that even Justin and Jack were almost fooled. 5 years ago, Andrew began training his ultimate weapon because he knew he would be able to use Irene to his advantage one day. He indeed planned far enough into the future. South Hill Manor, master bedroom. After Jack got home, he took a quick shower. As he walked out, he called instinctively, "Honey, are you asleep yet?" However, he received no response. Only then did he remember that Chloe had gone back to her mother's. Putting on this show was sure hard. However, they both knew that if they didn't deal with Andrew, their family would never be able to live in peace. Therefore, Jack and Chloe decided to go through with the act. A while ago, Jack noticed that Andrew had placed bugs in Chloe's office and car. He even bought off one of the maids at South Hill Manor, but Jack didn't say anything or uproot them all. Instead, he decided to go with the flow and use them to his advantage. That day, Chloe and Jack talked secretly for a long time in the study. Jack crawled into bed, lit up a cigarette, and thought back to that evening. Jack. Honey, I need to talk to you about something serious. Chloe. Sure, Jack. Andrew placed bugs in your office, car, and some areas in our house. Chloe. This. Jack smiled and lovingly caressed Chloe's head. Calm down, honey. Chloe. Don't worry, honey, I'm fine. Jack. I'm trying to say that Andrew hasn't done anything big in the last few years, so this time, we should take a chance and bring an end to everything. Chloe. What do you mean? Jack. We shouldn't be on the defensive. Let's go with his plan. Chloe. So, what should we do? What do you have in mind? Chloe admiringly looked at Jack and knew he definitely had something cooking in his brain. Jack. I have a plan, but I'm afraid that the moment I start executing it, you will feel like you are wronged. Chloe. I'm not scared of that, honey. Tell me. Jack. I want to go with his plan and use it to our advantage. The bugs are just a beginning. I'm sure Andrew has other things in store for us. We will need to act accordingly. All we need to do is to make him think that he really tricked us. Chloe. Not a problem. I'll definitely cooperate. Jack. The only thing I'm worried about is that he might try to make us fight. I don't want to hurt you in any way. Chloe. I'm fine. I know you're doing this for our future. Jack nodded. He lovingly held Chloe's hand and placed it on his face. I just want everything with him to end. You know how obsessed Andrew is with you. Plus, unlike Justin, he's not a good man. He's a ticking bomb that might explode at any time. I'm constantly worried about you and the twins. So this time, I want to fight him to the death. Chloe. Don't say stuff like that. We'll win for sure. Jack. If in the end Andrew really dies, will you blame me? Jack knew that after Andrew almost died for her when they were kidnapped by Liam, Chloe didn't hate him as much as she used to. After hearing his question, Chloe fell silent for a few seconds. Then, she said in all seriousness, If it's good for us and our family, and if it will make you stop worrying about us, then it's his fate. Jack secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness Chloe wasn't being Mother Teresa, or things would get even more troublesome. Jack. Starting tomorrow, we'll need to go into character. Don't let anyone notice that you're acting. Andrew has trust issues, so I'm sure he won't believe us at first. We have to keep going until he does. Chloe. Don't worry, honey. I may not be an actress, but I'll try my best to not disappoint you, okay? Jack looked at Chloe's smiling face. At this moment, everything seemed to be worth it. Jack. He also placed a bug in this study. Chloe. What? Does that mean he heard everything we just talked about? She looked helplessly at Jack and pouted like a little girl that had been wronged. Jack's heart almost melted from how cute his wife was, and he couldn't help but chuckle out loud. Chloe. What's so funny? This isn't the time to laugh at me. Jack. Honey, can you let me finish first? You need to relax. Chloe. Go on, finish. Jack. Although he placed a bug in the study, I placed an anti-wiretapping device. So, Andrew will only hear what we want him to hear. Don't worry. Chloe. Gosh, you scared me. Suddenly, Jack grabbed Chloe by the arm and pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly by the waist. Chloe. What are you doing? Are you getting horny or something? Jack. I'll always be horny when I'm with you. Blushing, Chloe buried her head into Jack's arms, enjoying the heat of his body and love. Jack. I'm sorry, Chloe. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to eliminate Andrew from our lives and that you and our children are suffering because of that. Chloe. What are you talking about? Honey, you've done great. Plus, Andrew is mentally deranged. He's not normal, which makes things more difficult for us. Don't you remember saying that last time we lost, not because we weren't smart enough, but because we value human life, and Andrew doesn't? He can treat people like trash, but we can't. Jack. I understand. Chloe. So, honey, promise me that you won't feel bad, all right? Jack. I promise. Chloe. So beginning tomorrow, we need to pretend to fight. Jack. Right, and each fight has to be more serious than the last. Towards the end, we will have to pretend that we're going to get divorced. Chloe. Do we really need to get divorced? Jack. No, I refuse. Chloe. Haha, it's fine, it's just for show. Once we get rid of him, we can get married again. Jack. No, even if it's fake, I never want to get divorced. Chloe knew that Jack cared about this a lot. Therefore, she gave in. Okay, fine. I'll listen to you. Jack. You You need to be careful of anyone who tries to approach you. Chloe nodded heavily. I will. Jack finished reminiscing about his conversation with Chloe and turned around to face his empty bed. Although he knew it was all fake, Jack still felt bad. He looked down at his phone. It was almost 1 a.m. With a sigh, he opened the hidden drawer in his bedside table and took out a bottle of unmarked medicine. Then, he twisted open the cap, took out 2 white pills habitually, and took them with water. By the time he had laid back down in bed and closed his eyes, his phone began to ring. Jack jumped up with anticipation. He thought it was Chloe. Although he knew Andrew was monitoring their phone calls and they wouldn't be able to say anything too intimate, he still wanted to hear her voice, at the very least. However, his eyes dimmed with disappointment when he saw the caller ID. He picked up his phone with a calm tone. "Avery? Big brother? Were you asleep?" "Not yet. What's wrong?" "Everything's wrong. Why else would I call you at this hour? It's not like I don't know the time difference between here and the country," Avery said stubbornly. "Go on. What's going on with you and Chloe? You guys got into a fight?" Avery asked. Upon hearing this question, Jack felt helpless. "Little Bean told you? Why does that matter anyway? Is it true or not?" Avery demanded. "It's complicated. Let it go, will you?" Jack didn't sound like he was in a good mood. "I refuse to do that," Avery insisted. "Why won't you listen to me? Have you even figured out your own problems?" Jack scolded with a frown. I can deal with my own business," Avery replied, stuttering a little. "Did you figure things out with your dad yet?" Jack asked. "I will, sooner or later," Avery responded without much confidence. "It's late. I'm going to bed." Then, before Avery could say anything else, Jack hung up the phone. "Wait, big brother, I'm not done yet. What's going on between you and—" However, Jack had already hung up, leaving Avery as sad as a deflated balloon. "Avery, what did your brother say?" Max asked. "He hung up before I had a chance to say anything," Avery said dejectedly. "Then it must be true. Little Bean wasn't lying to us." Max handed Avery the ice cream that was just delivered to their table. Then, he grabbed a napkin and gave it to her. His service was on point. I'm surprised as well. Although Little Bean's always joking around, she could never lie about this. "I'm sure something's going on between him and my sister-in-law. What should we do? How about, I ask, Justin?" "Oh, that's a good idea. Call him right now." Avery immediately agreed with Max's suggestion. Although it was broad daylight in the United States, it was after midnight in the country. Therefore, Justin almost cussed when his phone rang. "F you, Max. I'm going to kill you when you come back," Justin cursed sleepily. "You can do whatever you want to me after you answer my question." Max began sucking up. "Why can't you ask me tomorrow? Do you want me to chop you up into pieces?" Justin was obviously not happy to be woken up at such an ungodly hour. Who would? "Come on, don't be mad, young Master Cooper. I would never call you and wake you up if I didn't have something important to ask," Max said. "Just ask me already, I'm so sleepy." "Yes, sir. I wanted to ask you about Jack and Chloe." Upon hearing Chloe's name, Justin slowly opened his eyes and sat up on his bed, turning on the light on his bedside table. "About Chloe? Go on." As expected, Justin was immediately interested. "I heard Jack and Chloe's been fighting, and last night Chloe got so mad that she went back to her mother's house and left the twins behind." "What the F? What kind of rumor is that?" Justin asked with surprise. "Little Bean told us this, and it's true. Avery just got off the phone with Jack and said he seemed off. We assumed that you would know about this since you're in the country. I didn't hear about it. Chloe really went back to her mom's and left the kids at South Hill?" Justin couldn't believe it. Chloe was such a calm person. She would never do something like that, right? She loved her children more than her life, so what kind of argument did she and Jack have for her to leave the children behind? By this time, Justin had completely woken up, and he was worried sick about Chloe. "Justin, you really don't know about this? Didn't anything happen between them recently?" Max asked. Max's question suddenly reminded Justin of Irene. "Justin, are you listening to me?" "I am. Go on." "Oh, I just wanted to see if you knew anything, but I guess you didn't know about this." No, I didn't know that Chloe went back to her mother's. Didn't Pudding and Little Bean tell you? No, they're smart children. They know telling me about their parents' argument is problematic. After all, the whole world knows that you're in love with Jack's wife, Max finished Justin's thought. Right, Justin admitted. He had never denied his feelings for Chloe. He was the kind of person who loved someone out in the open, and no one could stop him if he wanted to take care of another person. Forget it then. Avery and I will talk about the next steps. You know how much she cares about Chloe and Jack. How are you guys doing? Justin suddenly asked. How else can we be doing? My father-in-law is so traditional and just as stubborn as his daughter. Just thinking about the situation gives me a headache. When are you coming back? Why? You're lonely and you miss me? Max laughed evilly. As if I want you to live in the States for the rest of your life. That's not going to happen. I'm so bored here. Once my father-in-law calms down, we're going to come back. If I live here any longer, I'm going to turn into a hamburger, Max complained. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep. I'll talk to Chloe soon. Okay. Max hung up, having gotten no information from Justin. However, the latter couldn't fall back asleep because of their brief conversation. Justin really wanted to call or message Chloe. However, it was too late, and he didn't want to wake her up. Therefore, he had no choice but to wait until morning. Chloe didn't sleep well that night. She knew that if they wanted to seem believable, they had to give their all. However, she had never left the twins behind, and as a mother, she felt worse than ever. She wrapped her blanket around her body and thought about her husband and children, trying not to cry. Finally, it was morning. Chloe got up at 5 a.m. and went downstairs to help her mother with breakfast. Chloe, did you and Jack get into a fight? Sandra asked. No. Why did you come all the way here last night then? When was the last time you stayed here? Don't be sensitive, Mom. I was working overtime, Chloe said vaguely. Don't lie to me. You're my daughter. Of course I know what's going on in that head of yours, Sandra scoffed, obviously unconvinced. Chloe wanted to explain, but she suddenly felt nauseous. She immediately ran to the garbage can, trying to control herself. What's going on? Are you not feeling well? I'm not sure. I think it's because I didn't sleep well last night. Chloe, are you pregnant again? Sandra asked with excitement. Chloe froze. After a brief second, she shook her head. I can't be. I got my period just last month. What about this month? This month? Before Chloe could finish her thought, Thomas ran into the kitchen. Sis, have you seen the news yet? No, why? Something big happened. Your husband's now trending, Thomas said with a pale face, handing his phone over to Chloe. The latter's face darkened as soon as she saw Thomas's screen. In glaring words were the following: Billionaire's wedding in trouble. President of GK goes on a date with his wife's doppelganger. Below the headline was a blurry photo of Jack and the woman who looked like her. Who else could it be but Irene? Sis, I really thought she was you when I first met her. She even dresses like you. If memory serves me right, you have an outfit like that as well, don't you? Thomas asked. Let's talk outside. Chloe immediately put away Thomas's phone and pushed Thomas out of the kitchen. She didn't want her mother to worry. Chloe, what's wrong? Sandra couldn't help but notice how cryptic her daughter was. Oh, nothing. Just celebrity gossip. Mom, I need to talk to Thomas. Can you make me some potato pancakes? Sure. Inside the living room, Chloe stared blankly at Thomas's phone, her brows twisted into a knot. Sis, isn't this woman's name Irene? Mm-hmm. Chloe nodded. She's such a batch. Stella was right about her. Thomas suddenly erupted with anger. What did Stella say? Chloe looked up at her brother and asked. Stella said my brother-in-law has been acting really weird recently. Apparently, he canceled a couple of meetings to go see Irene. In the beginning, I didn't believe her, but everyone's talking about it, especially the finance department. Do you remember when Sun fainted? My brother-in-law took her to the hospital. After Sun was discharged, she treated Irene and Jack to dinner, and Irene even posted a photo of them. Irene seems like a really manipulative woman. Also, sis, don't get mad at me for saying this, but I didn't used to think Jack would so something like that. But after what happened, I couldn't help but rethink things. Why would he go eat with Sun? Once he even rejected the mayor's invitation to dinner. He doesn't seem like himself. I think Irene's using some schemes on him. Thomas, do you think Irene looks like me? Chloe didn't respond to Thomas's rant about Jack. Rather, she asked him another question. We're siblings. Just tell me the truth. I can take it. The truth is, you guys really do look alike. Plus, she's younger and looks like you from high school. Rumor has it that your personalities are similar as well. I've never talked to her before, so I don't know much, but Stella despises her. She's also mad at Jack for what happened. I know. Stella's always been on my side. Chloe nodded. Sis, what should we do? Now that it's on the news, everyone knows. This is such a huge scandal for you. Plus, you're the vice director of Southside. People are going to talk about you. Thomas truly felt bad for his sister. It's fine. I don't care what other people say. So you're going to let this go? Thomas stared at Chloe in disbelief. He felt like his sister had become more mellow since giving birth to the twins. Was she really going to let someone like Irene bully her? Back then, even Bella was scared of her. I know what to do. I will talk to Jack. You should, as soon as possible. Thomas nodded. Breakfast is ready. Sandra brought out the dishes she made. She suddenly thought of her unanswered question. Chloe, Thomas cut me off just now, so you didn't answer my question. Have you had your period yet this month? After a brief moment of hesitation, Chloe answered, I did, just a couple days ago. Oh, I see. Sandra seemed disappointed. What's going on, Mom? Is my sister pregnant again? Thomas seemed confused. No, I guessed wrong. I thought she was... Chloe, if your stomach's not feeling well, drink lots of hot water and get some more rest. You must be overworking yourself. How many patients are you treating every day? Don't work too hard, okay? Sandra was still a bit worried about her daughter. I'm already used to it, Mom. I'm fine. I'll take good care of myself, Chloe said. Before Chloe left, she reminded Thomas to not tell their mom anything. Their mother barely went on the internet, so the chances of her finding out were slim. Plus, Chloe didn't want her to worry. Then, she headed to Southside directly from Sky Blessing Court. GK headquarters, President Dawson, these are the documents for this morning's conference. Okay, leave them here, Jack replied without looking up. However, Stella didn't leave. What else do you need? He looked up at Stella, who was standing there with a serious expression on her face. President Dawson, I saw the news this morning. You went out with Irene last night, didn't you? Since when is an assistant allowed to interfere with my personal life? Jack asked icily. As your subordinate, I don't have authority to interfere with your personal life. However, I'm friends with President Green, and during the 4 years she survived without you, she took care of the twins and your company at the same time. Chloe is such a great woman, and she's given a lot to be with you. She really loves you. So? Jack raised an eyebrow. So you shouldn't do anything to hurt her? So only she's allowed to hurt me? Jack asked. Stella suddenly didn't know how to respond. Stay out of our business. I know. You can leave now. Jack waved his hand impatiently. President Dawson, when is Assistant Mark coming back? Stella suddenly asked. Why? Once he comes back, I would like to be moved back to my original position. I don't think this current job is a good match for me. Jack was speechless. Stella was obviously mad at Jack. After all, she and Chloe were good friends. Okay, I'll talk to Mark when he comes back. You'll only have to be my assistant for a few more days. Originally, Jack thought Thomas would come knocking on his door and lecture him about what happened. However, to Jack's surprise, he didn't. The morning passed by extremely calmly. During the lunch break, however, Stella couldn't find Thomas anywhere in the cafeteria, which was extremely rare. She couldn't reach him on the phone either. Southside, Finance Department. Irene was heading towards the cafeteria with her colleagues when Thomas, wearing a black suit, appeared outside. Who is Irene? I am. Irene walked up. Oh, it's you. Can we talk alone? Do I know you? Irene asked arrogantly. You don't know me, But the person you met last night is my brother-in-law. Chloe is my sister. Oh, you're Vice Director Green's brother? Wow, he's good-looking, but he seems really angry. The colleagues were quietly chatting. Irene smiled. Sure, let's talk then. She and Thomas then walked to a quiet corner in the hospital. Her colleagues watched with interest. They wondered what would happen to Irene and what Thomas was going to do to her. Okay, no one's here. What do you want to talk to me about? Irene glared impatiently at Thomas. Don't you know why I'm here? Thomas asked in all seriousness as he stared at her face, which almost looked identical to Chloe's. You're funny. How would I know? I'm not a fortune teller. Young man, stop wasting my time, okay? Just tell me what you want, Irene snorted. Her attitude reflected her unwillingness to waste time with Thomas. If you say so. You were the woman with my brother-in-law last night, weren't you? I saw you on the news this morning. So what if I am? Irene asked back provocatively. My sister likes wearing casual clothes, and her favorite color is beige. You have the same taste. Is it weird that we have the same tastes in clothes? No, but it's despicable of you to be a dirty mistress and steal another woman's husband. Are you referring to me? Irene snickered. Do you think I'm referring to myself? Thomas spat back. He hated this woman's arrogance. This woman was nothing like his sister. She sullied Chloe's looks. Why am I a dirty mistress? Because I had a drink with President Dawson? If that's the case, it means your sister and brother-in-law's relationship is weak. That's why your sister feels insecure. Their relationship is not your business. You have no right to seduce my brother-in-law. You're still young, Miss Irene. Why would you do something the world looks down upon? So you're here to stop me? Irene looked down nonchalantly and played with her fingers. She clearly didn't care about Thomas. You can think of it like that. What if I refused to stop? What would you do then? Threaten me? Have someone beat me up? Or give me a bunch of money? Irene smiled. Have someone beat you up? No, I don't hit women. Threaten you? I don't think that's necessary. As for giving you a bunch of money, I don't think you're worth it. Thomas has never argued with a woman like this. He indirectly cussed at her as politely as he could. Irene, of course, understood what Thomas meant. You don't have the right to decide if I'm worth it. Tell me, did you come today to your sister's aid to try scaring me down? Thomas didn't respond. If so, then you should leave. I like doing things my way, and I won't change my mind just because of something you say. If I want to do something, I will go through all means to do so. If I don't want to do something, you'll never be able to make me do it. If that's the case, pretend you didn't see me today. However, you should know your place. If history means anything, it's that when it comes to my sister, no one will win. You're not the first one. Zoe, Bella, Gianna, Emery, they're all better than you. And what were their endings? Think about it. If you don't go looking for trouble, trouble won't come to you. Oh yeah? But the thing is, I like trouble. Good. Then I hope you can die early and move on to the next life sooner. Then, Thomas turned around to leave. He wasted his time coming here today. It was obvious that Irene was purposely seducing Jack. But why would Jack fall for her tricks? What an idiot. Irene rolled her eyes with disgust as she watched Thomas walk away. Thomas came without telling Chloe, so he wanted to leave from the back door before anyone else saw him. However, Chloe still saw him. Thomas, wait. Chloe quickly ran up to Thomas, stopping him. Ha, sis, how did you know I was here? The entire hospital knows you're here, why shouldn't I? The entire hospital knows? Don't exaggerate. Thomas scratched his head and played dumb. The truth was, when Thomas came, almost everyone in the finance department saw him. Therefore, the news of his arrival spread like wildfire in the cafeteria. That was how Chloe found out. She ran downstairs without eating lunch, just so she could stop him before he left. Thomas, you talked to Irene? Don't do it again in the future. Why not? Are you really going to accept being bullied like this? Are you really okay with that batch stepping all over you? Thomas asked angrily. No, that's not the case. I'll deal with my own problems. Please don't interfere. Sis, I did this for your sake. I know. Go back to work, all right? I can deal with this. Sis, if you can really deal with this, You wouldn't have come home in the middle of the night and left your daughters behind. Tell me the truth, sis. Are you guys not talking? What happened? How would someone like Irene succeed in gaining my brother-in-law's attention? Is it just because she's younger? I don't want to talk about this. Thomas, please don't interfere again. If you get involved, things will become more complicated. Sis, are you saying that I should just mind my own business? Chloe opened her mouth to explain, but Thomas cut her off. Sis, people nowadays enjoy watching a drama. If you weren't my sister, I would never want to interfere even if you pay me. We grew up together, and you've done so much for me over the years. I don't want others to bully you, even my brother-in-law. You've been through so much, you deserve to enjoy your life, and I don't want you to suffer any more pain. Feeling bad, Thomas put his hands on his sister's shoulders. She seemed to have even lost weight recently. Thomas, I know what you mean. I will always be on your side. If my brother-in-law is still refusing to turn back around, Stella and I have talked about it, we will resign from GK. Resign? Absolutely not. Chloe shook her head. Don't try to talk me out of it. I'm a grown man, and the only reason I began working at GK was that it's my brother-in-law's company. I wanted to him help because we're family. But with him like this, I don't want to pretend everything's okay. I can find a job anywhere else. Why should I stay here and work for someone like him? Thomas, calm down. I know your brother-in-law and I have issues to resolve, but our marriage is fine, okay? Other people might not understand, but you should, okay? Don't believe everything you see. Chloe couldn't tell Thomas that she and Jack were just putting on a show, so she tried her best to convince Thomas. However, the latter wasn't a genius like his sister. The more Chloe tried to explain, the more Thomas felt bad for her sister. Sis, stop it. I've made up my mind. Anyways, I cursed at Irene today, and I'm willing to do anything for you. Go back to work, sis. Are you staying with us again tonight? I'm going to stay at South Hill Manor. I miss the twins. Call me if anything happens. Chloe nodded and watched as Thomas left the hospital in his Chevrolet Camaro. Jack had gifted Thomas this car when he was still in school. Thomas had always been a sentimental man. Dr. Green, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, Gabriel appeared next to Chloe. His tone was soft, and his lips were curled into a small smile. Nothing. Chloe put her hands in her white lab coat and looked down, her black-rimmed glasses covering her eyes. Gabriel really didn't know what she was thinking about. I saw the news. So? Chloe tilted her head at him. I wanted to console you, but after seeing you, I changed my mind. Why? Because you're a strong woman, unlike those spoiled women with princess syndrome that whine about nothing. You think too much of me. I'm just an ordinary person. I trust my instincts, Gabriel replied. Stop pretending to be my friend. I don't like that, Chloe said, annoyed by the man standing in front of her. Then what do you like? Gabriel moved his face up to Chloe's, closing the distance between them. Chloe instinctively took a few steps back. She didn't like to be in close proximity to anyone but Jack, not to mention physical contact. Don't be scared. I'm not going to eat you. Ha, Gabriel laughed. You're funny, Dr. Gabriel. I need to go back to work now. Chloe turned around to leave, but Gabriel suddenly said, I'm curious about something. Chloe stopped but didn't turn around, obviously waiting for him to finish his thought. Out of all our classmates, why would you help David? Is he worth it? He's uneducated and came from a family with new money, strutting around like he owns the place when he's rich and living like a beggar when he's poor. I would get it if you were nice to Henry. After all, he was the class rep and pretty good looking. So I guess my question is, why are you always so annoyed with me, but willing to lend David $5 million without blinking an eye? Chloe, you're a weird woman. I don't understand you. If anyone can understand me, then I wouldn't be Chloe anymore. Why should you understand me anyways? I'm not money. Not everyone's going to like me. As for David, how did you know? I'm sure he didn't say anything. Second of all, if you want to know why I helped him, I'll tell you. David may like to flaunt, but he's still a good guy. You, on the other hand, are nothing like him. You're rotten from the inside out, even if you are filthy rich. That's why I stay away from you. I'm not an idiot. Chloe, Have I ever done anything to hurt you? Why would you say that I'm rotten from the inside out? Gabriel looked like he had just been wronged. I just never gave you a chance to hurt me. Gabriel, I don't know why you're back in the country, but my instincts tell me that you've been trying to get close to me for a reason. So please, stop pretending to be the victim here and stop comparing yourself to David. I was his classmate for 3 years, but you were in our class for less than a semester. Truth be told, if Henry didn't mention you to me multiple times, I really wouldn't have remembered who you were. Then, Chloe turned around and walked away. Gabriel stood there, feeling bad. This wasn't Chloe's first time being so rude to him. He muttered to himself, things are more complicated than I thought. She's so hard to deal with. Almost everyone at Southside was talking about Irene's encounter with her husband last night. She wasn't angry or sad. She just wondered if Andrew would believe that their act was real. At this thought, Chloe decided to add fire to the flame. Once she went back to her office, she updated her Weibo profile with a new status. In a brief sentence, she wrote, "If you don't treasure what you have, then you don't deserve it." Her simple sentence caused a stir on the internet. More than 50,000 people had commented within the first 30 minutes. Most of Chloe's fans sent her words of concern and encouragement. "Dr. Green, I believe in you. Chloe, you haven't posted in so long. I'd rather believe that all of this is fake. Goddess Green, can you tell us that none of this is true? Dr. Green, are you and Mr. Dawson all right? Are you guys really splitting up? Please don't, or else I won't believe in love anymore. I always thought you guys would never break up. I don't believe it. If Mr. Dawson really cheated on you, we won't forgive him. Chloe, think about the twins. Don't act rashly. Does he really not love you anymore? Why did this happen? I'm so sad." Chloe's post on Weibo gained the attention of various media outlets, and a bunch of online writers began analyzing her post, word by word. That evening, some TV channel invited a renowned relationship expert to talk about Chloe's post. At that time, Justin was having dinner at home with his parents and grandfather. It was a rare occasion for the four of them to enjoy dinner together. Just as Mrs. Dawson placed a bowl of soup on the dining table, a female broadcaster said on TV, "It appears that President Dawson of GK and his wife Chloe's marriage is in deep trouble. We have footage of both of them cheating on the other." Today, we invited Mrs. G, a well-known relationship expert, to analyze their relationship and make predictions for the future. Then, a woman in her mid-30s began talking about Chloe and Jack's marriage. First, let's see, President Dawson is a Scorpio. These individuals are usually indifferent and even heartless. People like President Dawson are incredibly hard to approach. Dr. Green, on the other hand, is a Virgo. Scorpios and Virgos are supposed to be great for each other, but their differences make them incompatible as well. Moreover, the signs show that their marriage is at a hard spot, so from what I can tell, they might break up. I hate these horoscope analysts. They're all frauds. Plus, they never say anything good. Justin angrily turned off the TV, and everyone around the table fell silent. Justin. "Yes, Grandpa?" Justin said as he took a few bites of food, pretending as if nothing had happened. "What's going on with Chloe and Jack? Why is the entire city talking about them?" Grandpa Cooper asked with a grave tone. "I don't know. I haven't talked to them recently, but I bet it's just gossip. The media is trying to stir something up again." "It doesn't seem so simple this time. Didn't you see Chloe's Weibo post?" Mrs. Cooper asked worriedly. "What post?" "I don't follow her," Justin said on purpose. "You seem off too, Justin." Mr. Cooper looked at Justin with confusion. "No, I don't. They're a married couple. They'll make up soon enough. As an outsider and a friend, I shouldn't interfere. I don't want to worry about them, so you guys should calm down as well, okay?" Justin consoled his family. After dinner, Justin found a random excuse to leave and opened Weibo as soon as he got on his car. Chloe's post had become viral by then. A bunch of netizens had shared her post as well. After some thought, Justin couldn't help but send Chloe a snap message. "Chloe, can you tell me what really happened?" "We're fine," Chloe responded briefly. "You're lying. You guys don't seem fine at all. Jack's on the front page of tabloid magazines, And you're on the front page of Weibo. Chloe didn't reply. I saw your Weibo post. Justin then typed. Oh, Chloe briefly replied. Chloe, are we friends? Justin asked in all seriousness. Of course. Then tell me what happened. I want to help you. Chloe didn't know what to say. She wanted to tell Justin that this was all just for show, but Jack told her not to tell anyone. This secret had to stay just between the two of them. After all, Andrew was monitoring everything and everyone. They couldn't fail at a time like this. Therefore, Chloe didn't know how to respond to Justin. She didn't want to drag Justin into this and make him worried for her, but she knew it was inevitable. She knew how much Justin cared about her. The Weibo post might have been for Andrew to see, but Justin's heart probably really ached seeing it. Let me ask you this then. Did Jack really cheat on you? No, but he really did see Irene last night, Chloe replied. Irene? Haha, I knew she was bad news, I knew it. Justin thought back to everything that had happened since this woman's appearance. Irene is a lot like me when I was younger. Even Thomas said so. So, I understand that Jack might feel differently about her, Chloe said slowly. You understand? Are you an idiot, Chloe? You can understand anything else, but not this. This is twisted, okay? So what if Irene looks like you? She's not you. You're not the same person. We see similar faces in the entertainment industry every day, but the fake will never replace the original. I know this more than anyone. Aside from her face, Irene is nothing like you. How can a shallow woman like her compare to you? Justin exclaimed emotionally. Upon hearing Justin's rant, Chloe fell silent. Just as she was going to respond, Justin asked, Chloe, what happened to you? You used to be so scary and confident. This isn't you. Justin, the truth is, I'm scared. I'm scared that I might not be the only apple of Jack's eye anymore. What if he really leaves me? What should I do then? After all, he's the only reason for my happiness, Chloe said sadly. Justin felt his heart ache for this woman and himself. Jack doesn't seem like someone who would do this, though. I'm sure there's another reason. Have you guys talked? We did, but it didn't amount to anything, so I don't want to talk about it anymore. So it's true that you're not talking? You really went back to your mother's? Justin asked, suddenly remembering what Max had told him earlier. Uh-huh. Chloe gave a short but confirming answer. I see it's real then. I guess the situation is not as simple as I thought. Justin, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. BS, how can I not be worried when you're like this already? Justin would very rarely yell at Chloe, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Chloe downcasted her eyes and didn't say anything. Let me ask you something. Does the problem stem from Irene? If she's gone, will the problem be solved? What are you trying to do? Justin, don't do anything rash. Chloe's heart sank slightly. The words that came out of Justin's mouth scared her a little. What am I trying to do? I'm obviously trying to help my friend. On Jack's side, I will find a time to talk to him. Don't be too sad, okay? For the next couple of days, if you need to go home, then you should go home, or else the kids will miss you. I know. I'm going back to the South Hill Manor today. Good. Justin, don't mess with Irene. I'm afraid that it will only make things worse because Jack might think I made you do it and make the misunderstanding even deeper. I'm not that rash. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Chloe hung up the phone and couldn't help but feel guilty. Chloe and Jack were merely putting on a show, but in the end, it still got Justin involved, and they couldn't even explain it to clear up the misunderstanding. The Green Corporation's HQ. Andrew put down his earphones and fell into deep thought after hearing Chloe and Justin's conversation. Based on their conversation, it sounded like Chloe and Jack really had a fight, and that she was vexing over it. Justin, on the other hand, also sounded genuinely worried. But was all of it real? Or was it all a show? There was no doubt that Andrew was a suspicious person. It was no surprise that he was constantly wondering what the real truth was, despite how Irene had told him Jack's reactions. He still was a bit skeptical, even when his spy within South Hill Manor had been watching Jack and Chloe's every moment. After all, this was his last fight. He had played the last card that took him 5 years to plan. If he loses again this time, it will be truly game over. Boss. Chung, any news on Legend's side? Yes, Master Legend already returned back to Pakistan. Apparently, someone messed up an important military armory shipment. Good. It's good to keep him busy. That way he won't be able to keep staring down my back. Boss, what's going to happen on Legend's side? Will he really let you go easily when everything is done and you leave with Miss Green? None of this is a problem. As long as Chloe is willing to leave with me, I can take care of everything else. Andrew sounded rather confident. When Chloe got off work and walked through the door, Little Bean came running with a bear hug and started crying. Little Bean, what's wrong? Don't scare Mommy. Anxiously, Chloe threw down her bag and lifted up the chubby Little Bean. Mommy, where were you? I missed you so much. Why did you leave Sis and me behind when you and Daddy are fighting? We don't want to be punished because of you guys. Sorry. Mommy shouldn't have left. Mommy will never do that again. Where's your sis? Chloe looked around the house and noticed Pudding wasn't home. Sis went to Auntie Victoria's home to look for Kenneth. Why didn't you go too? Mommy, are you confused? If I were to go, I would be going to Auntie Sarah's house. Ethan is my kind of boy. Chloe didn't know what to say. She couldn't believe kids these days. The Blake Manor Pudding. What's going on between your mommy and daddy? Victoria asked as Pudding sat across from the dining table. Before Pudding could respond, Kenneth couldn't take it anymore. He coughed out loud in interruption and gave Victoria a couple of eye rolls. Mom, Pudding rarely comes over for dinner. Can you not be such a Debbie Downer? Ha, look, honey, our son is criticizing you. Someone with high intelligence like you shouldn't be making these rudimentary mistakes. Shut your mouth and eat your food. Victoria gave Brenton a warning glance. Uncle Blake, Auntie Victoria, to be honest, my parents... Pudding, forget that. Let's eat our food. Just ignore the adults. They just love to gossip. It's rather boring. Clearly, Kenneth was looking out for his future wife-to-be. He didn't want his parents to get involved as he didn't have the heart to watch Pudding bring up the situation. He then immediately placed a large Argentinian lobster in Pudding's bowl. You like seafood, right? Here, have some more. It's super fresh because my grandma sent it over to me. I told her that you were coming for dinner today, and if it weren't for the fact that they had a family birthday party to attend to, they would have joined us to greet you. No need to be so formal. I've been stuck at home recently a lot, so I wanted to come out for some fresh air, Pudding explained in a low voice. Pudding, you should come over and play more often. Our son likes you a lot. Brenton gave his son a look, signaling Dude, I've helped all I can. Of course I will visit often. Pudding didn't show any resistance and ate gracefully. Due to Pudding's arrival, Kenneth appeared to be much more engaging than usual. After dinner, Victoria diced up some fruits for the kids to eat, while Brenton had some business and headed out. The TV was on, and it started playing the gossip between Chloe and Jack. Kenneth immediately turned the TV off with the remote, in fear that it would upset Pudding. But really, Pudding was rather calm. Compared to Little Bean, she appeared much calmer. Pudding, what are you thinking? Kenneth noticed that she was spacing out. Kenneth, I want to eat ice cream. Okay, I have a lot of ice cream in the fridge. Kenneth jumped off the sofa and was about to head over to the kitchen before Pudding continued. I see that you have an ice cream maker. Can you make a fresh one for me? I can, but I don't really know how to use the machine. Usually my mom and my nanny use it the most. Can you mix some milk with vanilla for me first? We can ask Auntie Victoria to make it for us later. No problem. I will go make it now. Thank you so much. Pudding smiled a little. Kenneth zoomed into the kitchen, feeling more passionate and enthusiastic than ever. At this time, Victoria walked out of the shower. Auntie Victoria, have a seat. Let's talk about my mommy and daddy's situation. Don't worry about it. I was just asking for a conversation. You don't have to take it too seriously. Victoria walked over as she was drying her hair. She smiled kindly at Pudding and sat down beside her. No, I didn't really mind talking about the situation. Kenneth was afraid that I'd be upset, but he's overthinking a little bit. Did you deliberately find something for him to do so you can speak to me alone? Victoria glanced over at her kid, who was happily working in the kitchen, and asked, "Uh-huh." Pudding nodded. "Okay, why don't you tell Auntie what is going on? Initially, I didn't really think it was a big deal, so I never asked your mommy about it. But there's been a lot of news going on recently, and it's beginning to make me worried." Victoria and Chloe were never the kinds of friends that would message each other every minute of every day. But that didn't mean they don't have a close relationship. They were often busy with their own lives, so they would only meet up maybe once every half a month. But they still very much cared about each other. "Actually, I don't really know what happened either," Pudding replied calmly. Victoria was speechless. "But I don't think it's anything like what the media's saying. I know my daddy. He loves Mommy very much. There's no way that they would get a divorce." "Of course. That's what I think too." Victoria nodded. "I think that they seem to have something they can't say, or something like that." "Something they can't say? Like what? What could turn them into this?" Victoria looked doubtful. "I'm not sure what they're doing. I'm not at my mommy and daddy's IQs yet. I'm still a small child and they don't tell me a lot of things. But I don't think there's actually a problem. This is probably just a necessary step towards their goal. So, Auntie Victoria, don't worry about it. It's probably best if you don't ask my mommy about it. If she's really bothered by something, she'd tell you without you asking. After all, you and Auntie Sarah are her closest friends." "Smart. Little girl, that's what I'm thinking too. That's why I haven't said anything even with so much commotion. I'm only mentioning this because I saw you today. Yes, it's basically like this. Once it's finished, I'm pretty sure Mommy will explain it to everyone. As for now, I'm not going to ask anything. I'll just wait for the results." "You and Little Bean really are completely different," Victoria exclaimed while secretly giving Pudding 2 thumbs up. She was only 3, and she was already able to keep calm during a crisis. Not to mention her ability to analyze the situation with such logic, the kid's IQ was really through the roof. If Kenneth really married Pudding, he'd be really lucky. "Of course we're different. My sister's not actually stupid. She's just lazy. She's too lazy to think, too lazy to analyze, basically too lazy to do anything. She relies on Mommy and Daddy for everything. Otherwise, when she has to face something alone, Little Bean's really smart too. That's for sure. Neptune's son can walk on water, haha. Since your daddy and Mommy's genes are so incredible, there's no way that you and Little Bean can be stupid. You and Little Bean, forget kindergartens. I'm pretty sure kindergarten teachers are not as smart as you two. How would they teach you? My mommy thinks so too. That's why we've been left behind. Haha. If you girls are left behind children, you're probably the richest ones in the country. Pudding, I heard that you've been investing in the stock market? Yes, I tried it out. How was it? I made a little, Pudding said modestly. I'm curious. How much is a little? Can you tell me? Victoria was more than curious about her future daughter-in-law. Not much, just 12 million. Victoria almost spat out her tea. Not much? Just 12 million? Pudding, are you serious? Mommy, what are you gossiping about? Didn't I ask you not to talk about that? Kenneth had just finished his work in the kitchen. At the sight of his mommy chatting it up with Pudding, he immediately pulled his mommy away, afraid that Pudding would be upset. You little rascal, are you already on your wifey's side and forgot about your mommy? Do you think it was easy raising you? Victoria teased her son. Miss Victoria, you've only raised me for 4 years. Please don't make it out to be such a big deal, all right? Ha ha. Pudding unleashed a rare fit of laughter. Kenneth, a god of cool and indifference, had just gone against his mommy in front of his future wife. What a kid. Pudding had a great dinner at the Blake house, and afterward, Victoria drove her back home. She left after a short chat with Chloe, making sure that no word of the news was mentioned. Chloe really appreciated it. What do we have here? Someone's willing to come back home? You didn't stay at your mother-in-law's home? Little Bean extended her neck and teased her older sister. You think I'm as irresponsible as you? How could I stay? Pudding scoffed. So, what delicious food did your mother-in-law cook you? Little Bean asked. All kinds of seafood. What do you think? I am jealous, of course. We are sisters, right? You went out and enjoyed a big meal and brought me back nothing. I've been waiting for you all this time for nothing. Look at yourself. Maybe you should lose some weight. Stop eating so much. Or else, even Ethan's going to leave you. Why do you have to say it like this? Little Bean puffed up her cheeks. Pudding, what do you think? Did you enjoy your visit to your Auntie Blake's? Chloe laughed, wanting to suck up to her daughter. After all, she did sort of abandon her daughters at home when she left for her mother's. Pretty fun. Did you have enough? Do you want some more fruit or something? Mommy bought fresh strawberries and lychees for you? Chloe continued. Mommy, just say what you want to say. You don't need to play games with me. Haha, sis, you really are amazing. You're even mocking Mommy now. I think I should call you Dawson Mock Mock from now on. Little Bean burst into laughter. I just want to ask, if Auntie Blake asked you anything, for example, something on the news, or something like that? Chloe was as vague as could be. Mommy, are you referring to the news of you and Daddy getting a divorce? Yes. Chloe knew how smart her daughters were. She couldn't deny it, so she nodded. Nothing. They didn't say anything. Oh, that's good. Chloe let out a breath of relief. So? Mommy, are you really going to divorce Daddy? Pudding asked. Before Chloe could speak, Little Bean grabbed her hands and made the saddest face. Don't, Mommy. Don't get a divorce. If you and Daddy get a divorce, what will happen to us? If we go with you, we would have to leave Daddy, and if we go with Daddy, we would have to leave you. If one of us goes with you and the other goes with Daddy, we would be separated. Why can't you two just get along? Why get a divorce? Little Bean's words almost made Chloe laugh out loud. Her youngest daughter was always so fascinating. Her imagination was out of this world. We won't. Mommy and Daddy won't get a divorce. It's all fake news. Don't listen to what the media is saying, okay? Chloe placed her hands on top of her daughters' heads, comforting them. Mommy, are you sleeping at home tonight? Little Bean clung onto her mommy's thigh tightly, looking up with puppy eyes. Of course, Mommy won't leave. I was too impulsive yesterday. Chloe looked at her daughters lovingly. Just then, the living room door opened. Jack was back. Daddy, you're back! Look, Mommy's back! Little Bean made a peace sign with her hands, happy as ever. Jack's eyes turned gentle as soon as he saw Chloe. In the next second, however, they went cold again. You're back? He pretended to be cold. Yes, Chloe nodded. Pudding, bring your sister upstairs. I need to talk to your mommy alone. Okay. Pudding listened, turning to leave right away. Before Little Bean went upstairs, she looked back. Don't fight anymore or else I'll stop loving you. Humph. After the twins left, Jack looked at Chloe. Did you see the news? He asked. It's such a big commotion. Of course I saw it, Chloe replied. Then what did your Weibo update mean? It means what you think it means. You've misunderstood. I did see Irene, but it wasn't planned. We ran into each other, Jack explained cavalierly. Sorry, but life is not a fiction book. I don't believe in coincidences. So you're not going to believe me no matter what? Jack furrowed his brows. You didn't believe me either, right? That night when you saw Gabriel bring me food, you looked like you were ready to murder someone. Why can't I react in the same way? Chloe provoked. So, Chloe, you're retaliating? Not retaliating, but just... Don't always think that you're the only one in the right and that others are always in the wrong, Chloe replied vaguely. The husband and wife continued to jab at each other with the coldest of words. In the neighboring kitchen, a maid had her ears pressed up against the door. Kay, what are you doing? What are you listening to? Another maid asked as she wiped clean a kitchen appliance. Shh, don't talk. I think Mr. Dawson and Mrs. Dawson are fighting again. Oh, yes, I think it's very strange too. I've worked here for almost a year. Although Mr. Dawson doesn't like to talk, he loves Mrs. Dawson very much. I don't know what's happening recently, but they've been fighting a lot. It's disheartening, really. It's making Little Bean and Pudding worried too. I really don't understand rich people. They have so much money already. They have no worries. Why are they fighting? Why can't they just enjoy themselves? Another maid chimed in. Don't talk. I'm trying to listen to them. Kay, listen. You've only been here for less than 3 months. You haven't even passed the probation period. They are very strict here. Uncle Geroge doesn't like it when the servants interfere with the master's personal business. There was a lady before who talked too much. She gave the media information on our master and Uncle George fired her. I think you should be careful. I know, I'm just curious. I want to know what rich people fight about. Nothing else, the maid named Kay said quietly. Then, like a thief, she pressed up against the door, peeking through the crack to see Jack and Chloe. Chloe, there's no point in doing this. You're right, but there's no other choice. Chloe crossed her arms. Whatever, I'm done with this. I'm tired. Heading up first. With that, Jack loosened his tie aggressively and walked upstairs. Hey, stop. I'm not done yet. Chloe followed. The maid named Kay closed the kitchen door slowly. Jack entered the library directly, followed by Chloe. Just as she entered the room, Master Dawson instantly pushed her up against the wall. Before she could say a word, her lips were attacked by his many kisses. It was the first time in a long time that Chloe had gotten so close to Master Dawson. She reached out her hands shyly, grabbing onto Master Dawson's waist tightly. She knew that they were safe in the library. There were anti-tracking bugs installed in the room so Andrew couldn't hear anything. After the long kiss, Master Dawson looked like he wasn't done. Maybe it was the heat of the moment, or maybe he was simply losing self-control. His warm hands slid all the way down. Honey, you don't want to? Jack's voice was raspy. Chloe knew that the self-control he was so proud of was about to vanish. No, Chloe was shy. Don't worry, no one will know. We're in the library. Jack assumed that she was worried about the bug. Not because of that, Chloe stuttered. Then what is it? Well, I'm just afraid we'll ruin all of our hard work. Although the bug won't pick up anything, we have a spy, right? I'm afraid that she'll hear us, Chloe continued to stutter. Then why don't you control your moan? Jack teased. Master Dawson, do you have no shame? Are you telling me to mute myself? Unfortunately, I'm not your cell phone. Chloe pouted, clearly unimpressed. Jack embraced his wife dotingly. Maybe it was her lightweight. In one go, Jack lifted her entire body up, settling her atop his. Honey, don't. We need to endure it a little bit longer. Chloe thought that Jack had truly lost control. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just want to hug you. I really miss you. With that, Jack settled his chin on top of Chloe's shoulder, taking in her unique scent hungrily. It was truly a dark time for the two of them. What was once a loving couple is now acting cold and distant, even fighting one another and hurting each other with biting and mocking words. It was truly torturous. They both knew, however, that it was a necessary process. If they didn't pretend, Andrew might get ahead and do more damage. Chloe, give me some time. It won't take much longer. Feeling sorry, Jack rubbed the tip of his nose against Chloe's sweet cheeks. I know. I have a feeling this time, said Jack. What feeling? Chloe was taken aback. I have a feeling that this is our last battle with Andrew. This time, whether it's him or us, both of us are going to give it our all. Whoever backs off will be utterly defeated. Then are you going to back off? Chloe teased. What do you think? Master Dawson made a tantalizing gesture, lifting Chloe's chin with his fingers. Well, I don't think Master Dawson's ever backing off. You'd hold our world up even if the sky falls down. Someone as strong as you, for me, for our daughters. You've already put your life on the line. Chloe sighed. You really are the one who understands me the most. But I'm not as great as what you've described. I still haven't done enough for you. No, why do you ask? It's just strange. Stop thinking so much. All right, let me down. People are going to be suspicious if we stay here too long. Jack let Chloe down slowly. Should we pretend to have another fight? No, it's okay. Jack was really tired of fighting, even if it was all just an act. Then I'll go out first. Okay. When she got to the door, Chloe suddenly looked back. Remember to keep your distance the next time you see Irene. Baby, are you jealous? Jack looked at her, amused. Of course I am. Anyways, if I discover a picture of you guys being so intimate again, I'll break your legs. I'm so scared. Jack looked at her with a slight smile. All right, do what you have to do and get to bed early. Are you staying in the library today? Chloe asked. Jack nodded. When Chloe left the library, the maid named Kai was in the middle of wiping down the second-floor handrail. Her head was down, and she looked like she was really focused. Chloe immediately dropped her expression, even intentionally complaining as she walked past the woman. I can't stay in this marriage anymore. If it weren't for the kids, I wouldn't have to suffer this much. So pissed. Kay listened carefully and secretly took note of everything. Master bedroom and suite bathroom. Chloe looked at the pregnancy test, trying her best to suppress her excitement. She knew it, but she didn't want to tell Master Dawson. If he knew about her pregnancy, he would end this whole plan. Then all of their hard work would have been for nothing. Plus, he would protect her like she was a giant panda, and she definitely didn't want that. She never saw herself as a delicate flower in need of hiding behind Master Dawson. She wanted to stand by him, facing the world's obstacles together, unafraid of anything. Husband and wife. Since they were husband and wife, they were supposed to spend the rest of their lives together, facing fortune and misfortune together. The hand that was holding the pregnancy test trembled ever so slightly. Chloe laid her other hand on her belly. There was another life here. How amazing. Pudding and Little Bean's wish of having a little brother or sister was finally coming true. Looking back, it was probably about a month ago when she'd conceived the baby. She and Jack had shared a room that night. She made sure to pay attention after her mother's reminder the other day. She didn't let any else know, however. With everything that was going on, it was probably best if she kept the news a secret. She didn't even tell Master Dawson. She was waiting for the day they got rid of Andrew. Only then would she tell her family all about the good news. Baby, keep Mommy safe. Let Mommy and Daddy get rid of those bad people who are trying to separate us. Don't let our family ever be apart again. Chloe patted her stomach lightly as she whispered to her unborn baby. Because of her pregnancy, she would most likely experience many reactions. So Chloe decided to keep a close eye on her diet. She couldn't let anyone know about it. Due to their pretend fight, Jack and Chloe slept in separate rooms, leaving her alone in the master bedroom. In the middle of the night, in deep slumber, she could hear a strange noise. She wanted to open her eyes but couldn't. She didn't know if she was dreaming or if it was real. Chloe, soon. We will be able to leave this place. We'll start all over and forget about everything. Okay? Next to her bed, a man in black stood there holding her hand and saying word for word, "Who is it?" Using all of her might, Chloe sat up in her bed suddenly. When she opened her eyes, no one was in her room. Huh. Chloe breathed in and out in large gasps, her heart racing. She took a second to wake up and got off of her bed. She walked over to the table and grabbed a glass of water, downing a big gulp. Why am I having this dream again? It always seems like there's someone here, but I can't see their face. It was an indescribable fear. It was as if she had been thrown into an endless abyss. Chloe settled herself atop the windowsill and gazed out the window. The silence of the night calmed her down. The night view at South Hill Manor was beyond beautiful. Jack had designed it with her and the children in mind. The outside was built to look like an amusement park. At night, the neon lights lit up the entire night sky. It was truly romantic as could be. Especially the colorful Ferris wheel at night. It radiated joy and happiness, brightening the mood of anyone that looked at it. Chloe really wanted to run to Jack, but due to Andrew's spy in her house, she knew she couldn't. She thought about smoking a cigarette, but she gave up that idea the moment she thought of the baby in her stomach. Finally, she picked up her phone and turned on the music. The night is cold, snowflakes frosting on the ground, your gaze from afar, exhausting all of the evening light. I'll try to forget you, and eventually I will. Chloe tossed and turned during the entire night, unable to fall asleep. Naturally, she woke up in the morning with heavy eye bags. Luckily, it was the weekend, so she could sleep in. When she went downstairs, it was already 7:30 a.m. The twins were still asleep, but her in-laws were already in the living room. "Chloe, you are awake?" Mama Dawson asked. "Yes. Are you resting today?" "Yeah, I'm taking a break. There's breakfast in the kitchen. Eat it while it's hot." "Thank you, Mom." Chloe looked at her mother-in-law gratefully. "I'll bring it out to you." No, I can do it myself. You should rest." Chloe rushed towards the kitchen, but her mother-in-law still followed her into the kitchen. Seeing that they were alone, Mama Dawson tugged on Chloe's shirt. "Chloe." "Mom, what's wrong? Did you fight with Jack again?" Mama Dawson looked at her daughter-in-law with a worried gaze. "We just argued a little bit. We didn't fight." "Mom, don't worry. Your father and I sensed that something's off with the two of you recently. Yesterday, when you two were fighting in the library, the servants were all listening. Aunts George even talked about it with your father during their chess game. In the evening, your father brought tea to the library to talk to Jack. After all, we raised him, and we know him." Chloe concentrated on pouring milk. She listened to her mother-in-law but didn't say anything. "Jack's been under a lot of pressure recently. Plus, you know him. He has a very indifferent attitude towards most people and doesn't like to talk. The stupid media, all they want to do is break up families for views. They just want to create drama, but not everything they say is true. I'm not trying to say he's innocent. I just really hope you can be a bit understanding of Jack." "I know, Mom. I'll be sensible. Of course, although he's my son, if he really did something wrong, I will not forgive him. Yesterday, I had a chat with his father and I told him too. If his son is really messing around outside the marriage, being with other girls and causing trouble, we'll give GK to you and kick him out. We'll stay with Little Bean and Pudding and he can go wherever he wants. Anyway, as long as I'm alive, you are not getting a divorce." Mama Dawson expressed her determination. To be honest, seeing her mother-in-law like this, with such concern, she felt rather heartwarming. The in-laws were getting older, and they were no longer as calculative. Naturally, they would worry their hearts out as they didn't know that Chloe and Jack were putting on a show. After all this time, Chloe's mother-in-law had changed significantly. Regardless of how much misunderstanding she used to hold against Chloe, it looked like she had let go of the past and evolved into a different person. "Mom, thank you and Dad." Chloe felt touched. "What are you thanking us for? This is what we're supposed to do. We won't spoil him and allow him to do ridiculous things just because he is our son. Look at that boy from the Kasi family. He used to be such a nice kid, but then, look at all the things that happened since he's gotten close with that Brenny girl. We will never allow that to happen within our family. At the very least, Jack still listens to his father, so he must care for what he says. All those years, you faced all the stress alone and gave birth to 2 little princesses for our family. Those are the biggest blessings to the Dawson family. We will never do or allow anything that will hurt you for the rest of our lives." "I understand." Chloe bit her lip. If it weren't for the wrong timing, she really wanted to let her mother-in-law know that she was pregnant again. She wondered how happy her in-laws would be when they found out. Regardless of what gender the baby was, the fact that there was a new life coming always brings anticipation. After eating breakfast, Chloe organized the twins' closet and took her daughters out to play. "Mommy, how come you're in such a good mood today?" Little Bean asked while sitting in the back seat. There wasn't enough room in the sports car, so Chloe picked out an Audi A8L from the garage. The car was black in color. It looked low-key, but luxurious nonetheless. The twins looked especially cute in their little red plaid capes with a black skirt and a pair of red boots. "Mommy has the day off today. It's been a while since I took you girls out. So, Mommy, where are we going now?" Pudding asked while focusing on the tablet in her hands. "What are you guys thinking?" Chloe asked as she drove out of the driveway. "Can we go to Imperial Star?" Little Bean suggested with excitement. "Why don't you just say you want to go find Uncle Cooper?" Chloe couldn't help but chuckle. "Yeah, Handsome Cooper's been so busy recently, he doesn't talk or come and find us anymore. I wonder if it's because he is busy with girls. Little Bean propped her little head up with both fists under her chin. Haha, don't gossip. Chloe smiled. According to what I know about Handsome Cooper, he wouldn't, Pudding answered without looking up from her tablet. Why? Not telling you. Think about it yourself, pighead. Pudding glanced at her little sis. Mommy, look, Big Sis is calling me a pighead again, Little Bean snitched. So why can't you be a little smarter? Chloe joked. Then I have to put the blame on you. Why didn't you make me a little smarter? So it's my fault? Chloe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All jokes aside, Mommy, can we go to Imperial Star? Can we? I miss Handsome Cooper, Little Bean said. Do you miss Handsome Cooper, or do you miss him paying for Haagen-Dazs ice cream? Chloe asked. Ah ha ha ha, you guessed it, Mommy, you're so clever, Little Bean giggled, leaving Chloe speechless. Mommy, forget the foodie, let's go to Hot Spring, Pudding said. No, I want to go to Imperial Star. I don't want to go to the hot spring. The two girls were clearly having a disagreement. At this time, Chloe will be at fault no matter who she helped. Suddenly, she had a eureka moment and said, Rock, paper, scissors, 1 round only. Pudding said, Good idea. Little Bean answered, Come at me. I'm not scared of you. Pudding answered, Delcy Dawson, listen here, it's best of 1. If you lose, don't say that it's best of 3 or other stupid stuff like that. Little Bean replied, Don't worry, I'm true to my word. Pudding said, The problem is that you are never true to your word. How can I trust you? Little Bean replied, Can you stop throwing shade? 3, 2, 1, rock, paper, scissors, the sisters said simultaneously. Pudding had paper and Little Bean had rock. You lost, Mommy. Hot Springs, thank you. After speaking, Pudding sat back to play her game. Mommy, why do I always lose? Little Bean made a sad face. You always use rock. Why can't you change it up? Chloe smiled and looked at Little Bean from the rearview mirror. I didn't know that Pudding was so crazy. She always uses paper. I thought she would change it for sure, Little Bean pouted. Yeah, and your sister knew you would think that way and thus predicted your move, Chloe explained. Okay. Everyone except me is a genius. I can't fight. I admit defeat. Little Bean hugged her chest and looked out the window. You want to see Uncle Cooper so badly? Chloe felt bad for her younger daughter. Of course, I am not heartless like her. She's getting close to Kenneth, so she's lost all her feelings for Handsome Cooper. Little Bean provoked. Don't give me that. I don't go to Imperial Star because I don't want to interrupt Handsome Cooper's work. I miss him as much as you do. They argued and argued, driving Chloe crazy. Finally, she obeyed her older daughter's wishes and drove to Hot Springs. Nant Springs was founded by the Blake family. Victoria and Kenneth liked to come very often. When Chloe arrived, she texted Victoria. Sadly, she had to work overtime, and Kenneth was at his grandmother's house. They couldn't come. As for Sarah and her family, they went to the Maldives because Noah got a year-end vacation. Chloe and her 2 daughters changed into a bathing suit and went to the rose bath. The water wasn't as warm, and she was scared that the kids would catch a cold. Chloe rose, walked to the service center, and wanted to request a temperature change. She didn't think that she would encounter a familiar face. Dr. Green, you... Seeing Zion surprised Chloe. If she remembered correctly, he should have been back in the capital by now. Since Emery's death, Chloe hadn't seen him. What a coincidence. You're here for the hot spring too? He was wearing a white bathrobe with a can of Coke in hand. My daughters like it here. It's the weekend, so I brought them here to have fun. Your husband isn't here? Zion laughed and asked. He has to work overtime today. Is he really? I saw quite a few scandals surrounding your company. I heard it all the way from the capital, Zion said. That's what the media does. You're in the entertainment circle. You should know how much they love blowing stuff up to grab headlines and views. Half of it is true, and the other half is false, Chloe said. I haven't seen you for a while. Let's have a drink. Zion extended an invitation. I don't drink, Chloe refused. It's not wine, my Dr. Green. I'm talking about tea, and I have some inquiries. Chloe hesitated for a bit before nodding. Okay. Nearby, somebody was taking pictures with a camera. Chloe had noticed them long ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to have tea with Zion. She thought, "Fine, Andrew. I'll give you what you want to see." Little Bean said, Sis, look, quickly. Pudding. What? Little Bean replied, "Something is happening." Pudding asked, "What's happening?" She answered, "Someone is flirting with our mom." Pudding was speechless. Little Bean, "I'm being serious. I'm not joking. Look over there." Pudding heard her sister, turned her head, and looked without any facial expression. Little Bean said, "Don't you see?" Pudding said, "Mommy is the vice director of Southside. She knows a lot of people. With her personality, she wouldn't easily talk to a stranger. He's probably her friend." Little Bean replied, "Don't you see the way he's looking at Mommy, like a perv?" Pudding. "No," Little Bean said, "Humph, that's because you are dumb." As she spoke, she secretly took a picture with her phone. "What? You're sending it to Daddy? You want them to fight more?" Pudding glanced at her sister. Little Bean. "Do I look that stupid? I'm sending it to Handsome Cooper. Ha, I promise. He'll be here within half an hour." After speaking, Little Bean sent it to Justin. The picture showed the side profiles of Chloe and Zion. "Handsome Cooper, someone is trying to flirt with my mommy. Come and help. We're at Nant Springs." Little Bean thought that was enough information. Of course, at the headquarters of Imperial Star, Justin just had a conference. Before he could make it back to his office, he got the text from Little Bean. Ahem. After seeing it, he violently coughed a few times. Anne. "President Cooper, what's wrong?" Justin. "Anne, what's the schedule for the afternoon?" Anne. "There is a conference for a proposal this afternoon. You need to give the go-ahead or shut it down. After that, you have dinner with President Liu of the Tang Corporation." Justin. "Oh, push them back for me." Anne. Are you going out?" Justin. Just for a little while." After he spoke, he shoved the files into Anne's hand and left without even going to his office. He got onto his black Lamborghini and headed straight for the Nant Springs. Inside the rest area of the springs, Zion ordered the best Longjing tea and poured a cup or Chloe. "Thank you. You don't look so good lately," Zion said. Chloe was about to speak, but she felt nauseous. She covered her mouth. "What? Do you not feel well?" Zion was a little nervous. "It's nothing. I have the stomach flu, so I haven't been feeling well." She waved it off. "Oh, you're a doctor. No, the vice director. You can't even take care of that?" Zion laughed. "What do you know about it? Us doctors know that you can't just take antibiotics every day. If you do, you'll develop immunity." Fine. Whatever you say is right. Didn't you go back to the capital? Why are you back?" Chloe had been cautious lately. Every suspicious person who appeared near her made her wonder if they were sent by Andrew. She was on edge. "I'm starring in a new project, and one of the sponsors is Imperial Star. I'm visiting with the directors. Imperial Star signed a new actress. You should know her. Her name is Kira Nee. She's pretty popular right now." "Oh, I know her." It turned out Zion was co-starring with Cece's sister. "How have you been?" Zion asked. "Didn't you see?" Chloe sipped her tea. "So there really is a third person in the relationship? And it's the fake who looks like you?" Zion asked, faintly smiling. "The fake that looks like me?" Chloe didn't know whether she should laugh or cry upon hearing it. "From my viewpoint, you are the original, and she's the counterfeit version. Ha." This was the first time he made Chloe laugh. In the past, she always found this man flirty and was repulsed by his interactions. However, after a while of contact, she found out that his nature wasn't inherently bad and that he spoke with humor occasionally. "This is the first time I saw you genuinely laugh at my joke. I could get used to this." Zion was in a great mood. "Don't kid yourself, actor King Zion. You're a household name with countless fans, and I'm just a common nobody. Stop humbling yourself. If you were a common nobody, who are we? You drive a Porsche and live in a manor? Are you really a nobody?" Chloe didn't know how to reply. Okay. I'm going to stop teasing you. I haven't seen you in a while. Meeting here was a good coincidence. If I went to find you at Southside, you wouldn't be half as pleasant. Say, is everyone this weird?" Chloe looked at Zion and asked, "What do you mean?" He didn't seem to understand what Chloe meant. What you can't have will always be the most appealing. Where did that philosophical thought come from? He softly smiled. There's a popular TV show named Eternal Love. Do you know about it? You like watching girly TV shows like that? Zion was taken aback. It turned out that even the coldest person had a soft side. Why can't I? I might be older, but I have a youthful heart, okay? I'm not some alien. Chloe rolled her eyes. From how I see it, I would really cherish something I love, even if I couldn't have it. If it's something I feel indifferent about, I won't care about it at all. Let me explain it to you this way. Say you were shopping and saw a dress you like. It's tens of thousands of dollars and you can't afford it. You buy a cheap one that only costs a few $100s. After you go home, you never wore that cheap dress because you never liked it to begin with, and you'll always think about the expensive one. That makes sense. Chloe nodded. Zion was so much older than her and much more experienced. Right, what did you want to inquire about? Chloe suddenly remembered what Zion said. So, I found an important lead recently. Before he could finish speaking, a voice sounded behind them. Zion, are you very close to Dr. Green? Justin was standing behind Chloe with a cold face. He looked at Zion in a hostile manner. Chloe and Zion turned to look at the same time and saw Justin. Maybe it was because Justin left in a hurry. He was still in a business suit when he arrived. It was black, fitting, and made him look fresh. Or maybe it was because he just got a haircut. He looked really energized. Wow, handsome Cooper is here just in time. Little Bean was excitedly worshiping him. Hearing of Justin's arrival made Little Bean put down her phone and look over as well. Of course, there he was, handsome Cooper's tall and handsome silhouette. It lit up the entire place. Even the manager came out to welcome him. It was a business owned by the Blake family, and Justin had only been here once, at its opening. He never had time to come, and his arrival surprised everyone. The female servers all regretted not putting on more makeup to attract Justin's attention. However, he was in a hurry. He didn't come in for a relaxing hot bath. He went straight for the resting room and found where Chloe and Zion were sitting. And then he attacked. A hoe? President Cooper? What a coincidence. Seeing Justin made Zion smile and stand up. Justin wasn't being polite. He directly pulled up a chair and sat in between Zion and Chloe. Why are you here and not at work? Seeing Justin at this time surprised Chloe. Then she turned around to look at her daughters. She immediately got a grasp of the situation. I wasn't busy at work. I just wanted to check things out. You? Not busy? Who are you kidding? Chloe hopelessly questioned the obviously lying Justin. Zion, you're close with Chloe? I've known Dr. Green for a while. We're friends. Zion smiled. Really? Why is it that I've never heard Chloe mention you? I know full well what you're like within the circle. I don't care which of my actresses you hook up with, but I'm warning you, stay away from my friend. Justin didn't leave any room for error and gave a heavy warning. President Cooper, you must be mistaken. I might have had thoughts like that in the past, but now... Anyways, I am very aware of my position and the fact that Dr. Green is well out of my reach. President Cooper, if you can't get her, a small fish like me would never. Zion's words were quite shrill and made Justin uncomfortable. Don't pull that trick on me. Do your job as an actor or spend your days in secrecy. Don't bring unnecessary drama upon yourself. Yes, you should go. I have to speak to Chloe. It's inconvenient if you're here, Justin impolitely asked him to leave. Zion still had something to say to Chloe and didn't want to leave yet. You should get going. We'll speak another day. Chloe gave him an easy way out. Okay, I'll leave you two to it. Zion rose unwillingly. His one chance to speak to Chloe alone was disrupted by Justin. After Zion left, Chloe sipped her tea. Don't talk to Zion from now on. He has a bad reputation within the circle. He likes to trick innocent and naive girls like you. Justin sounded very serious. Chloe burst out laughing. You're in the mood to laugh? I am already very nervous for you. Dr. Green, can we be serious? Justin, I'm not some innocent little girl. Don't glorify me like that. Even then, don't get close to Zion, you know that? He's not a good influence. Justin warned her seriously. I know that. If you knew it, why would you sit down to have tea with him? Really? So, you got here in the nick of time because my little bean snitched. Is that correct? Justin didn't know what to say. He wanted to lie, but Chloe would not believe it. She was too smart. That's unimportant. What is important is that you're too dumb to see other people playing you. Who is playing me? Chloe smiled. Are you still talking to Brenny? Justin changed the topic. Not really. We barely talk on Snap. What? Why bring her up out of the blue? Chloe found that strange. Don't contact her unless you really have to. Did you find out something? Chloe thought that Justin would never say things like this out of nowhere. Last time, I was drinking with Case. We talked about something. I got angry and beat him up. Our friendship has sunk. Huh? You and Mr. Chase? Chloe was shocked. Yep. Why? You were the reason. Me? How does it relate to me? I don't want the blame. Chloe clasped her teacup and looked innocent. Case said that he and Brenny asked you to see Andrew? Ah, that? After Chloe heard that, her expression looked unnatural. You must be hung up over it. After all. You really don't like Andrew? Justin asked. My dislike of Andrew isn't the problem. What bothered me were their actions. I've told Brenny not to mess with Andrew because she's no match for him, and as a result, she... Chloe sighed and stopped speaking. Justin could guess and continued her words. As a result, Brenny uses Case as a shield and tries to execute her revenge foolishly. She brought it upon herself, right? Chloe nodded. What was the most frustrating was that you had to clean up after them. Justin was incredibly furious. She saved my daughters. I owed her one. Ha. Chloe hopelessly chuckled. BS. Did Brenny not consider who was the one kidnapping the twins? It was Liam. She says that she helped you, that she saved your daughters. In reality, she knows that if anything happened to the twins, Jack and I would kill Liam and his entire family. Let it go, Justin. Don't talk about the past. And don't interfere with Brenny's business anymore. That woman, she's not worth your help, Justin advised Chloe. Justin, you overestimate me. She doesn't need my help. She's got young Master Chase. Chloe smiled meekly. I have a bad premonition, Justin slowly said. What premonition? Chloe asked, puzzled. I feel like if Case keeps seeing Brenny, he'll die by her hands sooner rather than later. That's a bit extreme. Not really. Women have always been the death of men. Ever since Case got with her, his life went straight downhill. He was ignorant enough to cooperate with Brenny and try to pull some scheme. Andrew saw right through their little tricks, and now the tables have turned on the couple. They're both adults. They should be able to take care of this themselves. Chloe didn't want to interfere with the lives of people she didn't care much about. Eh? Why are you out here alone? Where's Pudding and Little Bean? Justin looked around. They're in the spring over there. Chloe pointed, and Justin immediately headed that way. They were VIPs at the Nant Springs, so the two girls got to enjoy a huge rose bath all to themselves. When Justin arrived, they were both overjoyed and excited. Handsome Cooper, over here. Little Bean immediately stood up and waved. Delcy, calm down. You're in a bathing suit, Pudding reminded. No, haha. I have a lot of meat to make up for it, Little Bean laughed. I don't think you should be called Little Bean. Mommy should have called you Fatty. Go away. Little Bean laughed and scolded her sister. Justin headed towards them, knelt down, and rolled up his sleeves. He patted the heads of the two little ones. What's up? You having fun? No. I wanted to go visit you at Imperial Star, but my sis didn't want to. We had to rock, paper, scissors, and she ended up winning. That's why we're here. So, Handsome Cooper, I'm now your favorite. She doesn't love you as much as I do. Little Bean pouted and started ratting her sister out. Pudding calmly listened and didn't explain. Ah? Pudding, did you really do that? Justin purposefully asked Pudding. You might want to listen to her words through a filter. There's too much fake emotion, Pudding calmly said. Ha ha. The two kids made Justin laugh. Handsome Cooper, I'm telling you, I am the one who really loves you. You have to treat me better. Pudding schemes too much. She's too fake. Little Bean went to great lengths for favoritism. Little Bean, I dare you to repeat that, Pudding demanded. I'm not scared. What do you want me to repeat? A smile appeared on Little Bean's chubby face. The one about how much you love Handsome Cooper, Pudding reminded. Ah, yes, I love him the most out of all of everyone, Little Bean triumphantly bragged. Okay, I got it on a recording. I am sending it to Ethan. Pudding waved her phone. Damn it. Little Bean was stunned. You swore I'm telling Mommy. While speaking, Pudding rose up and pretended to call for Chloe. Sis, my dear sister, my most beautiful, smart, intelligent sister. Let me go, please. Let what go? To not tell Mom about you swearing or not tell Ethan about your confession for Handsome Cooper? Little Bean was speechless. Haha, Little Bean, you're getting close with Ethan. Justin tapped Little Bean's head. Handsome Cooper, you're wrong. Pudding went to Aunt Victoria's house for dinner last night. You're asking the wrong person. Little Bean pushed his attention towards her sister and away from herself, not hesitating to throw her sis under the bus at all. Delcy, do you want to die? Pudding threatened. Ha, sis, I love you so much. Please don't send it to Ethan, okay? Little Bean was reminded of her goal and continued begging. Justin looked at his watch. It's almost noon. Kiddos, what do you want? Hawaiian pizza, fried chicken, onion rings, Haagen-Dazs, and mango slush, thank you. While arguing, Little Bean gave her order. Kiddo, do I look like a delivery boy? Justin smiled. Handsome Cooper, I really want to eat those things. Mommy says it's all fried junk food and won't let us have it. I'm craving it so much, Little Bean begged. Pudding, what about you? What do you want? Whatever is fine. Pudding had low standards for food. Pizza, then, Justin said. Whoa, Handsome Cooper, you're the best. I love you so much. Don't compliment me. I have to ask for your mom's permission first. I can't do anything if she doesn't agree, Justin said. Little Bean fell silent. At last, after gaining Chloe's permission, Justin drove the mother and 2 daughters to a restaurant nearby. On the other hand, Jack just finished his work and got a private message on Weibo. Guess who I am? If you guess right, you get a prize, he replied. A lot of fans sent him private messages, and he never answered. However, the profile picture was a cartoon drawing of a person, and to be honest, when he first saw it, he thought it was Chloe. She had a baseball cap and was wearing cute, casual clothes. Chloe had her own Weibo and was verified as Southside's vice director and the wife of the GK president. On the other hand, this account wasn't verified and didn't have many fans. Jack immediately knew who she was. Guess, there really is a prize. I'm not lying. Irene. Wow, how? You really guessed it, she replied. Your cartoon profile picture, Jack said. Looks like me, right? Irene excitedly asked. Like my wife, he replied. Hearing that displeased Irene, but she didn't continue digging at this issue. She turned the topic and said, Since you guessed it, I'll treat you to food, okay? When? What about now? I don't have work today, so I went to the orphanage this morning to donate some school supplies. I'm still out now. You do charity? This isn't charity. Charity is what rich people like you do. I'm just doing whatever is in my power to help people in need. Seems like you have a good heart as well, Jack complimented. Haha, does it count? I think it's nothing. President Dawson, I'll treat you to ramen, okay? Ramen? He frowned. Don't worry, it's not Ajin's ramen. Ha, I don't really like their food. I don't know why Vice Director likes it so much. There is good halal Lanzhou ramen place on Lake West Street. It's really delicious. They give you a big portion of beef, and the soup is good. So do you want to go? Right now? Yeah, I'm there already. If you're coining, I'll order a bowl for you too. If you don't, I'll eat 2 myself. Haha, Irene said. Wait for me. Jack didn't say anything other than those 3 words. Irene was immediately overcome with happiness, and she yelled, Boss, a large bowl of beef ramen. Okay. Jack didn't care about the media. He drove his black Bentley to Lake West Street. He found Irene at a noodle house named Lan Ramen. You're fast. That was 15 minutes. Not even. Irene was shocked. Highway? He indifferently replied. I didn't even tell you the name. How did you find it? This is the only noodle house on Lake West. Huh, there I go being dumb again. My bad, President Dawson. He didn't reply. At that time, the boss brought out a bowl of steaming ramen and placed it in front of Jack. I got you the large. It's really good. Try it. Irene blinked rapidly and looked at him. Jack found that many of her small actions resembled Chloe's. That included the wide-eyed expression that only came out when they saw something funny or delicious. Chloe's reaction was natural, but Irene's reaction was a copy of Chloe's. No matter how hard she tried, it seemed forced. Is it good? Seeing Jack eat a mouthful of noodles, Irene asked without waiting. It's average, Jack said. How is it compared to Ajin's ramen? Irene tentatively asked. I like Ajin's ramen more because it tastes better. He told the truth. Actually, you like Ajin's ramen because of the vice director. I heard that she likes that place a lot. Yeah, we've frequented it for years. Haha, it must be really good then. I have to go try when I have the time. After speaking, she began eating ramen with her mouth wide open. She looked so much like Chloe while she ate. He suddenly felt sick in his stomach. He didn't even want to pretend anymore. Do you know Andrew? Jack casually asked. That scared Irene and she shook. President Dawson, what? What did you say? Surprised, she raised her head. I said, do you know Andrew? Jack slowly asked while picking apart the noodles in the bowl. Irene's face turned unnaturally pale. Her fear was evident. Andrew? Who? You know your vice director so well, you should have no reason for not knowing who he is. I really don't know. Maybe it slipped my mind. Heh. How could that be? The Green Corporation is rich. The president is richer. He is Chloe's brother by name, and it is illogical for you to not know of him. Jack stared at her face and asked, Ah, the president of the Green Corporation. Ha, I saw him on TV before, and I heard that he's a pretty handsome guy. A lot of nurses at Southside like him, but he's not my type. I like men who are more cold and distant. She bit her lip and looked at Jack, trying to cover up her fear. Is that so? How sad. I thought we could talk about him if you knew him. Why would we talk about him? I heard that his relationship with the vice director isn't the best. Yeah, don't you want to know why? I guess it's because of the inheritance. I heard that President Green took over all of the Green family's assets and didn't give Vice Director and Brenny a cent, but I don't know if it's true or not. Irene awkwardly smiled. How about this? I'll call him right now to see you. My guess is that he'll be very shocked when he sees you, Jack sneered. Why? Irene was growing more restless. She didn't know what Jack wanted. Because he cares about Chloe a lot, he'd be surprised if he sees you. You look so much like her. Oh. Really? Irene was about to break. She tried her best to keep her cool on the outside. She wasn't sure what Jack was trying to do. Was he testing her? Or was he still in the dark about it all? What's wrong? You don't look so good, Jack asked purposefully. I've been having stomach issues recently. I want to throw up. President Dawson, please excuse me. I need to go back to the hospital to get some medicine. I really can't take it anymore. All right. With that, Irene stood up hurriedly and began to run out. Wait, Jack called out from behind. Irene began to sweat, thinking that Jack had discovered their plan. Andrew had trained and taken care of her for the past 5 years for the sole purpose of receiving her help now. If she lost her value now, she would be done. All of their previous efforts would have been in vain. Not only would she return to her poor and wretched life, Andrew might even go after her. So, Irene was a nervous wreck, her heart thumping nonstop. What's wrong, President Dawson? Irene turned around, her face pale and her gaze evasive. You forgot your bag. Jack pointed to the white handbag on the chair. Oh, thank you, I'm so forgetful, haha. Bye, President Dawson. I'll treat you to food some other day. With that, Irene left in a hurry. Looking at her hasty exit, Jack smirked. How do you expect to break Chloe and I up with a tool like that? Andrew, your dream is a little bit too out of reach this time. Inside a fast food restaurant, Justin and Chloe were enjoying their mealtime with the girls. They didn't expect, however, to see Andrew there as well. He wasn't alone, too. Ruoxi was next to him, chatting and laughing with him as they entered the restaurant. "Mommy, look, it's the big bad man." Little Bean tugged on her mommy's shirt. Chloe and Justin noticed them as well. Just then, Andrew looked back and smiled, walking over with Ruoxi. "What a coincidence. Chloe, you guys are here too?" Andrew laughed. Before Chloe could reply, Ruoxi looked at Justin and mocked. "From afar, I thought it was Jack eating with his family. What a surprise to see President Cooper here." Justin glared at them but didn't reply. He continued eating his fries dipped in ketchup. "Mr. Green, I don't think you're welcome here. So, can't you leave us alone? We're eating." Pudding put down her phone, her calm gaze sweeping past them. "Hey, kiddo, how could you speak to your uncle like that?" Ruoxi was fuming. "I need to correct you. First of all, he was never my uncle to begin with. If you're in need of an uncle, you can have him," said Pudding. Ruoxi was completely speechless. "Secondly, I'm not a kid. Plus, I don't even know who you are. Please don't talk to us like you're someone we should respect. Thirdly, can't you see that we're eating? Is it really polite for you to watch us? Don't you have basic decency? Why aren't you leaving?" Pudding really hated Andrew, so by association, she also despised Ruoxi. Her words were more than biting. "Sis, 2 thumbs up." Little Bean put up her thumbs. Just then, Andrew glanced at Chloe and said suddenly, "Chloe, I'm getting married." Chloe looked up at Andrew, completely shocked. Am I hearing correctly?" Chloe was incredibly confused. Justin was also stunned. He looked up at Andrew in disbelief. "I said, I'm getting married," Andrew repeated with a laugh. "When?" Chloe asked. "On a Sunday. In 20 days. Is it with this Miss Fisher?" Chloe looked at Ruoxi. She had her arms around Andrew, smiling proudly. Andrew smiled, but didn't respond. "What does your marriage have to do with us? Are you expecting a wedding gift from my mommy?" "No way," Little Bean yelled. "Yes, we won't give you even a cent." Pudding stood strong with her sister. Andrew smiled. "Pudding, aren't you being a little too selfish? You've made a lot of money through our company's stocks recently, haven't you?" Pudding didn't respond, but she thought about his words secretly. So, he knew all about it. He really was quite powerful. "It's a good thing that the 2 of you are getting married. This way, you won't ruin anyone else's life. Although I don't like you, I'm still going to congratulate you." Justin was more than happy. "Thank you, President Cooper. You have to come for a drink when it happens." "Of course." "Chloe, we'll leave now. Enjoy your meal." "Oh yeah, the news of your fight with Jack is spreading like wildfire recently." "It's not true, is it?" Andrew suddenly asked. Chloe's eyes darkened. She licked the comers of her mouth and didn't respond. "Evil man, mind your own business," Little Bean mocked. "Andrew, let's go. We still have a lot of things to plan for the wedding. Why are we wasting our time here?" Ruoxi grabbed onto Andrew's arm, whining. "Okay." With that, the 2 turned around and walked toward the upper level of the restaurant. "Chloe, what do you think? Was he telling the truth? He probably wouldn't lie about something like this. After all, Andrew's wedding will shake up the entire city." "All the media outlets will cover it," Chloe said slowly. "But I've heard before that Andrew didn't like Ruoxi, always kicking her out of his home and stuff. Why are they now? Why does this feel so weird?" Justin was doubtful. "Maybe Andrew is marrying her for her father's influence and power. After all, her father is the mayor. That's possible. For someone like Andrew, everyone around him are merely pawns. Mommy, it's great for us if the evil man gets married. He'll stop harassing you, right? That's good. You won't have to fight with Daddy anymore, right?" Little Bean asked anxiously. "Mommy and Daddy weren't fighting in the first place." Chloe smiled, patting Little Bean's head. "Then Mommy will also stop eating the food that the perverted-looking male doctor brings you at work? Daddy will be jealous," said Little Bean. Chloe looked awkward. Listening to Little Bean's description, she was definitely talking about Gabriel. "You're eating with a male doctor too? Chloe, what's happening?" Justin didn't know what to feel. Maybe it was envy. Or maybe it was jealousy. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Chloe wanted to crawl into a hole. Uncle Cooper, I want another Haagen-Dazs. Little Bean turned around and looked at Justin with puppy eyes, changing the topic instantly. Justin's phone rang just as he was about to reply. Hello? What? Really? Justin looked pleasantly surprised. All right, if you're lying to me, I'll strip you naked and force you to run in public. Justin hung up the phone, feeling delighted. Guess who's back? Justin asked mysteriously. Handsome Max, Pudding cut in. Smart. That's correct. Justin gave Pudding 2 thumb-ups. The girl really was brilliant. She could tell who the caller was just from Justin's tone. That's not fair. Sis is too quick. I also wanted to guess Handsome Max. Little Bean pouted. Delcy, what's the point of your afterthought? Pudding's calm gaze swept across her sister. It's not an afterthought. I really did think of it. After all, Handsome Cooper has only so many good friends. Even a monkey can guess it correctly. Little Bean wasn't about to back off. All right, both of you are geniuses, okay? Stop fighting. My brain hurts. One of Chloe's biggest fears was a fight between the twins. They could go on for days and days and still enjoy it. Yes. Little Bean's also a genius. Justin was also trying to be as fair as possible. He was too scared of what would happen to him if he offended one of the girls. Handsome Cooper, is my auntie back? Pudding suddenly realized that they were missing something important. I forgot to ask. Justin was dumbfounded. Haha, look at you. You're less attentive than a child. Chloe laughed. The thing is, your kids are not normal kids, okay? They're geniuses. Justin gave her a sarcastic smile. I'm guessing that Auntie came back too. They're in their honeymoon phase, sparks flying everywhere. There's no way that Handsome Max came back alone. They can't even do long distances between cities, never mind between countries. So we don't even have to question it. Auntie's definitely back. Oh yeah, where are they now? Little Bean looked at Justin. They just got off the plane. They're waiting in the VIP resting area. I'm picking them up now. I want to go too. Little Bean immediately raised her hand. All right, I'll bring you. I want to go too. Pudding put away her phone, her face as calm as ever. What about you? Justin looked at Chloe. I don't think I should. There'll be too many people. Bring the girls with you. In the evening, Avery will definitely stay at my home. I'll pick her up then. Mommy, where are you going then? Pudding asked. I'm going to the company. Stella keeps sending me messages, telling me to visit her. You can go to the company, but remember, you can't go see the perverted-looking male doctor, Little Bean warned. Got it, boss. Chloe looked helpless. What was Little Bean thinking? Why was she questioning Chloe and Gabriel's relationship? Chloe was really speechless. Justin was disappointed by Chloe's absence, but he didn't try too hard to make her stay. His gaze followed her out of the building. Although she was almost 30, Chloe was still exactly the same as when he had met her. Calm, elegant, relaxed, and intelligent. She's still the same person whom he could not give up liking. Stop staring. If you keep staring, you won't be able to pluck her out of your eyes. Little Bean pulled on the corners of Justin's shirt. Little rascal, stop talking nonsense. Justin felt embarrassed. Handsome Cooper, ignore my sister. She's going through early menopause, Pudding explained. Bulls. I'm not going through early menopause. Do you know how young I am? Can you stop smearing my good name? You think you can bully me just because you're marrying into the Blake family? I'm telling you, Ethan's going to be the chief of police for this city. When that happens, Kenneth will have to depend on him to do any business. Do you think you will die if you don't boast for a day? Ethan? With his body, he can't even become a police officer, never mind the chief. Embarrassing. All lies. Pudding instantly tore apart Little Bean's promises, and Justin had to try very hard to hold in his laughter. Uncle Cooper, look at Sis. She's bullying me again. Little Bean stomped her foot out of anger. Girls, stop fighting. Your mommy just left and you girls are already tearing the roof apart. Let's go. Your Uncle Cruz is probably getting impatient. Justin took the twins by the hand and got into his sports car. Actually, the car was a 2-seater and the passenger's seat wasn't allowed to carry 2 kids. Normally, Chloe and Jack would switch to their family car when driving the twins as opposed to their sports car. Justin was different, however. He was a man who followed no laws. The traffic cops wouldn't dare to stop him, and that was power. The Cooper family's untouchable power founded on dozens of years of history. The black Lamborghini dashed towards the airport. Sure enough, after Chloe left the Nance Springs, she drove to GK. President Green. Hello, President Green. Hello, young madam. At the sight of Chloe, the employees in the company all bowed down, polite as ever. Some called her President Green, while some referred to her as young madam. She had many titles. Sis, why are you here? Thomas had just come out of a meeting and was reading a report. He was pleasantly surprised to see Chloe. Where's Stella? Oh, she's at the finance department doing payroll for the resigned employees. Okay, sis, you're looking for her? Not really, I just want to visit her. Why? Chloe looked back at Thomas. Nothing. Haha. Go. Thomas scratched his head. He was too embarrassed to talk about the snail-paced progress he had made with Stella. Chloe did a lot to get them together, but unfortunately, Thomas's unwillingness to make the final move halted any progress in their relationship. Everything was still up in the air. Chloe arrived at the door of the finance department. She heard Stella's voice just as she was about to push open the door. I've held it in for a long time now. From now on, if I hear any of you talk about President Dawson and President Green, you will be sorry. Even though I'm not the boss of this company, I can still fire a small finance employee without question. Stella, why are you mad at us? We're not the ones spreading the rumors. The media's doing the coverage, saying that Jack was pictured having a date with another woman. President Green's also flirting with some male doctor. These are all rumors and are completely false. As employees of GK, you should be working hard, not gossiping. If this is what you enjoy doing, why are you in the finance department? Why don't you become part of the paparazzi? Stella's words were sharp. Everyone went silent. Stella was an old employee and was amazing at her work. Plus, with her previous status as Chloe's personal assistant and her relationship with Thomas, everyone was too afraid to anger her. Son, you're not young anymore. Maybe it's a good idea to stop gossiping with the youngsters. Work hard until your retirement. After all, GK has great benefits for its employees. If you get fired, you'll lose all of it. Don't say I didn't warn you. Stella glared at Son and gave her a heads up. All right, I got it. Assistant Stella. Son bit her lips, afraid to say more. Chloe knocked on the door lightly and entered the room. Stella. President Green. Why are you here? Stella looked happy to see Chloe. I'm off today, so I'm free. Just here to visit you guys. Everyone's working hard and must be tired. Chloe looked around and smiled. Not tired, not tired. President Green's too kind. The entire finance department was frantic. They were afraid that Chloe had heard their conversation and that they would get into trouble. With a smile, Chloe walked over to Son. The latter lowered her head out of fear and guilt, and she didn't have the courage to look Chloe in the eyes. Mrs. Son, how's your body doing? Are you still taking medication? I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern, young madam. Son was now mumbling her words. She was much less confident than when she was gossiping. Stella glared at her out of slight satisfaction. Okay, that's good then. Myocardial infarctions are no laughing matter. You need to take care of yourself. I got it, young madam. Stella, let's go. We'll talk in your office. Okay. After Chloe and Stella left, the entire finance department breathed a sigh of relief. Do you guys think young madam heard our conversation? A female employee asked frantically. Who knows? Young madam is such an unpredictable person. Although I've never seen her get mad, she's still very scary. Anyways, I've learned my lesson this time. We shouldn't talk about them anymore. Whether they get a divorce or not, it's none of our business. We should stay focused on our jobs. Son was properly frightened. She was always afraid that Chloe would cause her trouble. After all, she was the one who had set up the dinner that allowed Jack to get closer to Irene. She had always felt guilty about it. At Stella's office, President Green, you should have told me you were coming. I decided to come here on impulse. I'll get you a cup of tea. Stella got up. Don't get up. Sit. I just came from... I had too much tea. I'm not thirsty. Then you're here because... Stella didn't know why Chloe had come. Was she checking up on President Dawson, or... I just wanted to visit you. You always seem to hold back in your Snap messages, and I was really busy at the hospital, so I couldn't explain anything to you. I have time today, so... President Green, actually? Call me Chloe. I'm no longer President Green. Chloe laughed. Stella smiled. Chloe, Thomas has talked to you about it before, right? You mean about my husband and Irene? Chloe asked. Stella nodded. Continue. Chloe knew how detailed a person Stella was, so she really valued the latter's opinions and choices. President Dawson's very suspicious these days. What do you mean? Many things. For example, he pushes off important work and leaves before it's time to get off work. So, I was thinking that maybe it has something to do with Irene. Plus, President Dawson has never looked at a female colleague more than necessary, no matter how beautiful the person, but he acts a little differently towards Irene. Stella expressed her concerns in one breath. Oh, I see. Chloe nodded as if she was deep in thought. There's something else that I've wondered about. What is it? Chloe listened to Stella carefully. Assistant Mark is still resting from his accident. I know. Chloe nodded. Mark's been a great employee to GK. After he entered the hospital, Jack and Chloe visited him many times, both at the hospital and at home. Assistant Mark's actually pretty much recovered. He even asked to come back to work, but President Dawson didn't allow it. Stella looked unhappy. What do Assistant Mark's whereabouts have anything to do with this? Chloe was confused. I was just thinking, could it be that maybe President Dawson wants Irene to take over Assistant Mark's place? Stella looked worried. Replace Assistant Mark? I don't think that's possible. Chloe laughed. I'm serious, Chloe. You can't be too relaxed. Yes, the media exaggerates things, but President Dawson really did see Irene privately a couple of times. I alone know that he's seen her 3 to 4 times. Plus, Stella hesitated. Plus what? I really don't want to make you uncomfortable. Go ahead. It's okay. I'm not as weak as you think. Plus, when I delivered President Dawson his coffee, I saw that he was Snapchatting Irene. No, wait, he wasn't Snapchatting, he was on Weibo. Stella searched through her memory. Oh, I got it. Sister Chloe, knowing is not enough. You can't just take it time and time again. Then what should I do? Rip into Irene? That's not really my style. I think that's low. Chloe laughed. Indeed, she never thought of Irene as an enemy. She didn't even think of the manipulative Bella as her enemy. Not rip into Irene, but at least make preventative measures. Such as, maybe you can ask the twins to call their dad or something. Get President Dawson to spend more time at home, with the kids and with you. Or, continue. Chloe knew that Stella was careful with her words. The latter wasn't going to say anything without her permission. Or you can seize the opportunity and have another baby. Ha ha. Chloe couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Stella bit her lips, feeling awkward. No, you're not wrong. I'm just amused by your suggestion. I'm serious. Don't take this lightly. I know. I'll remember. Chloe and Stella continued their chat for a while. In the end, Chloe took Stella by the hand and gazed into her eyes. Stella, you're not getting any younger. Although Thomas is younger than you, I can tell that you like him. Stop worrying about what others might think. Your happiness is yours, and this is your life. Thomas is my little brother, and I watched him grow up. I can't vouch for anything else, but what I can vouch for is his character. He's definitely a proper and responsible man. Sister Chloe, I know. Stella looked shy. All right, it's been busy recently. Once this is over, come over to our house for dinner. Meet my mother. If there are no problems, then we'll make your relationship official. Stop putting it off. We're not in a hurry. In the meantime, I think we should worry about you and President Dawson. President Dawson and I are fine. Don't worry about it. Even if we do have issues, it'll pass. Chloe was more than confident. Her words were vague, and Stella was more than lost. After some more chatting, Chloe looked out the window. It was getting late, so she stood up. Sister Chloe, why don't you wait a while? Once President Dawson comes back, you can leave together. No, it's okay. I still need to go to the hospital. There's an orthopedic surgery happening, and I'm kind of worried. I need to check it out. Oh, okay then. I won't keep you. Please be careful on the way. Jack came back to GK as soon as Chloe left, just missing each other. After Irene left the scene in a hurry, Jack had a meeting with a business partner. His day was quite productive. At the arrival terminal of the city's international airport, Auntie! Pudding and Little Bean rushed toward Avery at the sight of her. Little Bean, did you miss me? Avery showed up in her usual jeans and t-shirt getup. However, perhaps due to the weather becoming warmer, she wore a cropped t-shirt instead. The usual conservative Avery was starting to show a little bit of personality. With undeniable affection in her eyes, Avery hugged Little Bean and gave her chubby cheek a big kiss. Oh my lord, this is not L.A. Put on a jacket, will ya? Extremely thoughtfully, Max trailed behind and draped a jacket over Avery. Oh my, Master Cruz, I didn't think you would be like this one day. Justin called him out for being cheesy. Single dogs like you wouldn't understand this feeling. You can laugh at me all you want. I won't even bother lowering myself to your standards to talk back to you. I pity you. Damn, what are you saying? Justin gave Max a hard glance. Ha ha. Max chuckled out loud and patted Justin on the back. I'm just kidding, don't be so serious. Pudding, come here and let Auntie give you a kiss. Avery waved at Pudding, who stood on the side quietly. No thanks, you will get saliva on my face, Pudding said with slight disdain, leaving Avery speechless. Ha ha, I didn't think you'd be rejected like this one day too, Max laughed at Avery. Pudding, you can't think Auntie is gross. Avery swayed left and right like a child. It doesn't matter if I think you're gross, as long as Uncle Cruz is fine with it, Pudding replied back. This kid's lip service is getting harder and harder to deal with. Avery wiped a bead of sweat off of her head. Being back in town put Max in a swell mood. His face was full of smiles the moment he got off the plane, and as soon as he saw Justin, he hugged him like his bro and started rambling on and on. How come it's just you guys? Where's my sis-in-law? Avery asked. Chloe has some business at work. Oh, Justin, do you know what's been going on with them? Avery had no patience and asked directly. Justin opened his mouth and didn't know how to explain the situation. Auntie, can we talk about this in private when we get back? As the old and wise would say, ugly family affairs shouldn't be publicly announced, Little Bean reminded in a serious tone. Okay, let's go then. No. Can we not be in a hurry to go back home? I want to eat hot pot. The hot pot in town from the U.S. was not only expensive, but unauthentic. I've been craving it for ages now, Max pouted. In the end, Justin, Avery, Max, and the two kids all agreed and went to eat hot pot. When Chloe finished her business at GK, instead of going back home, she went to Southside to get reports. Chloe let out a sigh in relief as she remembered Irene had the day off today. She finally didn't have to see the person who had a similar face to her that seemed like she can copy her every move. Vice Director. Welcome back, Vice Director. How was the surgery? Chloe asked. It went well. The patient just got wheeled to ICU, still being monitored. Good. Vice Director, didn't you take the day off today? The doctor asked. I'm just coming to grab some reports, so I thought I'd check on you to see how the surgery went. I heard the patient had asked someone to put in a good word with Director Richard to ask us to provide exceptional care. Yes, we got a call from Director Richard. We will pay extra attention to. Okay, I will head out soon. You guys have a good day. Chloe went to her office and wanted to take the reports home to sort through. But then, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Dr. Green, hope you don't mind having a chat. You again? Chloe smiled as she watched Zion appear in her sight. Zion sighed out loud. I have no choice because of President Cooper. He keeps a tighter watch on you than your husband. I can't even have a chat with you. Chloe chuckled out loud. He's like that, very straightforward. To him, something is either right or wrong. He won't pretend. I know. President Cooper doesn't actually dislike me, or we wouldn't be cooperating at work. But I do know that he doesn't like anyone being near you. He thinks I'm too quiet and is afraid that I'd get bullied, Chloe explained. I know. Did you want to talk to me about something? Since you're here looking for me? Chloe remembered suddenly. It seemed like Zion wanted to tell her something that was rather important previously, but was interrupted by Justin's arrival. Or else, he wouldn't have chased her all the way from Nant Hot Springs. "Yes, I wanted to tell you," Zion began, before quickly being interrupted by Chloe. "Zion, I know you still have feelings for me, but it's impossible between us. You know that I have my husband and kids. I have a family. But even if I didn't and I was single, I wouldn't like you. You're not the type of man that I like, so stop wasting your energy and time." "No. Dr. Green, I was actually going to say," Zion tried to continue. "How about this? I will treat you dinner. However, this will be the last goodbye. Don't come looking for me anymore. You are different from Justin. You and I are not friends, so don't be delusional in thinking that you can get something out of me." Chloe's tone sounded as cold as ice. Zion's eyes opened wide. He was confused about why Chloe had such a big reaction. What was more, he was completely dumbfounded by what Chloe said. However, as he examined Chloe, he noticed her eyes shifting as if she was hinting something. Zion had been in the entertainment business for years now. He wasn't an idiot. Immediately, he followed suit and lead on. "Dr. Green, I actually really like you. I'm not just playing around, so I don't want to use any schemes. If I needed women, I can get a batch of them within the entertainment circle. They'd all be younger, prettier, and hotter. But those girls aren't what I like. What's the point of saying that? There's no point. I know, but it hurts too much to give up on you. How about I put it this way? The media's been saying your relationship with your husband has been very strained and that it might lead to a divorce. So, what does it have to do with you? Your husband already betrayed you. He doesn't deserve your love. Why don't you come with me? I will treat you well. Don't make me laugh. Come with you? I might as well be with Justin," Chloe laughed coldly. "But can you promise that Justin won't cheat on you?" Zion asked. "So how can you promise me that you won't cheat?" Chloe smirked at him. "I'm not like them. Those that appear to be a playboy on the outside are really the loyal ones. I'm actually— Forget it. This is my office where I work. I don't want to talk to you about these matters." Zion remained silent. "I will treat you to dinner, and we will have a thorough talk. After that, hurry up and go back to Capital City. Don't ever come to find me again." As Chloe finished speaking, she grabbed a report and led the way out of her office. Zion followed. The door closed with a bam. "Boss, looks like they went out. Should we have them followed?" Chung asked Andrew. Andrew put down the wiretap and shook his head. "No need. A piece of garbage like Zion is not worth my time. He won't be having any chance to harass my Chloe anymore in the future." After leaving the South Side, Zion and Chloe both arrived at a discreet coffee shop near an exit of the highway. "Dr. Green, what just happened? Is your office wiretapped?" Zion asked. Chloe nodded gravely. "Oh, I see. That's disturbing. Did Andrew do it?" Zion continued to guess. "Uh-huh. Holy shit, what a creep. He really tried to get in through every opening. But why are you so calm knowing that your office is wired? I'm just thinking of going with his plans because even if I got rid of the wires this time, I wouldn't know where he'd put it next." "Going with his plans? Oh, I get it. You and Jack have been putting on a show then?" Zion had a eureka moment. Chloe didn't answer. In her heart, she didn't want another person to know this matter. If somehow Andrew overheard it, then all the work would be for nothing. It was almost as if Zion knew what Chloe was thinking. "Chloe, rest assured, I won't tell anyone," he promised in a serious tone. "Thank you." "No need to thank me. Andrew, he is my enemy as well." "You want to avenge Emery?" Chloe asked. "Not avenge per se. First of all, Emery and I were just buddies. There were no real emotions. Second, I'm not that unaware of my abilities to think I can be Andrew's opponent. But the enemy of an enemy is a friend, so I won't mention the show you two have been putting on to anyone." "What were you going to tell me while we were at the office?" Chloe asked, thinking he must have something very important to tell her. Not only that, it looked like it was related to Andrew, so she had to interrupt him. If Andrew heard everything, she couldn't imagine what would happen. Right, it's pretty important. If it weren't for Justin's surprise visit, I would have told you at the Nant Springs. You can tell me now. We're safe. Ever since she found out Andrew had been secretly monitoring her, Jack had put in an anti-wiretap device. As long as she was out, she wouldn't be tapped and could check if there were receivers around her. It was quite handy. Jack had one as well. In other words, if the two of them wanted to let Andrew eavesdrop, then he could. But if they didn't want to be heard unless Andrew showed up in person, then he wouldn't hear a thing. Chloe, let me tell you something. I think you will be surprised too. I think this is a big lead. What is it? Not long ago, I paid a visit to Mayor Hall's wife. Mrs. Hall? Didn't she go to a temple in the south to recuperate? Chloe wondered. Yes, but they came back to sell the house and take care of some of their old belongings. A friend of mine actually purchased their property, so I was there that day as well. Guess what I found at their house? What? Bella's diary. Zion looked around cautiously before answering. Bella's diary? What can it possibly contain? Chloe narrowed her eyes. She remembered the time when Bella was controlled by Andrew and wrote a diary that led Jack to become a suspected murderer. In her subconsciousness, she was disgusted by the word diary. You're not seeing the point. The diary that went public after Bella's death, yes, it was written by her. But she didn't do it out of her own will. It was used to frame Jack. Correct, Chloe nodded. But this is a real diary that was handwritten by Bella. What's the time frame? Was it way before or after? If it's from a long time ago, it probably doesn't have a lot of value. There are probably not a lot of clues, especially during the years when she was studying abroad. Most likely, it will just be the typical life of a rich girl. No, it's not from a long time ago. It's after she got married to Andrew. Zion lowered his voice. How could that be? Andrew didn't destroy something that's this important? Chloe said in disbelief. Andrew probably never thought Bella had the brains to do something smart. Still doesn't sound right. If Andrew didn't notice Bella left the diary at her mother's house when he visited, why didn't any of her family members notice after all this time? That's why what she did was so smart. She was afraid Andrew would search her house. After all, even Mayor Hall had gone to prison because of Andrew's schemes. So, how did you find the diary? I found it by accident as well. When Mrs. Hall was moving, there was a box of Bella's belongings, and there was a notebook that caught my attention. Chloe listened intently as Zion continued. The cover of the notebook was very odd. It had Satan on it, and the art style was very creepy and uncomfortable. It didn't look like a notebook that would be used by girls, and it didn't have a lock. I flipped the book open, and it was blank. And then? Chloe furrowed her brows. Right when I was about to close the book, my friend came over to take a peek. He was eating an apple that had just been washed, and when the water dripped down onto the diary, a miracle appeared. The diary was written in special ink. The words would disappear when the ink dries, but the ink would undergo a chemical reaction when it encounters water. Right? Smart. Zion looked at Chloe approvingly. What's in the diary? Chloe asked curiously. There was a period of time, after getting married to Andrew, Bella was acting rather odd. She often looked like she was over the edge, and sometimes crazy. I won't go on any longer. There's a lot of information, you can take a look at yourself. You have it on you? Yeah, it's in my bag. I brought it along with me because I wanted to find a chance to give it to you. I didn't think I'd meet you at Nant Springs. Well, even if I didn't see you that day, I would have found a way to give it to you. But I might have mailed it directly to your office instead. Good thing I didn't, though, or else Andrew might have noticed. Zion was feeling fortunate. You are willing to give me something this important? Chloe asked. You don't believe me? Are you afraid that I made it up? Zion asked. No, I just think, if Andrew found out that you have something like this on you, you might be bringing on a fatal disaster to yourself. Don't worry, he won't know. I'm not careless like that. As he finished speaking, Zion carefully took out the diary. It was a rather small notebook, and even looked old and worn. After all, 4 years had gone by since the death of Bella. It made sense that the diary looked worn. You can match the writing within the diary with Bella's other writings. Then you will know whether it is real or fake. No need. I trust that you won't lie to me, Chloe said. Read it after you get home. It's not safe to read it outside. Okay. But I do have something that I never figured out, Zion said. What is it? Why do you think she chose a diary with this cover? It's terrifying. It was probably related to how she was feeling. I think she became very abnormal after marrying Andrew. In terms of what she had actually gone through, only she would know. Now that she has passed, we will never know. Doesn't seem logical. Emery had been with Andrew for all those years as well, but she never wrote in anything like a diary. People are different. Emery loved Andrew, so she wouldn't have said anything even if she noticed something. But Bella is different. She hated Andrew since the very beginning. The fact that she left something like this has no meaning other than wanting whoever finds it to avenge her. Chloe calmly provided her analysis. You're always so smart and able to hit the bullseye. Zion looked at Chloe admiringly. This little girl that is younger than him by a dozen years is always able to pinpoint the most important factors of an issue. You have the diary now, you should go. Better to discuss it with your husband. I think whatever is in here will be of use to you. Have you read it? Whatever that is inside? Chloe watched Zion and asked slowly, I only read a section of it and didn't finish. How come? No interest. Do you believe me? Zion looked Chloe in the eye. Chloe nodded. It wasn't impossible since Zion was an odd one. After less than half an hour, Chloe hurriedly left, afraid that Andrew would be suspicious. The two of them didn't take a single sip of their coffees. By the time she had arrived home, both the twins and Jack were still out. She headed directly for the shower upstairs and slowly took out the diary in the bathroom. She turned the water to hot, and as the room began to steam, she began to read the words that appeared in the diary. Initially, she wanted to wait for Jack's return so they could read it together in the reading room. But then, she remembered the number of eyes that were still on them within the house and decided against it. If somehow anyone noticed anything, then the game would be over and it might drag Zion down as well. Hence, Chloe decided to read it first and tell Jack the contents later. Chloe waited patiently as the words became more and more clear. In the beginning, Chloe was rather calm because Bella seemed very emotional, so her entries were just random rambling. For example, one of the entries read, I'm starting to have insomnia. When will days like this end? Why is God treating me this way? Why is it that Chloe can easily have everything, while I have nothing? I hate everyone in this world. I don't want to, and I don't know why. I suddenly don't want to live anymore, LOL. Another entry read, I've been too afraid to tell Mom and Dad my situation. They probably could never imagine that their daughter, the apple of their eye, has been living like she's in hell. If I knew, I'd never have returned to the country, and I wouldn't be like this now. I wish Jack loved me, then everything would have been mine. I've never thought time would go by so slowly. I don't know where my tomorrow is, and I have no idea what that person will do to me next. The ramble-like expressions didn't seem like it came from Bella. At the very least, Bella was an intellect and wouldn't speak such nonsense. But in the end, Chloe confirmed her handwriting as she had studied her writing for a long period of time when the first diary came out and pinned the murder on Jack. To Chloe's conclusion, during the period where Bella and Andrew were married, she probably went through a lot of changes, and that was why she wrote these things. As Chloe continued to flip the pages, the contents became more and more creepy. The more she read on, the paler her face became. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Startled, she slapped the diary shut and shoved it in her bag. Who is it? Chloe asked alarmingly. Young madam, your mother-in-law made you bird's nest soup. I will put it on your nightstand. Remember to eat it while it's still warm, the maid said. Sure, put it there. I will eat it once I finish showering. Okay, I am leaving now. Once the maid left, Chloe became more cautious. She took the shower head and sprayed it on the floor, in case anyone wondered if she was really taking a shower. After a while, Chloe finally finished reading the diary. By the end, something in her had changed. She didn't think that after 4 years, she would still be able to see something Bella had left behind. It was like a miracle. To say the very least, for Bella to keep a diary preserved in this special way, Chloe had to admit that Bella had a couple of tricks up her sleeves. What was more bewildering was that the person that discovered this diary was Zion. If no one ever found it, wouldn't all of her plans have gone to waste? Once Chloe finished reading, she ripped the diary apart and flushed it down the toilet. As she turned to leave, she slipped on the wet floor and began falling forward. With a startled yelp, she consciously wrapped her arms around her waist. Just then, a large shadow swept her into its arms in an instant. Chloe calmed down a lot after she took a whiff of the familiar scent. "Honey, you're back?" Chloe hugged Jack. "Why aren't you more careful? I was taking a shower. I forgot to wear anti-slip slippers. It's good that you came back, just in time to catch me. Otherwise, I would have fallen on my face." Chloe stuck her tongue out. Suddenly, Jack released Chloe and pushed her away coldly. "I heard that you were with Zion at the Nantes Springs yesterday. When did you get so close to him?" Jack interrogated coldly. Chloe was confused by Master Dawson's sudden change in attitude. She glanced at the door and saw Kay the maid, who was pretending to mop the floor, and she realized what was going on instantly. She said deliberately, "Yes, but we met by accident. It wasn't planned. I didn't know he was going to be there. That's not what I asked. What I want to know is, how do you know him? Don't you know who he is?" "Of course I do. But he's just a friend." "A friend? You really have a lot of friends. Justin is your friend. Your ex, Simon, is also your friend. Chloe, aren't you too popular?" "Jack, what are you trying to say?" "You know damn well what I'm trying to say. We had a busy day. I really don't want to argue with you." Chloe sighed heavily. "I don't want to argue either, but you've really crossed the line. You even took the kids out to see a man? Is that really appropriate?" Jack was infuriated. "How dare you question me? What about you? I went to the company at lunch today and the entire finance department's talking about you and Irene. Do you really think I don't know anything? And please don't tell me there's nothing going on. Stella told me how you would put off work to leave early. Who knows what you're doing? Stella's so done. How dare she gossip about me?" Jack's expression was heavy. If you didn't do anything, she would have nothing to gossip about. And you're talking about how I don't care about the children. What about you? You're never home these days and you decline every chance to take the kids out. You said you're busy, but you have time for Irene, right? You were even photographed by the paparazzi. Do you know how big this scandal is? Do you know how embarrassed I am in front of my friends? You're making headlines and I'm the one who's not thinking about the family?" Chloe screamed hysterically. "Chloe, you're really becoming more and more unreasonable." "I'm unreasonable? God, are you serious? This society is so unfair. If a man cheats, everyone thinks nothing of it. He just needs to apologize and everybody moves on as if nothing happened. Then he'll keep both his wife at home and his mistress outside. But when there are rumors about a woman having an affair, everyone talks about her and condemns her before anything is proven. I haven't even done anything, but I'm already the bad one in everyone's eyes, right? Chloe, you weren't like this before. Look at yourself. You're acting like a crazy woman. I really have no words. I wasn't like this before because we were in love. But now? You're tired of me. I'm no longer young and fun, so you want to trade up. You miss the young me, so you're going after Irene. That's all bull. It's all false. The media likes to play up every non-existent rumor and you believe them? What happened to your high IQ? Ha! Where there's smoke, there's fire. The media's only reporting what they found. If you don't want them to talk, you shouldn't behave like that. Jack, not only are you the president of a major corporation and a renowned businessman, you're also the father of twins and the husband of a woman. Don't forget that. Chloe glared at Jack. Forget it. I don't want to fight with you anymore. It's pointless. I'm going to the library. With that, Jack turned and left. No, I'm not done with you yet. You can't go to the library. Chloe followed him into the study. Chaos sounded from the library. Kai, the maid, made her way downstairs carefully. Inside the study room, 5 minutes later, "Baby, come here." Jack opened his arms and pointed at his thigh, his gaze for Chloe warm and loving. She lowered her head shyly and walked over to him timidly, sitting on his lap. Wow. What? Chloe turned her head toward Jack, satisfied by how intimate they got to be. Honey, did you gain weight? You seem heavier than before, Jack teased. How long has it been? You don't even remember my weight? No, I remember. You've definitely gained weight. So what delicacies have you been eating behind my back? Jack pinched the baby fat on her cheeks dotingly. That's because... Chloe was so happy she almost spilled the beans on the baby. After another thought, however, she managed to hold back. Because of what? Jack looked at her curiously. Because I've been compensating for my sadness. Pretending to fight with you takes a lot out of me, okay? Of course I'm going to eat to my heart's content. That's a reason? Jack didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. What, you think I'm fat? Of course not. Eat. Gain weight. That way Justin will forget about you. What does Justin have to do with anything? Don't joke around. I really miss you. I really hope this kind of day will end soon. Jack turned Chloe's head and gave her a light peck. After all these years, Chloe still felt butterflies in her stomach every time Jack kissed her like this. All right, let's stop wasting time. That maid's going to get here soon. Right, let's not waste any time. Baby, take off your pants. Hubby, you're really becoming perverted. Not becoming... Your hubby's always been like this. Jack laughed. All right, let's stop joking around. I really have something important to tell you. Okay, go ahead. I won't bother you. With that, Master Dawson began to move his hands all over her. Chloe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Please, Master Dawson, how am I supposed to talk with you like this? Can we get serious, please? Chloe was speechless. Honey, it's been so long. You're not going to give me a treat? Your hubby's going to break from holding it in. Jack's face looked serious, as if he had suffered for a long time. Chloe almost laughed out loud. You're laughing! Hubby, you have your hands! Jack lifted up Chloe's shirt and his hands began to roam around. She couldn't help but giggle, but she had to do it very quietly since there was a spy outside. Honey, stop joking around. I really have something serious to tell you. Today, I received Bella's diary. Jack immediately stopped moving around, and his expression became serious. She's already been dead for so long. Why are you talking about her again? Bella was someone who Jack wanted nothing to do with for the rest of his life. Although it was ultimately Andrew's doing, Bella's death led to the 4-year separation between him and Chloe. Jack hated the woman from the bottom of his heart. He didn't even visit Mayor Hall when the man was arrested, nor did he help out the Hall family. As far as Jack was concerned, he wasn't a philanthropist, so there was no reason for him to help out everyone. Yes, other than his family and friends, he didn't care about anything else. Zion was the one who gave me the diary. Zion? Jack looked surprised. Chloe then told Jack all about how Zion wanted to see her and how he gave her the diary. Jack went silent. Chloe, is Zion someone we can trust? He was suspicious of the man, so he had to be careful. What if Zion is one of Andrew's men? I'm not sure, but Bella really did write this diary. I've conducted a handwriting analysis and made sure of it. Plus, if Zion really is one of Andrew's men, there's no need for all of this. Because the content in the diary is bad for Andrew. So, what does the diary say? Jack was very curious. What was Bella trying so hard to leave behind before she died? It's about Andrew's split personality. Oh, that? We already know that, don't we? Jack didn't find the information useful. Yes, we do know about it, but we don't know the details. We only know he has the illness, but Bella experienced it firsthand. So, anything she gives us is valuable. It'll help us prepare. What did she write specifically? Jack furrowed his brows. Basically, Andrew's other personality is completely non-human and terrifying, and it doesn't have traces of his actual personality. It's like the devil. Really? He's already like the devil normally, Jack mocked. Yes, but when I saw her writing, it chilled me to my bones. It's truly hair-raising. Maybe it really is. Incredibly scary. That's why we need to get rid of this psycho. Honey, remember when I told you about the time I saw his other personality? Yes, I remember. I'm just thinking. I don't know when we'll see his other personality again. You know, Andrew always says he likes me, and although it's annoying, he's never actually hurt me. He would just treat me to meals and things like that. But that time, that night, I was really freaked out. Andrew was completely different from his normal self. If he caught me that day, I really don't know what would have happened to me. So, Jack didn't finish. So, Bella wrote about the Andrew Post personality split. She also detailed how he tortured her. No human should have to go through that. I feel sorry for her. Forget about it. It's all in the past. What's the point of feeling sorry for someone who's no longer here? Anyway, she got what she deserved. Honey, we have to be even more careful. The split Andrew is a complete monster. He won't show us any mercy because there's a completely different person operating his body. I won't be nice anymore. I must protect us and protect our children. Chloe placed her hand on her tummy subconsciously as she said that. She was going to be a mother again, and she must become stronger. Oh yeah, I have something else to tell you. Chloe remembered something suddenly. What is it? Jack looked up. Andrew told me today that he's getting married soon. He's getting married? Jack frowned slightly, not sure if he heard right. Yeah. To who? I think he's talking about Ruoxi, Mayor Fisher's daughter. You know that they used to date, right? Did he tell you personally that he was marrying Ruoxi? Jack continued to ask. No, he just said that he was getting married, but I don't think he would lie about something as big as this. Andrew wouldn't joke like that, Chloe analyzed. That's weird then. How so? Why would Andrew get married at a time like this? It's not normal, Jack muttered out loud. Honey, do you think he needs Mayor Fisher for something? That's why he agreed to marry Ruoxi? Jack shook his head. It can't be. Andrew's current power and status is enough that he doesn't need Mayor Fisher's help for anything. Didn't you see? Andrew doesn't even care about the Green Corporation crisis, which means he doesn't care about money anymore. All he wants now is you. Upon hearing Jack's spot-on analysis, Chloe froze, and she wasn't sure what to say. We should take precaution against Andrew for his odd behaviors like this. Honey, what should we do then? Chloe began to worry as well. After all, when Andrew didn't play by the rules, he was extremely hard to predict. Let's stay put for now. Find out what he's trying to do. Chloe nodded. Honey? Yeah? You need to be extra careful. There are so many people around you these days, including Gabriel and Irene. Aside from the people you really trust, you need to stay away from the rest of them. I have a feeling that Andrew and I will be battling to the death soon. I will. You need to be careful as well, okay? I'm really worried about you, especially after reading Bella's diary. I'm worried that the other side of Andrew will turn into a devil or something even crazier and cruder. After all, the other side of him doesn't have any humanity left. I will. Chloe looked down at her watch. It was about time. Standing up unwillingly, she put her arms around Jack's neck. I hate fighting with you. I'd rather enjoy every moment we have together. Me too, Jack said gently as he kissed Chloe's eyelashes, his expression filled with love. But I know we have to power through. That's the only way to win, Chloe said with confidence. We will. Then I'll be going. I don't want Kay to see us. Okay. Jack then watched Chloe walk out of the study. Then, he began processing the information he received today. Andrew getting married, and the demon side of Andrew that Bella was talking about in her diary. Things seemed more complicated than ever. As Chloe headed down, she saw that Kay, one of the maids, was indeed hovering by the bottom of the staircase. She immediately looked down and squeezed out some tears. Young madam, why are you crying? Kay asked. No, I'm fine, Chloe said on purpose as she quickened her footsteps. Chloe, what's wrong? Have you and Jack been fighting again? Mrs. Dawson asked with concern. I'm fine, Mom. I need to go and pick up the twins. Where are they? Why aren't they home yet? I thought you guys went to the hot springs together this morning, Mrs. Dawson asked. Yeah. Then Avery called to say that she and her boyfriend's back in the country and wanted to take the twins out. They probably forgot about the time. Avery's back? Her dad agreed to them getting married? Mrs. Dawson asked curiously. I'm not sure. I'll ask her about it when I see her. Okay then. Drive safe, Chloe, Mrs. Dawson reminded her. Then, Chloe drove away and called Justin on the way, asking them where they were. Haidilao Hot Pot. When Chloe arrived, the twins had just started eating and seemed to be enjoying themselves. Mommy's here. Waitress, could you please bring my mommy chopsticks and a plate? Little Bean immediately called out, and Chloe sat down in between the twins with a smile on her face. Sis-in-law, I've missed you so much. Avery got up and hugged Chloe tightly. Sis-in-law, you've gotten prettier since last I saw you, Max teased with a smile. Don't lie, I know what I look like, okay? I've never been called pretty, ever. Chloe laughed. Yeah, Uncle Cruz, this is what you get for sucking up, haha. Little Bean laughed at Max. Too bad I'm not as much of a suck-up as you are, Little Bean. You truly deserve the crown for that one. Little Bean was at a loss for words. Uncle Cruz, stop telling the truth, Pudding added. Auntie, look, they're bullying me again, Little Bean complained to Avery, who scolded Max. You, arguing with a kid, aren't you embarrassed? You're right, honey. Max looked lovingly at Avery. You guys make me cringe. I bet you guys moved super fast and did a lot of 18-plus stuff back in the States. Little Bean's mind ran wild. What are you talking about? I'm not like that, Avery explained awkwardly. Where's Jack? Why didn't he come with you? Justin looked over at Chloe. Oh, he just got off work and had a lot of things to deal with. Does he really have work to deal with? Or is he meeting someone else? Justin said cryptically. Justin, what do you mean? Is my future wife's brother really cheating on his wife? Max gossiped. Screw you, my brother isn't like that, Avery immediately defended Jack. I don't think Daddy's like that either. Handsome Cooper, you can't spread rumors, or else I'll get mad at you. Little Bean pursed her lips. I'm not spreading rumors. I really feel like something's wrong, Jack and Irene. Justin was just about to argue for Chloe's sake, but the latter immediately shook her head. Justin, can we not talk about this in front of the kids? Justin quickly understood what she meant and nodded. Avery was anxious and had more questions to ask, but decided to stop upon hearing what her sister-in-law said. She had no choice but to swallow her questions and concerns, but she was determined to talk to her brother alone when she got back. She knew how much Jack loved his wife and children, and how much he missed them when he had to be away in the States. Avery refused to believe that a man like that would cheat on his wife. There must be some sort of misunderstanding here. On the beach of some island in Indonesia, Fiona laid back on a beach chair and casually sipped on her juice. Fiona, should we really be wandering around under Legend's nose? Riker asked. Both he and Fiona knew that Ian often visited Indonesia, so why did she want to come here as soon as she got out of Pakistan? He was on the verge of a heart attack from the constant worrying about being found by Legend in his own backyard. Of course it is. Fiona flashed him a beautiful smile. She was wearing a yellow floral bikini, showing off all the curves on her body. Mind you, her face alone was capable of pitching 100 tents in men's trousers. Therefore, almost all the tourists stopped to gawk at this beautiful Asian woman. Feeling jealous, Riker took out a silk scarf and laid it down on Fiona's body. What are you doing? Fiona stopped drinking her juice and placed it off to the side. I'm trying to hide your fat, Riker scoffed. What the F? Are you blind? My body is perfect. There is no fat. Psycho Riker, how dare you insult me when I give you food to eat and clothes to wear? Fiona shouted angrily. I do what I want, Riker said, purposely trying to make Fiona mad. I think you're just jealous. Admit it. Fiona laughed, proud of herself. So what if I am? You shouldn't be wearing so little out in the public anyways. Ha. Fiona suddenly burst into laughter. What? Psycho Riker, are you from the 18th century? Everyone wears bikinis here, isn't it normal? I used to even swim naked in Australia. Fiona grew up in the Western world, so she wasn't as traditional as Chloe. However, this didn't mean she was a slut. Fiona had a beautiful face and a perfect body. She was stunning no matter where she was, and all the men and even women fawned over her. Moreover, Fiona's looks taught her how to utilize it to her own advantage. She often used her face and body to lure the enemy, just to kill them before they could lay hands on her. Chloe used to think that Fiona took after their father. However, when they met in the United States, Chloe saw that their father looked like any ordinary man. This meant it was very possible that Chloe looked like their father, while Fiona looked like their mother. Too bad she rarely got to hear anything about her mother. Even Fiona and their father rarely talked about Dr. Lin, the medical genius. Chloe decided not to keep digging. After all, she didn't have a lot of chances to see Fiona and their father. Perhaps theirs was the only family in the world that lived like this, the only family that had to stay away from each other to protect each other. You swam naked? Why didn't you just walk about naked? Riker glanced at Fiona with disdain. Growing up as a member of the most powerful mob group in Russia, Riker followed his father and traveled the world in his youth. He had met countless figures and even heads of state. Of course he wasn't from the 18th century. However, because he loved Fiona, he wanted to dominate her. He wanted her to be all his. Why should his future wife show off her body to the entire world? Do you want to fight? Fiona stood up, half angry and half amused. She took her hands out and made fists. She enjoyed fighting with her bare hands, especially when facing pros. Riker was a good opponent, and she had always enjoyed their fights. This was because Riker never went easy on her because she was a girl. Of course, he would never hurt her either. Shh, stop talking. Riker's face suddenly fell. Fiona immediately understood what was going on. She turned around immediately to see a group of suit-wearing men walking quickly towards them. Legends men are just getting more and more useless. I was waiting for them all morning, but it took them until after lunch to find us, Fiona muttered, as she took out 2 sharp daggers from her backpack, handing one to Riker. Did you just give me a dagger? Don't you see guns in their hands? Riker looked helplessly at the dagger in his hand. That's what makes it fun. Fiona smiled. Dude, come on. We don't even need these daggers to deal with these people. If this place wasn't filled with tourists, I would kill them with my bare hands. Let's split up, lead them into 2 different directions, and get this over with. Okay. Riker knew Fiona well, so he nodded in agreement. 3 minutes, okay? Before Riker could finish his sentence, Fiona had already put on her jacket, picked up her backpack, and ran off. She's over there. Hurry up. The men quickly rushed in her direction. At this time, Riker also put on his jacket, picked up his bag, and walked in the opposite direction of where Fiona went. Therefore, the suit-wearing thugs had no choice but to split up. Indonesian headquarters. Legend was playing the melodious song Canon flawlessly on a white grand piano. Master, one of his subordinates muttered carefully. However, Legend didn't acknowledge his presence. He seemed to be immersed in his own world. We just received news that our people found out where Miss Fiona is. We have her followed. Legend still didn't respond. It wasn't until he finished playing the piece did he slowly get up and crack his knuckles. When? 5 minutes ago. I had 11 of our men chase after her. I told them to keep her alive if possible. 5 minutes? I guess they're all corpses now. Legend commented nonchalantly, and his subordinate froze. Suddenly, someone ran into the room Legend was in. He looked like a local Indonesian. Master, all of our men were killed. Look, what did I just say? Fiona went easy on your men. She would have killed all of them in 10 seconds had she used a gun. Master, I can send more people over. Why? So they can die as well? Legend glared icily at his subordinate. Fiona was hard enough to catch to begin with, and now that little brat from the Ross family is helping her as well. Are we really going to let her do whatever she wants, right under our eyelids? His subordinate asked. Whatever she wants? Ha ha, I wonder who will be the last one laughing. Legend smiled. The truth was, he loved playing cat and mouse. Over the years, he had killed so many women that he lost count. However, he lost interest in all of them within 3 days. Fiona was the only woman that kept him amused for such an extended period of time. Therefore, he didn't want her to die so soon. By a cliff near the ocean. Fiona, we should leave this place as soon as possible. Legend's actions are unpredictable. It's better to get out now than wait. Riker still thought that being here was the worst idea ever. We can't leave. Why not? Do you really think you would win if you go head-on with Legend right now? No, Fiona answered truthfully. Then why can't we leave? The truth was, Riker didn't understand what Fiona was up to. Why would she stay if she knew she was in danger? Did she want to die? Or could it be, I'm trying to protect my sister. If I can keep Legend occupied, he won't have time to chase down my sister, Fiona answered nonchalantly. I knew it was because of Sis-in-Law. Riker had guessed this already. My people informed me that because Legend failed to catch me after all these years, he went back to the city to search for Chloe. Even if Andrew keeps his mouth shut, with Legend's powers, he'll find out soon enough. Once he finds out who Chloe is, she will be forced to run away like me and be chased down by Legend's people for the rest of her life. I don't want that to happen to her. Fiona, I know you want to protect your sister, but who's going to protect you? Riker looked at Fiona, grief-stricken. Me? I'm strong. I don't need protection. I've been beating the odds since I was born. Haha, trust me, my bombs are just as good as my dad's. But do you know how dangerous it is to wander in Legend's territory, just so you can protect Sis-in-Law? I do. The worst-case scenario is I get caught, right? Even if I do, I won't let him use me to threaten my dad. Legend is a psychopath. He'll force my dad into creating some biochemical weapon to destroy this world, and I'm not going to let that happen. A few years ago, I decided that if he really caught me one day, I will kill myself. I'd rather die than let him use my life to coerce my dad. You say it so nonchalantly, but are you really not afraid of dying? If I was afraid of dying, I would have never become a mercenary. I'm used to living a life of blood and death. Riker, this is my destiny, and I refuse to blame others. I've lived a great life. I have been famous since birth, since I am the daughter of Dr. Wagner and Dr. Lin. Some medical researchers even said that they want to study my corpse after I die because they think I have mutated genetics. Haha, since everyone is born with that kind of aura above their heads. When I was at West Point, I tasted life's bitterness. All the soldiers that graduated from that school did. Trust me, I was never afraid of dying. When I was 20 years old, I already had billions of dollars in my hands and was living a better life than the richest man in the world. I can eat a meal worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I could wear clothes worth millions. The handgun that I invented cost more than $50 million. Numbers like this are unimaginable for normal people, and I got to live a life others couldn't, which is why I have to walk down a different path than normal people can't. That's what's fair. Fiona, won't you miss anyone if you die? Riker asked with sadness in his tone. He was disappointed by the realization that Fiona didn't love him as much as he loved her. Riker, I told you a long time ago that we're not meant to be. I'm not marriage material. Someone like you can choose whatever woman you want. You don't have to die with me. I don't care. All I ever wanted was you, Riker said. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Fiona looked down. She felt bad for what she had done to Riker. Chloe has her husband and daughters. Your father has your mother to think about. But who do you have? Fiona stammered. Why did she suddenly feel a wave of sorrow? Riker. But don't worry. You may not have had anyone in the past, but you have me in the future. Fiona. Riker. I plan on being by your side for a long time, living off on your money. That's why you have to live a long time, or else I might starve to death. Riker didn't say anything too committal because he didn't want to give Fiona any pressure. Riker, once Legend dies, let's retire, okay? Let's go live with my dad and my sister. We'll all be together happily, all the time. I want children as well. Since Chloe had twins, we might as well. Keep dreaming. Fiona laughed. So Fiona, take your life seriously, okay? It's not just yours anymore. Fiona nodded hard. Let's get married in Rome once we kill Legend, she suddenly suggested. So, are you proposing to me right now? I am. Why? Don't you want to marry me? Where's my diamond? Are you kidding me? I have to feed you and buy you a diamond? Where's your sense of shame? I don't care. I won't marry you if you don't buy me a diamond. Riker shook his head with resolution. Psh, a diamond. Let me tell you, I can even bury you with the number of diamonds I have in my Swiss bank's vault. That's a good idea. I can consider accepting your proposal if you give me all the diamonds you have. Bye. Fiona stood up with a huff and turned around to leave. Riker smiled lovingly as he watched her march off. Soon, it had been 2 days since Riker and Fiona arrived in Indonesia. Aside from touring the country, Fiona couldn't help herself from looking around the black markets. When she was bored, she went to the underground fight club or sold low-quality guns. It was obvious that she was having a great time. Riker, on the other hand, stayed close beside her the entire time. The two of them were always together, but nothing happened this entire time. This made them more cautious than ever since Legend might try to kill them at any given second. That evening, Fiona and Riker had just come back from the black market, and Fiona told him she wanted Russian-style beef for dinner. When he came back from grocery shopping, however, 4 big, tall men blocked his way, forcing him to back away into an alley. "Young master, why are you here?" "Young master, please come home with us. The old master's temper has been awful since you left, and your brother keeps interfering. The situation is not looking good for you. I've left home. I'm not a part of that family another. Therefore, I don't care about what Nan Ross does, and I will not go back to stop him. Young master, you're the young master of our clan. You can't let yourself be chased down and buy groceries. Although the old master is still angry, he still misses you. If you go back, it'll make him happy and he will forgive you. I don't need his forgiveness. Young master, go." "I won't go back," Riker said with determination. These people all worked for Riker. They all knew how indifferent he could be. When Riker decided to leave with Fiona, he had cut off all ties with his family and even left his men behind. Just as Riker turned around to leave, he heard a gunshot from behind him. Riker ducked instinctively and turned around to see all 4 of his men holding guns, which were aimed right at him. He immediately ducked again, but the 4 men were determined to make a kill. "I knew you weren't here to ask me to go back." Riker glared icily at them. "Young master, don't blame us. We work for second young master now. I know Nan's been wanting me dead for a while now, so that's not surprising. But the 4 of you are not capable of killing me," Riker said with confidence. "What about me?" At this time, a man wearing a black trench coat walked out from behind the 4 thugs, wearing a weird smile on his face. Riker froze. Then, he said, "Ha, I was wondering how these good-for-nothings found out where I was." He stopped thinking of Nan as his brother. This man was ambitious and tried to kill Riker countless times when they were growing up. When Nan was 8, he pretended to forget to turn off the gas and lock the door when he left. Riker almost died of gas poisoning that day, as he was napping at home during that time. Luckily, Riker had a dog at that time, and it smelled something and barked until Riker woke up and ran for his life. The truth was, their father knew about their fight for power, and he wanted to help Riker while slowly strip Nan of his authority. However, he realized that Nan had already become too powerful, so powerful that when Riker was shot, their father couldn't blame Nan, even though he knew that it was the latter who ordered the assassination. This was the rule of their type of family: survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. The strong preyed on the weak. It was said that the most vicious Tibetan mastiffs were trained that way. When the pups were born, they were locked inside a room without food and were forced to kill their siblings until one emerged as the king. It's true that you were hard to find. That batch, Fiona, is good at running away. I have to thank Legend this time. I wouldn't have found you if it weren't for his help. Haha, I can't believe that you and Legend are working together. Father will kill you if he finds out. Don't worry, Father won't find out, because I won't let you see him again. This was when Riker understood that Legend knew how hard it was to catch them. Therefore, he told their whereabouts to Nan, so Nan could kill him and owe Legend a favor. What do you say, brother of mine? Do you have anything else to say before you die? Nan took out his gun and pointed it at Riker's head. You can't kill me. Do you really think Father will come to save you? Forget it. He's worlds away and doesn't even know you're in Indonesia. Even if he did, he's in Russia. He's out of time. Nan, I haven't seen you for a while and your balls are really getting bigger and bigger. You even dare to touch my man? A crisp voice suddenly sounded from behind Nan. Everyone turned around to see Fiona standing there, wearing a sexy red dress that danced in the wind. Tisk, tisk. I have to admit that you're really pretty. You should be with me after Riker dies. I'll be good to you, Nan laughed. Be with you? Are you sure? I heard you have ED, Fiona said mockingly. Upon hearing this, Nan's expression fell. Fiona, you've never slept with me. How would you know that I have ED? Nan said, his expression as disgusting as could be. Do I have to sleep with you to know? I can't even see a bump in your pants. I'm sad for your tiny sausage. Fiona's mouth could be even more vicious than Chloe's. Upon hearing this, Nan almost burst in anger. You damned woman, don't play word games with me. Your man is in my hands right now. If you beg me, I might not cut up his corpse. You retard, you're literally the most shameful man I've ever met. Why are you always out to kill your own brother? Why do I have a feeling that Uncle Ross gave birth to you after sleeping with a prostitute and his condom broke or something? Why else would you even want to kill your own little brother? Are you still human? Nan, I'm the one you want to kill. Let Fiona go. Riker quickly analyzed the situation. They couldn't win. Nan came with 2 of his own men, which meant that they had 7 people in total. Moreover, Nan's gun was pointing at Riker's head, which meant that their chances of winning were quite slim. Therefore, right now, Riker refused to drag Fiona down with him. Shut it. I would never run away without you. Plus, I haven't had my fun with you yet. If you don't leave with me, who's going to spend all my money for me? Fiona. Riker sighed. He knew how stubborn this girl could be. She would never leave because he asked her to. Well then, if you guys want to die together, I will be the good guy today and make that happen, Nan said as he aimed his gun at Riker. Wait! Fiona suddenly shouted. What are you playing at? Nan looked cautiously at Fiona. Be careful, Master. Fiona has a lot of tricks up her sleeves. Even Legend can't catch her, one of his men reminded Nan quietly. It was true. Nan wouldn't dare underestimate Fiona. Fiona took out a silver Desert Eagle from behind. You really think you can kill all of us alone with one gun? Nan laughed. How embarrassed would I be if I used a gun against you guys? Then, Fiona took out a small red metallic thing from her pocket. Everyone's expressions changed almost immediately when she took it out. What is... Riker's eyes narrowed as his voice trailed off. I'll be generous today and give you all VIP service. Do you know what Ghost One is? As she finished her sentence, Nan and his people began taking steps back. They knew what Ghost One was. A while ago, Fiona blew up Legend's Indonesia base with this bomb. That event stirred up chaos within the Indonesian government. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? What kind of stupid question is that? I obviously want to send you all to hell. Fiona smiled. You're lying. If that's really Ghost One, then you'd die as well. You think I'm scared of dying? Fiona looked at Nan with disdain. You would never bring something so dangerous on you, he analyzed. That's where you're wrong. I brought this with me because it's dangerous. I was going to kill myself and Legend with this. It's too bad that I didn't see him today. But hey, I can still kill you guys with it. It's not a bad compromise. Then, Fiona pretended like she was going to detonate the bomb. No, I don't want to die yet. Master, let's go. Nan's men immediately admitted defeat. Although this bomb was really small, it was capable of turning everything within a 10-mile radius into dust. So, what do you think? Do you want to let my man go and let us leave? Or would you rather us go to hell together? Fiona still had a bright smile on her face, making it impossible for others to see if she was bluffing or not. Master, let's just let them go this and plan this more thoroughly. Nan's subordinates were ready to shit their pants. However, Nan wasn't willing to give up such a great opportunity. I don't believe that you will really detonate Ghost One. Let's just try if you don't believe me. Why are we still wasting time chit-chatting? Fiona said nonchalantly. Master, Fiona's insane. Even Legend can't deal with her. We shouldn't take the risk. We can retreat and think of a better plan." Nan's men were worried that Fiona would really kill them all if they continued their face-off. "Are you really not afraid of dying?" Nan knew that although some people say they weren't afraid of dying, most of them were lying. Who really had the guts to detonate such a deadly bomb when they would surely die as well? Fiona was only a young girl in her 20s. How could she possibly have such a big pair of balls? If they really let Fiona and Riker go this time, when would they have the chance to catch them again? What the hell, Nan? Did your mom raise her placenta as a son? Where are your brains? I have been traveling the world since I was born, and I split up with my dad at the age of 8 and began running for my life. I was admitted to West Point when I was still a teenager, and after graduation, I formed my own mercenary team. I've never been afraid of dying, and I have been fighting death since I was born. How stupid are you to ask me a question like that? No one in the world had ever cussed at Nan like that. In the Ross family, no one dared to cross Nan, because everyone knew that he was a violent, heartless, and petty little man. "Haha, you're the first person to treat me like this. You've got balls, Fiona," Nan snickered. "I can even cuss at Legend, so who do you think you are? I'm running out of time and patience. You want to die? Just tell me and stop wasting my time. I'll give you 5 more seconds. If you don't give my man back by then, let's all go to hell together." Then, with the red bomb in hand, Fiona began counting down. 5, 4, 3. "I'll let you go." Finally, Nan admitted defeat. "So soon? Do you think you really have what it takes to become the leader of your family with that pair of tiny balls?" Stupid F. Fiona detested Nan. Nan's teeth clenched. He hated Fiona to his guts, but he couldn't do anything about it. This was because Ghost 1 belonged only to Fiona. It was she who invented it. When this bomb was first made, some terrorist organizations offered Fiona a couple of $1 billion. However, Fiona refused without thinking. Nan wasn't sure how many of these bombs Fiona had, but he knew how powerful Ghost 1 was because he heard about the destruction of Legend's Indonesian headquarters. Therefore, he wasn't about to be stupid and underestimate this woman and the bomb in her hand. "Let him go," Nan said, and his men immediately backed up, allowing Fiona to walk past them and help Riker. As he watched them leave, Nan felt both humiliated and angry. He muttered quietly, "Fiona, I'll make you pay." Fiona and Riker ended up in a cave located in the ghetto area of Indonesia. Riker's leg was grazed by a bullet, and she wanted to help him. "Damn it, Riker, take off your pants," Fiona ordered impatiently. "What do you want to do?" Riker looked up, his gaze brushing past Fiona's face. "What do I want to do?" "You," Fiona said impatiently. "Take off your pants. I need some time. This is happening too soon," Riker said shyly, his face flushing. Yes, it was true that he wanted to sleep with Fiona, but this was too sudden. What a pleasant surprise. Of course he was thinking too much, because Fiona immediately punched him in the head. "Dude, you're thinking too much. I'm trying to treat your leg." Riker blinked awkwardly. "Take off your pants. Come on, I'm losing my patience." In the end, Riker had no choice but to slowly pull down his pants. He was wearing black boxer shorts underneath. Fiona took out a first aid kit and rolled up the rim of one side so she could see the top of his thighs. As expected, a bullet had scratched the area. "Nan's the kind of person that may poison the bullet. I need to clean the wound. I'm not going to give you an anesthetic, so it might hurt, okay?" "Okay." Riker nodded. Fiona took out a dagger and disinfected it with a candle. Then, she carefully scraped the exposed flesh. Although it was just a layer of flesh, it still hurt like a mother. However, Riker clenched his teeth and didn't make a noise, even though his forehead was now drenched with sweat. "I'm almost done." Then, Fiona quickly bandaged Riker's wound, put lidocaine on it, and finally applied some white powder-like medicine. "I made this medicine. Your wound will get better in 3 days." "Okay, I'm done." Fiona was in a great mood. After finishing up, she patted Riker's inner thigh with her hand. This was a sensitive area for men, and as expected, Riker's body reacted. Fiona wasn't sure what the tent on Riker's pants was. The truth was, she knew almost everything about everything, but was completely oblivious about sex. Curious, she put her hand on his boner. What's going on here? Were you hurt here as well? Fiona, don't move. Riker immediately stopped her. What's wrong? Fiona asked with confusion. I'm trying not to eat you up, Riker said, his face flushed with desire. It was only then that Fiona figured out what was happening, and her face turned into a ball of flames. What the hell? How can you get hard at a time like this? Come on, you were the one who touched it. I didn't do anything, Riker said innocently. Psycho Riker, you're so shameless. You're trying to advantage of me. Fiona covered her face in embarrassment. Okay, let's change the subject. I have a question for you. Did you really have a ghost one in your hand just now? Riker asked in all seriousness. Upon hearing this, Fiona put her hands down and smiled proudly. Guess. I think it was a fake. Why? Fiona asked. Because if a terrorist organization was willing to give you billions to buy it, it means the bomb is incredibly to make. So you definitely wouldn't have a lot of it made and readily available, nor bring one with you? Smart. So what did you threaten Riker with just now? Riker asked with curiosity. Are you talking about this? Fiona took the tiny device out of her pocket. Riker reactively took a step back, and Fiona giggled. Don't be scared. It's not Ghost One. What is it then? A mini tracker. That's it. Fiona smiled. Tracker. Okay, so that's what you used to scare away Nan. Good for you. Riker gave her a thumbs up. That's wrong. Nan isn't afraid of Ghost One. He's scared of my undying determination. Anyways, you really risked it this time. There is no next time, Riker softly said. Don't give me that. I did it to save you. I don't care about my life, but nothing can happen to you, Riker said stubbornly. BS, there would be no meaning to my life if you were to die. Fiona was angry and said it without thinking. Only after the fact did she realize that what she just said sounded exactly like a confession of love. Riker was surprised after hearing that. So, Fiona, you're willing to live and die with me, right? You're dreaming. I'm just scared that I'll be bored after you die, Fiona argued. No matter what she said, she couldn't cover her true feelings. Fiona, it looks like my efforts were worth it. Riker dotingly looked at the stunningly beautiful girl. Okay, let's stop. I'm so hungry. Let's go and get food. No, I still have the beef I bought. Don't you want stewed beef? I'll make it for you right now. After speaking, Riker rose up and carefully took out the beef he bought. After a life-and-death battle, he still remembered something so insignificant. Fiona's eyes immediately welled up. Ever since she got with Riker, she was always moved easily. Her fearless nature now had the softness that only a young girl could have. When Riker was cooking, Fiona jumped onto the roof, knelt down, and looked at the sunset. She lowered her head, turned on her wireless electric watch, and dialed a familiar set of numbers. Hello, Chloe speaking. Inside her office, Chloe picked up her phone and looked at the files delivered by Violet. Sis, a soft voice said. Chloe was beyond excited. Fiona, is that you? Where are you? How have you been? Why didn't you call me? Are you hurt? Are you still in Russia? Are you in contact with Dad? How is he? Chloe couldn't stop asking questions. Fiona softly chuckled. Sis, how am I supposed to answer all those questions at once? Fiona smiled. I'll ask them one by one. How have you been? Chloe gently asked. I've been doing good. Fiona would never tell Chloe that she and Riker had been through a terrifying chase. So, are you still in Russia with the Ross family? Chloe heard from Jack that the Ross family had great influence in Russia. So, if Fiona stayed in Moscow, she should be very safe. I'm still in Russia, Fiona lied, so that her sister wouldn't worry. Is your boyfriend good to you? Really good, don't worry. Have you been in contact with Dad? Chloe hurriedly asked. Yeah, he's doing great. The old man is more clever than me, so nothing will happen to him, Fiona joked. Oh, you never care about anything. Be careful, do you know that? I know. How have you been? I've been fine. Really? Why did I hear news of your imminent divorce? Fiona was up to date on the news. It's just a small conflict. The media likes to blow everything up, don't mind that. How's Little Bean and Pudding? They're doing good. Really good. Don't worry. And if anyone messes with you, tell me and I'll blow them up for you. Haha, okay. Chloe really liked this little sister of hers because she found that the young girl had a lot in common with her. She was fearless and had more guts than anyone. Fiona had a fiery temper that would blow anyone up. That made Chloe love her more. Sis, what are you laughing at? I'm being serious. I have lots of explosives. I have the most cutting-edge bombs, tracking devices, and even missiles. I can get anything. Haha. Chloe laughed harder. I'm being serious. I'm not joking. I know. Then why are you laughing? I feel like you don't believe me and think that I'm just boasting. Fiona rubbed her head. Nothing. It's just that your sister is a regular citizen. You really don't have to use a missile, haha. That's too wasteful. Okay. Anyways, don't worry, sis. I will be protecting you and watching over you. Fiona, you have to be careful too. You know that? I know. I'm going to be fine. Okay, I'm hanging up now. So soon, Chloe didn't want to go. They called about once a month and she didn't want to hang up. International calling is expensive, Fiona said. Haha, you are not someone who has to worry about money. Chloe laughed. She knew that Fiona was rich. All of the twins' gifts were over $1 billion. I was just messing with you. I have some stuff to take care of on my end. I can't speak for much longer. I'll call you very often, though. Remember to let me know that you're safe. Okay, see ya, sis. Bye, Fiona. After hanging up, Fiona felt down. She wanted to be with Chloe, sitting in a cafe and chatting. She wanted to go shopping in a mall and do manicures with Chloe. However, that wasn't her lifestyle. She was bound to be a queen of war since her birth. Sometimes, she wondered what would have happened if she was the one that her parents left behind in the city. Then, she could live a normal life like her older sister. To go to university, do things that she liked, and date a boy that she loved. Then, graduate, get married, and have children of her own. However, these mundane dreams were unachievable for Fiona. Fiona, the food's ready. Come and eat. Riker stood below and looked at the roof. Okay. Fiona jumped. She flew down as nimbly as a bird. When they ate, they mindlessly chatted. Suddenly, Fiona emotionally asked, Riker, do you know what my childhood dream was? To be an explosives expert? Riker asked. Pfft, don't kid me. Okay, when I was younger, before I got into explosives, I didn't want to be a mercenary at all. What did you want to be? Fiona lowered her head, had some beef soup, and seriously said, I wanted to be an architect. An architect? Riker was a little taken aback. He felt as if the profession didn't seem like Fiona's type at all. An architect. I didn't even know what it was called back then. I just wanted to design houses when I grew up. I wanted to create beautiful houses for my family, friends, teachers, and classmates. I even wanted to build landmark buildings, like the Louvre of France, Taj Mahal, the Forbidden City of China, and other buildings that would be remembered for a long time. I feel accomplished thinking about others living in the buildings I designed. That was a good dream, Riker exclaimed. And when I grew up, I finally understood that we can't have what we want. So that's why I'm envious of my sister. She wanted to be a doctor, so she did. Doing something she likes must be nice. Fiona, after we get rid of Legend, let's change our names and move to a city you like. We'll start anew. You won't be the queen of the mercenary world, and I won't be the young master of the Ross family. We'll live like normal people, okay? Of course. Fiona happily clapped like a little girl. What about you, Riker? If we can start a new life together, what would you want to do? I want to open a restaurant. Restaurant? Fiona was also taken aback. My family was actually in the country a long time ago, and my great-grandfather was actually a chef. His fish feast was well known, and he was summoned by an emperor to be a cook at the palace. After wars and a lot of unrest, we lost the craft. When he was still alive, He wanted my grandfather to be a cook as well, but he disagreed. My grandfather started doing illegal business, and here we are today. If we are able to escape our current identities and live anew, I want to open a restaurant. Damn, that's a good idea. What are you going to make? Stewed beef? Fiona giggled. Of course not. I know how to make a lot of stuff. I did my research. I'll cook for you every day. Yay, I'll be waiting. So now you see the benefits of being my wife? Riker started being narcissistic again. Pfft, don't kid yourself. You're the one benefiting from the marriage, okay? I'll protect you and nobody else can hurt you. Nan and Legend can go die in a ditch if they touch my man. While speaking, Fiona reverted to her manly self. Riker didn't mind that at all. He looked at Fiona with love in his eyes. He felt that all the women in the world could not add up to Fiona's childlike laugh. Maybe loving was that simple. No matter how many lives they spent together, he would never be bored with her. At Southside Recuperation Center, Vice Director, bad news. Something has happened to Dr. Gabriel. Please go take a look. A doctor's rapid knocking alerted Chloe. Dr. Gabriel, what's wrong with him? Chloe never liked Gabriel and had her guard up. Chloe wasn't worried. She was even a little repulsed and suspicious. He fainted in the operating room. Fainted? Did he finish the operation? Yeah, luckily. We wouldn't have time to find another doctor otherwise. Okay, I'll have a look. The news of Gabriel fainting inside the operating room spread like wildfire. Director Richard wasn't present frequently, so as a high-level executive, Chloe had to investigate. Inside the ER, the vice director is here. Make way. Seeing Chloe enter made everyone move out of the way. Doctor, how is Dr. Gabriel? Chloe asked the physician in charge. I ran some tests. He has low blood sugar. He has been working overtime a lot recently. He worked the graveyard shift a few days in a row and performed 3 major surgeries. He fainted from exhaustion and low blood sugar. I suggest that you give him paid leave. Okay, I know. After hearing that nothing major happened, Chloe let out a sigh of relief. When she entered the emergency room, Gabriel was already awake. He looked very frail. He still smiled when he saw Chloe. Vice Director, you're here. Rest well. How could you tire yourself out and work overtime if you have low blood sugar? Chloe asked. We're running short on staff in our department. Dr. Wang's daughter is ill and I gave her an early leave. I thought I could make it for a few days, but who knew my luck would be this bad and I would run into 3 big surgeries. Ha ha. He tiredly smiled. We need to look after ourselves first so we can save others. I'll give you a week break. No, if I go on leave, our department will be more empty, Gabriel objected. Don't worry, I'll arrange things. You just focus on getting better. After speaking, Chloe turned to leave. Vice Director, what is it? Do you really detest me? Gabriel suddenly asked. Why do you say that? As an executive, I view all as equal, Chloe diplomatically said. You're lying. I know that you hate me and Irene. Ha, you hate her because she flirted with your husband. Why do you dislike me? We were classmates after all. I don't understand. I don't dislike you, Dr. Gabriel. You're thinking too much. If you don't dislike me, can we shake on it? Gabriel extended his hand. Chloe didn't want to, but all the doctors and nurses were watching. If she didn't give Gabriel some breathing room, it would show that she was extremely petty. So she unwillingly shook his hand. The instant she did, Irene took a picture and sent it to Jack on Weibo. President Dawson, it seems like our vice director cares about Dr. Gabriel a lot, she wrote. After Jack saw that, his expression changed subtly. He called Irene. When did this happen? Just now. Our Dr. Gabriel fainted, and vice director was super worried. She came to visit him herself. I always thought that she was just caring, but I was surprised when I saw them hold hands. I heard that she was germophobic and rarely made skin contact. That's a little strange. President Dawson, since we're good friends, I wanted you to know. Otherwise, if everybody but you knew, that would be awkward. Okay, I got it. If you feel unhappy, would you like to go get a drink after I get off work? Irene proposed. No need. I'm hanging up now. After speaking, Jack coldly hung up. Interacting with Irene wasn't that simple. He needed to act naturally and not too close to her. Acting close would make Andrew suspicious. If he didn't, it might make things go too slow. So, Jack needed to gauge the speed. It was quite exhausting. Irene's behavior wasn't out of the ordinary because she didn't have very high of emotional intelligence to begin with. Jack wasn't clear on Irene's background and whether he worked for Andrew or not. However, his intentions to approach Chloe were clear. That allowed Irene to get evidence to expose her. Her intention was obviously to destroy their marriage. Could so many years of love easily be torn apart by a few annoying schemers? Jack used to think that death was the only thing that could separate him from Chloe. Now, he realized that even death couldn't tear them apart. If something were to happen to Chloe, he wouldn't continue living alone. No matter where they were meant to be together forever. Thinking about that made Jack take out Chloe's picture from a drawer. He cherished the memories that they shared over the years. No matter when and where, Chloe was the person who he cherished most of all. Nobody could compare to her, not even the twins. It was a unique kind of love. It was a possessive and selfish love. At the headquarters of the Green Corporation, Irene snuck out during the tax filing period to see Andrew. "Boss, Irene is here." "Let her in." Andrew put down the teacup. Irene entered. She was wearing a black work suit and wore black-rimmed glasses like Chloe. People who weren't familiar with her would think that it was Chloe. In reality, people who knew her well, like Jack and Andrew, could tell right away. No matter how much she tried to imitate Chloe, she couldn't replicate her spirit. Chloe was always imitated, but never surpassed. "Big Brother Green, sit, Irene." Andrew poured her a cup of tea. The attention surprised Irene. "Don't worry, Big Brother Green. I made sure that Jack is at GK and Chloe is at Southside. Nobody followed me." You are always able to execute my orders well. I'm not worried about that." Andrew nodded his head. "Big Brother Green, things are going well. This happened today." She excitedly showed her conversation concerning the pictures between Gabriel and Chloe with Jack to Andrew. However, his facial expression changed. "Big Brother Green, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" Irene was a little spooked. "Irene, how young and naive of you. Do you really think that Jack would fall for such a stupid trick? I think that there's already a misunderstanding between him and Chloe. I'm only adding oil to the fire. I think it's working." Irene was full of confidence and wanted to be rewarded. "You're using the wrong person. Jack won't believe that something has happened between Gabriel and Chloe. Why don't you try Justin?" "Justin?" Irene was stunned. Justin is Jack's biggest competitor. It was Justin who took care of Chloe the 4 years Jack was abroad. He didn't say anything about it, but he must feel unhappy. So I think we should start from that conflict. "Big Brother Green, do you want me to catalyze the conflict between Justin and Jack to put Chloe in a difficult position?" She finally understood Andrew's meaning. Jack was Chloe's husband. Justin was her close friend. If a fight broke out between the two men, Chloe would be put in a tough spot. The Cooper family helped her and the twins a lot during Chloe's darkest times, so she wouldn't want to fall out with Justin. However, if she helped Justin, that would make Jack think that she had a thing for Justin. After Irene made the connection, she couldn't help but admire her boss's terrifyingly detailed thinking. "I might be able to approach Jack, but it might be more difficult with Justin. Do you really think it's difficult, or do you not want to?" Andrew asked. "Big Brother Green, what do you mean by that?" She awkwardly smiled. "Irene, you are still young and mistakes are inevitable, but don't think I am stupid." "Big Brother Green, you're confusing me?" "What? What did I do?" Irene couldn't hold it in. She was terrified of Andrew. She saw how Andrew treated spies and traitors with her own eyes before. She knew full well how gruesome their deaths were. Even if she had 100,000 lives, she wouldn't take the chance to anger him. "Irene, you like Jack, right?" Andrew lowered his head and began fidgeting with the ring on his finger. "Big Brother Green, No." The color was drained from Irene's face. "Don't deny it just yet. I rarely go straight to conclusions, but when I do, there is always sufficient evidence to back it up. So, Irene, your little mind can't trick me. Your attempts to approach Jack and break his marriage is not just for working for me. You're doing it for yourself too, because you began developing feelings for him. Big Brother Green, Irene bit her lip and looked very awkward. Her little thoughts were exposed right away, and she couldn't even deny it. She thought that Andrew would be furious, but he wasn't. He slowly picked up his teacup and sipped on his tea. He looked at Irene and said, "You're not to blame. Women can't escape from Jack's magic. He's rich, handsome, distant, and has everything. Other people would feel the same way. You're not the only one." Big Brother Green, I know my position and my mission. I will not hinder your plan. Please trust me, Irene anxiously declared her allegiance to Andrew. Irene, our time is running out. Andrew suddenly changed the topic. Big Brother Green, I know that you're in a hurry. I'll be fast. Irene thought that she was being very useful. Little did she know. Don't stress. Follow our original plan. I just wanted to say that I'm running on a tight schedule. Big Brother Green, don't worry. Vice Director will be yours. He smiled but did not reply. Big Brother Green, don't be angry. I'll do as you command. I'll change my target to picking apart Jack and Justin. Try your best. Then, I'll get going now. Irene didn't want to stay for any longer. She was afraid that the more she spoke, the more mistakes she would make. She couldn't take Andrew on. If she angered him, she would be buried alive. Wait, Irene, Andrew called her back. Yes? Irene turned around. Did you say that the guy named Gabriel shook hands with Chloe? Smiling, Andrew asked. Confused, she nodded. Oh, okay, go now. Irene walked out with a trembling heart. Andrew rose, walked to his floor-length windows, and stared out. Inside Southside Recuperation Center. Chloe took care of the miscellaneous tasks at hand and felt a headache. The temperature was getting warmer, but it was the changing of the seasons, and germs were everywhere. Chloe thought she was getting a cold. Sister Chloe, are you all right? Seeing her down made Violet worried. Nothing, just a little tired. Then you should leave soon. Don't work overtime. I'm leaving early today. Chloe packed up and left with her purse and car keys. She saw a bunch of pink roses on her hood. She picked it up and saw a card. Thank you for your care. There was no signature, but it had to be Gabriel from the tone of it. She looked around and didn't see anybody. She picked up her phone and called him. Vice Director. Dr. Gabriel, are the flowers from you? I ordered them just for you. Thank you for your care. I don't think roses are appropriate. Chloe was a little displeased. She had too many scandals lately already. From David to Zion to Justin and now Gabriel. She was close to exploding. Oh, roses don't necessarily represent love. They're Bulgarian roses. The colors are beautiful. I thought you'd like it. Sorry, I really don't like it. Please don't do it again in the future. After speaking, Chloe picked up the roses. She wanted to throw it on the ground but didn't want a litter. At that moment, she saw a nurse walk out of the hospital. Good evening. What's up? Vice Director? Take this. If you like it, keep it. If you don't, toss it in the garbage. Please and thank you. After speaking, Chloe got on the car and drove off, leaving the confused nurse on the curb. When Chloe returned home from work, she saw Avery in casual clothes playing games with the twins. Mommy, you're home, Little Bean greeted her. Where's Grandpa and Grandma? Seeing her parents-in-law missing, Chloe asked. They're visiting a friend. Grandpa said that his old friend returned from Hong Kong. They're going out for tea, dinner, and sauna, Little Bean said. Chloe nodded. Mommy, you didn't come home with Daddy? Little Bean asked. Your daddy isn't home yet? Chloe finally realized that Jack's car was missing. Sis-in-law, what's going on between you and my big brother? Avery couldn't hold it in anymore. She rose and secretly asked Chloe, afraid that the twins would hear nothing. Chloe smiled. I don't believe that. Chloe, tell me the truth. Do you really think of me as an outsider? Avery pouted. No, definitely not. I just feel like a small conflict between husband and wife does not need to disturb everyone. A small conflict? You're on the verge of getting a divorce. Divorce? No, I finally married into the Dawson family against so many hardships. I don't want to separate. If I did, who is going to pay for my purses and cars? Ha ha, Chloe joked. Sis-in-law, now isn't the time for jokes. Humorous people live longer. Chloe tried to alleviate the tension. Anyways, I'll ask my brother when I see him. Seeing Chloe keep quiet made Avery want to ask Jack. Actually, that won't be too useful. He won't say anything either. Just look at him, Chloe analyzed. Maybe, maybe not. I'm his favorite cousin. Before you married him, we were super close. Huh, I even know something you don't. Avery accidentally let it slip. What thing? Chloe immediately caught on. Oh, he has a weak stomach and can't eat too much seafood. He eats it anyway because he loves you. She immediately tried to make up an excuse. It was obvious that it was just a cover-up. It looks like Mr. Dawson was hiding something from her, and Avery knew about it. Chloe had an idea in her head but didn't say anything. Young madam, it's time for dinner. Get it prepared. I'll shower first. Chloe showered upstairs. When she went back downstairs, it was almost 7, but Jack still wasn't home. Mommy, I'm so hungry, Little Bean begged. We'll eat first without waiting for him. Looking at the time, Chloe felt like Jack wouldn't come home for dinner. What's with him? He's not even coming home now, Avery complained too. Chloe, Avery, and the twins ate around the huge table. The dinner didn't sit well with them. Chloe was drowsy. She indeed caught a cold. Sis-in-law, you don't look so well. I might be a little sick, Chloe tiredly said. You should take meds. You're a doctor, shouldn't you know? Avery reminded. It's fine. I'll get the kitchen to make some ginger tea. After dinner, Jack still wasn't home. Pudding was watching the news on the couch, and Little Bean was eating fruits while reading mangas. Avery was chatting with Max on her phone. They were in love, and she always had a smile on her face when she was texting him. Chloe was just about to give orders to the kitchen and discovered there was only one maid in the kitchen. Her name was Kai. She didn't want the maid to make the tea. After all, she was pregnant again and didn't want to bother the woman. Young mistress, give me orders for whatever you want, said Kay. That's fine. I want to make some ginger tea. I have lots of free time and want to do it myself. Chloe began working. Kay was on the side, washing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen. Chloe suddenly tilted her head and asked, Kay, how long have you been working here for? Almost 4 months? Oh, who recommended you to come here? Chloe asked, seemingly carelessly. Kay's facial expression suddenly seemed unnatural. I found it myself? Really? How did you know we were hiring? If I remember correctly, Uncle George almost never put up ads. Kai clearly didn't expect Chloe's question, so she froze up. I heard it from a friend. What friend? What friend could be so informed? Maybe my friend's relative worked here before. That's why they knew. Young madam, I'm going to take the garbage out now. Kai felt guilty and didn't dare to speak with Chloe any further. She lowered her head and exited with trash bags in hand. Chloe smiled. She was still a young girl and lost her ground as soon as she was asked. After Kay went outside, she immediately took out her phone and planned on calling Andrew. However, nobody picked up. That's weird. Why isn't he picking up? Kai hid in the garden behind South Hill Manor and mumbled. At that moment inside a wealthy neighborhood, Gabriel was especially tired today. He really had low blood sugar and was really exhausted. However, his performance today was a little too exaggerated. He thought that Chloe would show some mercy. However, Chloe was still as cold as ice. He parked his purple Ferrari downstairs and walked outside with his keys. Chloe, that woman really is insensitive. I don't know what Jack and Justin see in her. She's not beautiful or hot, and she's so arrogant. She must be boring in bed too, like a dead fish, haha. While speaking, he walked upstairs. The building was 6 stories tall and was Western-styled. Each suite had 200 square meters and 2 floors. Gabriel was rich, that was known. He came back from abroad and had lots of money. His cars were the best. Although he wasn't as flamboyant as Justin or hidden as Jack, he did spend his money lavishly. After coming back to the country, Gabriel hung around other young masters in the social circle. He even met with Case a few times. Most people think that he was bored and worked at Southside to alleviate that boredom. In reality, his only goal was to pursue Chloe. He thought that with his looks and gentle words, he would be successful very quickly. However, Chloe was like a wooden block, not giving him any chances. The handshake yesterday was after a ton of effort. He had to pretend to be gravely sick. Gabriel might have been too tired, so he let his guard down. When he went upstairs, he didn't notice the figure following behind him, until he opened his door and entered. Gabriel should have been kept at the hospital, but he didn't like the smell, so he drove home. The instant he opened the doors, he was bluntly assaulted. Something hit his back. It was meant for his head, but he had a sixth sense and leaned away. It hit his back hard, and he immediately felt the piercing pain. He fell on the ground, turned around, and saw a man with a skull mask and an axe in hand. Immediately, he felt terrified. "Who are you?" Gabriel was horrified. "Someone who is here for your life." The person used a voice changer, so their voice sounded very strange and was shaky too. "Bro, how much money do you want? Just say the number." Gabriel naively believed that this was just someone that wanted money. The man with the axe coldly snickered. "I'm only interested in your life." He swung the axe and Gabriel immediately made a run for it, almost pissing his pants. He dashed towards the bedroom. Unfortunately, the man was faster. Before he could make it to his bedroom, the man grabbed his hair from behind. The attacker slammed his head violently against the wall. The strike made him go dizzy. "Dude, if you're going to kill me, at least let me know. What did I do to offend you?" Gabriel didn't understand. He just came back to this country not long ago, and he didn't make any enemies at the hospital too. Wait, the hospital? Gabriel suddenly remembered something. He asked the person, "Did Jack send you?" He thought that Jack was jealous of his close interactions with Chloe, so he found someone to take care of him. "Jack? Haha, he isn't qualified to order me around." After speaking, he swung his axe again. Gabriel dodged it again, but his arm was pinned against the ground by the man's foot. "You didn't want to live a luxurious and comfortable life. Instead, you came back to die. I'll give you death." After speaking, he swung his axe again. Gabriel realized that if he didn't fight back, he was going to lose his life. So he slammed his head against that man's stomach. The axe flew far away, as the man didn't expect his desperate attempt to fight. Then, Gabriel struggled to climb up. However, that man didn't let him go and pinned his arm down. Gabriel wanted a weapon and reached for a toolbox. Before he could reach it, he felt a chill around his wrist. Intense pain followed. He turned around and saw that the man had slit his wrist with a dagger. Blood spurted out and it looked terrifying. "Ah, help, help!" He finally gave up and cried. There were alarms installed to protect these rich people in this neighborhood. When it detected unusually high frequencies, it would automatically call the police. The alarm immediately began beeping. The man with the skull mask finally rose and said, "I'll let you go today." After speaking, he left. Gabriel struggled to climb up and wanted to go to the hospital. Suddenly, he got a wicked idea. He slowly picked up his phone, used a number-blocking app, and called a number. He said, "I know a secret about Chloe. If you want to know, come to 5 Central Road, building number 7, suite 601. After speaking, he fell to the ground, exhausted. He finally called the hospital. "I got hurt. Come pick me up. Please be here in 15. I can take care of the wounds for now." The ER at Southside immediately began preparation after receiving the call. Inside a restaurant, Justin, Max, and Brenton met up for the first time in a while and were drinking. Justin got a call, his face changed, and he began to get ready to leave. "Justin, where are you going? What's wrong?" Max asked. Personal business," he lied. "What business?" Max asked. "Yeah, we know all your business." Brenton looked up at Justin as well. You wouldn't know. I'll get going now. Let's meet tomorrow night." Justin always cared about Chloe and the affairs surrounding her. So, as soon as he heard that it was about Chloe's secret, he couldn't sit still and drink. It had been quite unstable lately, and he was afraid that somebody might hurt Chloe. After exiting the building, he called her before getting in the car. "Hello?" Chloe was putting on a face mask at South Hill Manor. It was quite unusual to get a call from Justin at this time. "Chloe, what are you doing?" "I'm doing a face mask at home." "Okay, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I just wanted to see what's up." "Ha, you must be super bored," Chloe teased. "Haha, never mind. Carry on." Chloe's tone sounded fine, so Justin could finally stop worrying about her safety. However, that person said that he knew a secret about Chloe. He couldn't just let it be. So he got into his car and sped away. He didn't care about Chloe's secret. He wanted to see who was hiding in the shadows and scheming against Chloe. Anyways, he wanted to get rid of everybody who meant her harm. Even if he couldn't be with her, he wanted to keep her safe. Justin's thinking was simple, so that was why he easily fell into the traps of others. It wasn't due to his stupidity. He never had low emotional intelligence. It was because he loved Chloe. Justin got to the address from the phone in less than 12 minutes. He walked into the community, found the building, and walked upstairs. He found the door to be open slightly. With his instincts as a soldier for many years, he felt like something had happened inside. However, as soon as he realized that it might be related to Chloe, he entered with hesitation. On the ground was a blood-stained knife. He knelt down, picked up the knife, looked at it, and smelled it. He felt something was wrong. "Justin, you're finally here." Gabriel was leaning against the wall, with one hand covering the wound on his wrist. At that time, he even had an eerie smile around the corners of his mouth. "You know me?" Justin was confused, as he didn't know who he was. He didn't look familiar to anyone Justin knew or had known in the past. It was a completely foreign face. Before Gabriel could answer, he heard rapid footsteps outside. Gabriel suddenly yelled, "Justin, don't kill me, please. I'll give you whatever. Just don't kill me." "What the F? What are you saying?" Justin was bewildered after hearing what he was shouting. When the first responders from Southside entered, this is what they saw. Justin was standing opposite of Gabriel with a knife in hand. Gabriel was wounded, bleeding, and looked frail. "Gosh, what is happening?" The first responders were stunned as well. "Help me! Help me! He's trying to kill me! Call the police!" Gabriel screamed out in panic. "What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who told me to come? You were talking about Chloe! Help!" After a final scream, Gabriel's eyes closed shut and he fainted on the ground. Justin swallowed the rest of his sentence. He realized that he had been set up. If he couldn't mention Chloe's name before, he certainly wasn't going to now. At the sight of Gabriel fainting, Justin turned around, only to find 4 paramedics rushing towards them. "It wasn't me," he tried to explain. The paramedics stepped back in fear after seeing Justin's gaze. "It really wasn't me. Murderers never admit to their killings, and drunk drivers never admit to their alcoholism," a male doctor said coldly. "Let's just save Dr. Gabriel first. It looks like he's been heavily wounded." "Okay." After the paramedics carried Gabriel downstairs, Justin followed them down as well, but was stopped by the incoming police cars. "Justin, why are you here?" Noah was surprised to see Justin. Justin wanted to explain but found it difficult. "We received news that there's been a case of intentional and malicious injury. I was on shift, so I came here to check out what happened." "Why are you here?" Noah looked more than confused. A light bulb went off in Justin's head. He whispered to Noah, "I think I've been set up." "You got set up?" Noah was even more confused. "I'll explain it to you later. You're the suspect?" Noah suddenly realized what was going on. Justin nodded. "What? That makes this complicated. It's okay. Just do your job. You can't make exceptions in front of all of these people." Justin was very understanding. But although Noah wasn't the best of friends with Justin, he knew the man quite well because of his relationship with Chloe and Jack. They often ate together. He knew very well what Justin was like. He wouldn't do such a thing and then try to lie about being set up. "Let me ask you, do you know the man who got hurt?" Noah asked quietly. "I don't know him, but he seems to know me. That's very interesting." Noah agreed that something was up. The crowd was getting bigger and bigger, even gaining the attention of the press. "Sorry, Justin. I have to bring you back to the station. Don't worry about it. Let's go." Justin knew that it was pointless to fight. He followed Noah into the police car compliantly and headed to the police station. In the middle of the silent night, the media broke major news, once again. Son of the Cooper family becomes the suspect of an attempted murder. The victim was saved. Max and Brenton almost peed their pants at the sight of the news. Justin wasn't there for long. How could he hurt someone? Did he get into a fight? As Chloe took off her face mask and got ready for bed, two things ringed in her mind. Firstly, the hospital had called to tell her about Gabriel's serious injury and that he was being rescued. Secondly, Noah had called to inform her about Justin's arrest. He told her that the whole thing was fishy and asked her to head to Southside to ask Gabriel about what had happened when he was awake. Chloe couldn't sleep anymore. She got up, grabbed the closest piece of clothing she could find, and headed out. She ran out, just in time to bump into Jack, who had returned home late. "It's so late. Where are you going?" Jack looked at Chloe, his tone cold. "Chloe, something happened at the hospital. Why do you have to go?" Jack was as cold as could be. "Chloe, Gabriel in trouble, and Justin's also involved. I have to go and take a look." "Jack, Gabriel, Justin. Chloe, why are you worried about everyone but me?" Chloe was already frustrated, and Jack's questioning tone made her even madder. She suddenly remembered their pretend fight. Master Dawson wouldn't act like this normally. He was definitely pretending. Could it be that the living room was also bugged? She had no time to think, so she carried on the act. "When have I ever not cared about you? Jack, grow up, okay? You can't leave. We have to eat dinner as a family. I can't. It's an emergency." Chloe was extremely worried. "Chloe, you're only the vice director. The hospital still has Director Richard. You don't have to take care of everything." Jack was furious. "Okay, I don't have to care about Gabriel. But what about Justin? Do you really expect me to not care about him? So, who is Justin to you?" Jack's chilling gaze grazed past Chloe's face. "What do you mean?" Chloe was taken aback. "Am I not being clear enough?" "Chloe, be honest. During the 4 years of my absence, you've become more than friends with Justin, haven't you?" "What the hell are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't have time for this bull. I need to go to the hospital. If you go, don't come back." Chloe was already at the door. She turned back suddenly at Jack's words. "Say that again." "I said, if you choose to not listen to me, if you choose to worry about other men, you don't have to come back anymore. You're being serious. This is not a joke, right?" Chloe felt pain in her heart. "I would never joke about something like this." Jack was incredibly serious. "All right, I got it. Don't regret this." With that, Chloe left without looking back. After she left, Jack lifted up an ancient decorative vase and smashed it on the ground. In an instant, the vase shattered into pieces. "Daddy, what's wrong?" Little Bean watched her angry father from the second-floor stairs. Avery, along with Pudding, also came downstairs. "Bro, what happened?" Jack remained silent. "Pudding, Little Bean, if Mommy and Daddy get a divorce, who do you want to stay with?" Jack looked up at his daughters. "No! Daddy, don't divorce Mommy! Wah!" Little Bean began to cry. Pudding, on the other hand, looked more than calm. "Either. It doesn't really matter to me." "Bro, what are you talking about? What divorce? How many hardships have the two of you went through to be together? Even life and death couldn't separate you guys, and now you're fighting like this just because of a little misunderstanding? Is it because of Irene? Watch, I'm going to rip her face off tomorrow," Avery yelled out of frustration. "It's none of your business. Bro, I'm just worried about you." "I don't need you to worry about me. Avery, listen. Pack up tonight and take my parents, Little Bean and Pudding, back to the U.S. I'll order the earliest plane ticket for you," Jack said with a serious face. "Are you trying to get rid of us?" "What about sis-in-law? What's going to happen to sis-in-law?" Avery asked. "Don't worry about her. She's more than fine. David, Gabriel, Justin, Zion, all of these men would die for her. Big brother, why are you talking about her like this? She's your wife. She's not going to be soon. That's that. Daddy, I'm not leaving. I don't want to leave Mommy. I'm not leaving her here. Little Bean began to cry at the thought of leaving her mommy. Then stay with your mommy. I don't want to leave my sister either. Wah. And Daddy too. Aren't we forever a family? Endless tears rolled down Little Bean's face. Her eyes were red and she looked beyond heartbroken. Jack wanted to hug his daughter so badly, but he couldn't. He knew that he had to make it believable for Andrew. Compared to a long and endless war, he'd rather finish it fast. Little Bean, no matter what, whether or not Daddy and Mommy are together, you'll always be Daddy's daughter. With that, Jack turned and went upstairs. I'm honestly thinking your daddy's possessed. Maybe we should find a psychic or something? Avery knew her brother. Although he was mostly cold, he was never this cold. Especially when it came to his wife and kids. So, he was definitely abnormal. Little Bean tugged on Pudding's hands. Sis, do something. I don't want Mommy and Daddy to get a divorce. That's not what I'm worried about right now. I don't think anything will happen to them. I'm more worried about Uncle Cooper. I wonder if they'll find him innocent. Pudding refreshed her webpage constantly for the latest news on Justin. Inside the old green mansion. Boss, where did Gabriel come from? Why is he so against Justin? Chung poured a glass of tea and handed it carefully to Andrew. I find it strange, too. This guy is unpredictable. Is it because he's after Chloe but can't get her? Does he want Justin dead? That doesn't make sense. If he wants Chloe, he should be after Jack. Why Justin? Gabriel's move was beyond strange, and even Andrew couldn't understand it. We investigated him before. There's nothing suspicious. This really is weird. Whatever, this is good for us. I heard Chloe and Jack fight because of this earlier on. I told Irene to drive a wedge between Justin and Jack before, but that dumb woman fell so hard for Jack and didn't listen to my command. She almost ruined my plan. It's all good now. This Gabriel actually unconsciously helped us. Then, should we add fuel to the fire and make it worse for Justin? Chung asked. Yes, go and spread the rumors even more, get the public involved, continue to rile everyone up, and send Justin to the forefront of this frenzy. Even so, nothing will happen to Justin, right? After all, his family is too powerful. Chung looked hesitant. I don't actually want something to happen to Justin, and crippling him would be too difficult as well. I just want to divert Chloe's attention to him, so that Jack can deepen the misunderstanding. That way, it'll be easy for me to get her. Andrew displayed a proud smile. He was sure that he would separate Jack and Chloe this time. Southside Recuperation Center. Gabriel had already woken up when Chloe arrived, his wounds all bandaged up. Vice Director, you're here to see me? Gabriel smiled at the sight of Chloe. I have a question for you. Was it really Justin who injured you? Are you sure you saw him? Chloe looked at Gabriel coldly. Vice Director, are you only worried about Justin? It's not like he's your husband. Why are you so nice to him? Gabriel's eyes flashed with hatred at Chloe's mention of Justin. Justin is a good friend of mine, Chloe replied honestly. But I'm also your good employee. Vice Director, you can't play favorites. Gabriel, I'll be frank. There's a lot of rumors right now. And this thing is getting out of hand. I don't know if you're doing this on purpose or not. Why are you targeting Justin? Obviously because it was Justin who injured me. You're lying. Justin would never do that. He doesn't even know you. Why would he hurt you? What motive would he have? Chloe glared at Gabriel, mad as could be. You're right. He doesn't know me, but he definitely has a motive, Gabriel said with certainty. What motive? He likes you. Everyone in the world knows this. Gabriel made sure his voice was loud enough. So? Chloe responded calmly. So, when he learned about my feelings toward you and how I tried to get close to you, he couldn't take it. Especially when I was exhausted yesterday, I even got to shake your hand. There are a lot of people in our hospital and a lot of eyes watching. Who knows? Maybe Justin has eyes here too. Your explanation makes no sense. Do you know who Justin is? With the power he has, He could kill you in a million ways. He wouldn't do it himself, but doing it himself would properly vent his rage out. He even told me to stay away from you. I can't believe how much power you have over him. You're already married and you've still got him. A man who's more powerful than God, wrapped around your fingers. I really admire you." Gabriel spewed out words of contempt and mockery. It was almost like he became a different person. He didn't care about their old school bond at all. "Gabriel, why are you doing this?" "Vice Director, you're funny. I'm just an ordinary employee. What possible reason could I have?" Gabriel refused to give in. "Stop pretending. You planned this from the very beginning, starting with encouraging Henry to ask me to go to the party. I didn't expose you because I didn't want to be associated with someone like you. But you've been causing a lot of problems recently, playing games with me. I thought you wanted to hurt me, but you actually made a move on Justin. Why?" Chloe took full advantage of the empty hospital ward, being as direct with Gabriel as possible. "Chloe, you really are clever." Gabriel laughed proudly. "But you're too imaginative. Did you make all of that up in your brain just now? Haha. Are you a director? Creating something so dramatic. I'm the victim here. Did you look at the medical records? 2 of the tendons in my wrist snapped. Do you think I'd do that to myself to frame Justin? I'm not insane. I wouldn't do that to myself." "Are you sure you saw Justin? I'm warning you. If you point to the wrong person, the real killer will be out there. Later on, they might attack you again." "Gabriel, you're not stupid. Think about the pros and cons," Chloe warned. Of course, Gabriel knew what Chloe meant, but since he was already going down this path, there was no turning back. He had waited long enough for the opportunity. It was Justin. "It's him. He wants me dead," Gabriel replied with absolute certainty. "All right, since you're this stubborn, I don't have any more to say. Take care of yourself. Vice Director." "You're leaving already? I've sustained heavy injuries." "Haha. Dr. Gabriel, do you believe this saying?" Chloe turned around and sneered, enunciating every word. "What saying?" Gabriel hesitated. "In the end, people will always get what they deserve. God is watching all of us, and no evil deed will be spared." With that, Chloe turned and left. Gabriel's expression changed. This is what Justin deserves." Gabriel looked up and sighed out a long breath. He then pulled out a photo from his shirt. The girl in the photo wore the loveliest smile on her face. His eyes began to water. "I will get Justin. I will get revenge for you." Gabriel's voice was filled with hatred. After Chloe left Southside, she drove directly to the city police station. Along the way, every radio station was reporting the news of Justin's incident. Because it happened so suddenly, all media sources were trying to be the first to cover the news. Gabriel had just returned to the city. How did he have enough clout to rile up the media? Justin's case was undoubtedly getting worse and worse. An influential source even wrote the following: "The son of the Cooper family completely disregards the law, critically injuring a male doctor from Southside Recuperation Center out of jealousy over a female doctor." Were the laws only made for ordinary citizens, or were they made for everyone? Are the sons of the rich and powerful above the law? These types of extreme views drove the public into a frenzy, triggering their emotions and riling them up. Everyone began commenting and spreading the news on Weibo and Snap. Soon after, Justin's name began to trend. Hundreds of thousands of comments were left for the topic. "Justin, give us an explanation. It's not you, right? Justin, is the news about you killing a man true? Are all rich kids this headstrong? You didn't even hire someone to do the job? You just did it yourself? So crazy." "I heard that it's for Chloe. Is that true? You're still in love with that woman? Justin, you piece of garbage. Just because your grandfather's the commander, you do whatever you want? I've had enough of you. This time, you're dead for sure. If you don't go to prison this time, I won't believe in our justice system anymore. You're probably the most troublesome rich kid ever. Your dad and your granddad must be so tired worrying for you every day. Think before you act, son. Justin's pretty nice. I don't think he'd do that. Did he have too much to drink and got into a fight? That poor male doctor. He didn't even do anything and got his wrist sliced. It's good that the paramedics arrived so quickly. Otherwise, he would have died. How scary. These netizens were swayed so easily. Not only did they leave comments on Justin's page, they even went to Chloe's page as well, questioning her relationship with Justin. After that, they turned to Jack's Weibo page. Some netizens with ulterior motives even left direct messages for Jack. There's definitely something between your wife and Justin. Why else would he kill for her? She's cuckolding you hard, President Dawson. Irene smiled at the Weibo post and dialed Jack's number. President Dawson. What? Jack remained cold. Vice Director just visited Dr. Gabriel. They talked in private for a long time, and now she's heading to the city police station. Our finance department said that she took with her hundreds of thousands of dollars to bail out Justin. Do you know about this? Jack remained silent. President Dawson, everyone's talking about the relationship between Vice Director and Justin. I don't think it's true, right? After all, Vice Director is such a great person, Irene said pretentiously. You seem to really know a lot. Jack's tone was chillingly cold, his words clearly implying something. Oh, it's all over the news right now. Plus, the news of our Vice Director visiting Gabriel has spread within the hospital too. Many nurses saw how tenderly Dr. Gabriel looks at the Vice Director. But President Dawson, don't worry, Vice Director won't like Dr. Gabriel. Because I heard… Oops, forget it. I shouldn't say anything. I don't want to upset you. Go ahead, continue. No. I don't want others to say I'm talking about Vice Director behind her back, driving a wedge between you and her. I really shouldn't. She was the textbook definition of a manipulative batch. Don't worry. You seem very interested. Go ahead. I want to know what amazing things Chloe's been doing in Southside. Jack wore a faint smile on his face. If Jack was being honest, he was actually disappointed by Irene's performance. Andrew spent 5 years training her, and this was all she got? Jack had thought that it would take a while before he could set a trap for Irene, but the woman exposed herself much faster than he'd expected. Jack really did give her too much credit. She really wasn't anything special. She was actually quite a shallow person. If it wasn't for catching Andrew, he really wanted to shoot this vile woman dead, especially when she was acting so pretentiously, copying Chloe's every move. It was enough to make him barf. Unfortunately, Irene was completely unaware of her poor performance. She was actually pretty proud of herself. She even thought that Jack had fallen for her. After all, she was younger and more obedient than Chloe. If that's the case, I'll tell you. Don't think too much of it. Go ahead. Don't worry about it, Jack replied calmly. The people in our hospital are saying that Vice Director went to Dr. Gabriel on behalf of Justin. If she could convince him to drop the charges against Justin, everything would be resolved. Apparently, though, Dr. Gabriel is unwilling to drop the charges, and she walked out angry. So, from the looks of things, compared to Dr. Gabriel, Vice Director cares more about Justin. Plus, everyone's still saying. Upon saying this, Irene deliberately paused for dramatic effect. Go on, Jack said coldly. These things didn't come from me, just saying. After all, I just started working at Southside. This information is from some of the older employees. They said that Justin has been after our Vice Director for many years. If you didn't come back from the U.S. back then, they would have gotten together already. Plus, Justin visits Southside often, bringing food and other little things to the Vice Director as if he's her husband. Isn't he blatantly disrespecting you? Justin's from a family of dignitaries, after all. He's a very sophisticated guy. President Dawson, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that you trust Vice Director too much, and that in the end, she will do something that'll hurt you. Yes, that makes sense. Jack nodded deliberately. Irene was happy to hear this. I know a lot. How about this, President Dawson? When you have time, let's go to a coffee shop and talk. My relatives from back home just brought me fresh eggs and veggies. They are all completely organic and they are delicious. I'll bring you some. After saying that, Irene very anticipatingly waited for Jack's reply. After a while, Jack suddenly asked, Irene, do you like me? The sudden question left Irene phased and unprepared. She was suddenly feeling awkward. After all, it was the first time she had met a man who asked her such a question so directly. Jack really didn't play by the books. President Dawson, She wanted to explain. Just tell me whether you do or don't. Jack continued aggressively. Yes. Finally, Irene decided to give it a try. She wanted to see how Jack would react. Truthfully speaking, when Andrew assigned her this mission, he showed her many pictures of Jack. Although the man really was handsome, she had always told herself sensibly that it was only a job. She planned to retire after the mission was over. She was going to take the money Andrew paid her and get more plastic surgery to look even more beautiful. After all, Chloe's face was just cute, not gorgeous. She would then use the remaining money to buy a car and a house and marry a rich man. Her life would be perfect. Unfortunately, things never really work out quite as planned. Through the few times she came in contact with Jack, her heart grew fond of the man uncontrollably. Her mind was filled with thoughts of him, even when she was home at night, and Andrew took notice of her feelings too. She changed her previous wish. After Andrew took Chloe away, she would take her place and marry into the Dawson family. Although she would become a stepmother to 2 kids, she would also become the young madam to billions in family fortune. It was Irene's dream to live a life like that, endless money and a handsome husband. Seeing how Jack doted on Chloe, he would definitely treat her well too, especially since Chloe was only able to give him 2 daughters, not sons. If she was lucky, she would give Jack a son. Then, Jack's parents would treat her well too. At that time, most of the Dawson family's fortune would land in her hands. President Dawson, since you asked, I'll tell you the truth. I do like you. That's why I always want to meet you. Of course, you can think that I'm after your money. If that's what you think, I can't do anything about that. Irene tried to play the pity card and acted like a little girl that was wronged. Jack remained silent. Irene felt anxious, so she continued to play the pity card. I don't know if I should do this or not. After all, you're still married to Vice Director. Liking you while you're still married is a mistake to begin with, so if you didn't ask me, I would have never said it out loud. I mean, how could someone as important as you like someone as ordinary as me? I should be happy you're even willing to be friends with me. I don't think that. It was impossible to tell what Jack was thinking. Then, can we still meet later? Irene asked quietly. I'll pick you up at your home later. With that, Jack hung up the phone. Irene couldn't contain her happiness, and she immediately jumped in joy and danced around her room. She then ran to her closet to pick out the perfect outfit to attract him with. Finally, she chose a light yellow shirt and picked up a black baseball cap. Both look very youthful, and both very much like Chloe's style. Imitating Chloe had already become her habit. The City Police Bureau. Hi, who are you looking for? A police officer at the front stopped Chloe. I'm looking for Noah Ace. How do you know our chief? The officer looked up and down at Chloe. Just as Chloe was about to reply, Noah walked out of the building, his expression heavy. Noah. She waved her hand and Noah saw her immediately. He walked over to her. Chloe, why are you here? Noah was taken aback. Noah, I want to see Justin. Chloe looked worried. Noah looked around and seeing no one around, he lowered his voice. Come with me first. Chloe nodded and followed Noah into his office. Sit, Noah said. What do you want to drink? He asked. I don't want anything to drink. Noah, how is the case being handled? Chloe asked. The victim reported the crime and we're gathering evidence. Is there any evidence? Yes, there's a fruit knife, and Justin's fingerprints are on it. Plus, when Gabriel was attacked, Justin was there. It was at Gabriel's home too, so it's considered a home intrusion. Quite a few people from your work saw them, so they're all considered witnesses. Gabriel sustained serious injuries. I heard that his wrist tendons are torn, right? Yes. Chloe nodded. So, Gabriel's lawyer has asked the police to charge Justin with aggravated assault. What will happen? Chloe was anxious. If the charges stick, he'll go to prison. With the huge pressure from the media, I'm not sure if the Cooper family can get him out of this one. Gabriel might seem like a regular doctor, but many of his relatives work in the provincial parliament, and they're up there in rank. So this time, He's really in trouble. Justin wouldn't do something like that, explained. I know, but there's nothing I can do. Although I'm the chief, I need to follow the evidence. Then, can you let me see Justin? That I can do, but it has to be a short visit. 10 minutes. Is that okay? Noah felt guilty. After the incident occurred, someone leaked the information to the public, and some others are using it to rile up the media to push their own agendas. So, even as the chief of police, Noah couldn't do anything to. He had to make sure to do things by the books. Otherwise, the media would have a reason to talk. Yes, 10 minutes is enough. Oh, right. Has anyone from the Cooper family come here yet? Mrs. Cooper came before and talked to me. She's getting a lawyer. With so many eyes watching, Justin's grandfather and father can't really intervene, Noah explained. I understand. How about this? I'll go see him first, and we can think of a solution later. All right. Under the guidance of Noah, Chloe saw Justin in the holding cells. It had only been a night, but he already looked haggard. Maybe it was his uncleansed and unshaven face. Justin seemed to have aged quite a bit. Good thing he wasn't wearing cuffs. Because it wasn't a murder, things weren't as serious. Justin looked quite relaxed, actually. He was far different from the man with a fiery temper. Especially after the birth of the twins, he had become as gentle as Baymax. He had on a black and white Dolce & Gabbana shirt and casual pants. Although Justin wasn't as handsome as Jack, he was still 1 in a million. It pained Chloe to see him sitting there so quietly. It was as if he's resting his eyes. Noah opened the door and reminded again. Chloe, remember only 10 minutes. I know, don't worry, Chloe assured Noah. She then entered the holding cell. I don't want to eat. Take it away. Justin had his eyes closed, thinking it was the police delivering his meal. There's nothing to eat even if you wanted food. I rushed over here and didn't buy you anything. Chloe smiled. At the sound of the familiar voice, Justin opened his eyes in delight. Chloe, yes, it's me. Why are you here? Justin couldn't believe his eyes. Chloe was there on the day of his capture. Other than his mother, she was the first one to see him. Max and Brenton also visited, but Noah didn't let them in. It was not that he wanted to disrespect them. There was just too much media presence at the time. If he allowed them the visit, he was not sure what those reporters would write. So Noah told them to come back in the middle of the night and sent Brenton and Max away. Chloe was luckier. She came to the station just in time for supper. All media personnel and malicious spies left for dinner, leaving an open window for Chloe. Although it was only 10 minutes, Chloe was very grateful. I'm here to see you, of course. Chloe sat across from Justin. I feel much better now that I see you. Justin smiled, almost shyly and timidly. Let's not waste any time. Tell me what happened. Justin hesitated. Justin, tell me everything. I'll help you get out of here. Trust me. It's not that I don't trust you, Chloe, Because the case concerned Chloe, Justin didn't want to say too much. He was afraid that it would bring her more headaches. Don't leave out any detail. I only have 10 minutes. Please, Justin, don't make me more worried, okay? Chloe, you're worried about me? Justin looked at Chloe, moved. Of course, you're a good friend of mine. How could I not worry? Oh, right, I forgot. You're always there for your friends. Of course, you'd care about this case of mine. So, what happened last night? Why did you go to Gabriel's place at that time? You weren't the one who injured Gabriel, right? When did you go there? For how long? What did he say to you when my colleagues got there? Chloe was as meticulous as could be, asking all the important questions. After a moment of pause, Justin decided to tell her everything. Last night, I first had a drink with Brenton and Max. Then, I got a weird call. Whoever called me said, just like that, Justin recounted the entire previous night to Chloe, leaving behind no detail. Chloe listened without responding, falling into deep thought. Chloe, Gabriel set me up, didn't he? Justin asked. Yes, you were set up and the timing was perfect. 5 minutes after you got to his place, our people arrived just in time and became witnesses. So, there's nothing I can do to clear my name, is there? Justin smiled bitterly, feeling a little helpless. No, I don't care how clever he is. There's definitely a hole somewhere, and I'm not letting him get away with this. Chloe, actually, what I'm wondering about right now is why? Why did Gabriel do this? Did Andrew tell him to do this? Justin asked. No, if Andrew was behind this, he'd target Jack, not you. That's true. Justin scratched his head, agreeing with Chloe's logic. Justin, are you sure you don't know Gabriel? Think about it carefully. Maybe he's someone from your past? I really don't know him, I swear. Then, do you have any friends who know him? I feel like he hates you. It seems personal. Chloe slowly analyzed. Friend? That shouldn't be... I've investigated him before. There's nothing suspicious. The important thing is there's no connection between us. Justin looked so innocent. What about enemies? Do you have any enemies? Enemies. Then I'm done for. I have so many, I don't even know the number. Fine, you win. Haha, it's okay. My grandpa won't let anything happen to me. Don't worry, I know. Worst comes to worst, you'll get a couple of years. Then Grandpa Cooper will bail you out for medical purposes and send you abroad for a year or two. Later on, you'll come back after the storm blows over, Chloe spoke for him. Justin nodded his head vigorously. Smart girl, that's right. But I won't let that happen. Chloe looked serious. Ugh, then how many years do you want me to get? Justin joked. Are you dumb? You didn't even do this. What you need to do now is clear your name, not think about how to reduce your sentence, Chloe said. I know. I want to do that too, but the evidence is conclusive. And with so many witnesses and all the pressure from the media, I think it'll be very difficult. Justin was a reasonable man. He knew that, since it was a setup, they probably designed a foolproof plan to trap him. So he wasn't hoping for his name to be cleared. What kind of BS is that? You need to prove your innocence, no matter how difficult it'll be. You didn't do this. Why should you take the blame? Chloe was beyond furious. Chloe, you're really busy recently. Stop worrying about me. I'm fine, I promise. You should talk to Jack and handle Irene. You've really been too nice recently. All kinds of random people are walking all over you. As the wife of the richest man in the city, it makes sense that you're being watched by everyone. Jack's popularity with women is also expected. The strange thing is how you're just accepting all of this. You can't just sit back and let things just happen. Do something to stop them. If they still don't back off, just get rid of them. Justin seemed nonchalant. You worried about me? You're the clay Buddha crossing a river right now, dude. Save yourself from drowning first. Chloe was both mad and amused. It's all right. Whether I'm a clay Buddha or a gold Buddha, the fact that I'm a Buddha is already impressive. Nothing that happens to me will ever change the fact that I'm the oldest son of the Cooper family. Justin was very proud. Get over yourself, Chloe smiled. Under these circumstances, having Chloe across from him, smiling at him, Justin couldn't be any happier. The fact that Chloe came to see him, to care for him at such a sensitive time, even as a friend, moved him to his core. Basically, he was in love with the right person. Why are you looking at me? Chloe asked. Justin had stopped talking and was now staring at her, as if in a daze. Well, I was in here for a whole entire night and I didn't see any females. Now I understand why those freshly released people from prison or detention centers will gawk at any female they can find, even if it's a female teddy, haha. You're calling me a female teddy? Chloe's face darkened. I said the wrong thing again. Damn it. Chloe, I didn't mean anything by it, haha. I'm not talking about you, I swear. Justin was really overjoyed that he didn't even know how to tell jokes anymore. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Chloe laughed. You should get out of here. The entire city is talking about my case, so the media's definitely at the front door. You already have a lot of issues with Jack, and with all of those stupid people gossiping and making things up, the misunderstanding's probably getting worse. Justin was very understanding. Yeah, time's probably up soon. I should go. Chloe looked at her watch. The 10 minutes were almost up. Chloe, will you come to see me again? Justin was worried. If he really didn't get out this time, or if his grandpa sends him away for medical leave, it would be incredibly difficult for him to see Chloe. He had never left her for long periods of time ever since he first met her. "I won't come here anymore." Chloe looked serious. Justin lowered his head in disappointment. He then heard Chloe say, "Because I will clear your name and get you out of here. Nothing will happen to you. Don't worry." With that, Chloe turned around and left, fast like the wind, just like her personality. When Justin looked up again, all he could see was a faint silhouette. How could he not love a woman like this? She was gentle when she needed to be and strong when the situation called for it. She never acts like a princess. She was calm, cool and collected, brilliant and open-minded, and she would do anything for her friends. God didn't give Chloe a gorgeous face, but he gave her everything else. Time was the best test of people. As the years go by, a person's outward beauty was the least reliable trait. What makes someone beautiful will always be their personality. Chloe never boasted about herself and never made promises she could not keep. If she promised to get Justin out of trouble, she definitely had a plan. Justin realized that, somewhere along the way, he had developed 100% trust in this woman. In order to avoid the annoying reporters, Noah personally walked Chloe out of the station. They left through the side door. "I'll find a way to solve Justin's case," Chloe promised. "I know that you're friends. You'll definitely help him, but Chloe, you and Jack." Noah clearly wanted to ask about what was going on between the couple. "We're fine. Don't worry about us. The important thing right now is Justin's case. Let me know immediately if anything happens here." "All right." "Then I'm leaving." "Thank you, Noah." Chloe said her goodbyes politely and then got into her car and drove off. Inside a coffee shop. Irene arrived to meet Jack, donning Chloe's favorite clothes. Indeed, she was manipulative and calculating. At the sight of Jack, her face lit up with a smile. "President Dawson, you're late by a minute. Was she flirting with him?" Stoic, Jack sat down across from her. Seeing no response from him, she felt a little awkward. She took out a beautiful bag. "These are specialties from my parents' village. They harvested these themselves. It's really delicious. Have a taste, and if you like them, I can bring them to you all the time." Irene felt that, since she was being so incredibly cute, she would leave Jack with a good impression of her. "Your earrings are nice." Jack stared at Irene, smiling coldly. "Oh, my earrings are fake. I can't afford the real ones." Irene cursed at herself in her head. How did she forget to take off her Christmas limited edition Dior earrings? She used a card Andrew gave her and swiped away over $30,000 to buy this pair. What did Jack mean by it? Unless, was he suspect something? Irene felt more and more guilty. "Oh yeah? I'm surprised that you can make a knockoff look so real," Jack mocked. "That's why it's called a high-end knockoff, because it can pass for the real thing," Irene said with a laugh. However, Jack didn't laugh at her joke, making her feeling awkward almost immediately. "I've been curious about something," Jack said. "What?" "I've seen photos of you as a child. You look nothing like you do now." Then, Jack took out a large yellow envelope, casting it onto the table in front of him. Inside the envelope were photos of Irene when she was young. She grew up in the countryside, so there weren't a lot of photos to begin with, and each photo of her was uglier than the last. "Haha, I can't believe you actually investigated me. Does that mean you're beginning to take an interest?" Irene asked with a thick-faced manner. "Changing the subject is a bad habit. I think you should explain the drastic difference in your looks. I get that you can grow out of your looks, but all of your features have changed," Jack said. "President Dawson, are you trying to accuse me of receiving plastic surgery?" Irene was extremely confident. Not only did Andrew delete all her medical records, he even killed the people who were involved. Therefore, Irene was prepared to deny to the end of the earth, no matter who accused her of getting plastic surgery. Jack didn't respond to her question. Irene took a tiny sip of her coffee and smiled. "Why are you so surprised that your wife has a look-alike? There are a lot of look-alikes in the entertainment industries as well, so your question really has no point. Is it my fault or a crime that I look like your wife? Haha. President Dawson, You're rich and have a family business. If you really don't like the way I look, why don't you give me some cash and I'll get plastic surgery so you won't get mad when you look at me? Better yet, give me enough cash so I can look like an A-list celebrity. Irene's tactic was to take a step back. Therefore, she was quite convincing. Was Jack really going to give her money for plastic surgery? Of course not. I was just asking you a question. Don't be so nervous. Jack picked up his cup of coffee and took a sip. It was true that Irene was nervous. She always felt as if Jack knew something, but she wasn't 100% sure. That was why talking to him gave her anxiety. Who said I was nervous? I'm just a little angry that you don't like me because of who I look like. I never said that. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here drinking coffee with you, Jack replied naturally. So, President Dawson, are you saying that you like me? Me? No, I've never liked anyone, Jack sneered. What about your wife? Don't you like her? Irene refused to give up. The corners of Jack's lips curled into a small smile. He didn't like Chloe. He loved her to death. However, he didn't answer Irene's question, and instead changed the subject. Are you close with Gabriel? He was trying to get information out of her, trying to figure out if Gabriel was one of Andrew's. Not really. He's a doctor, and I work in the finance department. Why do you ask, President Dawson? Because you always seem to know what's going on with him. That's why I thought you guys were friends. Jack looked at Irene meaningfully. She immediately got what Jack was hinting at and shook her head in denial. I really don't. Dr. Gabriel is from a rich family and studied abroad. He even drives a limited edition Ferrari, so how could someone like me be his friend? Wait, though. I heard you guys were high school classmates. Don't you know him? I don't recall. Jack really didn't remember who Gabriel was. Apparently, they were classmates for almost an entire semester. The fact that Jack didn't remember him just meant that he never cared. President Dawson, you're really one of those cool, icy CEOs. Did you walk out of a romantic comedy? Irene looked shyly at Jack. Let me tell you a story, Jack suddenly said. A story? Yes, please, how lucky am I? I bet your fans will be super jealous if they ever find out that President Dawson told me a story, Irene exclaimed. Ignoring her excitement, Jack continued. A long time ago, 2 armies were in battle. The first army found a chess piece they could manipulate to destroy their enemy. However, their enemy was too strong, and after some thought, the chess piece decided to join the enemy camp, turn on his original commander, and ultimately defeat the first army. Haha, what do you mean by army and chess piece? I'm not sure I'm following. Irene played dumb. Don't worry. All I want to say is, if you're going to be used as a chess piece, you should be a smart one and feel the air. If you realize that the enemy might win, you might as well choose the winning side sooner rather than later, right? After all, it may save your life. Oh, really? Honestly, though, I feel like the chess piece will die an ugly death for betraying his original commander, Irene responded meaningfully. But the thing is, she knows that even if she helped her commander kill the enemy, afterward, her commander will kill her without blinking. What if her commander was someone who murdered without remorse? What if his favorite hobby was to burn his bridges? In that case, shouldn't the chess piece gamble for her life? But what if her new commander does the same thing to her? Irene asked. Of course he won't. After all, the chess piece looks like his wife, so he won't hurt her. Am I right? Jack then smiled faintly. His gentle smile left Irene phased. After a few seconds, she was pulled back into reality. This is a hard decision to make. The chess piece needs to think about it. I think the chess piece will come to her senses. Jack tilted his head and looked out the window. Irene wasn't sure how she left the cafe. All she knew was that Jack found out who she was. Her show had ended. Now, she had 2 choices in front of her. 1, tell Andrew that she was exposed so he can devise another plan. 2, take Jack's side and destroy Andrew with him. What a quick change of events. Irene wasn't sure what to do. South Hill Manor? Sis, why are you all dressed up? Are you going somewhere? Little Bean asked Pudding. I'm going to Southside. I want to visit Dr. Gabriel, Pudding said with a grave expression on her face. Ha ha ha, sis. I know what you're thinking of doing. Little Bean smiled evilly. So, Pudding asked proudly. So, how can you not count me in on this? I want to go with you to meet the amazing Dr. Gabriel. Oh, and I also want to get to know the so-called mommy look-alike Irene. It's perfect. 2 birds with 1 stone. Little Bean's eyes narrowed with excitement. Little Bean's remarks reminded Pudding. Little Bean, I have an idea. What is it? To save time on these scumbags, why don't we do this separately? You mean, we each deal with one of them? Exactly. Sure, but who do you want to deal with? Little Bean smiled. I'm fine with either. Same to me. Then leave Irene to me. Damn it, I'm so sick of that little batch. Little Bean couldn't help but swear. Shh. If Mommy finds out you swore, you're screwed. Little Bean glanced faintly at her sister. I know. I'm always goody two-shoes in front of Mommy, all right? Little Bean rolled her eyes. It's decided then. Let's go to Southside together and then go our separate ways. Once we're done, let's meet back in the car. Grandma and Grandpa will never let us go alone, so let's ask Grandpa George to drive us. We can tell him that we want to visit Auntie Violet. Don't ruin it, okay? Mommy will never let us go if she found out why we want to go. After all, we're still children to her. Come on, I get it. You don't have to give me step-by-step instructions. I'm not an idiot. Let's go, Little Bean said impatiently. Wait, I have some tools to bring. Then, Pudding ran back into her room. Tools? Wow, sis, Little Bean exclaimed. She was itching to meet with the 2 people who were ruining their parents' marriage. The twins knew that their parents were going to deal with Gabriel and Irene one day or another. However, now was not the right time, but the twins didn't care for that. The truth was, Pudding decided to take Gabriel down because he tried to blackmail Justin. Pudding knew Justin would never stoop this low and do what Gabriel accused him of. Getting past the grandparents was easy, since their parents weren't at home. After lying that they were going to Southside to visit Violet, the twins quickly got dressed. They wore black suit jackets, white shirts, and red skirts. Were they going to a hospital or a business gathering? Uncle George and the bodyguards took the twins to Southside in their extended Lincoln. On the way, Pudding suddenly asked the driver to stop outside a flower shop. Wait, I want to pick up some flowers. Is that necessary? Why would you do that? Little Bean asked, not sure what her sister wanted to do. However, Pudding ignored Little Bean and went straight in. When she got back into the car with 2 bouquets, Little Bean burst out in laughter. Sis, you've successfully replaced Jason Statham as my idol. Don't kiss ass, Pudding refuted calmly. We're here, Uncle George reminded them. Grandpa George, you guys can wait for us downstairs. We will just go in with 2 bodyguards. I don't want to cause a commotion at the hospital, Pudding reminded. Yes, Miss Pudding. Pudding and Little Bean then left the car, each with 2 bodyguards. They already knew that Gabriel was in the 3rd floor ICU, while Irene was in the administrative office on the 6th floor. After a quick goodbye, the twins each went off on their mission with a bouquet of flowers in their hands. 3rd floor, ICU. Gabriel was in the recovery room, scrolling through the news. He was surprised by how much trouble the scandal stirred up. His original plan was to first defame Justin, and then figure out another way to ruin his life. However, for some reason, just this one opportunity out of the blue he seized turned into something big. Little did he know that Andrew had secretly helped him with the sole goal of sowing discord between Jack and Chloe. Gabriel thought it was his good luck that caused Justin so much trouble. The truth was, he wasn't that badly injured. Although 2 tendons on his hands had torn, the orthopedic surgeons did a great job reconnecting them. All he needed to do now was to rest up for 3 months. The problem right now was that the media outlets outside accused Justin of ruining the genius Dr. Gabriel's hand out of jealousy. Gabriel, a genius? Ruined hand? Neither of these scandals was true, but of course the public didn't know what the truth was. Gabriel happily scrolled through Weibo, enjoying the malicious comments Justin received. Some netizens even gathered and created a fund for Gabriel, while others visited him like he was some sort of celebrity. All Gabriel wanted was revenge. He tried to get close with Chloe just so he could destroy Justin. Dr. Gabriel, someone's here to visit you. A nurse opened his room door and said, No, I'm not feeling well. I can't see anyone. Gabriel thought it was some fan, so he refused immediately. The visitor's not a fan. It's Vice Director Green's daughter. She's a really cute girl, the nurse replied. Who? Vice Director Green's daughter? Gabriel asked in disbelief. But I'm not sure if she's the older or younger sister. They look almost the same, so I can't tell. One daughter or both? Gabriel asked curiously. Just one. Where's Vice Director Green? I'm not sure. She left after lunch and isn't back yet. Oh, I see. Then, let her in. Although Gabriel didn't know why the vice director's daughter was here to see him, what damage could a 3-year-old child cause? Therefore, he let his guard down, a decision that he would quickly come to regret because Pudding wasn't a child. She was a little devil. Are you Uncle Gabriel? Pudding asked politely after walking in. I am. My name is Dina Dawson, and I'm Chloe's daughter. You can call me Pudding, Pudding introduced herself. Oh, hi, Pudding. Gabriel smiled. Pudding's appearance attracted the nurses on the floor as well. After all, the twins looked just as beautiful as Jack and were just as smart as Chloe. They were perfect. I'm here because I heard you got into an accident. After all, you're my mommy's colleague. Oh, thank you, sweetie. Gabriel continued to smile. I passed by a flower shop when I was heading over. I thought it was the perfect present for a patient. Then, Pudding took out the bouquet she had hidden behind her back and passed it over to Gabriel, whose face darkened as soon as he saw what flowers Pudding had given him. Gabriel didn't know what to feel as he looked down at the bouquet of chrysanthemums in his hand. Before he could say anything, however, Pudding said, The girl in the flower shop told me that white chrysanthemums symbolized purity, and I thought, what a perfect present for a doctor. However, just white would be too boring, so I asked the girl in the shop to add some yellow chrysanthemums. What do you think? Do you like them? Pudding then looked up at Gabriel with an innocent expression on her face. Gabriel looked down again at the white and yellow chrysanthemums. He couldn't get mad, but he was mad. What an awkward situation. The nurses outside began talking amongst themselves. Wait, why did Vice Director Green's daughter give Dr. Gabriel chrysanthemums? Aren't chrysanthemums what you give to dead people? Yeah, that's a creepy gift. But she's young. I'm sure Dr. Gabriel won't blame her. She's still a child, of course. She didn't do it on purpose. You're right. You're right. It's so nice of the little kid to visit Dr. Gabriel, right? Plus, Dr. Gabriel is a really nice person. He would never get mad at a child for something she didn't mean to do. Upon hearing the nurse's remarks, Gabriel had no choice but to swallow his anger. However, he couldn't bring himself to wipe the ugly expression off his face. Uncle Gabriel, are you okay? Don't you like my present? Pudding asked as she stared at Gabriel's face. No, I love it. Gabriel forced a smile, which was, in fact, uglier than crying. I'm glad you like it. I'll buy you more in the future, Pudding exclaimed generously. Gabriel couldn't help but shudder. No, don't give me these again in the future. Giving a man flowers isn't appropriate. Then I'll try to buy you something more manly next time, okay? Pudding said. Next time she'll give him an urn. It's okay, Pudding. You don't have to do that. I've never gotten you anything, so I can't accept anything from you. It's okay. You're Mommy's friend, right? I heard you always buy Mommy midnight snacks when she's working overtime. I know Daddy doesn't like it when other men get too close to Mommy, but you're extremely brave. I really admire that about you. Gabriel slightly frowned and bit his upper lip a little after hearing what Pudding said. He froze for a second. Her words seemed off. Was he overthinking things? This kid was no more than 4 years old, and her face looked nothing but innocent. Of course he was thinking too much. What did a 3-year-old know? Pudding, you weren't that nice to me the other day. What changed? Gabriel asked with a smile. When he bought Chloe food the other night and bumped into Jack and the twins, Pudding and Little Bean's attitudes were filled with animosity. Last time was a misunderstanding. I thought you were trying to court Mommy, but later... Then, Pudding paused on purpose. What happened later? Gabriel asked curiously. Later, once we got home, Daddy scolded us for being rude to Mommy's colleague, and he also said... Pudding paused again. What did your daddy say? Gabriel sat up with interest. Daddy said, "Uncle Gabriel is a grown man who would never do anything brainless. Why would you, someone of your education and family background, try to ruin someone else's family and be the third wheel? Moreover, a toad would never lust after a swan, am I right?" Finally, Gabriel realized that Pudding was here to teach him a lesson, try to get him to back down. She even compared him to a toad. "Uncle Gabriel, are you listening? Or do you think my dad's wrong?" Pudding tilted her head cutely and asked, No, your daddy's completely right." Gabriel swallowed his anger and said, word for word, "That's why my sister and I felt bad for misunderstanding you. After hearing that you were hospitalized, we had to visit." "Oh, thank you." Gabriel withdrew his smile and began to reply icily. "Uncle Gabriel, how's your injury? Does it still hurt?" Pudding asked. She then looked down at Gabriel's bandaged hand. Since he just underwent nerve reconstruction surgery, he couldn't really move his arm. "No," Gabriel forced out an answer. Then, Pudding turned around. "Miss, I'm thirsty." A nurse immediately came in. "What do you want to drink? Water or juice? Can I have some Coca-Cola? Mommy won't let us drink any at home. Can you buy me a bottle?" Then, Pudding reached into her bag and handed the nurse a $10 bill. "Haha, you don't have to give me money. It's my treat." Then, the nurse ran out of the room and handed Pudding a bottle of Coke from the vending machine less than a minute later. After taking a little sip, Pudding suddenly sneezed dramatically. Her body arched forward, and the entire bottle of Coke spilled right onto Gabriel's injured hand and wrist. The bandages were immediately drenched. "What are you trying to do?" Gabriel was immediately infuriated, and he bellowed at Pudding without thinking. Looking petrified, Pudding reached out and pushed down on Gabriel's injury as hard as she could. "I'm sorry, Uncle Gabriel. I didn't do it on purpose. Let me help you wipe it off." Then, Pudding began wiping the Coke off Gabriel's injury as hard as she could. Gabriel began sweating and pushed Pudding aside. "Go away. Don't touch me. Get the doctor here. My injury needs to be treated again." The nurse caught Pudding just before she fell onto the floor. Looking at Gabriel angrily, she scolded, "Dr. Gabriel, she didn't do it on purpose. How could you push her? She almost fell to the ground." "What do you know? She did it on purpose. She's evil." Gabriel pointed at Pudding and said, "Uncle Gabriel, I'm really sorry. I really didn't do it on purpose," Pudding said, tears circling her eyes. "Get out." Gabriel rubbed his head angrily. Not only was his injury now covered in Coca-Cola and was burning in pain, the kid even came up and pushed on it a few times. He was in so much pain that he felt like he was going to faint. If this kid wasn't Jack and Chloe's daughter, and the fact that he didn't want to make more enemies, Gabriel really would have considered slapping Pudding off into the sunset. What's going on with Dr. Gabriel? Why is he so angry all of a sudden? The nurses outside were all dumbfounded. While walking out the door, Pudding said quietly, "I think Dr. Gabriel hurt his head as well. Maybe send psychology up for a consultation." Then, Pudding left proudly. She had completed her mission perfectly. On the other side, Little Bean had just arrived outside the finance department. "Who are you looking for, little kid?" A female staff member, who had just come in and saw Little Bean, immediately asked. After stopping her bodyguards outside the door, Little Bean walked into the accounting department. There were so many people here that Bimbo Irene wouldn't be able to hurt her here. Little Bean was just about to introduce herself when someone recognized her. "Wait, isn't that Vice Director Green's little princess?" "She is. She looks exactly like her photos. Are you the older one or younger one?" someone else asked. "I am." Before Little Bean could respond, a group of old women crowded around her. It was evident that these people had little to nothing to do at work. Therefore, a little kid like Little Bean who looked like a doll was an extremely rare sighting, and she immediately attracted their attention. "Don't say anything. Take a photo with me. Oh my gosh, you're so pretty. Our vice director has great genes. Her husband is super good looking, all right? He's better looking than most celebrities." "Wait, I'm not an attraction. Don't take photos of me. I'm here looking for someone, okay?" Little Bean finally couldn't take it anymore. She wasn't a tourist site. Do they really think she was easy to be played with? "You're the older one, right?" I heard the older one has a really sharp tongue, some woman said. Little Bean glanced faintly at the woman and responded, You're screwed if my sister hears what you just said. Your sister? Haha, are you Little Bean? The woman exclaimed and went back to taking photos of her. At this moment, Little Bean seriously regretted calling dibs on Irene. Women were scary, especially the gossipy old ones here. Finally, Little Bean decided to change strategies. She coughed and said loudly, Hi everyone, I'm here to see Auntie Irene. You're looking for Irene? Someone asked. Yes, Irene, Little Bean reiterated. She went upstairs to submit the daily report and will be right back. Sit tight. Okay, thank you. Little Bean thanked the woman who helped her onto a chair. Did you come with your mommy, Little Bean? No, she doesn't know I'm here. What? How did you get here then? Oh, my sister and I are here to visit a patient, and I heard someone called Irene really looks like my mommy, so I came out of curiosity. Does she really look like Mommy? Little Bean asked innocently. She does. You'll see it too later when you see her. Just then, Irene came into the office. Irene, perfect timing. A child's here to see you. An older woman patted Irene on the shoulder. Who? Irene responded nonchalantly, as if she didn't give a crap. Me. Little Bean jumped down from her chair. Who are you? Irene had seen a photo of the twins, but she didn't remember what they looked like. Plus, all of her attention had been on Jack, so she didn't recognize Little Bean at all. I'm Little Bean, Jack and Chloe's daughter. I'm the younger twin, Little Bean introduced herself. What do you want? Irene's tone became icier upon finding out who Little Bean was. It was as if she was talking to a passerby, not patient at all, as if she was talking to a 3-year-old. I'm here because I heard you look like my mommy, so I wanted to check you out for myself. Little Bean looked back at Irene with equal animosity. Ha, you sure are curious, Irene sneered. Irene, hang out with Little Bean for a while, okay? We have work to do. Irene's colleagues didn't know what was going on, so they asked her to take care of Little Bean. Hello, old Auntie Irene. What did you call me? Oh, my bad, I should say. Hello, big old Auntie Irene. Anyways, I'm happy to have met you today. Oh, right. Mommy always taught us not to come empty-handed. I thought up and down and decided that giving you flowers was the best present. After all, these flowers really suit your personality and charm. Then, Little Bean reached into her bag to grab the bouquet of flowers Pudding gave her. What do you mean? Irene crossed her arms arrogantly. The truth was, this wasn't her original personality. But because Andrew told her to imitate Chloe, she slowly became used to acting this way. However, Chloe's arrogance was based on true talent and hard work, and she was actually really down to earth to those around her. On the other hand, Irene's arrogance was the kind people got annoyed with. They were definitely not on the same level, and her imitation was mediocre at best. I really think it's a shame you're not a stripper, Little Bean said, and the women behind them immediately burst out in laughter. Irene's expression changed drastically. Is that what your mommy taught you? Oh, wait, I got it wrong. What I meant was, even a stripper is capable of having the personality and charm you do. She was smarter than Gabriel, in that she immediately realized that Little Bean didn't come in peace. Haha, Little Bean, you're hilarious. Who do you take after? Your mommy and daddy don't usually joke around like this. Someone cut it. It's called a genetic mutation. My twin sister and I are very different as well, Little Bean responded proudly, and everyone in the room burst into laughter again. Irene, who was standing angrily by the door, walked into the office and sat down in front of her desk, completely ignoring Little Bean. Finally, Little Bean took out the bouquet of chrysanthemums, which had been smeared in her bag. Auntie Irene, I bought these flowers for you. I hope you live every day happily, Little Bean said, repeating what Pudding had taught her earlier. How am I supposed to be happy? You just gave me chrysanthemums. Kid, did you do it on purpose? Irene's expression darkened. I looked up what gifting chrysanthemums meant. It's for people who are pure and innocent. Auntie Irene, are you saying you're the opposite of that? Irene was surprised by how sharp-tongued Little Bean was, and she didn't know how to respond. But the flowers got squished in my bag, so they're not pretty anymore. Here, Let me tear the petals off and give them to you." Then, Little Bean grabbed a handful of petals and threw them over Irene's head. Annoyed, Irene scolded, "What are you doing? I'm going to call your mother." Her angry rant left her mouth wide open. Seeing the opportunity, Little Bean quickly stuffed something in her mouth before Irene had the chance to react. As she was talking, Irene swallowed whatever Little Bean fed her. She went crazy. "You little brat! What did you feed me?" Little Bean picked at her pockets and soon took out a fat white bug. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Little Bean slowly said, "Oh crap, I fed you the wrong bug. I was going to give this bug to you. It's very nutritious and filled with protein. It's supposed to make you prettier. But I was in such a hurry just now that I fed you the wrong one." "So what did you feed me?" Irene bellowed. "I think I fed you a bug that had a horn on its forehead. I found it this morning in my back garden, and the shape was really similar, so I must have mistaken that one for this one. But don't worry, Auntie Irene. I looked it up. That bug is also safe to eat. You'll be fine." As soon as Little Bean finished her last sentence, Irene ran out of the office and into the bathroom, and she began throwing her guts out. Everyone in the office was dumbfounded. Some of them even got goosebumps. They all thought Little Bean was just joking around, but she was not. "Little Bean, how can you treat Auntie Irene like that?" one of the women asked. "I'm treating her extremely nicely already. She got plastic surgery to look like my mommy and is trying to steal my daddy. Am I supposed to lick her shoes?" Little Bean stopped pretending and told them the truth. Upon hearing what she said, everyone in the office fell silent. "Irene won't be here for long, and I know she'll meet an ugly end. So you shouldn't get too close to her because you may be affected if anything were to happen to her. If the tree burns, so will its leaves. Am I right?" Little Bean asked as she looked around the office. Then she took out a napkin, wiped off her hand, and turned around to leave. However, as if she suddenly remembered something, Little Bean walked up to Irene's desk, took something out of her bag, placed it on her chair, and placed her seat warmer back on. Everyone in the office saw what she did. "I hope no one will tell her about this, or else my mommy can fire anyone in this office in the blink of an eye. I'm sure you guys are thinking why a little kid like me can be so vicious. But it's okay. My sister and I were born different than other kids, so I don't need anyone to understand me. Thank you for your cooperation. Have a good day." Little Bean then walked out of the accounting department. "Oh my God, she's only 3. How can she be so scary?" a female employee exclaimed. "I heard that Vice Director Green's daughters are really smart. Looks like the rumor wasn't exaggerated at all. She already thinks like a grown-up. She might be more mentally mature than some of us," someone else murmured. "Little Bean may be young, but she has a point. We should stay away from Irene. She seems like bad luck." After throwing up for almost half an hour, Irene went up to the X-ray department to be sure. She was worried that the bug may be poisonous, but everything came out to be normal. The only after effect was that she kept gagging at the thought of her swallowing a disgusting bug. She stormed back into her office, ready to teach that little kid a lesson. "Where is she?" Irene demanded. "Little Bean left already," someone responded quietly. "She left? I'm not going to let this go." Then, Irene sat down onto her chair angrily. 3 seconds later, whatever was under Irene's bottom exploded, a smell of chemicals following her shriek. It turned out that Little Bean had placed a small firecracker under Irene's seat warmer that ignited under pressure. The good news was that the firecracker was very small, and Irene was wearing thick pants. Therefore, her bottom was barely scratched. She was extremely embarrassed, but she had to get treated at inpatient services. Her left bottom was red, swollen, and hurt upon contact. Although it wasn't a serious injury, the humiliation felt overbearing. Damn that little kid. Irene noted what happened today for future revenge. Finally, the twins met up in their car. "Sis, how was it?" Little Bean smiled at her sister. "Extremely smooth. How's the scumbag Gabriel? I spilled cola on his wound, so it probably needs to be redressed." "I bet he won't be able to sleep tonight," Pudding said nonchalantly. "Haha, nice job. What about you? Me?" "I went according to the plan. I threw flower petals on Irene's head and fed her a bug. It took me a while to find one on the grapevines in our backyard this morning, The bug was really fat and plump. I'm sure it was delicious. Please change the subject. I still want to enjoy lunch later. Pudding was speechless. She almost felt bad for Irene. I also placed a firecracker on her seat before I left. Ha ha, I bet her butt's on fire right now. Good job. Grandpa George, let's go home, Pudding said. Yes, Miss Pudding. Then Uncle George took the twins back to South Hill. After busying about all morning, Violet heard about what happened when she was having lunch with her colleagues. She didn't even know what the twins were here. How mad would Chloe be if she found out? After leaving the municipal bureau, Chloe didn't go home. She called Brenton, Max, and Victoria out for lunch. The 5 of them sat together to discuss the next steps for Justin. I'm looking for evidence right now, Brenton, the media. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll buy netizens and drown the scandal. Brenton nodded. What can I do? Max asked anxiously. Max, if you have time, can you look into Gabriel? Chloe asked. I thought Justin did already, and he's fine, no? What would I be able to find? Max asked with surprise. Don't just look into Gabriel. Look into everyone who's been in close contact with him over the years, especially ex-girlfriends. I'm sure he's dated over the years, and he doesn't look like he's gay. You know a lot of people, you should be able to dig something up. Okay, I understand. Leave it to me. Max nodded with admiration towards Chloe's wits. Chloe, how can I help? Victoria asked. Victoria, a lot of things have been happening at home, Jack and I. It's a long story. We don't want the twins to see us fighting at home, and I know you're off this weekend. Can you take care of Pudding and Little Bean for me? That way I can concentrate on helping Justin. That's easy. I'll pick them up Friday after work. Thanks. After lunch, Chloe was driving home when she received a call from Andrew. What are you trying to do now? Chloe asked straight up. Chloe, I'm so jealous, Andrew said. What are you jealous of? Chloe furrowed her brows. Before it was Jack, and now Justin. Why are you so nice to everyone but me? Andrew sounded sad. When he found out that Chloe was willing to do everything to get Justin out of trouble, he felt his gut twist. It was jealousy, but it was also more than that. He was completely bitter. Anyway, it was a complex mix of emotions. Andrew, you still don't get it? Chloe asked calmly. Get what? I'm kind to Justin because Justin's kind to me. Friendships are a two-way street. No one can just take and take without giving anything back. I don't agree with you. I care about you a lot too, even more than Justin. But you... Andrew paused. You call that care? Chloe questioned. Is it not? Of course not. Your definition of care is completely selfish. It's based on your happiness and your happiness only. You don't even care if I'm completely heartbroken. That's not caring about someone. Justin's different. He sees things from my perspective and thinks in my shoes. He's a trustworthy friend and you're not. You just want to possess, destroy, and divide and conquer. Haha. Even if I don't try to drive a wedge between the two of you, do you really think you and Jack will last? Andrew sneered. I don't care what happens between us. It's none of your business, and I won't hold a grudge against him because of something you pulled. It's just that simple. Andrew, you're already in your 30s. Can you stop acting so foolish and immature? But Chloe, I really love you. Chloe didn't even blink. She was too used to Andrew's confessions. I don't want your love. I can't handle it. You can handle it. You're the only person in this world who can handle it. Chloe, listen to me. Leave Jack. He doesn't really love you. He's hiding a lot from you. You're just not aware of it. If you knew, you wouldn't be so naive. Andrew coaxed Chloe patiently as if she was a child. Save it. Stop acting like such a child. I will never believe you. I will always trust Jack unconditionally. No matter what he does and no matter what he hides from me, he will always be the man I love. It's really easy for people to get lost in their lives. And honestly, I did wonder about our relationship before, but once I make a decision, I never turn back. That's how I operate. So Andrew, stop trying to convince me of something. No matter what you say, I will never change my mind. Chloe enunciated every word. Ha ha. Andrew laughed quietly. Chloe didn't respond. She didn't know what he was about to say. My stupid girl. It's good, though. It's your strength that makes me love you. My little Chloe. My life is meaningless without you. So whatever happens, I will do everything I can to be with you. Andrew already made up his mind. Then come at us. Jack and I will battle you sooner or later, Chloe said coldly. No, you're wrong. Andrew's tone was especially gentle. The metaphor of the situation will have major changes on the eve of the signs and atmosphere. This battle was never between Jack, you, and I. It's only between us, Andrew said in a low voice. Everything was doomed to happen when he saw Chloe for the first time. Therefore, it was more appropriate to say that the battle was between Chloe and Andrew, rather than between Jack, Chloe, and Andrew. I don't want to argue with you. There's no meaning to it. Chloe was about to hang up. Chloe, have you spent some quality time with your daughters lately? Chloe's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and she immediately yelled in anger. What else do you want, Andrew? I'll kill you if you touch my daughters. Don't be angry. I know you love the twins very much. I won't touch them. Relax. Then what did you mean just now? Chloe started to feel uneasy. According to her understanding of Andrew over these years, he wouldn't say something unaccountable like this despite his craziness. Nothing. I'm just afraid if you guys were to separate in the future, you'll miss them. That's all. My daughters and I won't be separated. Never. After Chloe spoke, she hung up the phone angrily. Upon hanging up the phone, Chloe realized that she raged, and it wasn't her style at all. Since she was pregnant for the second time, she got emotional very easily. It seemed like pregnant women always had a hard time controlling their mood. She steered the steering wheel single-handedly and touched her flat belly with her other hand. Don't be afraid, baby. No matter what happens, you'll stay with Mommy and Daddy. Our whole family will be together forever. Despite saying this, Chloe always had a feeling. She always felt that something was going to happen in the near future, and her heart couldn't stop pounding, especially after hearing Andrew's words. She wanted to call Mr. Dawson, but suddenly remembered they were still giving each other the silent treatment. Besides, the car might have been compromised with a tapping device. She put down her cell phone and drove towards South Hill Manor. Are you back, Mommy? Little Bean ran and grabbed a pair of indoor slippers for her mother. Did you behave well today? Chloe seemed like she didn't know about the twins going to Southside. Of course, Sis and I have always been behaving well, Little Bean answered firmly. Is Daddy home? He came back once, switched a car, and headed out again, Pudding said indifferently. Then, did he say where he's going and when he'll be coming back? No, he didn't, Pudding answered. Oh, okay. Chloe nodded, held her handbag, and was about to walk upstairs. Don't worry, Mommy. That woman Irene won't have the guts to show off anymore. I already taught her a lesson for you, Little Bean said quickly and anxiously. What? Chloe immediately stopped walking and turned around to look at her daughter. Pudding was shocked and immediately grabbed the book in her hand to cover her face. It was okay that Little Bean got herself into trouble, but this would probably drag her into this as well. She was a professional at putting her sister in trouble. Nothing? Little Bean suddenly realized that her sister told her not to let Mommy know. As Mommy's righteous way of thinking, she probably would beat them up. Little Bean, tell Mommy what exactly happened. Chloe turned around and held Little Bean's shoulders with a serious expression. I went to Southside with Sis, and then? Chloe raised her eyebrow. And then, we taught Gabriel a lesson for Handsome Cooper. We also taught Bimbo Irene a lesson for you. Oh, I meant Irene, that's all. What did you two do? Chloe was slightly angry. She knew that her daughters liked to mess around, and that was why she really had no clue what they did. After all, Southside was a hospital and a dignified place. Her own daughters. Sigh. Chloe couldn't think any further. Mommy, don't be angry. I'll tell you everything. Little Bean started to panic when she saw her mom's facial expression had darkened. Under the solemn gaze of her mommy, she told the story thoroughly and honestly. After she finished speaking, Chloe didn't talk for a while, only looking at Little Bean and Pudding. Mommy, I'm wrong. You can hit me. Little Bean lowered her head. At the same time, Pudding got off from the sofa, walked beside Little Bean, looked at her mother in the eye, and said, Mommy, This was my idea. Little Bean got dragged in by me. It's none of her business. Don't hit her, hit me. Wow, our family has a new edition of a hero? Look at that self-sacrifice. Chloe glanced at Pudding calmly. No. Mommy don't hit sis. She's not as chubby as me. I have more meat on me and I can take more hits, haha. Little Bean laughed to ease up the atmosphere. Why did you do that, Pudding? Chloe wanted to ask for Pudding's thoughts, as if she was having a conversation with an adult. That Gabriel is intolerable because he tried to get handsome Cooper in trouble by framing him. Irene is even more disgusting for trying to ruin Daddy and Mommy's relationship and wanting to be a shameless third wheel. Little Bean and I only taught them a small lesson and didn't do anything ruthless. If Mommy wants to punish us, you can, and I have nothing to say. I won't say that I'm wrong because I'm not wrong. You've told us since we're young about what's right and wrong to nurture our sense of morals. Now, we encountered what we thought were bad guys and wanted to teach them a lesson. Isn't that what we should do? Pudding was a young girl with rationality and strong logical thinking. What she said made sense and was very convincing. Not only was her eloquence great, she also had an agile mind. Chloe suddenly saw a younger version of her and felt emotional. At last, she sighed slightly. You don't have to be nervous. Mommy is not blaming you, in regard to this incident, Chloe said. Pudding and Little Bean exchanged a look and couldn't believe what they just heard. Mommy, you really won't punish us? Pudding's right. You guys weren't doing anything wrong. If people have to accept and forgive the bad guys, this world would be chaotic. Gabriel and Irene are indeed up to no good, but the two of you are still young. These should be done by us adults. Don't be too reckless when you do things. If you guys get injured, your daddy and I will be worried. No, we wouldn't. We brought bodyguards with us, and it was in public. Even if Gabriel and Irene hated us, they wouldn't be able to do anything to us, Little Bean laughed. You are getting bolder day by day and having way too many ideas. Chloe pinched Little Bean's face softly. All of a sudden, she felt like puking. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand and rushed towards the bathroom. What just happened? Is Mommy sick and not feeling well? Little Bean was confused. Seems like it's the scapegoat boy that we've been expecting for a long time is coming, Pudding said calmly. Really? You can't bully me for knowing less than you, sis. Little Bean was completely perplexed. Yet, Pudding was too lazy to explain as she turned her head back and continued watching the television on the sofa. Chloe went upstairs and locked the door of the bedroom before she rushed to the bathroom and vomited all over the place. She never had such a huge reaction when she had the twins. How did it get so intense despite him being here for a month? She probably should start eating less to avoid alerting people, especially the people who were Andrew's informers. Mommy will definitely protect your safety. Chloe felt weak from vomiting. She leaned on the tub feebly. Inside a Western-style restaurant. What's the matter? Jack glanced at Irene's face coldly. Didn't you ask me to consider your words? I've made a decision, Irene said suddenly. So, what's your decision? Jack squinted his eyes, not knowing what Irene would choose. I decided to be on your side. Oh, not bad. You're not that dumb. It sounded like this was going according to Jack's plan. However, President Dawson, I have a condition, Irene said quickly. You don't have the qualifications to talk about any conditions with me. Jack refused right away and didn't give her a chance to talk. I am making such a huge sacrifice, President Dawson. How could you not give me any benefits? I am actually risking my life here. You know what type of person he is. If he knows that I betrayed him, I'll end up terribly. How much money did he promise you? I'll give you double the amount. Jack lowered his head, looked at his cell phone, and stopped talking to Irene. No, I don't want money. Then what do you want? Jack asked. I want to be with you, Irene said word by word. After Jack heard everything, he raised his head with coldness in his eyes. You want to be with me? I'm not asking to be Mrs. Dawson because I know Chloe and you may not divorce easily. After all, many things are implicated, and children as well. I'm just thinking. That I can be with you without any status. I just want to be with you even if I'm an employee pouring water and tea in your company. Is that okay? Irene, you do have guts, daring to say that out loud. Jack was furious. If this woman didn't have any value that he could utilize, he would definitely shoot her. I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to tell you if I don't say it now. So, what will happen if I refuse? Jack asked scornfully. Then, I won't do anything either, but I won't tell you any information about him. I don't want to risk my life doing such things after all. Perfect. Then I'll tell you and listen carefully. You only have 2 options. Option 1, choose my side, and you don't have any qualifications to talk about any condition with me. Option 2, if you don't choose my side, I'll make you disappear within 3 days. Are you threatening me, President Dawson? Irene's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean by making her disappear? Would Jack kill her? She didn't expect this result at all. This good-looking and godlike man would actually talk about killing someone as a usual routine? Threatening you? You can understand it this way. I was never a kind person, so you have to think thoroughly. Jack raised the corner of his mouth tauntingly. Everything changed instantly, and Irene didn't know how to respond to the Jack like this. You can make up your mind now. President Dawson, do you not like me at all? Irene asked shamelessly, or to be more accurate, without having any self-awareness. Like you? Are you kidding me right now? The way that Jack looked at her was like he was looking at a clown. But weren't you interested in me before? Irene wasn't reconciled to the answer. Are you saying that I should like you just because you have the same face as my wife? Jack questioned. President Dawson, if I choose to help you, your relationship with your wife isn't that great anyway. Do I still have a chance to be with you? Irene was still daydreaming at this moment. I heard that my daughters visited you today. Jack suddenly changed the topic and talked about Little Bean and Pudding. Your daughters came to pick on me. They trashed my office, mocked me in front of all my colleagues, and even embarrassed me excessively by feeding me a bug. Irene complained to Jack because she felt wronged. So? Jack seemed indifferent. So, President Dawson, I think kids won't do these things normally. I think it must be Chloe. Oh no, our vice director told her kids something bad about me. Vice director seems to be a nice person, and everybody says that she's kind-hearted, but I think she plays mind games sometimes, Irene said directly, too lazy to even sugarcoat her words. She would only be happy if she talked about all the wrongs that Chloe had done. My daughters are always like that. If their mommy doesn't stop them, it would have been worse than this. That's why having you eat a bug is already considered merciful. Irene was caught speechless. President Dawson, as an influential family in the upper class, how can you educate your kids like this? It's fine that you work hard and don't have time, but as a mother, how can Vice Director not educate her kids well? Irene really wanted to say that the twins were ill-mannered, but she didn't have the guts. Yet, Jack still could tell what she wanted to say, and retorted upon her, My daughters are obedient, and they usually behave well. That is, unless they meet scum. Irene didn't say anything as her face darkened. Certainly, I'm not saying that you are one. Little Bean probably wanted to pull a prank on you. She couldn't pull a prank like that. I think that the kids wouldn't have done this without the Vice Director's instigation. When I see Vice Director tomorrow, I will ask her in person because I can't be wronged like that. I think what you really should be doing right now is considering whose side you will be taking. Don't you think it's meaningless thinking about other things now? President Dawson, I won't ask to be with you. Is it okay that I ask to work at GK after everything's done? Irene begged. Okay. This request was relatively easy compared to the other ones. Jack approved with pleasure. Then, I'll take your side. I will report to you any time if I hear anything from him. Okay. Jack was about to get up and leave. President Dawson, Vice Director likes Justin a lot, don't you care about that? Irene asked. Regardless of who she likes, it has nothing to do with you, Jack responded coldly and left. After Jack's departure, Irene took the bus home. Upon confirming the fact that she had not been followed, she then went to look for Andrew. At the Green family's old mansion. Big Brother Green, Irene called out politely. How goes it, Irene? I heard you met up with Jack today. Any luck? Andrew stood at the bar mixing a cocktail, appearing to be in a good mood. Yes, let's hear it. Andrew swirled around and passed a freshly made cocktail to Irene. Respectfully? She received the glass with both hands and held it. After contemplation, she said softly, He pulled the curtains today and asked me to make my choice. Ah, yes, and what did you say? Andrew smiled as if it was all according to his plan. I did what you instructed me to do. I pretended to be in a dilemma and negotiated with him. Of course, he didn't agree. I then continued to babble on and made the decision of siding with him at the very end. I said I would betray you and pass information to him. Did he believe you? Andrew narrowed his eyes and licked his lips. I'm not confident, but judging by his expression, I'm 80% sure that he believed me. After all, I did try to negotiate with him by making him feel like I fell for him and that I'd like to be with him. I even asked for permission to work at GK after everything is done, Irene explained. Did he agree? Andrew asked. Yes, he did. Big Brother Green, you know that I do like Jack, so between half-truths and half-lies, I think he believes me. Very well. Next up. Before Andrew could continue, Irene interrupted. Rest assured, Mr. Green, I know what to do next. I will pass your information on to him a couple of times. Once he believes me completely, we will then pass him a fake one. By then, he will lose all his cards with no chance of coming back. Jack won't let you off if he learns that you betrayed him, and he will definitely not be with you, Andrew said calmly. That's all right. Even if I like Jack, it will have to depend on the timing. After all, Big Brother Green, you've given me so many things that I would never be able to achieve in my lifetime. It's impossible for me to betray you. Irene showed her loyalty once more. I trust that you will not disappoint me. Andrew smiled contently at Irene's words. I will not. Great. You may leave now. Big Brother Green, I do have one thing to ask. Yes? Once this is all over, you will leave with Chloe, and Jack would have lost everything. By then, can you give me the 2 kids? You want the twins? Andrew asked. Yes. To be honest, the 2 kids are pissing me off. What plans do you have for them? Andrew continued his questioning in a calm manner. I plan on trafficking them to a remote village within the southern mountains. They will never be able to get out of the deep mountains, Irene said viciously. Not a bad idea. We'll talk about it when the dust has settled. Okay, Big Brother Green, I will leave for now. As Irene finished speaking, she turned around and left happily. Boss, do you believe this woman's words? Are you sure she hasn't actually sided with Jack? Chung sounded worried. She doesn't dare. She knows what kind of person I am, Andrew said confidently. Are we really giving the kids to her? Miss Green cares a lot about her kids, so if she were to find out... Chung couldn't believe what he had heard. He had no idea that Irene could be so vicious. If she were to really traffic the twins to the mountains, their whole lives would be ruined. The kids? Andrew chuckled. Why would I give her the chance to touch the kids? You're saying... She can't be kept alive, Andrew said directly. Chung's facial expression changed out of surprise. Boss, you mean, once things are done? He continued, as he made a killing gesture across his own neck with his hand. Andrew just smiled at him, without saying anything. By the time Jack arrived home, it was already late. He had secretly visited Noah to ask about Justin's incident. The clock had just struck 11 o'clock, and Chloe had already gone to sleep. Perhaps because she was pregnant again, she felt more sleepy than usual and didn't even notice Jack coming back. Jack wrapped around Chloe from behind after returning to the bedroom. A warm sensation trickled down his heart. The bedroom was bugged to transmit sound, but not actions. Just by hugging Chloe, Jack couldn't help himself and began kissing her. The smell of her body had always been a huge temptation to him, and without much thought, he lifted his hand to strip Chloe of her slip dress. Honey. Chloe woke up slightly and called out. Immediately, Jack gestured a shushing motion to remind her of the wires. Chloe understood immediately and asked deliberately, Why are you back so late? Didn't you just come back because you've been busy with Justin's incident? What right do you have to call me out? I don't want to fight with you. Go sleep in the reading room, Chloe said. Fine. If you'd like to be alone, suit yourself. Jack took a pillow and left, while Chloe followed him closely into the study room. Just as Jack entered the study room, Chloe slipped in as well. So very courageous of you. Aren't you afraid that the little spy will see you? Jack smiled. Kay took the day off. Don't worry, she's not home. Still half asleep, Chloe sat on Jack's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Sloppily, she gave Jack's forehead a big wet kiss full of saliva. But Jack didn't even fret it. Did I wake you up? You looked like you were sleeping very well. Yeah, I was. But if I didn't wake up in time, I would have been raped by a certain someone. Chloe smiled. Rape? We are legally married. It's called making love, okay? That's called taking advantage of people, okay? You kept touching me while I was asleep. Are you sure you weren't trying something? Honey, I wasn't trying anything. I was just feeling hungry. Jack smirked. You perv. Chloe's cheeks flushed as she understood Jack immediately. Honey, I want it. Jack licked his dry lip as lust danced around his eyes. Can't do. Why? Did Aunt Flo pay you a visit? I don't think it's time yet. Jack had always remembered her time of the month even better than herself. Nope, it's not because of my period. Then why? Because, well, I can't tell you right now, but I promise I will tell you later. So, don't ask me any more for now, Chloe said in a childish voice as she rested her head on Jack's shoulders. Fine, no more questions. But, permission to hug? Permission granted? Permission to kiss? Jack's lip found hers. Granted, Chloe answered absent-mindedly. Permission to touch? Jack slipped his hand down in a smooth manner. No. Chloe pushed Jack's hand away. Sigh. How sad am I? I can't even touch my own wife. Huh, just hold off for a bit. It's a special period right now, explained Chloe. Jack assumed that what Chloe meant by a special period was all the scheming and fighting on or behind the stage recently, so he didn't think twice about it. Oh, by the way, today I revealed the truth to Irene, said Jack suddenly. What did she say? She said she would stand by our side. You believed what she said? Asked Chloe. Of course not. I think she was just acting. The fact is that whatever I say to her, she'll go ahead and tell Andrew. Yes, that's a possibility. She will pretend to be on your side, then intentionally give you false information. That's it, Chloe analyzed. That's why I need to take advantage of it. What the? It's so complicated. You guys are playing such a complex game. First, Andrew sent people to get on your side, then you pretended to buy her onto your side, while in fact, she is still working for Andrew. She thinks that you believe her, so she can deliver information for Andrew. But once the information turns out to be fake, Andrew will think she's actually been turned by you, and as a result, he won't believe her anymore. Yes, eventually this woman will become a useless piece for the game. Ha! Thinking of it this way, I actually feel pity for her, laughed Chloe. Pity is right. For someone who got their looks through plastic surgery and intentionally tried to imitate your behavior and habits in a perverse way, why should she have a happy ending? No matter whether Andrew kills her or not, I won't keep her. After all, she's disgusted me for so long. Jack had already made up his mind. Hey, Irene is really young. You really don't have any feelings for her? Chloe joked. Stop it, my dear wife. I have a real one at home. Why would I want a low-quality fake one? Haha, I like the way you put it. Chloe laughed at Jack while hugging him. Stop laughing. Tell me about Justin's issue. Honey, the reason why I helped Justin get out of his crime is that... Chloe was eager to explain herself. No need to explain yourself. I know it all, honey. If I can't even understand these little things, I don't deserve to be with you for so many years. You can go ahead and help Justin. I will take care of the affairs here. Gabriel shouldn't be on Andrew's side. So in case more issues come up in the future, I suggest you dig in thoroughly and remove the whole thing. I was thinking so too. For Justin's case, the situation is tough. Tonight I just met Victoria and Brenton. Oh, and also Avery and Max. Everyone's trying to help. I also saw Noah today. Justin won't be in huge trouble. The little drama with Gabriel won't affect him. But it has a bad influence on the Cooper family's reputation. Yeah, Grandpa Cooper is old now, and I don't want him to keep worrying about Justin. So we should try to solve this issue as soon as possible. Okay, then you should be careful. Jack kissed Chloe on the forehead. I'm fine. You are in danger. Recently, I always feel worried in my heart, like something is going to happen. Chloe frowned a little and put her hand on her chest. Don't think about it too much. Andrew is not my competition. I didn't touch him before, not because I was afraid of him, but more because of Legend. But what about now? Legend won't just let him fend for himself, right? Chloe was worried. Now I'm not worried. There's someone dealing with Legend for us. Jack reached out and gently touched Chloe's face. Honey, are you talking about our Fiona? Whenever Chloe mentioned Fiona, her face was full of pride. Of course. My wife's family members, they are all godlike existences. Jack pinched Chloe's nose lovingly. Speaking of Fiona, I really miss her a lot. She's just a girl, but she's struggling in danger. Her everyday life to me is so unreal, just like a dream. Chloe took a deep sigh. Chloe, everyone has their own way of living. A lot of things are not in our hands. Fiona seems to be living a hard life, but also, in the whole world, your sister is probably the only girl who is as strong. She's already at the peak of power. She has more than enough money and has power as well, not to mention social status and fame. This kind of person, their existence is godlike. Have you heard from her recently? You know where she is, right? Chloe didn't usually ask about these kinds of things, but she knew Jack was always in touch with Riker. During the 4 years that Jack was in the U.S., he seemed to have become acquainted with a lot of people. No matter whether it was mobsters or billionaires, even some important politic figures abroad, he was always in touch with some. Chloe thought her husband's brain was not useless. Since he got in touch with so many people, it meant that they would be of some use one day. She's always been with Riker. Although Riker's not that talkative, he's pretty good to Fiona. Chloe was recalling the man she met during Spring Festival next to Fiona, who was going to be her little brother-in-law. Yeah, they will definitely get married in the future. Jack was worried that Chloe might be worried, so he described it briefly. He also didn't mention that Fiona was in Indonesia. Otherwise, she would be so worried that she wouldn't be able to sleep well. That's good. I really hope in the future, after everything's settled, I can reconnect with my dad and Fiona and then live together. But is this just a fantasy? After saying that, Chloe had a bitter smile. Jack held her and comforted her by her ear. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I will try my best to make it happen. Shh, stop. Don't say that. What do you mean as long as you are alive? You will be alive forever. Chloe pinched Mr. Dawson's face hard, almost like she was blaming him for saying the wrong thing. She was no longer the old Chloe. She couldn't afford to lose him again because she was no longer as tough as before. Okay, I promise you. Jack smiled gently. Okay, then I will go back to my room now, honey. You are leaving now? Jack wasn't ready to let her go yet. Although there's no I here, we still need to be careful. After all, the final moment is coming. We can't be careless. True. Jack agreed with what Chloe said, so he let her go. Chloe stood up and opened the door to leave. From the outsider's perspective, the couple was still arguing. When Chloe walked out, she ran into Avery, who was making some coffee downstairs in her PJs. Sis-in-law. Avery, are you not going to bed yet? Yeah. Can we have a chat, sis-in-law? Whispered Avery. Sure, let's go downstairs. Chloe knew that there was a spying device in the bedroom, so she avoided the master bedroom and brought Avery downstairs. Go ahead. What happened? Why do you look so depressed? Did you get into a fight with Max? Chloe guessed. No, that dummy doesn't dare bother me. Then it's because of your daddy's attitude towards your marriage? Asked Chloe. Not that. Then. Chloe was confused. Sis-in-law, do you know that Max had a girlfriend before? Asked Avery suddenly. I know. Your cousin mentioned it before. Yeah, that lady is called Jin. Yeah, I heard that she's a real gold digger. She married Max's third uncle, Chloe said. Yes, and now they've divorced again. Max's third uncle is not only a pervert, but also a scumbag. He immediately found another young and pretty girl, said Avery. Could it be that Max's ex-girlfriend came back for Max? Chloe guessed. How should I put it? I wouldn't say that she's back, at least that Max didn't add her on Snap. Even when she called him, he didn't answer. But that lady keeps showing up around us, or is just pretending to run into us. She's really a batch. She's back in town? Yes, she came back right after her divorce, and now she will show up once in a while. I always think she doesn't have good intentions. What are you afraid of? Max won't care about her. But after all, she used to be the woman that Max deeply loved. Every time I think about this, I feel uneasy, said Avery while holding her lips. Tsk, tisk. Avery, isn't it stupid for you to say this? Everyone has a past. You can't demand him to erase his past just because you don't have any dating history. The past of a man is not that important. What's more important is his present and future. Otherwise, even if his past is blank, if in the future he betrays you, that will be a pain too. Sis-in-law, what you said is right. It's just me overthinking. I just really envy you and my cousin. You guys met while young and already knew you were the right person for each other. All the way until now. Us? Yeah, we are not as perfect as outsiders think. Remember I dated a guy during college? At that time, I didn't know that your cousin would come back, so I was thinking of just marrying someone. I know. That man is also medical major, and he's your classmate from medical school, right? Yeah, so in conclusion, no one's life is perfect. Avery, look at the sun and moon in the sky. Whenever you see that it's full, it'll soon become smaller. You will get happier if you don't think too much. Sis-in-law, I can let it go for the stuff between me and Max. But what about you and my cousin? What happened to you guys? You know that my cousin has already bought tickets for us to go back to the US, right? Even Pudding and Little Bean will leave with us. Even the kids? Chloe was a little shocked because she didn't know about it. You didn't know anything? My cousin didn't tell you? Even Avery was surprised. No, maybe he just forgot, whispered Chloe. Sis-in-law, will you and my cousin really divorce? Avery was holding Chloe's hands worriedly. Chloe really wanted to tell her to relax, but she wasn't sure if there's any spying device installed in the living room, so she could only answer indirectly. Avery, don't worry too much. Things haven't gotten to as serious as you would think. We will have a good talk about it. Sis-in-law, I really hope you two don't get a divorce. Think about Little Bean and Pudding. They are still so young. I've seen so many kids from single families. Their personalities are really extreme. Their childhood is really important. Really. It could be seen that Avery was really worried about this. It's reasonable for your cousin to make this decision. It's good that you and your parents with the kids leave first, so we can have time to settle this issue. Then you guys can come back later after everything's resolved. Chloe calmed down and analyzed it, and decided that it was actually good for the parents and kids to leave first. That way, at least she and Mr. Dawson won't get distracted. I don't want to leave. I want to stay, or maybe let the security guards escort my uncle and the kids back. I want to stay with you guys. Avery seemed to have made up her mind. Avery, there's really nothing going on between us. Chloe didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. No, I don't believe you. You guys are both emotionally intelligent. Perhaps there is a deeper meaning between the lines. I gotta watch out for it. Avery didn't go to sleep until she had finished talking to Chloe. At the old green mansion, Boss, Jack's parents, and the kids are leaving, should we? Chung asked carefully. They won't be leaving. Boss, are you sure? I'm sure they won't be leaving, Andrew chuckled and continued. Jack is afraid that he won't be able to focus, and that's why he's making such decisions, so he has less to worry about. But I won't make it that easy for him. So, should we strike first to gain an advantage? Chung thought his boss was going to capture Jack's parents and kids to use it as a threat. However, Andrew only waved his hand. No need for us to dirty our hands. Someone will do it for us. Could it be that Master Legend coming? Chung shuddered at the thought of Legend. It was no surprise that Chung was not a big fan of him, especially at the thought that he consumed human blood. To Chung, Legend was not human. Instead, he was the real devil himself. Legend doesn't need to be involved in such a minor task. Just watch. The show has just begun. The corner of Andrew's lip curled up. Let's see what Jack has planned once he loses his kids. Next morning, Chloe arrived bright and early at Southside for a meeting, and then proceeded to head out to continue to work on Justin's incident. Right as she was exiting the hospital's lobby, she ran into Irene, who wore the exact same outfit as her. Not only did Irene like to imitate Chloe's style, she also practiced Chloe's every movement in front of the mirror extensively. But when bystanders comment on the fact that she reminded them of Chloe, she would scoff and deny the statement. In reality, this was already a clear warning of how she viewed herself. Her self-image has been completely shattered, and her self-confidence had taken a hit to a morbid state. Deep down, she envied Chloe and even felt jealous. The very thought of wanting to become her without being a replica was contradictory and ironic in of itself. Chloe liked to wear beige trench coats that looked clean-cut. On the inside, she wore a white dress shirt with a bow tied around her neck. Looking stylish and graceful, she completed her getup with a pair of light blue trousers and a pair of black kitten heels. Upon seeing Chloe's outfit the last time, Irene had gone out and purchased the exact same items because she liked it so much, resulting in today's awkward encounter, both wearing the exact same outfit. Chloe glanced at Irene without a word, but coldness seeped through her eyes. "Vice Director, what a coincidence that you like this brand of clothing." Irene tilted her chin up while her voice sounded rather arrogant. "It's no coincidence. It's more like you having the financial wealth to purchase a $30,000 trench coat. It must be a waste of your talent for someone as wealthy as you to work in the finance department of our hospital." Chloe's words reeked of disdain. Irene chuckled. "Vice Director, there's a misunderstanding. I'm not wealthy at all as I came from a small village. How would I have so much money? But I don't like wearing fakes, so I had to ask my friend to gift it to me. It's my new boyfriend. He's a talented and handsome entrepreneur of a well-known company that is public. He's really wealthy and loves me very much. So, it's no surprise that I'd be wearing this. My boyfriend also said, 'Whatever you have, Vice Director, he will buy me the exact same going forward,'" Irene provoked, hinting at the idea that her new boyfriend was Jack. Before Chloe responded, the nurses that crowded around them couldn't bear it any longer. "Does Irene have no shame? I heard she's been trying to seduce the Vice Director's husband." "Yes, that's what I heard too. She's probably not here to work. Rather, she's here fishing for a rich husband. I overheard that she's been surrounded by wealthy heirs previously. She's got a ton of luxury brand perfume and bags. How could she possibly afford all of it with her salary? From what I can see, she's definitely a professional mistress." "Is the Vice Director's husband an idiot? She's not even pretty. Why is he sugar daddying her?" "Exactly. Any one of the actresses from GK Entertainment looks better than her. Why is he mingling with her? I don't get it. Can someone explain? Are you guys dumb? Can't you tell Irene looks very similar to our Vice Director? From what I heard, the Vice Director's husband loves her very much. But even then, she had kids, and she's getting older now. Given how Irene looks like the younger Vice Director, it's probably why her husband couldn't resist the temptation. I thought you guys said Irene was a nice person, and that she was easygoing. From what I can see, she's a scheming batch." "Agreed. She should be ashamed of herself for breaking up a family. I feel so bad for our Vice Director. She's such a capable woman. I always thought she's been living very happily." "Happily my ass. Haven't you heard the news? They've been living apart, and they are probably in the midst of a divorce. I heard the Vice Director is now with Mr. Cooper." "Isn't that good news? Mr. Cooper always liked our Vice Director. He's talented and she's pretty. I think they are a match made in heaven." As Chloe stood there, listening to each and everyone's opinion and thoughts, she didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. One should most definitely never listen to the rumors. If the rumors kept spreading at the same rate, she would probably someday overhear someone saying that she had passed. As Chloe observed Irene, who gloated arrogantly, she didn't continue to mingle on the topic of her boyfriend. Instead, she asked directly, Was the bug tasty? Irene's face changed immediately. Don't worry, we don't use pesticides in our vineyard. The bugs are allowed to grow freely, so they are all very high in protein. Irene clenched her teeth. She still felt nauseous at the thought of being fed a bug by that damn kid. As Chloe watched Irene's changing expression, she smirked. Oh, that's right. I also heard that you've been not feeling well. If you have injuries on your rear end and are feeling too much pain, you can ask for a sick day. Southside is rather sympathetic to these incidents. After a perfect rebuttal, Chloe walked directly to her Porsche, leaving the pale-faced Irene behind. No wonder she graduated from a third-tier medical school. Her daughter's got no manners, and she's even worse, Irene murmured to herself grumpily. What the hell are you guys looking at? It's got no business with you guys. Irene looked around and howled at the crowd of nurses that stood watching. To prevent any escalation of the issue, everyone turned around without even acknowledging her. As Irene walked towards the finance department, she silently made a vow within her heart. Chloe, just you watch. I will rob you of your husband. You can be as arrogant and obnoxious as you like right now, but in the end, I will make sure you have absolutely nothing. You'll be alive, but Andrew will make you wish you were dead. As Chloe was driving towards downtown, she received a message from Violet. Sister Chloe, I heard that Irene was bullying you. If I see her at the cafeteria during lunch, I won't let her off easy. Violet had just overheard the incident from the bystanders and was furious. Chloe smiled slightly. She put on her earphones and began replying to Violet with a voice message. It's okay, Violet. No need. Chloe smiled. She didn't seem angered by Irene's provocation. How could you? If you don't go off on her, she's going to step all over you. If you don't show her what you're capable of, she'll treat you like a sandbag. You're our vice director. You've never been afraid. You took care of Bella so well. Violet was a gentlewoman, but even she couldn't take the abuse anymore. She was telling Cody this yesterday, and he almost came to Southside to yell at Irene. Violet, it's not about fear. If a dog barks at a lion, the lion would never look back. A warrior would never use a sword to kill a fly. If I keep sinking to their level, it means that I am no better. I really have no time to deal with people like Irene. But Sister Chloe, what if she poses a threat to you? Violet was a little worried. Don't worry, she could never. Anyways, when I finish taking care of Justin's affairs, I'll take care of her. Okay, that's good. Violet stopped asking after hearing that. Chloe drove to the city bureau. She called Victoria, and she came to the door to pick her up. Chloe, you're here to see Justin, right? Let's go. Victoria had been working as a psychologist at the city bureau for a long time. Her reputation was very high. No, I'm not here to see Justin. Victoria, I want to see Adam. Damn, why do you want to see him? Victoria was caught off guard. I want him to do a favor for me. Are you close to him? He's hard to convince. Would he help you? She was worried. Forensic doctors all had strange attitudes. Victoria thought that he wouldn't easily help Chloe. I don't care. I'll try. Chloe looked serious. Let's go. Victoria took Chloe to Adam. Adam wasn't in the office. He rarely was. He was always in the autopsy room working with corpses, and his clothes reeked of formalin. She heard that he was doing well for himself, but his manners were getting stranger. All those years ago, he fell for Chloe right away when the head nurse introduced him to her. Sadly, at that time, Chloe was already registered with Jack. But then, even if Chloe wasn't married, she wouldn't have gotten with him. However, he was stubborn and still had feelings for Chloe. Is Dr. Adam here? At the door of the office, Victoria asked. Dr. Adam is analyzing results inside the autopsy room. Would you like to speak with him, Dr. Victoria? Adam's assistant was extremely polite to Victoria. I have something urgent. Can you call him? Okay, I'll do that right now. As soon as she picked up the phone, the assistant pointed and said, Look, he's back. Chloe and Victoria turned their heads and saw the white-coated Adam walk in with a stack of files in hand. Dr. Adam, I am here to ask for a favor, Chloe declared her intention right away. Victoria thought that Adam would turn her down, but after he looked at Chloe, he faintly said, Come in. Chloe, go ahead. When you're finished, come to my office. We'll go out for lunch. Okay. After Victoria left, Chloe entered the office with Adam. To be truthful, Chloe didn't want to come to trouble him. 4 years ago, she already used him to get information about Bella's corpse and used it to clear Mr. Jack's name. Anyone would have an opinion against that. Chloe was prepared for Adam to yell at her or chase her away. However, none of those things happened. He led her into his office. Have a seat. Okay? Chloe nodded and had a seat. What drink would you like? Water is fine, thank you. At a place that reeked of formalin, she was in no mood to drink tea or coffee. Adam poured a cup of water for Chloe. Speak your mind. What would you like me to do for you? He jumped straight to the point. Dr. Adam, my friend, he's been wrongly accused and detained by the City Bureau. He's being charged with aggravated assault, but he didn't do it. Your friend is Justin, right? Looking at her, he asked. Chloe nodded. News about Justin had broken out all over the city. It was no wonder that Adam knew. Go into the details. I'll see what I can do. After speaking, he pulled out a notepad and a black ballpoint pen to jot down important notes. Chloe recounted the details that Justin told her to Adam. So what can I do? Adam asked Chloe. I believe that the wound on Gabriel's wrist wasn't due to a small knife. Justin is sure that he didn't do anything. When he entered, he saw the knife on the ground and picked it up out of curiosity. That's where the fingerprints came from. But the City Bureau isn't that stupid. If it wasn't due to a small knife, they would have been able to tell, he rebutted. Gabriel is clever. I have a wild guess, Chloe said in a serious tone. What is it? I believe that another weapon caused the wound on Gabriel's hand. He's a doctor. He knew that if he used the fruit knife to frame Justin, the evidence would stand against him. Quite possibly, he used that fruit knife to add a deeper wound on top of the already existing wound. You mean that to frame Justin, Gabriel used the fruit knife to cover the original wound to make it appear as if a fruit knife did it? Yes. Chloe nodded. He's smart. He knows how to cut. Adam was a little surprised. He's smart, that's for sure. He's a doctor, so of course he knows how to cut. Chloe stuck with her hypothesis. That's interesting then. So I want to clear his name, and this is where I want to begin. Say whatever you want me to help you with. I want you to reassess Gabriel's wound for me and see what he was trying to cover up. You can do this kind of stuff yourself, Chloe. I heard that when you took your exam, your dissection skills were godlike. You shouldn't ask me to do it for you. You're gifted enough to do so. Looking at her admiringly, he said, But I'm not a forensic doctor. The Bureau and the judge won't recognize my work. They will recognize your work, Chloe slowly said. But why should I help you? Adam looked at him and faintly said, You will do it for a just and fair outcome, for your profession as a forensics doctor, for maintaining the honesty of your career, and for your own integrity and morals, Chloe said slowly. Okay, Chloe, you win. Adam sighed. He was impressed by Chloe. Chloe didn't say anything. She heard him say, I thought you'd offer to pay me off with money or something. Do you need it? She smiled and asked. He smiled too. Or you'd try to bribe me with an expensive gift, or lure me with material goods. That won't work on you. Everyone knows that you're the most principled person in the City Bureau. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been as successful. I didn't think that the mighty Vice Director Green would praise others. Adam smiled. I'm not praising you. I'm speaking the truth. Okay, I wanted to give you a hard time, but you shut me up right away. It looks like I can't hold up against you the moment you talk. No wonder everyone says that the Vice Director of Southside is an intelligent woman. No one could be jealous of your talents. They just stand in awe and admiration. Okay, Dr. Adam, we can stop complimenting each other now. I really need your help this time. I can help you, he answered right away. Thank you. Chloe was a little surprised. She didn't think that he could be so easily convinced. No, don't thank me yet. I will reevaluate Gabriel's wound, but if it turns out that there was no other wound beneath the one the fruit knife caused, I will report it as such. I will not change the results because Justin is your friend, Adam said. That's not a problem, I understand. That's the way it's supposed to be. You trust him that much? Adam looked at Chloe seriously. I believe him. I've known him as a friend for years. He would never do something like this. Justin is lucky to have a friend like you. Adam was a little envious. No, I am lucky to have a friend like Justin. She smiled softly and sincerely. At that moment, Adam finally understood why everybody liked Chloe. If Justin heard what she was saying, he might have fainted from the overwhelming emotions. I'm not the gossiping type, but I heard that you and your husband are on the edge of a divorce. So? Chloe laughed. So, you're trying to clear Justin's name now. What if someone over-exaggerates the incident against your family? Also, from what I've heard, even though the Cooper family didn't get involved in Justin's situation right now, he would never go to jail. In other words, it doesn't matter if he did it or not, he'll never be locked up. So is clearing his name really worth it, even if it jeopardizes your marriage? After Chloe heard that, she stared at his face and slowly answered, I, Chloe Green, will never let one of my friends be set up and framed by others. So no matter what I sacrifice, I would never allow that to happen. Never. So, is it really worth it? Or do you really have some feelings for Justin? Adam asked, unsure. The feelings I have for him are strictly platonic. Chloe's answer was short and honest. I see. It must be really great to be Vice Director Green's friend. Adam sighed loudly. You are my friend too. Chloe felt awkward. No, I am not. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used me last time without even asking. He sounded a bit petty. Chloe felt bad. I'm sorry, Dr. Adam. I had no other choice. You don't have to explain. I understand. I didn't mean to blame you. It's admirable that you didn't abandon your husband at a distressing time and put your safety aside to protect your husband. Chloe bit her lip and stayed silent. She didn't know what to say. Let's go. I am going to write up a request. Once I get approval, I will evaluate Gabriel's wounds. Dr. Adam, Chloe wanted to say something. I know. I won't give him time to play his little tricks. I'll bring my people there right away and catch him off guard. Then, the test results will be authentic. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Chloe nodded. Don't worry. I'll get the results as soon as possible. You need to know that even if I find evidence, it might not clear his name. After all, there were so many eyewitnesses, so don't put all your hope on this. It might only help a little. I understand. I'll try to find other proof. Anyways, thank you, Dr. Adam. No, it's my duty. Afterward, Chloe and Adam left the office, and Chloe went to Victoria. The two ordered a few plates in a restaurant downstairs and talked while eating. I didn't think that Adam would agree so easily. Damn, I'm impressed, Victoria exclaimed. Actually, I've asked someone to investigate Adam. Noah said that he has a decent reputation, even though he's pretty strict and stands his ground on issues. But he is a just man. A lot of people have tried to bribe him to change the results to no avail. Adam's living condition is fine. He doesn't need that money. It doesn't concern the money. It concerns his quality as a person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it this far. But I'm pretty surprised that he agreed to it. Chloe, you have to know that it's the hospital's job to assess the wounds on live victims. This isn't within Adam's job requirements. He's a forensic doctor. He assesses corpses. I know. So why didn't you ask the first hospital or South Side to evaluate the wounds? Why the trouble? Victoria didn't understand this move Chloe was making. The hospitals won't be able to find anything. Gabriel is a doctor. He's smart. Only a forensics doctor can examine such details. He's also the forensics doctor at the city bureau. He is more reputable. Damn, that's smart. You think of everything. Victoria gave her a thumbs up. At that time, her phone rang. She picked up the phone and it was from Max. Sis-in-law, I found some leads relating to Gabriel's case. Where are you right now? I'll get it to you right away. He sounded a little excited. Okay, I am with Victoria right now. We're at the Sichuan restaurant behind the city bureau. Okay, I'll be there soon. Who was that? Victoria asked. Max. He said that he got some leads. That's great. They didn't wait long before Max arrived in his fancy Ferrari. The both of you are here? Haha. Cut to the chase. What did you find? Victoria was in a hurry. Max looked at Chloe and said with an impressed tone, Chloe, you were right. I'm so impressed. I asked around the circle and I found some leads. One of my friend's cousins was close to Gabriel before they went abroad to different countries. They communicated through Facebook, and he told me that Gabriel had a girlfriend before. She lived in the same city as us, and he occasionally posted about it on Facebook. Something happened and he deleted all the pictures off of his Facebook. I asked him to describe her to me, and I hired a professional artist to draw her. Guess who she was? Who? Victoria was curious. No matter who she is, she's connected to Justin somehow. Gabriel is doing it for revenge. Chloe analyzed. Damn, is it Gianna? Victoria guessed. Chloe shook her head. No, Gianna wanted Justin's heart, and she would never interact with Gabriel. More so, Gianna is a public figure. Gabriel would never show her off on Facebook. She is definitely not in the circle. Sis-in-law, you're so smart. She's not in the circle, Max kept praising her. Just get to the point. Stop being mysterious. Victoria punched Max's arm. She couldn't wait. No rush. I'm just testing Chloe's intelligence. Everyone calls her smart, and I wanted to see it for myself. Ha! If she guesses right, I'll get the bill tonight. After speaking, he took a long gulp of water. He was thirsty from speaking. Listen to you. It must be hard to guess. You are just trying to put her on the spot. She smiled. Chloe never smiled. She was thinking very hard and analyzing. About 10 seconds later, Chloe slowly said, I remember that Gabriel had never treated any girls badly, even though he had the reputation for it. There was only one girl who was. Who? Victoria was stunned. Zoe, Chloe slowly answered. Max was just about to speak, but Chloe continued to say, However, Zoe was also under Imperial Star. She was also super popular, on the same level as Gianna. Max said that she wasn't in the circle, so I thought about someone else. Zoe's little sister. The one that killed herself and framed Justin in order to avenge her imprisoned sister. My God, Chloe, I almost forgot she existed. Max, did Chloe guess right? Victoria tilted her head and asked, Sis-in-law, are you a psychic? Max made a crying face. Get to the point. Was she right? Victoria was antsy. Right. She's super right. It's her, Naomi. Max pulled out a picture of the girl and Gabriel and put it on the table. Victoria picked it up, looked at it, and said, Not going to lie, she looks quite like Zoe. They're biological sisters. Obviously they look alike. Max smiled. It really was her. Everything makes sense now. Gabriel blamed everything on Justin. That's why he's trying to get his revenge. So, did Gabriel orchestrate everything? Max asked. Maybe, maybe not. Gabriel is cold-blooded, but he doesn't seem like someone who can cut his own wrists. He should also understand that with the Cooper family's power, Justin would never go to jail, no matter if he did it or not. So, sacrificing his hand for just an inconvenience for the Cooper family doesn't make sense. Don't forget, the most important thing to us doctors is our hands. We need to be ready to perform surgery at any moment. Chloe is right. This looks complicated. Maybe Gabriel was attacked and used it as an opportunity to frame Justin, Victoria analyzed. Chloe nodded. That's the most probable option. Okay, you two sis-in-laws, you two are too smart. From what I've gathered, they dated for 3 years. She had visited him abroad once. She was planning on going abroad as well, after her graduation. She had her visa application filled out already, but no one expected something tragic like that would happen, Max narrated. It's not very logical. A normal girl would never sacrifice her own life to avenge her sister. Victoria found it strange. I forgot to tell you guys, the girl had depression. Her first relapse was during university entrance exams, and her second was after her sister's death. She was pushed to the edge, and that's why she used such an extreme method. I heard that they had a great relationship. Despite Zoe's snobby appearance, she loved her sister a lot. Zoe paid for all of her sister's tuition and living fees. She even left a considerable amount of money for when she went abroad. Max told them what he found. That explains a lot. I knew that Gabriel's sudden return to Southside had a malicious reason behind it. I thought he was with Andrew and was trying to break up my marriage. He approached me to take his revenge on Justin. It looks like he investigated Justin thoroughly, Chloe said calmly. Yeah, Justin wasn't careful enough this time and got framed. I want to go take care of that coward at Southside right now. Max looked furious. Okay, you don't need to add to the trouble. After the attack happened, Gabriel applied for protection. It is hard for others to get close to him. You're way out of the question. We need to think about how to clear Justin's name. Victoria sipped her water. Sis-in-law, do you have any ideas? You're the smart one here, we'll do whatever you say. Max looked at Chloe and said, Do everything I can to collect evidence and clear his name, Chloe said. That's it? So simple? Max wasn't satisfied. That's not all, but that's what I want from you guys. I know what to do. Okay, we'll listen to you. After discussing Justin's affairs, Chloe, Victoria, and Max continued eating. Avery was going to come with Max, but she got a call from Jack's parents. She had to drive the twins to piano lessons, so she wanted to find Max when the two babies were practicing piano. Avery was waiting at the lobby. She pulled out her phone and started texting her friends in America. Suddenly, she heard a woman's laugh come from behind her. What a coincidence, Miss Dawson. Avery turned around and her face darkened after seeing who the woman was. Miss Jin. Hello. What a coincidence. It was Jin. She was dressed elegantly, as always. She had a long cheapao on, and her hair was done traditionally. She gave off a mature, womanly vibe. Miss Dawson, isn't Max with you? If I remember correctly, you're Max's third aunt? Avery's face was stormy. But I divorced his third uncle already. So what? Do you think you still have a chance with him? Are you telling me to back off? Avery knew that Jin wasn't a kind person. No, I wanted to say that you don't know Max as well as you think. I was with him for a long time. I knew his favorite foods, hobbies, songs, countries, soccer teams, sports, anything. What do you know? Avery suddenly realized that Max knew everything she liked. However, she never asked Max what he liked. That was because when they were together, he did everything she liked. He would eat everything she wanted. She felt quite guilty for not paying attention. Haha, you can't even answer. It looks like you're not such a great girlfriend either. No wonder Mrs. Cruz doesn't like you. Jin laughed mockingly. You're speaking as if she likes you. Is this really fun for you? Avery replied. Do you know what the Cruz family say about you? Jin asked. Enlighten me. Avery tilted her head back and looked extremely arrogant. The Cruz family said that you're just a spoiled, bratty rich girl who is not fit to marry into the Cruz family. Max's feelings towards you are just temporary. He's in it for the thrill. He always liked mature, elegant women and not immature girls like you. If you really get married, it is because you can help the Cruz family in terms of business expansion. It's laughable that you think you two are true love, hehe. Are you getting a kick out of what you're saying? I know exactly what tricks you're pulling. You just want to sow some discord between us and see us fight. Why should I believe you? Avery wasn't stupid. She would never believe something like this based on Jin's words. Do you think I'm making this up? See it for yourself. After speaking, she turned on her phone and showed Avery a video. After Avery saw it, her expression changed drastically. Jin had a recording of Max's mother. Avery had never officially met her, but she knew what Max's mother looked like. In the video, Max's mother loudly said in a belittling tone, "That little girl from the Dawson family is shamelessly latching onto my son. Her dad even wants to give Max his company. But our Max isn't a leech, and we don't need that kind of allowance money. Who does? My son is still young and unpredictable. He's just in it for the fun. He's never going to marry that girl. I never liked the Dawson family, especially GK's young president. He always looks so arrogant and dominating like his family owns the world. You guys, if you know any girls who are polite, educated, and came from a clean background, introduce them to Max. They have to be a virgin. I don't want my daughter-in-law to be impure. I don't want my grandson to come from a woman like that. Our family, we don't care about how well off her family is. As long as she's kind to me and my family and can raise children, we're happy." The video ended. Avery's expression was beyond sour. "How is that, Miss Dawson? It stings, doesn't it? To tell you the truth, Max's mother is hard to deal with. She won't even accept a girl 1,000 times richer and more beautiful than you. So don't really think of yourself as Max's fiancé. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Jin. I don't care how the Cruz family views me. I only care about Max's love for me. You don't care if he's using the marriage for financial reasons? In disbelief, Jin asked. That's right, I don't care. As long as Max is with me, I'm fine. Much better than people like you who can't cherish him and come crawling back when you realize how good he is, Avery argued. Haha, I am impressed by your resolve, Miss Dawson, she mockingly laughed. You might not have heard of this, but a marriage built on the basis of mutual benefaction lasts longer. After all, our backgrounds match, and we both benefit. You're lucky to be able to marry his third uncle with a background like yours. You will never get to marry Max, but I can. Even if the Cruz family is using me for my background, I am going to marry him. You will never. That is that. Avery's words almost killed Jin. Okay, if that's what you believe, I'll leave you to it. Haha. She turned and left. You're really a batch to the core. Furious, she yelled in her heart at the woman's silhouette. When the twins came out, they found their aunt in a bad mood. What's with the long face? Did you break up? Little Bean teased Avery. Little Bean, can you talk about something luckier? Avery didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lucky? Okay. Are you pregnant? Little Bean continued to ask. Avery almost choked on her spit. At that moment, her phone rang. She looked and saw that it was from Max. However, Chin-Ning didn't really want to pick up. Auntie, you have a call. Pudding thought she didn't hear it and kindly reminded her. I heard it, but no need to answer. Avery sulked. Oh, it looks like you guys are having a fight for real. Pudding glanced at her auntie uneasily and couldn't help but sigh. These days were getting so tiring. Not only did Pudding have to watch her parents fight, now she had to watch her auntie put on a bitter performance with her future uncle. It's nothing. Don't say anything weird when you guys get home, understand? Avery warned. Fine. Upon seeing their auntie's attitude, Little Bean and Pudding both held their tongues and decided to pry no more. By the time the three of them got home, Jack and Chloe had already gone home as well. It was a rare sight to have everyone in the same room, so Mrs. Dawson had cooked a full table of good dishes in hopes of alleviating the awkwardness around the house these days. Grandma made most of the dishes today. You guys need to eat lots, Mr. Dawson said to his twin granddaughters. Grandma, thank you for your hard work, Mua. Little Bean threw a kiss through the air. You always know what to say. Mrs. Dawson smiled. Avery, do you want to give your boyfriend a call and ask him to come to eat with us? Mr. Dawson asked. No need, Uncle. What's going on? Mr. Dawson asked curiously. Avery, what happened? Did you and Max have a fight? Chloe asked as well, thinking Avery had just met Max during lunch. There shouldn't be anything going on between them. It's nothing, sis-in-law. Forget about me for now. You should ask my brother. Does he really want me to take the twins away? Avery was still undecided on the idea of whether she should take them. After all, they had never lived in the U.S. alone before, and they will be separated from their parents for a long time. Would they be able to get used to it? Chloe bit her lip slightly and asked, Honey, are you really asking Avery to take the kids? My parents are going too. Don't worry, once this is all over, we will bring them back. But, is it safe? I'm afraid. Chloe worried. It's safe. I've been in contact with Rick. His people will be at the airport, so there won't be any problem, Jack explained. But, Chloe continued, but before she could finish, Jack interrupted. While the kids are gone, we should take the time to both calm down and think about our relationship. Jack, Chloe, you guys are all grown-ups now. Your mother and I don't really want to be too nosy on your situation, but stop messing around. You guys are parents now. Don't become a laughingstock to others, Mr. Dawson lectured with a serious tone. Yes, Dad, you're right. Chloe nodded. We'll treat this trip to the U.S. as a vacation, and we will pay a visit to your second uncle. We'll try to tell him not to be so spoiled and just approve Avery and that Cruz kid's marriage, Mr. Dawson said. Uncle, I'm not in a hurry. You don't have to help me. Avery officially threw every feeling of annoyance on Max now after watching the video Jin has shown her. But Daddy, Mommy, Sis and I don't want to go. We don't want to leave you guys, Little Bean pouted. It won't be long, honey. Once we finish up with the things here, I will have you guys back, okay? Jack said tenderly to his daughters. Pudding didn't want to go either, but instead, she nodded calmly. Sure, it is what it is. After dinner, Jack went to the reading room while Chloe took the twins to their room for a bedtime story. Jack picked up the phone, and Rick's voice transmitted over. Did you book Little Bean and Pudding's flight yet? Tell me the date and I will send people over, Rick asked. They're not going anymore, Jack replied calmly. They're not? Are you kidding? Rick asked in surprise. The fact that my daughters are leaving is only for show, sort of like a smokescreen. I've let out the news that they're leaving in 2 days. I believe certain people will be waiting for the chance at the airport. By then, it will be as easy as catching a turtle in a jar. I see. You're so cunning. Rick couldn't help but acknowledge Jack's tactics. On your end, just send a couple of guys and put on a show. Okay, understood. After a call with Rick, Jack sent another order to his subordinates. He wondered if Andrew and other hostile enemies would take action, knowing that his daughters were leaving. In the other room, Mommy, I think Auntie is not feeling super happy. I'm going to visit her, okay? You can talk to Sis first. With a pair of shorts and a tank top on, Little Bean jogged over to find Avery, looking rather adorable. Okay, Chloe called after her, and then continued. Pudding, do you want to bring anything on your carry-on before leaving? Mommy, you really think we're leaving? Chloe stuttered. Daddy's... As Pudding was about to continue, Chloe quietly shushed her and turned on the anti-eavesdrop device. She then continued. Okay, you can talk now. Daddy is obviously trying to lure the tiger out of the mountains. He wouldn't let us go to the U.S. alone. He's just using this opportunity to get rid of the enemies that have terrible thoughts towards us. Pudding, you indeed very smart. That is exactly what your daddy is trying to do. Any idiot would be able to tell. Mommy, you love us so much, but you didn't even stop Daddy. Clearly you guys set everything up, Pudding scoffed. Well, your grandparents and Auntie are both unaware of this. The more people that know about this, the higher the chance that a mistake might happen. I know. I won't tell them. I trust that Daddy will explain everything in the future. Okay, my daughter. I'm so proud of you. It had just dawned on Chloe that Pudding was very bright, almost to the point of surpassing her younger self. So, Mommy, can I ask you a question now? Sure. What is it? Chloe smiled at her older daughter, an aura of motherly love radiating off of her. Do you have a baby now? Pudding asked in a serious manner. Her expression was light and calm, just like an adult, but her voice still sounded like a young toddler. Upon hearing what Pudding said, Chloe could barely hide her surprise. Pudding, how did you... Mommy, answer me first. Yes or no? After contemplating for 3 long seconds, Chloe finally nodded. Yes, I knew it. Looks like our family will soon have an additional member. Pudding smiled. Pudding, how did you know? Just by your reactions. Mommy, you usually have a pretty good appetite, but lately, you're constantly feeling nauseous and you've been throwing up. Not only that, you're always secretly going to the bathroom. If you had the stomach flu, you'd prepare the medications yourself, but I've never seen you take any medication. I see. What's inside of that little brain of yours? You're so smart. I don't even know what else to say to you. Chloe stroked Pudding's head lovingly. Mommy, it's a good thing that you have another baby on the way, but why aren't you telling Daddy about this? If he knew, he would be so happy, Pudding asked. Now's a very critical time. Your daddy and I have to fight the bad guys. That's why I don't want him to get distracted. If anything happens to you and you never told anyone, you won't be able to explain to Daddy in the future. Isn't that right? It probably won't happen. Mommy will take care of herself. Has Mommy done the checkup? I did it secretly already. Mommy is also an obstetrician. Don't worry, Pudding. Okay. Anyhow, you have to take care of yourself and the baby. Pudding looked at her mommy worriedly. Chloe held Pudding up dearly and put Pudding on her lap. "Ah yeah, Mommy, you're pregnant right now. You can't hold me," Pudding said as she struggled to get down. "It's fine. The baby in Mommy's tummy is still small now, and nothing will happen." "Pudding, do you want a younger brother or sister?" Chloe asked in a good mood. "A younger brother, of course. Why?" Chloe found her answer interesting. "Because Little Bean and I are girls, and Daddy and Mommy will be lonely when we get married. If it's a younger brother, he can marry his wife and bring her home, so Daddy and Mommy won't be alone and have no company." Pudding's reason made tears well up in Chloe's eyes. "Pudding, Mommy is very touched by your words. I'm talking about what I think. Even though a younger brother is naughty, he has his merits. Aren't you afraid that Daddy and Mommy will be fond of your brother and won't love you guys as much anymore?" Chloe jokingly asked Pudding. "Mommy, we're not inconsiderate kids. We have the same father and mother, and there won't be an issue of liking this kid but not the other. We are all products under your love, and you definitely love us all the same. It's not like we're eggs that you lay and don't have to take care of." Chloe was completely speechless. "Okay, you won." Chloe suddenly found out that her eloquence was no longer a match for her 3.5-year-old daughter. Wasn't she brilliant? Little Bean said she was going to soothe Avery, but she totally forgot about her auntie when she saw the newly baked egg tarts made by the maid on the way to her auntie's room. She followed the maid downstairs to the living room and ate the egg tart in her grandfather's arms. After Avery's came out from the shower, her cell phone alerted her that she had many unread Snap messages. "Max, Avery, why aren't you picking up my calls?" "Max, please don't scare me like this, yo, my lady. My heart can't bear the shock." "Max, Avery, babe, did I do something wrong? Wah, please talk to me." Avery's heart suddenly softened when she saw Max's messages. She grabbed her cell phone and replied to him, "I fell asleep and just woke up." "Max, geez, you're scaring me to death. Can you tell me before you go to bed next time?" Avery, "Max, in the future, if we can't be together in the future and break up, then will you still remember me?" Max, "I refuse to answer a question that won't happen, and I'm not answering a hypothetical question like this either." Avery, "I'm serious about it. If we aren't meant to be..." Max, "Then I'll find the Cupid and have him get us together." Avery, "If we break up, are you going to be very sad?" Max, "Nope, because it won't even happen." Max, "You're weird today, Avery. What's the matter? Did something happen?" Max suddenly realized that Avery seemed slightly sentimental today, and he immediately became a bit worried. "No, nothing. Don't lie to me. Tell me what happened, and also tell me if there's anything that I'm not doing well." "There's really nothing. I'm a bit tired, and I'm heading to bed." Avery. After Avery said she was tired, she really put her cell phone in the drawer and turned on silent mode. She stopped replying no matter what Max said. This made Max feel uneasy. Even though he had been busy with Mr. Cooper with work and didn't spend time with her every day, he didn't give her a cold shoulder. In these 2 days, they had been lovey-dovey and sending messages to each other starting from every morning. However, Avery's abnormal behavior worried Max. He couldn't fall asleep at night, so he got up and took a shower with cold water and made a phone call. Check Avery's schedule and whom she met today. After receiving a call 20 minutes later, Max raged. "Where's that batch gin now?" Max asked. "Young Master Cruz, we just found out that she's drinking at a nightclub at Westtown District. Okay, send me the address." After hanging up the phone, Max drove his Ferrari and headed straight to the Westtown District angrily. He disliked having to go to this type of place because as he matured, he stopped playing wildly. Most of the time, he liked to drink with and talk to Brenton and Justin in a private lounge. Yet, everybody at the bar knew this Mr. Cruz. "Io, young Master Cruz, what brought you here?" "Good evening, young Master Cruz." Everybody greeted him, but this man wasn't in a good mood and didn't smile at all. Everybody was scared and created a walking path for him. "Is Jin here?" Max grabbed a man's collar and asked, Yeah, she's on the dance floor." The man pointed towards the center of the stage. Max pulled his tie, loosening it, and walked to the dance floor. Jin was having a great time on the dance floor. She was dance battling someone and made the men under the stage cheer. At this moment, Max strode up to the stage, grabbed Jin's clothes, and pulled her down. "Ah! What are you doing?" Jin screamed loudly in fear. After she turned her head around, she saw clearly that the person was Max. "Max, why are you here? Did you come here to see me?" she overjoyed. "You saw Avery today?" Max asked coldly. Jin stopped smiling when she heard Max's question and said disdainfully, "I didn't find her deliberately. I bumped into her. So, what did you say to her?" "I didn't say anything. Did that girl say something bad about me? Haha. Do you trust what she said? Jin was the thief who cried theft. Avery didn't say anything. Do you think she's the same as you? Avery is very innocent," Max said furiously. "Innocent? You're kidding me, Mr. Cruz. Can a teenage girl who took control of the board of directors in her family business be innocent? You can't only listen to what she said. Hand it out." Max reached his hand out impatiently. "What is it?" Jin pretended to be dumb. Max didn't wait for her to finish talking and grabbed her cell phone. He then pulled her arm and pressed her hand against the screen to unlock the phone. At last, he found the video. Max's facial expression changed after watching the video. He looked at Jin and said, "In order to plot against me, you've put in a lot of effort. You even dragged my mom into this. Jin, you're getting pretty good in terms of your cruel methods." "Max, it's not like that. Listen to me. I'm doing this because I still love you. I still want to be with you." Jin didn't expect that without seeing him over a course of a few years, Max would no longer be the stupid and impetuous guy whom she could manipulate freely. The one in front of her was a furious beast that made her feel frightened. "Be with me? Do you think I'm a gas station that you can come and go anytime?" "Jin, I can see that I fed a dog with my true heart in the past. It's fine that you were with my third uncle for these few years, but I didn't expect you to ask for more. Max, I've always loved you. I married your third uncle because he drugged me and had his way with me. I had no choice." Jin always thought that Max still had feelings for her, and that was why she gave him puppy eyes. "Are you too naive, or am I too naive? Why would I believe such lies? You actually think I'm a fool?" Max yelled angrily. "Max, believe me." Jin was still begging, but Max had no pity for her. He grabbed Jin's neck and pinned her tightly against the wood table in the nightclub, scaring everybody who had gathered to watch. "Young Master Cruz, maybe just let this go today. Why are you lowering yourself to her level? Can you do me this favor today?" The nightclub's owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s, spoke. He wanted to just defend Jin a bit because she had been a regular customer recently. Unexpectedly, Max got even angrier. "Mother F, I won't let it go for anyone's sake. Don't talk about your relationship with me either. I used to think that men shouldn't hit women, but today, I suddenly feel that women like you are the only exception." Max pulled Jin's hair and rammed her into the pillar on the other side. "Ah!" Jin screamed. The people around were also scared, but no one dared to stop him. Everybody knew that Max had a nickname called Mr. Mule, which meant his temperament was just like a mule. When he gets angry, it would feel like a volcano exploding, unstoppable. Other than Justin and Brenton, no one could stop him. It was a pity those two people weren't here at this moment. The women who came with Jin also freaked out. Some of them ran away, and some of them hid in the corner and didn't dare to make a sound. Nobody knew how Jin provoked Max. "Max, I'm wrong, and I will never have the guts to do it again. Please forgive me." Jin burst into tears and begged for mercy. "Forgiving you is God's duty, and sending you to him is mine." Max was extremely mad. As a matter of fact, even though he had a grudge against Jin, he didn't want to do anything to her because they used to be together. If he wanted to kill her, she wouldn't have had a chance to cause all the troubles up till now. However, this woman was not satisfied and even thought that Max still had feelings for her. She totally asked for the consequences. "Help! Call the police! Hurry!" Jin cried for help when she saw Max had lost his mind slightly. A few guys, who were born with silver spoons in their mouths and also knew Max, were horrified and dumbfounded. "Call young Master Cooper right now. Young Master Cruz always listens to young Master Cooper's words. Don't be dumb. Young Master Cooper is still in the city bureau. He was taken into custody. The other man was also worried. What should we do then? She'll die if he keeps on hitting her. Contact young Master Blake quickly, one of the second-gen rich heirs yelled. Brenton rushed over after 15 minutes. He rarely drove his sports car out, but he had no choice because it was an emergency. Brenton drove the saffron Lamborghini and sped all the way to the nightclub in 15 minutes without knowing how many red lights he ran. Jin was in luck and didn't die yet. When Brenton arrived, he grabbed Max's collar and dragged him back. Let go, you mother F. Max didn't know who the person was and flung Brenton's hand away. You're nuts, Brenton yelled. Max came back to his senses once he saw the person was Brenton. She's freaking gonna die if you keep on beating her up. Brenton pointed at the woman lying on the ground and yelled. She deserves it, Max said stubbornly. In fact, he didn't hit Jin himself and made her result in this horrible condition. It was the consequence of him pulling her hair and ramming her head to the pillar. Do you think you can get away from killing her under so many pairs of eyes? For a batch like this, is it really worth it? After Brenton finished speaking, Max lowered his head and stopped talking. He regained a bit of his senses just now. Call the ambulance and send her to the hospital. Regarding the incident today, we will resolve this privately and compensate her, but if someone dares to disclose it to the public, don't blame us for falling out with you. Brenton's domineering words shocked everybody. An ambulance came after 5 minutes and sent Jin to the hospital. Brenton dragged Max to his car and left the nightclub. They went to a private club owned by Brenton, and Brenton drank with Max. Max, we've been brothers for so many years. I'll be honest with you. Young Master Cooper is still in the city bureau right now, and we don't know what's happening. Can you tell me why you did that? That batch Jin is driving me insane. Did you see me talk to her whether she was living her glorious days and showing off? Max drank a sip of wine gloomily. Why did you get angry this time? Does it have something to do with Avery? Brenton guessed. Max didn't speak and took another sip of wine. Avery sent a message to Max and said she was tired and was going to go to bed. In fact, she didn't sleep well for the whole night. She sent Max an emote on Snap at 6 o'clock in the morning. Max didn't reply to her, so she got angrier. She got out of bed, got ready, and planned to visit Max in his villa. When she went downstairs, she saw Chloe eating breakfast alone. Good morning, sis-in-law. Good morning, Avery. Where's my brother? Avery was curious because her older brother would be awake at this time. He went out already. So early? Avery was surprised. He's probably been busy lately. Oh. Avery sat beside Chloe as she grabbed a cup of hot milk and said slowly, You seem ill. Didn't get enough sleep last night? You have black eyes? Oh, it might be because of jet lag, Avery said perfunctorily. Chloe's cell phone rang at the same time. Victoria, what, this happened? Gosh, how is Max doing? Okay, I get it. I'll tell Avery. After Chloe hung up the phone, her facial expression was serious. What happened, sis-in-law? Avery was terrified and thought Max got into an accident when she saw Chloe's facial expression. Something happened to Max last night. What is it? Did he get into a car accident? Avery almost cried out of terror. She grabbed Chloe's hand and made Chloe frown slightly in pain. Don't worry, it's not a car accident. For some unknown reason, Max beat Jin up last night and almost killed her. Brenton went afterward and persuaded him to go, but he wasn't in a good mood and kept on drinking with Brenton. Because Brenton was too tired, he fell asleep in the lounge. When Victoria visited them in the morning, she found out Max had a mild gastric hemorrhage and sent him to the hospital. Gastric hemorrhage, gosh. Which hospital is he in right now? Avery covered her mouth, ignoring the fact that Jin got beat up. He's at Southside. Sis-in-law, let's go now. I need to see him. Avery was in a hurry and couldn't wait to get there. When Avery and Chloe rushed to Southside, the sun had just risen. I'll go and change in my office first, Chloe said. Yeah, this is urgent, sis-in-law. Can you go visit Max with me first? Avery held her sister-in-law's hand and acted in a pettishly charming manner. You're so impatient and not holding back at all. Chloe teased her on purpose. Why would a couple hold back when they're in love? Besides, you and my bro were making even more PDAs than us when you were passionately in love with each other. Haha. Chloe was caught speechless. Under Avery's persistence, Chloe didn't get to change into her work clothes and went to visit Max with Avery. Mr. Cruz resided in room VP6 and enjoyed the treatment as if he was a king. Someone who knew what happened would know he was here for hospitalization, but a person who didn't know the situation would think he was trying to gain some weight. Good morning, Vice Director. Good morning, Vice Director Green. On the way to Max's ward, doctors and nurses greeted Chloe warmly. Chloe only wore a simple short-sleeved white shirt with black harem pants and a pair of flats. She wore a black Korean-style trench coat on top of her attire and looked extremely cute with her black-rimmed glasses. Even though she didn't have an elegant and intellectual temperament, she seemed a lot younger by dressing this way. Ever since Irene deliberately mimicked her apparel, she changed her taste as well as her style. Go in. Why are you standing here? Chloe said with a smile. Sis-in-law, you go first. What's the matter? You guys are fighting? Chloe sensed something was wrong and asked Avery. We're not really fighting. Anyways, you go in first. Heh. Avery was hesitant, and Chloe couldn't do anything about it. She pushed the door and walked inside. Max was eating breakfast, and the female care worker was mopping the floor. Eh? Sis? Why are you here? Max was a bit surprised. I heard from Victoria. What's wrong? Don't you usually drink like a fish? How did you get gastric hemorrhage? Chloe asked intentionally. It was a mistake. A mistake, huh? Max replied with a laugh while stretching his neck and looking outside the door. What are you looking at? Chloe asked on purpose. No, nothing. Are you disappointed that Avery didn't come? No, I didn't tell Avery after all. She gets anxious easily. She'll probably worry if she knows. Haha, Max said narcissistically. You wish. Who's going to worry about you? You better die. Keep drinking without learning a lesson. Avery couldn't help saying something as she pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Avery walk in, Max almost got up from the bed out of excitement. What are you doing? You can't move. You still have the intravenous drip in your arm. Chloe stopped Max quickly. My lady, you really came? Max was overjoyed. Yeah, to check if you're dead or not, Avery deliberately scolded. Haha, how could I? If I die, you'll be a widow. Stop being so shameless. We're not even married, Avery scolded. Avery, my hand hurts. Can you feed me some congee? I'm so hungry. Max started asking capriciously. No way. Drink it yourself. You just have a gastric hemorrhage. It's not like you broke your arm or leg and became disabled, Avery retorted. How do you have the heart to do this? Never mind. I won't eat them. Just let me starve. Max looked at the millet congee pitiably and suddenly got Avery in her soft spot. I know that you're completely fine if you can even act cute. All right, you guys can go ahead and PDA. I'm heading to work. Chloe shook her head helplessly as she walked out of the ward. Then, Max became even more impudent. He turned Avery's face and kissed her on the cheek. What are you doing? Avery bit her lips shyly. What? What am I doing? I can't even kiss my own wife? Max asked, as if he had taken it for granted. How many times do I have to tell you, Max? I didn't officially marry you, so I'm not your wife yet. So now you're guilt-tripping me for not getting engaged with you? Haha, fine. I'll propose now. Let's go get registered right now, shall we? Said Max while holding Avery's hands tightly. You're really willing to marry me? Avery looked up at him. Of course. So, let me ask you, if I weren't Avery, would you still be willing to marry me? Asked Avery again. Max was confused upon hearing this. Wait, what do you mean, Avery? I'm so confused. What do you mean, what if you're not Avery? Are you saying you were picked up by the Dawson family? Or you were adopted by Jack's second uncle? Max's thoughts ran wild. No. What I meant was that if I were just a normal girl, not the princess of the Dawson family, nor a board member of GK headquarters, would you still be willing to marry me? After Max heard this, he finally understood what she meant. He slowly took back his hands that were on hers, and his face slowly changed. So, You think the reason I want to marry you is your identity as a princess and because of your family wealth? She didn't sound confident after being questioned by Max. Avery, you are younger than me, so you didn't think too much and asked such a hurtful question. I don't blame you. But let's talk about a more obvious question. Do you think that I'm someone that needs money? No. Avery shook her head. Then do you think I'm power hungry? Also no. Avery knew that Max didn't even want to take care of his own family business. He loved freedom without limitations, just being free and happy like a bird. So are you thinking that there's only you, one princess from a famous family, and only you are suitable for me? Huh? Asked Max sharply. No. If you just wanted to find a princess, you'd have a lot of choices. I know you've been a ladies' man, answered Avery without any expression on her face. So, Avery, I think a person as smart as you wouldn't ask such a stupid question. To be honest, your question made me unhappy. I feel like an idiot right now. It's not as if we've just met and don't know one another well yet. We've been together long enough. Why don't you know me well enough by now to ask such a classless question? Asked Max. Avery bit her lips, wanting to say something but didn't. Now Max suddenly thought about something. He looked up and asked her, So, is this because of the video that Jin showed you? You care about what my mom said? Avery hesitated for a few seconds and nodded softly. I was right. I knew that Batch has her underhanded ways. I should have ripped her mouth out. Max was angry. So does that mean the video is fake? Did Jin wrong your mom? Avery questioned back unhappily. No, the video is real. What my mom said wasn't exactly wrong either, Max tried to explain patiently. So, I have all the reasons in the world to question the purpose of why you wanted to marry me, don't I? I don't think what I did was really classless, questioned Avery calmly. Yes, you can question my siblings, my parents, and my aunts and uncles. But Avery, you shouldn't question what's in my heart for you. You're not a baby anymore. Can't you feel in your heart how I treat you? In the past, there was a reason I didn't pursue any other girls. There are so many young and nice-looking celebrities in this circle. I can play with any of those female artists under Justin's company, free of charge. Why do I waste so much time on you and pamper you carefully? I'm really not good at sucking up to people. If Max was talking like this, it meant he was actually pretty angry. What you said is all correct, but what your mom said actually hurt me too. No matter if Jin intentionally recorded it or not, I'm really unhappy. You go and relax. I'm leaving first. I don't want to argue with you. Avery immediately turned around and was about to leave. Max immediately pulled out the IV fluid on his hand, and blood flew everywhere, causing the caretaker to scream, Blood! So much blood! Avery turned around and looked at the scene, her face turning pale. Max, what are you doing? Screamed Avery uncontrollably. Didn't you say you were going to leave? Then why do you even care if I'm alive or not? Just leave, said Max in a fit of anger. Due to the needle moving, his hand swelled up immediately. The IV fluid was everywhere, mixed with blood, which was concerning. Nurse, please come and check. Avery didn't even have time to worry about the argument that she just had with Max. She immediately opened the door and screamed for a nurse. The nurse came in and checked. Don't worry, it's just the needle. We just need to place the needle again on the other hand. Everyone get out. I don't need another needle. I'm gonna get the hell out of this hospital right now, raged Max. You are such good friends with Justin. I've already heard that Justin has a bad temper. Now it looks like you're even worse than him, said Avery. If you don't want to see it, then leave, said Max in a tantrum. Then I won't just leave. Your family didn't open this hospital, so it's none of your business whether I stay or leave, Avery said stubbornly. Max was speechless. Avery, are you 3 years old? Said Max while staring at her angrily. Nope. I'm an adult who's over 20, but I just love acting like a little kid. This is called looking for long-lost childlike simplicity, said Avery, through a defiant stare with her chin raised. You... What? Avery looked at him unflinchingly, which completely defeated Max. The young nurse quietly left the room after seeing these two try this different way of flirting. 10 minutes later. Under Avery's watch, Max got another needle placed in his other hand. What he got from it was Avery sitting by his bed and feeding him congee herself. "Hey, Max, let me ask you. How did you know that I watched the video that Jin showed me?" Avery hadn't noticed before due to her anger, but now, after thinking twice, she realized that she didn't actually say that Jin looked for her nor the video, yet he seemed to know everything. "Because I'm such a genius. Stop with your BS. Tell me the truth." "Well, I did my investigation. Of course, I knew something was wrong when you acted so weird. So I checked your schedule and found out that you met with Jin that day. Then I went to look for her and found that video on her phone. And then, after hearing that Max went to look for Jin, Avery felt a little jealous. Then? Oh, I just beat her up." "Tch, you would actually hit a woman?" said Avery with an unbelieving look. "Excuse me, that one is not a normal woman, okay? Besides, every human should have a bottom line to how much they can take, and you are my bottom line." She insisted on crossing it again and again. Just because she's a female, she can't get to do whatever she wants and then gets to be forgiven. If women could do that, wouldn't this world be complete chaos? Max rolled his eyes. Max thought about it carefully and found what he said to be pretty reasonable. "So, when you hit her, did you feel bad?" "Baby, are you serious? If I felt bad for her, would I still hit her? Also, let me correct you. It's not hit. It's beating up," said Max shamelessly while having his congee. "Fine, you win." Avery looked helpless. Inside the office, just as Chloe was about to start his rounds around the ward after picking up the patient files, Violet walked in and said, "Chief, there's a judicial doctor sent from the city police department that said he's here to examine Dr. Gabriel's wound. Maybe you should go and take a look." "Oh yeah? I'll go check it out." Knowing it was Adam, Chloe unexpectedly felt a little excited. After all, this was the key piece of evidence of Justin's innocence. She put on her white robe to hurry downstairs, while Adam got to Gabriel's ward just ahead of her. "Dr. Adam, Director Green." Adam sounded formal. There was an assistant behind him, holding all his equipment. "Thank you for coming." Chloe was grateful. "No worries. It's my job. Let's go." Afterward, Adam pushed the door and entered. Gabriel was watching the morning news and was a little aggravated upon seeing a stranger entering. "Who are you? Who let you in?" Gabriel was a little short-tempered. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Adam, the coroner specially invited by the city bureau." "Coroner? Why are you looking for me? Shouldn't you be working with dead bodies?" "I'm not dead yet. Did you enter the wrong room?" Gabriel yelled impatiently. "I invited him over." Chloe walked out from behind Adam and explained seriously. "Chloe, Vice Director, what's this about? Everything's fine, so why did you invite a coroner over? What I need most right now is a quiet recovery, don't you know?" "I know, but I still think there are lots of questionable points, so I invited Dr. Adam to examine your wound." "Examine wounds? Are you serious? Shouldn't examining simple wounds be covered by our hospital? Why do you need a coroner?" said Gabriel with disdain, his mouth slightly raised. "Of course our hospital can take care of examining the wound, but it's not as official as Dr. Adam." "Nonsense. I don't accept any wound examination from a coroner. Now you all get out of here." Gabriel lost his patience. "You don't have the right to decline unless—" "You drop Justin's charges," said Chloe confidently. "Drop them? Ha, Vice Director, is that because I sued someone you care about and now you are worried, feeling anxious now?" Chloe wasn't angered by what he said. She just calmly looked at him. At this time, Adam took out a document from his briefcase and threw it on the bed, right in front of Gabriel. "What's that?" asked Gabriel. "This is the record of the medical examination. I'm just following Director Ace from the City Police Bureau's order to perform this wound examination on you. You better cooperate," said Adam directly. "You think just performing a wound examination can prove Justin's innocence?" "Ha! Too naive," Gabriel laughed coldly. "Dr. Adam's time is really precious. You better save your words and just cooperate. Wait until the results come out, then come and brag to me," said Chloe calmly. Gabriel had always thought what he had done was foolproof, and that no one would notice anything out of the ordinary, even if they were to re-examine the wound. After all, he had ruthlessly added an additional scar to himself after he had been wounded by the mysterious man, all for the sake of appearing more realistic when he placed the blame on Justin. Hence, the wound on the surface did, in fact, come from the fruit knife, and when Gabriel used it to hurt himself, he had gloves on to ensure no fingerprints were left behind. By the time Justin walked through the door, out of instinct, he had automatically picked up the fruit knife, causing him to become the primary suspect. Needless to say, this was the unraveling of an evil master plan. A regular doctor would only examine the surface wound and would often neglect any details below it. However, as a forensic examiner, Adam not only had to follow a more rigorous procedure, he was also detail-oriented. Not only that, he was also a forensic examiner that was specially employed by the City Bureau, and that was why Chloe had gone to him for help. Gabriel cooperated and stayed still as Adam's assistant laid out all the required equipment and tools. Efficiently, Adam put on a pair of gloves and a mask and began working away. Chloe stood on the side, watching silently while enduring Gabriel's contemptuous mockery. "Vice Director, why don't you tell me why you have such an amazing life? You have so many men that are entrenched by you. Logically speaking, you are not very pretty, nor do you have a tender personality. Unless it's because you're excellent in bed? That's why all these men can never get enough of you?" Gabriel never disliked Chloe, but his need to seek vengeance for Naomi had already made him forget everything. He couldn't help but insult Chloe at the thought that she was helping Justin. Chloe had already read his mind. Instead of providing a rebuttal, she simply remained expressionless, as if Gabriel had been talking about someone else this entire time. Adam, on the other hand, couldn't bear listening any longer. Consciously, he pressed hard on Gabriel's wound. "Ouch! What are you doing? Don't you know to be gentle?" Gabriel snapped back and glared at Adam. "Don't be so fussy and talk so much. If all the men in our country were like you, we'd be a huge laughingstock to the American armies when we were in a war to resist U.S. aggression. You're such a joke." "Mr. Forensic Examiner, have I offended you before?" Gabriel asked directly, seeing that Adam had a bad attitude towards him. "Nope. Then why do I feel like you have some bone to pick with me?" Gabriel squinted at Adam. "You're thinking too much. I never let personal considerations affect business affairs," Adam answered in a business-as-usual tone. Gabriel, on the other hand, no longer had the capacity to keep mocking Chloe, as he was purely occupied by the pain stemming from his wound. It didn't take much for Chloe to notice that Adam deliberately hurt Gabriel because he was insulting her. All of a sudden, Chloe felt that despite appearing cold, Adam was actually a very kind individual, but unfortunately they would never be friends. It was never Chloe's intention to be a saint, to be friends with every single man that liked her. In the end, it was not quite fair for Jack. Justin, on the other hand, was an exception. To Chloe, Justin was her and the twins' savior. After all these years, she owed him a mountain of gratitude. She would never forget that during the hardest time of her life, it was the Cooper family that gave her a helping hand and took her in. 20 minutes later. "All right, we're done." Adam took off the mask and let out a huge breathe. Impatiently, Gabriel pulled down his sleeves to cover his wrist. "Dr. Adam, what's the verdict?" Chloe looked at Adam and asked anxiously. "Let's talk outside." "Why talk outside? Unless you two have some despicable secrets going on, you can just talk about it here." Upon hearing Adam wanted to talk outside, Gabriel began yelling for him to announce the results immediately, as he was anxious to see if he was off the hook. Adam glanced over at Chloe, seeking her opinion. "We can announce the result here. I believe Dr. Adam has made his assessment openly and fairly," said Chloe as she nodded. "Vice Director Green was correct. His wound is rather problematic," Adam answered slowly as he took off his gloves. "What do you mean?" "You better watch what you're saying. Don't attempt to frame me," Gabriel continued to raise his voice. "The wound that actually cut through his tendons didn't come from the fruit knife. If I'm not mistaken, the wound was caused by a limited edition Germany military dagger made in 1997. The dagger is extremely powerful and can cut through metal like it's mud. The one who hurt him was going for his life. What the hell are you saying? Gabriel denied with his words, but his face turned pale. Don't be so hasty. I'm not done. At the surface of the wound, there's another one that is shallower. The shallow wound floating on top is the one caused by the fruit knife, and it's not powerful enough to break a tendon. Great. Chloe nodded with satisfaction at the fact that her theory was correct. So what? You can't possibly let Justin off the hook just because he didn't slash my veins. The fact that he waved a knife at me should be enough to send him to jail for attempted murder. Gabriel continued playing to the story that it was Justin who wanted him dead. Adam glanced over at Gabriel coldly and continued, despite the fruit knife having Justin's prints, he didn't actually do it. No way. How dare you try to let him off the hook? We were the only two people in the room, and if he didn't do it, then who did? Unless you think I did this to myself? Gabriel scoffed. Correct. You did do this to yourself. I think you're forgetting the fact that a self-inflicted wound is very much different from a wound caused by someone else. As a senior forensic examiner, I've seen hundreds of thousands of knife wounds. Just by glancing at the angle and depth of the wound, I could tell that your wound was self-inflicted, Adam said without any emotions. BS! You're trying to frame me, Gabriel screamed. I never treat anyone with injustice. I am a qualified forensic doctor. Thank you, Dr. Adam. I've understood the situation now. No worries, it's my job. I will report back my findings to the Bureau. Okay, let's talk another time. Chloe politely sent Adam on his way. Upon watching Adam leave with his assistant, Chloe once again returned to the ward. You think a report from an examiner can wipe clean Justin's accusations? It's not that simple, said Gabriel, as he refused to believe he had been defeated. Chloe, on the other hand, smiled slightly. What are you smiling about? Gabriel's heart sank as he watched the corner of her lip curl. He knew how calm and savvy she was. Forget that. Let's talk about the past. Gabriel glanced up at Chloe but didn't say anything. Your girlfriend? She was very pretty, Chloe said. Gabriel's face slightly changed, and it was hard to cover the panic in his eyes. What are you saying? How could I have a girlfriend? The whole workplace knows I'm single, Gabriel answered weakly. Don't you think the deceased Naomi would be heartbroken if she heard what you just said? Upon hearing what Chloe had said, Gabriel's eyes bulged, but he couldn't come up with any more snarky remarks. How? Gabriel struggled to find words. He never would have thought that Chloe would know any of this. Are you surprised? Chloe smiled once more. You're truly smart, Chloe. Gabriel finally composed himself and responded in a calm manner, dropping all pretenses with the vice director title and directly calling Chloe by her name. It has nothing to do with being smart. Anyone can notice it if they were slightly detail-oriented. I know Justin well enough to know that he would never do such a thing. You, on the other hand, wouldn't frame him for no reason. You only have one goal for all the traps you've set up for him, and it's because you hated him to begin with. Gabriel was just about to open his mouth, but Chloe continued. Rest assured knowing that you're not being recorded secretly. Such a low tactic is below me, so you can just relax and have a conversation with me. No need to be too cautious. Gabriel chuckled. Fine, I believe you. You've had a stellar record for your morals. So, when did you find out about everything? Not too long ago. To be honest, I was initially very surprised. I didn't think you were Naomi's boyfriend. Chloe scanned Gabriel's face calmly. You know Naomi too? Upon speaking about Naomi, Gabriel's eyes became soft and tender without himself even knowing. No, I didn't know her. But when she passed, coincidentally, I was just outside of Justin's mansion. I never met her, but because of what happened, I was Justin's witness in proving his innocence. Gabriel's eyes dimmed. Of course. How could I forget? Initially, Naomi wanted to use her death to avenge her sister. She wanted her death to throw Justin's life into chaos, but you, all because of your court appearance, Naomi died for nothing. Gabriel glared at Chloe hatefully and continued, Chloe, you and Justin, after all these years, how could you guys live without any remorse? So many innocent lives passed because of you guys. Upon speaking of Naomi's death, Gabriel became very agitated. To others, her death might have happened 4 years ago, but to him, it was like it had just happened yesterday. Let me correct you, Gabriel. I'm not passing the buck, but Naomi's death has nothing to do with me. She died because she wanted to seek vengeance for her sister. There's nothing wrong with wanting to do that, but her method was a little extreme. Have you ever looked at the reason Justin sent Zoe to jail? Chloe said harshly, as he looked Gabriel in the eye. Gabriel, on the other hand, stayed quiet. What Zoe did was beyond crossing the line. If after all that, I still didn't fight back, then I would be nothing but a coward. So the fact that Zoe went to jail was not because it was enforced by Justin, it was because she deserved it. There are laws within a country, and when there are laws, there are consequences. If a person goes against the law, they shall receive the rightful punishment. Therefore, it doesn't matter if it was Zoe or Naomi, regardless of what their consequences were. It all has nothing to do with Justin. Of course you would side with Justin, you're his friend, Gabriel said furiously. No, this has nothing to do with being friends with someone. I'm speaking of this incident purely based on what is right and wrong. Are you talking about justice? Gabriel chuckled crazily. What justice does this world still have to offer? The moment Naomi died, my world had already crashed and burned, he continued in a saddened tone. So, you forgo your future and seek vengeance for someone that has passed, regardless of the price you must pay, right? Chloe glanced at Gabriel with pity. Chloe, you're not me. You don't know how I feel. If something happened to Jack, you would take on the entire world just to avenge him, right? Gabriel sneered. That's right. I love Jack so much that if something were to happen to him, I would want the world to end. That's just a thought. I would never involve innocence. I am deeply sorry for Naomi's death, but if you're blaming it on Justin and framing him, that is your fault. It looks like you're better than me. I failed. I thought that my plan was good enough. Gabriel felt regretful. Your plan was good, but you slipped up. We're both doctors. You may be smart, but you outsmarted yourself. Even if Dr. Adam didn't evaluate your wounds today, I would have a way to prove Justin's innocence. I am not here to talk about this. I have a more important question to ask. Chloe crossed her arms and approached Gabriel's bed. Gabriel looked up and was met with Chloe's piercing gaze. Who inflicted the actual cut? Chloe asked. I really don't know. I didn't see that person's face clearly, Gabriel answered. He didn't look like he was lying. Chloe frowned. That's weird. You haven't been back for long and you don't have any enemies. Who is out for your life? The area I live in is known as a wealthy area. Maybe it was a robbery? Gabriel guessed. But nothing was taken. Also, your community has heavy security. It takes a very good robber to bypass the security system and follow you upstairs, and then go straight for your life. I think he just wanted you dead. I just remembered. He said that he didn't want money. He wanted my life. Gabriel suddenly remembered the conversation. Think carefully. Do you have any enemies? I really don't. That's strange. Anyways, be careful. Chloe's face was serious. Haha, it doesn't matter. I just thought that I could bring Justin down. It doesn't matter if I live or die, I'll be able to answer to Naomi. That's foolish. If you and Naomi were truly in love, she would want you to continue to live on. Life is precious, and we only live once. It's not a game. There's no restart. Don't try to convince me. I won't give up on revenge that easily. Dr. Gabriel, you're thinking too much into it. I am not kind enough to try to convince you. I am just stating the truth. It doesn't matter if you listen or not. I won't give up on revenge. Justin got away this time, but there will be a next time. As you wish. However, if you keep pursuing legal action, once Justin proves his innocence, he will sue you for defamation. Then, you'll be the one in jail. Gabriel remained silent. Okay, I've said enough. Think about the rest yourself. After speaking, Chloe turned to leave. Chloe, I really envy Sue you, Gabriel suddenly said in a bitter tone. Chloe paused. She knew that he had something else to say. Why would you envy Justin? Chloe wondered if it was Justin's background, power, or money that made Gabriel jealous. It's because he gets to have a friend like you, Gabriel slowly said. Chloe opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. She had received a fair share of compliments, but under such a situation, it felt strange to hear Gabriel's approval. Before she could reply, he continued to say, "Before coming back to the country, I heard an interesting quote." "What?" Chloe turned around. "Those who have Chloe have the world," he said. Chloe didn't know what to say and asked, "So, shouldn't you be more envious of Jack?" "No, Jack is at the point where I cannot be envious of him. You've known him for so many years and have a relationship that nobody else could match. I am envious of Justin because he is the only one of your admirers that you are friends with. So many others have been rejected and turned down, but he had been by your side for 4 years. The most important thing is that when something happened to him, you were the first to stand up. Having a friend like you in life is enough." When Gabriel said that, he looked at her with jealousy and envy. Chloe finally understood what he was trying to say. Finally, Chloe turned and left the hospital room without saying anything. On her way to her office, she pulled out her phone and posted on her friend circle. "I heard that those who have Chloe have the world, but do you think that the world can be so easily possessed?" Sarah said, "Haha, girl, you're in a good mood today. You actually posted on your friend circle." Noah replied to Sarah, "Honey, remember, you're the wife of the bureau chief." Chloe replied to the thread, "Go get a room." Thomas commented, "Haha, sis, do I have half a world? I grew up with you." Chloe replied, "Of course, be glad that you're my brother." Max commented, "Sis-in-law, keep it up, you're doing great." Avery replied to Max, "Little Bean is the only one who has the right to praise Chloe." Little Bean replied, "Auntie, I'm only on the toilet right now. Don't just drag me into anything. I didn't do anything." Pudding commented, "I have had the world since I was born." Chloe replied to Pudding with a kissing emoji. Victoria commented, "Isn't today a good day? It looks like Chloe is in a good mood." Chloe replied to Victoria, "Of course I took care of it." Victoria replied, "Good job, Chloe. Ha ha." Chloe replied to Victoria, "I need to personally thank Adam." Sarah commented, "What are you talking about? I don't understand any of it." Chloe replied to Sarah, "Ha ha, you'll get it soon enough." At that moment, Jack was in the cafe listening to Irene report on Andrew. Irene was speaking in an excited tone, but Jack wasn't in the mood to listen. He lowered his head and played on his phone. He couldn't hold back a chuckle when he saw Chloe's post. He wanted to comment, but suddenly remembered that they were still pretending to fight. So he held himself back and messaged Chloe, "It is hard to possess the world. That is why I worked so many years for it." Chloe laughed after seeing it. "So, is somebody complaining? I wouldn't dare. I'm just stating the facts. So, the possessor of the world, what would you like to say? I want to thank my mother-in-law's amazing daughter and thank my daughter's mother. Ha ha." Chloe couldn't hold back her laughter when she saw that. Chloe, are you okay?" Violet was shocked when she came in to deliver documents. She rarely saw Chloe laugh so hard. I'm fine. Chloe waved her hands. She immediately replied to Jack, "Sweetie, how come you're so funny today?" "I'm always funny," he pridefully replied. "Pfft, no way. You always act stern. Your coldness can freeze people." "I suspect that I am speaking with a fake Jack." "Chloe, you're getting feisty." "Haha, I've always been feisty. This isn't the first day you've known me." "Okay, keep eating." Jack didn't dare to message Chloe frequently, so they stopped chatting after a few sentences. Irene couldn't hold back when she saw Jack smiling at his phone. "President Dawson, what's making you so happy? Keep saying what you were saying." The instant Jack raised his head, his expression returned to his normal, cold, and distant one. "Oh, he said that he is going to marry Ruoxi. It's true." "The purpose of the marriage?" Jack raised his eyebrows. "He said that he is going to use Ruoxi's father's power to expand his company." "He wants to beat you from the corporate field," Irene slowly said. "Are you sure?" Jack looked at Irene with doubt. "He was the one who told me that." "President Dawson, I'm not lying to you," Irene explained anxiously. "Why are you getting nervous?" Did I say I doubted you? I just thought that it's not Andrew's style to beat me from the business field. This is a little low. Maybe he wants to change his strategy. Irene tried to defend herself. Okay, I understand now. So, can we eat now? I'm hungry. Irene smiled, as bright as a flower. Eat by yourself, I am busy. After speaking, Jack pulled out a handful of $100 bills and put them on the table. He got up to leave. Irene looked at Jack's silhouette with disappointment. When Chloe is no longer by your side, you'll know how great I am. I, Irene, will make you fall in love with me. I don't believe that you won't like me. I am younger and more beautiful than Chloe. Humph. After Jack left, Irene didn't feel like eating. She picked up the money, paid the bill, and left in a hurry. Late at night in front of the Green estate. Miss Fisher, why are you here? I couldn't sleep and thought of some wedding details. I wanted to come to talk about it with Andrew. Miss Fisher, please go home. The boss isn't seeing any guests today. Am I a guest? I am a woman that's marrying him. I will be your other boss soon. She was a little pissed. Miss Fisher, I am not trying to put you in a difficult position. I really can't let you in. Big brother Chung already told me so. Chung told you so? Get him out here. Miss Fisher, I am here. Chung walked out with a strange look on his face. I need to see Andrew. Make your men get out of the way. Ruoxi was being very bossy. No, the boss is not seeing any guests. Right now. Chung's tone was absolute, and it really surprised Ruoxi. Chung, how dare you undermine me like this? Ruoxi had never been treated this way. She could let it go when Andrew treated her indifferently. However, now, even Andrew's minions were getting out of control. As the mayor's daughter, Ruoxi was enraged. I am not undermining you, Miss Fisher. Chung's tone was serious. Then let me in. No. Don't think I can't ask my daddy to make you disappear, Ruoxi yelled. Chung was silent. Ruoxi directly tried to walk in, but Chung immediately blocked her way, not willing to step aside at all. Miss Fisher, this is for your own good. Please don't make it difficult for me. Chung stared her dead in the eyes. For my own good? I don't need it. Ruoxi was very angry. At this time, I cannot let you in. Miss Fisher, I am only a subordinate, and I am following the boss's rules. Please don't put me in a difficult spot. Please leave, really. This is for your own good. Chung looked hopeless. He didn't know that there would be a woman as foolish as Ruoxi. Although he didn't like Emery much either, she was much more intelligent than Ruoxi. Seeing Chung not willing to move out of her way no matter what, Ruoxi got an idea and yelled, Andrew, Andrew. Miss Fisher, do you want to die? Chung's facial expression changed drastically. Andrew, I want to come in. Make them get out of my way. She paid no attention to Chung and kept yelling. Chung didn't care about his manners anymore and rushed to cover Ruoxi's mouth with his hand, trying to prevent her from making any more noise. Ruoxi had a fiery temper and bit Chung's palm. Ah! Chung gasped in pain and let go. Ruoxi took the opportunity and bolted upstairs. Miss Fisher, come back. You can't go. Chung frowned. No matter how much he warned her, she wouldn't listen. She just wanted to see Andrew and wouldn't leave without fulfilling her wish. Chung covered his wound and was about to bolt upstairs to drag her down when suddenly a cold voice sounded from the end of the hallway on the second floor. Let her come up. Boss. Chung seemed afraid. You guys can go. Yes, boss. Chung didn't dare to move one step forward, yet Ruoxi walked forwards victoriously. However, she suddenly paused. Was the voice Andrew's? If it wasn't, Chung wouldn't call him boss and listen to his words. However, if it were Andrew, why did his voice sound different from normal? Normally, his voice was gentle and warm. However, that voice was coarse and a little shrill. The lights in the second-floor hallway were dimmed. At the end of the hallway was where the sound came from. That was a room that Andrew never let her go into. She didn't know what was inside. As she walked down the hallway, she began to feel a bit regretful. Chung was so against her coming up this time. Could it be that something was really different than usual? Ruoxi slowly approached the door. When she arrived, she noticed that the door was opened. She felt a chill down her back and tingle on her skin. She felt regretful and questioned why she insisted on coming up. "Andrew, are you inside?" At the door, Ruoxi asked meekly. Nothing answered her. She walked in with caution and discovered that it was pitch dark. It was an empty room with gray walls. There was nothing else. She walked in slowly while looking at the walls and suddenly discovered there seemed to be scratch marks on the walls. It looked like the claw marks of an imprisoned beast. Upon seeing this, she felt even more suffocated. She was even on the verge of tears. "Andrew, come out. I'm scared." Ruoxi's voice was slightly shaky. At that moment, she suddenly heard the door close with a bang. Ruoxi backed against the wall in fear and didn't dare to move. Then, a secret door facing the wall opened. A black beast with black fur walked out viciously. It was about 1 meter tall and reeked of blood. Ruoxi's eyes widened. She opened her mouth but couldn't produce any sound. She thought that it was a wolf. It looked like a black, vicious lone wolf. The wolf slowly walked towards her with a strange look in its eyes. Its tongue hung out and looked at her as if she was dinner. Now she finally knew why Chung wouldn't let her come up. Andrew owned such a vicious animal. She had not known that even after knowing him for a few years. "Andrew." She softly spoke Andrew's name, hoping that he would appear and save her. However, there was no response. In her whole life, Ruoxi had never felt so close to death. When she looked at the wolf, her brain was completely empty. She couldn't think of any last words, epiphanies, anything at all. Suddenly, the lone wolf screeched, raised its front paw and lunged at her. "Ah!" Ruoxi yelled and closed her eyes. She thought that she was going to end up in a wolf's stomach. At that time, she heard a whistle. The lone wolf suddenly stopped, turned around, and walked in another direction obediently. Ruoxi opened her eyes and found the wolf already went the other way. It was going towards a person standing next to the window. He was wearing a black coat with a lighter in his hand. With the moonlight, she could make out his approximate shape, but not appearance. "Andrew, is that you?" she asked. The lighter was ignited, and the person turned around with the light of the fire shining on his face. Ruoxi collapsed to the ground in fear. Her face was pale. The person looked exactly the same as Andrew. However, underneath his eyes were 2 thick black lines running straight down his face. It looked terrifying. He seemed to be a ghost in the nightlight. "You're the mayor's daughter, Ruoxi, right?" he asked. His voice was coarse and terrifying. Who are you and where is Andrew?" Ruoxi felt her soul leaving her body. "You're asking for Andrew? Ha, he's not here." Where did he go?" she asked nervously. "Every time I come out, he disappears." He smiled deviously. What do you mean? What do you mean by he disappears when you're out? What did you do to Andrew?" Ruoxi was utterly stunned by what she heard. "Seems like you're quite the loyal one. I could barely tell." The man chuckled coldly. "No, this is not right. Chung and the others call you their boss. What is going on?" Suddenly, Ruoxi reached the realization that the subordinates would most definitely not call this man their boss if he really wasn't Andrew. Unless... could it be that Andrew had a twin brother? But that didn't seem right either. The Green family most definitely didn't have another son, or everyone would have known about it. Ruoxi was deep in thought, trying to figure out what she should believe. On the other hand, the wolf beside Andrew growled and paced around with excitement as it bared its teeth and closely watched Ruoxi. The atmosphere was tense, and for a moment, Ruoxi thought that she just might become the animal's late-night dinner. "No, you're not Andrew. Could it be that you are a ghost that's possessing him?" At the end of her remark, even Ruoxi herself was stunned by her conclusion. Her eyes were wild and her heart was pounding. This man that stood in front of her shared the same face as Andrew. But other than that, nothing else was similar. The way the man held himself was different. He dressed differently, and even his voice sounded different. But if he was really someone else, how could he be in the Green family mansion? Can someone tell her what the hell was going on? After pondering for a moment, Ruoxi finally came to the realization that this was probably not a safe place for her to loiter around. In a flash, she turned around and charged for the door. "Wolfie, go! Have some fun with her!" The man smiled viciously as he watched her moving silhouette from behind. Upon receiving the command, the wolf sprinted towards Ruoxi like a bullet and leaped onto her back, its jaw snapped tightly onto her shirt. "Ah!" Ruoxi screeched. "No! Help! Somebody! Help me!" She flailed her arm violently, feeling the air escape from her lungs but unable to inhale anymore. Was she going to die here? In reality, the wolf didn't snap its fangs on her artery. It was just tearing her clothes in a playful manner. In the next second, Ruoxi fell to the floor due to the force from the wolf. As soon as she hit the floor, the wolf leaped on top of her, pressing her down with its sharp claws. Ruoxi, on the other hand, didn't dare to move at all. Too afraid to move, Ruoxi stayed frozen on the floor, and thus began the cruel game of a girl and a wolf in a dark secret room. The wolf wouldn't take a lethal bite. Instead, it kept clawing at Ruoxi. Soon, her whole body was covered in claw marks, and at the same time, visually, she had to endure the beast coming for her over and over again. Psychologically, she was beginning to have a mental breakdown. The last instinct she had was to scream through the pain. In the dead of the night, her desperate calls echoed with the wolf's howl and Andrew's cold laughter. Downstairs, the subordinates listened intently, and none of them dared to move. As they heard the woman from above screech with dread, they all pitied her deeply. "Brother Chung, will Miss Fisher get, a subordinate asked. Chung only shook his head. "Not sure. I can never guess what's on the boss's mind at times like this. Should we try to think of a way to rescue her?" "Rescue her? Are you kidding me? The boss right now is not like the boss we know normally. If something goes wrong, you'd be paying with your life." Chung had seen Andrew like this a couple of times throughout the years. He seemed to know the process, and therefore he didn't dare to make any sudden movements. He had already warned Ruoxi numerous times to not go upstairs, but she went anyway. This woman was simply reaping the rewards of her own actions. Who else could be blamed for the consequences? Don't know how long it had been, Andrew appeared downstairs with half of his face masked. "Boss?" A couple of the subordinates all shook in fear as they called out. "Boss, you're going out?" Chung also asked nervously. "That woman in the room, throw her back to where she came from." "Yes, boss. Right now I have some business that's much more important to attend to," Andrew said faintly as he hastily left the Green family mansion. Southside Recuperation Center. Gabriel had not yet withdrawn his lawsuit yet, but Chloe was confident that Justin will be safe and sound. She smiled to herself as she planned on taking a trip to the bureau to visit him and let him know that the problem has been solved. Right before Violet left work, she had dropped off the latest patient list for the neurology department. Chloe, who was working the night shift, had nothing better to do and decided to review the list. Before she knew it, the clock struck 11 o'clock. The hospital was quiet, especially in the doctor's offices. Chloe's office was the only one that still had the lights on. Suddenly, the wind howled and blew open the window. Chloe turned towards the noise and got up calmly in an attempt to shut the window. However, just as her fingers were about to touch the window, a half-masked face appeared from the dark and revealed itself under the moonlit sky. His face was as pale as a corpse, and slowly, his lips curved into a grin. "Chloe, we meet again." Chloe jumped back in shock as her cell phone slipped through her cold hand. She turned and ran out the door before it tumbled down to the floor. She was too familiar with this feeling. Several years ago, on a dark and rainy night, she was at the GK Corporation and had been chased into the office out of fear by someone like this. Tonight, the same feeling resurfaced again, and Chloe's first instinct was to run as far as she could. However, to no one's surprise, the man in black followed. Based on the approaching footsteps, Chloe felt like he was almost about to catch up to her. Good thing she was very familiar with the hospital structure and could avoid running into a dead end. As Chloe ran, she screamed loudly, "Help! Somebody help me!" But little did she know, the man had already played with the recording of the cameras before his arrival. The only thing that the yawning security guards were seeing was a still image of the perfectly calm and empty hallway. At this moment in time, no one knew what Chloe was going through. "You seem to be very afraid of me?" The man laughed hysterically, causing the tiny hairs on Chloe's arm to rise. As Chloe ran towards the stairway, she quickly calculated there was not enough time to run to the first floor. The stairs were too steep, so he could easily catch up to her. Without wasting another second, she bit her lips and ran for the rooftop. The man chuckled at Chloe's decision. This ought to be fun. Seemingly very familiar with the hospital structure as well, the man followed Chloe's footsteps towards the rooftop. The cold wind howled on the rooftop of Southside. Chloe stopped in her tracks as there were no more paths ahead of her. Cleverly, she hid the needle full of anesthesia around her wrist sleeve, waiting for a moment to strike. This was the last item on her that was providing her any comfort. "Keep running. Why did you stop?" The man laughed. Chloe turned her head to look at him. She panted, trying to catch her breath, but remained silent in the face of his mockery. 12 floors, huh? If you jump, Jack's heart would break, Justin's heart would break, and Andrew's heart would also break. What should we do? He smiled. "Andrew, I know it's you." "Quit bullshitting me," Chloe said calmly. "Andrew? Oh no, you've made a mistake. I'm not him. I'm not a coward like him. If I were to come out earlier, you would have been mine already. Why would I need to wait all these years?" Upon hearing his response, a realization dawned upon Chloe. It looks like all the previous theories were correct. Andrew's second personality had appeared. "Holy shit, I'm so unlucky," she thought to herself. "So what do you want?" Chloe tried to calm herself down. The man stuck out 2 fingers and grinned cruelly. "You have 2 choices. Number 1, you come with me. Number 2, you jump." Chloe glanced behind her. If she were to jump from here, she would be dead meat 100%. This was not the Matrix. She wasn't the chosen one, and she most definitely could not warp time and reality. Upon hearing Chloe's silent reply, the man continued, "I'm not Andrew, so I don't need to worry about his little sister Chloe's livelihood. I also do not love you, so I most definitely would not be like him, to keep on giving like an idiot. All I'm here to do is to have and own you. It's enough to prove that I can accomplish the tasks that he's failed to finish for years on end in a split second. He'll know that I can defeat him, simply like that." Chloe listened. If it were before, she might have thought it was ridiculous. But, knowing Andrew's second personality was now out in the open, she almost found it predictable. As an experienced neurologist, she might not be as tactful as Victoria, the psychologist, but at the very least, she wasn't helpless. "If you're not Andrew, then who are you?" "You can call me Hunter," the man said. "Okay, Hunter. Why don't you tell me where you're from? Do you have parents and friends?" The man's expression changed slightly. "You don't need to know this. I don't need to know, or you have no idea." "Hunter, you must know, for someone to be alive in this world without knowing where they came from and with no friends and family, it's rather pathetic," Chloe said intentionally. "A god like me doesn't need family and friends. Only the weak need it. What about Andrew? What do you consider him as?" "He is my enemy," the man said. "Your enemy? Really? But why do I think the 2 of you are brothers, whose lives depend on each other? If Andrew were to die, you wouldn't live to see another day either." Chloe attempted to brainwash the man in front of her. BS. Whether he lives or dies is his own business. I'm the king that will live forever. The man raised his voice. "No, don't lie to yourself. You live within him. Whatever he does will impact you. Andrew treats me very well. If he finds out that you're treating me this way, he might commit suicide out of anger. By then, when you lose the body that contains you, you will never be able to walk on this earth again. Regardless of how powerful you are, it would be useless, because you will be asleep, forever." "Shut up." The man was successfully provoked by Chloe's words, and with his hands pulled into fists, he walked towards her one step after another. But Chloe could back up no further. She was on the edge of the building, and with one more step, she would break into 1,000,000 pieces. There won't be anyone saving you today. Soon, you will be my toy, and I will play with you until there's nothing fun left of you. The man smiled devilishly. Chloe's finger twitched slightly, bringing out the needle full of anesthesia, waiting for a chance to strike. Right as the man reached out his hand for her collar, Chloe swung her arm to aim for the man's shoulder. However, her plan failed as he stopped her arm midway. Anesthetics? What a petty trick. The man twisted Chloe's wrist, forcing her to drop the only weapon she had as a jolt of pain bolted up her arm. Chloe's heart sank, and for a split second she was forced to face a single truth that struck her in the face. I might die here today. The split personality coming from Andrew was rather different from Andrew himself. Despite how irritating he could be, at the very least, he never had the heart to hurt Chloe or to force her into doing anything against her wishes. But this man was different. This was a completely demonized Andrew that would do anything because he had no bottom line. Being the proud person that Chloe was, she would never let anything despicable happen. She had already decided, when the time came, she would drag Andrew's second personality down with her. At the very least, he would die with her, and she would have gotten rid of the last enemy for Jack. Once Andrew died, the country would basically be calm again, and once Chloe died, Legend would also stop his investigation. By then, Jack and the twins could live a simple and happy life, although their lives would be without her. Chloe's eyes became misty at the thought of her most beloved husband and daughters, but she had too much pride and self-respect to permit the feeling of faint-heartedness. So, she lifted her head, bit her lip, and forcefully swallowed her tears. Chloe, tell me, do you think Jack, Justin, and them would go mad if they find out how easily I forced myself on you at the highest level of the hospital? A haunting grin hung at the corner of the man's lips. You wish. It's never going to happen, because... Chloe paused as if making the final decision. She smiled hopelessly. I'm dragging you to hell with me. Her hands were already restricted, but that didn't stop her from suddenly hooking onto the man's legs with her own as she shifted her entire body's weight behind her. Instantly, the two of them began falling back. You're insane! The man was surprised by Chloe's decisiveness, and without a second thought, he grabbed onto the metal rails just on the edge. His other hand grabbed Chloe's tightly as she dangled just around death. You can let go. After all, I've never been afraid of death. Chloe smiled. If she was already going to die, why not go with holding her pride? Indeed, Jack's woman. Quite the woman you are. The man seemed a bit moved by Chloe's actions. Before he could say anything else, Chloe gave a pull by the wrist and brought him tumbling down. It was a dangerously thrilling scene. However, the demonized Andrew seemed much more agile. As they fell towards the 10th floor, he was able to grab onto a ledge near the windows, and following the downward force, Chloe landed on the balcony of the 9th floor. She landed with a thump and immediately felt her back give and became immobilized. The man chuckled and was about to jump down from the 10th floor. Let's see what you're going to do now. Right at this time, a gunshot went off, and a bullet scraped the bottom of his shoe, almost hitting him. Who's there? He studied his surroundings alarmingly and noticed a man in black outside the window on the 10th floor with a handgun. Interesting, there is backup. He laughed again. The man in black gave him a glance and immediately fired 3 more shots. Agilely, he dodged all 3 bullets, proving that he wasn't just some scrub playing in the big league without any skills. However, he wasn't sure how many people were around, and ultimately decided to retreat first. Fine. I guess that will be enough for the day. We'll play another day. Chloe, I will miss you. Before disappearing, he blew Chloe a devilish kiss. As soon as he left, the man in black jumped down from the 10th floor and helped Chloe up. Who are you? Chloe glanced up at her savior in black appreciatively. The man in black pulled down his scarf and revealed an unfamiliar face. Madam, I am the hidden bodyguard who has been protecting you under orders from Mr., the man said. My husband? Chloe asked with uncertainty. That man nodded. How come he never told me? Chloe bit her lip. Mr. is afraid that if he finds people to follow Madam at all times, you will feel restrained just like you're under surveillance. That's why he doesn't let us tell you. In fact, every day, when Madam is on the way to work and home, in the hospital, works overtime, performs an operation, even hanging out with friends, different hidden bodyguards are protecting you. I'm just one of them. So, my husband has actually been allocating many people to protect me secretly? Chloe was slightly surprised. He nodded. Chloe instantly felt a thread of warmth in her heart. Silent actions certainly outweighed sweet talk 100 times. Mr. Dawson never promised anything or sweet-talked her, but the things he did were very touching. This Mr. Dawson, I have to talk to him when I'm free. I almost thought Fiona's subordinate came to my rescue. Chloe smiled. Is Madam talking about the second young Madam? It seemed like this hidden bodyguard did know quite a lot. You know my younger sister too? Madam's sister indeed arranged someone to protect you secretly, but that person didn't do anything because I was faster. What you mean is, my sister's subordinate is also protecting me? Chloe was shocked. Yes. Gosh. Chloe thought she was going to die at that instant. Unexpectedly, her most beloved family and husband set up multiple safety measures. I thought that I would die for sure when I jumped. Haha, I was scared to death. Now that we are talking about it, since so many of you were protecting me, why didn't you come out earlier? Why bother coming out when I fell? If I really fell, wouldn't I be so dead? Chloe was horrified. It wouldn't happen. We calculated already. Even if you fell, there were people down there to catch you and wouldn't let anything happen to Madam. We didn't do anything on the rooftop because we would be too exposed on the rooftop. There were many surveillance cameras and many people were on watch. It was too complicated. Once our identities are exposed, witnesses will be very troublesome. That's why we didn't show up earlier. Sorry about that, Madam. So that's how it is. I get it now. Chloe instantly understood the whole story. Ah! All of a sudden, a piercing pain came from her stomach. How are you feeling, Madam? The man in black was extremely nervous. I'm fine. I have a bad stomach ache, probably because I was startled. I'll take some medication when I get back. Bring me downstairs to my office first. Absolutely, Madam. Please slow down and follow me. Chloe finally returned back to her office under the assistance of the man in black. Today was a day with a narrow escape. After they went back, the man in black was sent away by Chloe. Chloe sneakily went to the gynecological examination room, did a Type B ultrasonic test for herself, and saw the baby's pulse and heartbeat clearly. The little guy has been here for 40 days. What a tenacious kid. I hope nothing happens to you. Mommy will work hard for sure. Chloe put her hand on top of her stomach. She found out her underwear had a light trace of blood stain when she went to the washroom. It was probably caused by the shock when she fell just now. She was especially afraid that she would have a miscarriage. Even if Mr. Dawson and the others didn't know about it, it was still her baby. After calming down for 3 seconds, Chloe made a decision. She went to the innermost part of the emergency room and grabbed some miscarriage prevention medication for herself. She injected the medication into the muscle group on her bottom. Besides gritting her teeth and enduring the pain, she had to guarantee that her hand was stable for injecting the medication. At last, she returned to her office in exhaustion, leaned on the table, and fell asleep. Andrew didn't come back. It might be because he found out somebody was protecting Chloe. Indonesia. Fiona sat by the cliff in a small town and held a bristlegrass in her mouth. Her watch suddenly rang. Speak. Fiona's tone had always been domineering. Boss, a little situation happened in the country just now. What's the situation? Fiona asked calmly. Your older sister was attacked by someone half an hour ago and fell from the top of the roof. Shit. Say that again? Fiona jumped up quickly out of anxiety and almost dropped her watch. Your older sister. How's my sis now? Fiona panicked. Nothing really happened to your older sister. Our people were about to go up, but someone was ahead of us. She fell from the rooftop to the 9th floor. She might have some minor injuries, nothing serious. Please relax, boss. F. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You're scaring the hell out of me, Fiona yelled ruthlessly. Boss, you got too anxious before I could even finish talking. So, are you blaming me? Fiona asked domineeringly. No, how would I dare to blame the boss? Cut the crap. Tell me who attacked my sister. I'll bomb him. Even though she heard Chloe had minor injuries, Fiona still couldn't stand it and said that she wanted to bomb that person. It was the demonized Andrew. What do you mean by demonized Andrew? Did he transform or something? Fiona asked. Precisely speaking, it's Andrew's second personality. Shit, Andrew is a scumbag. I finally understand now. If he doesn't die, my sis's whole family won't have a good life. After I finish dealing with that psycho legend, I'll butcher Andrew, cut him into pieces, and feed them to the dogs. Chillax, boss. The problem at the moment is that you should be leaving Indonesia. Why? Fiona rolled her eyes. Because we received a cryptographic report, Legend's bro Nalo will arrive in Indonesia tonight. I'm not scared of Legend. Why would I be scared of the Mafia brothers? Do you think your boss is a herbivore? Fiona's attitude had always been arrogant. Boss, even though Nalo isn't the problem, he's got Levis working for him. Don't forget that, Fiona's subordinate reminded her. Levis is coming too? Fiona's facial expression changed. Yeah, boss. You know the best how crazy the believers of Levis can be, so there's no need for me to remind you. Nalo brought Levis to Indonesia. I think something's off here. You should leave to prevent anything from happening. Got it. I'll do that. Fiona pressed her watch, put her hands on her waist, and looked cheesed. Riker, pack everything. Let's get out of here. Seeing Riker walking from far away, Fiona notified him. What time? Now, immediately, right away. In such a rush? What happened? Riker knew that something definitely happened when Fiona was in a hurry to leave. Levis, are you afraid? Fiona laughed and asked Riker. Riker's face darkened as well when he heard the name. Why is he here? Riker asked worriedly. How am I supposed to know? Let's leave. Don't confront them. 1 against 3 is freaking unfair. We can't deal with it even if we were gods. Let's not push ourselves. Fiona tidied up her long hair and used the hair tie on her wrist to neatly wrap her hair into a bun. When the breeze blew, strands of her bangs were gently blown up. It was an exceptionally beautiful scene. This kind of Fiona was neat and comfortable. It was also the Fiona that Riker liked the most. On the other hand, Jack just put his daughters to bed. He didn't dare to call Chloe and ask even though she was still not home. It was because he had been pretending to give her the silent treatment and didn't want everything to be in vain. At this moment, he received a call from his subordinate. What's the matter? Jack panicked when he received a call from the hidden bodyguard. The hidden bodyguards would only contact him when something happened. Typically, he wouldn't hear from them. Sir, something happened to Madam just now. Jack's face darkened when that person finished speaking. Where is she? Jack asked, trying to suppress his anger. Madam is fine now, but she was slightly injured. What? Slightly injured? Jack emphasized these words repetitively. Madam just fell down from the rooftop and landed on the balcony on the 9th floor. I got rid of the problems and escorted Madam back to her office. Do not worry, sir. Other than our people, the second lady's people are protecting Madam as well. How did she still get hurt when that many people were protecting her? What were you guys doing? Jack gritted his teeth in anger. Sir, the incident occurred all of a sudden, and it was beyond our expectations. Andrew's second personality came out, and he's skillful at fighting. His combat skills are at least double that of his original self. These aren't excuses. I trained you guys for so long and spent lots of time and money just so that you can protect my wife. Sorry, sir. Saying sorry to me doesn't help anything. What happened still happened. Where's my wife? Jack ground his teeth and asked in a lowered voice. Madam has returned back to her office. Great, Andrew. I'll make you pay. Then, Jack hung up the phone right away. The morning of the next day. Andrew woke up in the morning and walked out. "Good morning, boss." Andrew nodded. Chung knew that the boss was normal when he replied like this. Most of the time, the boss became abnormal at night, and he would always have a mysterious mark on his face. He would also release the wolf from the secret chamber. "Are we going directly to the corporation?" Chung asked. "No, I will visit Ruoxi's place first. Boss, last night, Miss Fisher." Chung hesitated when he tried to talk. "I know, you don't need to tell me." Andrew's expression remained calm as he walked directly to the driver's seat of his car. "May I drive you, boss?" "No need. I'll go there myself." Andrew opened the door and was about to get into the car. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. At the same time, he heard the tick-tock sound right beside his ears. "Uh-oh!" Immediately after, Andrew dodged to the side. After hearing the rumbling sound, the whole car suddenly exploded and ignited into a blazing flame. Even though Andrew sprinted, he was still blown away by the force of impact. "Boss!" A few subordinates ran to him quickly from behind. Because Chung was very far away from him, his condition wasn't that serious. After the explosion, he got up immediately and ran towards Andrew's side. "Ahem! Ahem!" The heavy smoke made Andrew cough violently. "Boss, are you all right?" Chung was very nervous and immediately came to Andrew's aid. "I'm okay," Andrew said as he got up slowly with the help of Chung, blood seeping out of the corners of his mouth. "Boss, you're bleeding." "Hurry! Call an ambulance!" Chung yelled. "Jack really wants me dead. Looks like someone went overboard last night." Andrew laughed as he wiped the blood off the corners of his mouth. "Boss, this is entirely my fault. How could I have not discovered the bomb under the car?" Chung lowered his head in guilt. "It's not your fault. Technology's so advanced now. He hacked the system from afar and implanted a virus into the car. All he had to do was press the button at the right time." Andrew analyzed calmly. "Looks like we need to be more careful. We should ask Irene too. Why doesn't she know anything about something so big?" Chung was enraged. "It's not her fault. Jack wouldn't care about a pawn like her. You really thought that Jack would fall in love with her? That's funny. I just wanted her to distract Jack a little bit. There's no way Jack would really believe Irene. Boss, if that's the case, Irene's useless. We can kill her. No, keep her. She'll be useful in the future." Andrew licked his lips. Just then, the ambulance arrived. Chung followed Andrew onto the ambulance. As Andrew lay down, he saw a nurse in a mask, preparing to draw his blood. He immediately grabbed her hand. "What are you doing?" "Getting a blood sample from you for diagnosis later. When we get to the hospital, they can help you right away, and we'll save a lot of time." "Sir, relax. Don't be afraid." "You're a nurse?" Andrew squinted his eyes. "Of course. Ha ha, that's funny. Nurses usually work with needles and their hands are soft. There shouldn't be calluses all over their hands." Andrew grabbed the nurse's hand tightly, discovering a hand full of calluses. "Oh, I'm from the countryside. I farmed alongside my parents ever since I was a child, so my hands are not as delicate as city girls," the nurse explained. "That's a clever explanation. But don't you know that only those who use guns have calluses at the base of their thumbs?" Hearing this, the nurse knew that she was had. She took out her gun and pointed it at Andrew. Andrew wasn't about to give her the chance to shoot. They immediately began struggling against each other. At the same time, Chung began fighting the driver at the front. The ambulance swerved left and right, losing control, almost running into the oncoming traffic. "GK headquarters. President Dawson. I'm not sure this will kill Andrew. He's incredibly sly." "Who said anything about killing him?" Jack said. "Then what is this for? Even if this doesn't kill him, I'm not going to let him live comfortably." While Andrew fought the female assassin, a large truck rushed towards them, head-on. The driver jumped out of the truck immediately. Chung looked back and yelled, "Boss, hurry, jump off!" With that, they jumped off the ambulance. Bang! The large truck crashed into the ambulance, smashing it into a million pieces. Andrew was flung to the side of the road. Before he could get up, the cold metal muzzle of a gun pressed up against his temple. "This time, you're dead for sure." The female assassin laughed proudly. The corners of Andrew's mouth rose. "What are you smiling at?" The female assassin stared at him, her eyes shifting from uncertainty. "There are many who want me dead, but I'm still alive. Do you know why?" Andrew laughed. The female assassin didn't respond. She didn't know what Andrew had up his sleeves. "Because none of them knows just how difficult it is to kill me. Even Satan himself can't." As he finished his sentence, the female assassin pulled the trigger. President Dawson had told her to end the man's life when she got the chance. No questions asked and no hesitation. She didn't need to take him alive. A quick kill was the best way to defeat someone like Andrew. Unfortunately, after the sound of a gunshot, it was the female assassin that fell to the ground. Chung walked over to Andrew, putting down the gun in his hand. "Boss, are you okay?" Chung helped Andrew up. "I'm okay. Definitely sent by Jack. She's pretty good." Chung glanced at the dead assassin and analyzed. "Jack is calmer than this. Unless something happened," Andrew mumbled to himself. "Boss, actually, last night," Chung looked hesitant. "What happened last night? Tell me." Andrew's cold gaze swept across Chung's face. "Last night, Miss Green." Chung's voice wavered. "What happened to Chloe?" Andrew grabbed Chung's collar, livid. "Last night, Miss Green was injured." "She's injured? How did she get injured? Who injured her? Huh?" Andrew clenched his teeth, his voice chilling. "It was... you. Well, it was Mr. Hunter."
Note: Andrew's second personality is now called Hunter.
Mr. Hunter forced Miss Green to jump off the rooftop. Luckily, nothing bad happened, and it was just a minor injury. "So, I'm thinking Jack's mad and blaming this all on you, sir," Chung replied. "My Chloe's hurt? Damn it." Andrew felt both guilty and angry. "It's not really your fault, boss. You didn't know either. After all." Chung paused, afraid to say more. "Where's my medication?" Andrew looked up suddenly. "Here." Chung passed over a white pill bottle. Enraged, Andrew opened up the bottle and poured out a handful of pills, swallowing up all of it. "Boss, that's too much. It's bad for your health." Chung was worried about the side effects on his boss. "I'm not eating enough medication because I'm too worried about my health. This is what gave Hunter the chance. My Chloe probably blames me for everything he did. That's really unfair." "You'll have the chance to explain everything to her later," Chung comforted. After they got rid of the assassin's corpse, they got back into the car. Andrew's mood was very low, his expression heavy all throughout the way. Once his second identity came out, he became a completely different person. He couldn't remember most of what had happened. Only a few memorable moments replayed in his brain, memories he could possibly recall. So, with nothing mentioned to him, he wouldn't remember the fact that it was he who forced Chloe off the building the previous night. As far as Andrew and Chung were concerned, Hunter and Andrew were two completely different people. They were merely sharing a physical body. Andrew loved Chloe deeply. He couldn't bear to see her hurt. He would rather die for her. Hunter, on the other hand, didn't love Chloe. However, because he knew how deeply Andrew loved her, he wanted to possess and destroy. The car came to a gradual stop before the Fisher mansion. Andrew got off his car and walked inside. "What are you doing here? Haven't you done enough to my daughter?" Mrs. Fisher glared at Andrew. "Where's Ruoxi?" Andrew asked coldly. "Leave now. You think you can do anything just because you have money? My daughter's a fool for loving you. Look at what you've done to her. Is she upstairs?" Andrew rushed upstairs. "What are you doing?" "I'm calling the police," Mrs. Fisher roared. "Call the police? Sure. I actually have evidence to prove Mayor Fisher's corruption that would be of interest to the police." Andrew looked back, sneering. "You?" Mrs. Fisher immediately shut her mouth. Then, Andrew walked upstairs and pushed open Ruoxi's room door. Ruoxi was badly injured from the previous night, but she was too afraid to go to the hospital. It was because she was afraid of how the media would report the situation and how it would negatively influence her father's reputation. In the end, she invited private doctors into her home to treat her wounds. Although the physical wounds weren't serious, the experience left her traumatized. Ruoxi couldn't fall asleep. She didn't dare close her eyes. Even if she was incredibly tired, she had to have the lights turned on and her eyes had to be open. Because every time she closed her eyes, she would see the horrifying wolf. You, leave. I don't want to see you. Ruoxi began to tremble at the sight of Andrew, even covering her head with the blanket. You saw him? Andrew asked. Who? Wasn't that you? Why else would he have been in your home? Ruoxi couldn't stop trembling. That wasn't me. That was my twin brother. Andrew made up a lie. After all, he didn't want anyone to know about his split personality. Brother? When did you get a twin brother? Why hasn't anyone mentioned this before? Ruoxi came out of her covers, curious as could be. Because my little brother's mentally ill. He has been ill ever since he was a child, so my father sent him to the countryside. I pitied him and brought him back. Unfortunately, he's seriously ill, and he hurts people left and right, so the only thing I could do was lock him up in the secret room. Then what was the wolf about? Ruoxi asked. The wolf is his friend from the countryside, so it wanted to tag along. I locked both of them up. Yesterday evening, when I was giving them food, he attacked me and locked me inside. He pretended to be me when he ran out. Chung told me that he did a lot of bad things, right? Ruoxi, I'm so sorry. I apologize for my brother Hunter. At the height of his story, Andrew reached out his hand and placed it on top of Ruoxi's hand. He's really your younger brother? Ruoxi was absolutely confused. Yes, because it's embarrassing. We've always kept it a secret. Ruoxi, you'll keep it a secret for me, right? You won't tell anyone? Andrew asked. I won't. Don't worry, Andrew, I won't tell anyone. Thank you, Ruoxi. Andrew, what about our wedding at the end of the month? We'll go through with it, of course. Andrew smiled. Then should we get our marriage license? Ruoxi asked. A cold glacé flashed past Andrew's eyes, but he smiled. We can get our license after the ceremony. All of my identification and company documents are overseas for review. You know about my plans to branch out into the foreign market, right? Oh, all right. Okay, you decide. You're not well. Rest. Andrew patted Ruoxi's head. Okay. After he handled Ruoxi, Andrew returned to his work at the Green Corporation. GK headquarters, President Dawson, Misha failed. She was killed by Andrew's men. Her body was thrown into the dump. Jack's face darkened, his fist clenching. Got it, Jack replied calmly. President Dawson, Andrew is a psycho. He doesn't see people as people. Are we really going to keep fighting him like this? More and more of our men will die. Must we handle it this way? One of his men asked daringly. What else can we do? Am I supposed to watch him hurt my wife and kids and do nothing about it? Jack questioned back. The man fell silent. Look, I'm also sad that Misha died. Of course, it would have been best if she'd successfully killed Andrew. But being an assassin means that you can lose your life at any moment, right? You're right, sir. Tell the others. Give Misha's family a generous sum of money. Jack wasn't heartless. He just didn't want to be a sitting duck. They were too passive, and his Chloe almost got hurt because of it. Just thinking about it gave him shivers. President Dawson, Misha, doesn't have any family left, the man replied slowly. If that's the case, donate this money to a charity in Misha's name. Bring her good karma. Jack signed his name on a big check. He was never one to worry about money. The death of his assassin made him sad, but in order to take out Andrew, sacrifices had to be made. 7:30 a.m. in the morning. After waking up from a much-needed nap in her office, Chloe washed her face and left barefaced. When she arrived at the police station, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Where's Chief Ace? Noah took Chloe to Justin again. She was expecting a weak and undone Justin, but much to her surprise, he looked much more spirited and awake than usual. They've been treating you well for the past couple of days, Chloe joked. Well, I can't just give up on myself. It's not like I murdered someone. Gabriel doesn't want a cash settlement, so he's saving me a lot of money. Worst comes to worst, I'll just go abroad for a while. Chloe, take your time, I'm going to a meeting, Noah said. Okay. Chloe nodded. After Noah left, Chloe placed a takeout box on the table. Wow, is this breakfast? Justin couldn't contain his happiness. Yep. Dr. Green, why are you being so nice today? Am I getting the electric chair or something? Is this my last meal? Justin jokingly said. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Chloe didn't want to hear the negative talk. Opening up the takeout box, Justin felt touched, his gaze warm. You still remember what I like to eat, Justin uttered slowly. Of course. I lived with your family for such a long time back when I was pregnant. How could I forget something so simple? You do know that I'm a Virgo, right? Chloe laughed. Inside the takeout box were shrimp dumplings, crab-steamed buns, and fried broad noodles, all Justin's favorites. Even the drinks were his favorite raw soy milk. You bought too much. Dr. Green, I can't finish it all. Such a waste, Justin mumbled as he stuffed his face. That's for two. Thank you very much. I haven't eaten yet. Oh. Justin felt embarrassed. Chloe ignored Justin's embarrassment. She picked up a pair of chopsticks and began eating too. The police station was the last place he thought he would have breakfast with Chloe after she left the Cooper family. What a unique experience. Justin, you're getting out of here soon. If I'm not wrong, Gabriel will drop the charges within 2 days, Chloe said calmly. Why? You sent someone to threaten him? Justin asked, also calmly. Chloe almost choked on her shrimp dumpling when she heard that. What's with that face? Justin couldn't contain his laughter after this Chloe like this. Dude, what kind of person do you think I am? Threaten him? Are you serious? Chloe laughed as she ate. Then how did you handle that BS? Did you seduce him or something? Justin went on, looking at Chloe with a stupidly cute face. Seduce him? That's funny. I don't think he'd fall for a face like mine. So, what did you do to make him drop the case? Justin became more and more curious. Chloe proceeded to calmly describe to Justin how Adam re-examined the wounds. She also included the story of Zoe's younger sister. Wow. Dr. Green, I think you just gained a new fan, Justin said, like he just became Chloe's little fangirl. I will no longer pray to the heavens or the earth. I will only pray to you from now on. Your brain is better than all of ours combined. Grandpa even talked about sending me abroad. But you took care of it this easily? Justin looked at Chloe in awe. Who said men didn't love smart women? Men like that were probably idiots themselves. Intelligent men definitely preferred intelligent women. They would get tired of the idiots around them. For example, Justin would never fall for Zoe, Cotton Candy, and the others, while Jack would never fall for Bella or the stupid likes of Irene. They thought that they were smart, but compared to Chloe's wisdom, their little tricks and manipulative ways fell short by a wide margin. Don't be so certain. He hasn't dropped the case yet. I'm only guessing that he will in the next 2 days if things go smoothly. After all, he's not an idiot. He won't cheat himself, especially when he discovers that the situation's not in his favor. Chloe, how am I supposed to repay you for all that you've done for me? Justin gazed tenderly at Chloe. No need to thank me. This is what friends are for. In all honesty, people who truly care about you never only appear during glorious times. Instead, they'd reach out their gentle hands to you during times of crisis, despite how poorly you're doing. You helped me during my darkest days, and now I'm simply repaying the favor. Haha, that was nothing. Are you going to remember it for the rest of your life? Justin scratched his head, clearly embarrassed. For the past couple of years, Chloe seemed to always talk about how the Cooper family helped her. Justin would get embarrassed every time she mentioned it. Yes, I'm going to remember it forever. Chloe looked very serious. What about me? Chloe, will you remember me forever? No matter what happens in the future, no matter if I live or die, if I'm happy or sad, if I'm next to you or not, will you remember me forever? Justin suddenly became emotional. I will. I'll remember you forever. Your name is forever ingrained in my heart. You'll always be my most important friend, Chloe promised. Then, what about compared to Jack? If the day comes where both Jack and I are in danger, who would you save? Although he knew it was a foolish question, Justin still had to ask. Justin. Chloe hesitated. It's okay. Just be honest. I won't get mad. Haha. I know what I am to you. Justin smiled through his tears, clearly insecure. I'd save you. What? Justin thought he had heard wrong, so he asked again. I'd save you. Haha, Dr. Green, stop joking around. I'm serious. Can you stop jerking me around? Justin was clearly doubtful. I'm not joking around. Chloe looked more than serious. If you save me, what's going to happen to Jack? Justin felt his heart race. Maybe Chloe really did love him. Maybe she was only constrained by moral and societal obligations. For a split second, a million thoughts ran through Justin's head. I'd save you and then die with Mr. Dawson, Chloe added. Of course. Justin suddenly realized what she had meant, and his eyes flashed with disappointment. Oh, I see. Haha, that's what I thought. How could I be that lucky? Haha. Justin pretended to be cavalier. Chloe wanted to say more to comfort Justin, but the door suddenly opened. Noah walked in. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Noah looked serious. Noah looked incredibly handsome in uniform. No wonder even Sarah would fangirl over him. We'll go with the good first. My heart is weak. I'm afraid that the bad news will kill me, Justin joked. Ahem. The good news is that Gabriel just signed the documents to drop the case against you. He wants to settle it privately. Holy crap! So fast? Chloe, are you psychic? Justin looked at Chloe happily. Chloe was expecting it, so she wasn't surprised at all. What about the bad news? Justin looked at Noah. Ahem. Listen carefully. The bad news is that from now on, you can no longer get free food from our station. That's it? Justin was taken aback. Yep, Noah nodded. I'm going to kill you. You almost scared me to death. What kind of bad news is that? Justin realized that he had been played. He took the napkin on the table, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it at Noah's head. Ha ha. All right, let's stop joking around. You should go home. Your family's probably worried sick. Your mom called us many times already. Got it. I'll leave now. Justin jumped up, suddenly super energetic. Let's go. Come to our home for a meal. Justin invited Chloe. We just ate breakfast. Chloe laughed. Yeah, because we can. All right? I'll tell my mom to make you Australian lobsters and crabs. He knew how much Chloe enjoyed seafood, so he kept luring her. Chloe looked at her watch. Nah, I need to talk to Victoria. Talk to her about what? What else? Chatting, I guess. I haven't had the chance to talk to my best friends recently. All right, then. Bring little Bean and Pudding over in a couple of days. Grandpa misses them, Justin reminded. Okay. Just like that, Justin finally left the police station unharmed. His hair had grown long from being locked up for a couple of days. Justin was greeted by Anne, who drove his Lamborghini to the entrance. The two then dashed off into the wind. Did anything happen at the company while I was away? Justin asked Anne, who was sitting in the passenger's side. Yes, because of your arrest, our company experienced negative media and our stocks took a huge tumble. A couple of artists left too, but they were all new. Not a big deal, said Justin. Looks like our stocks fell by a couple billion, Anne reported. No biggie. A couple billion meant nothing to Justin. Yesterday night, some people were after President Green. She fell off a building and got injured. Which President Green? Justin asked nonchalantly. Chloe. Justin slammed his foot on the brakes, his roadster coming to a screeching halt at the intersection. What did you say? Justin stared at Anne. You told me to protect President Green, so I had my guys watch her in secret. Chloe was attacked yesterday. Luckily, her husband's men turned up and saved her. I think she still sustained some injuries, though. She spent last night in her office. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Justin felt so guilty. He didn't know that Chloe was injured. He even ate the breakfast she brought him. He really didn't know that something so big had happened the previous night. I haven't seen you until now. And looked so wronged. Who's the BS that did this? I'm going to kill him. Justin lost it hearing the news of Chloe's injury. It was Andrew. Him again? Justin tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Just then, the light turned green. Justin was still parked at the intersection, blocking traffic. The cars behind him were blasting their horns, annoying the heck out of him. Justin opened his car door and got off his car. He pointed to the cars behind him and cursed, "Who the hell are you rushing? I'm in a bad mood and I don't want to move. If anyone makes another peep, I'll smash their car into pieces." With that, all cars fell silent. None of them dared to make a peep. Who would dare to get in the face of the Cooper family's young master? 2 traffic cops walked over to him to see who was brazen enough to yell and scream while causing such a traffic jam. As soon as they got close, however, their angry faces turned into smiles. "Young Master Cooper, it's you. What do you want?" Justin glanced at the traffic cop. "Oh, nothing. We're just here to see if you needed any help." One of the cops reacted quickly. "Actually, I do. Go tell the cars behind me to be quiet. If they honk their horns again, I'll destroy all of their cars." "Yes, of course, we'll do that right now." Justin looked beyond pissed when he sat back into his car. Ann was more than familiar with his boss's temper, but he still tried to persuade the man. "President Cooper, I know you want to kill Andrew right now, but it's not the right time to cause a scene. You just got out of jail. And, I know, I won't do anything stupid." With that, Justin stepped on the gas and left the intersection. "Security Bureau, Victoria's office." "Chloe, you're here to see Justin?" Victoria smiled. "Yes, his case has been handled. He already left. I heard all about it. You're really the best, taking care of things so quickly." Victoria made Chloe a cup of coffee. "Victoria, we've talked about Andrew's split personality before, right?" Chloe brought up the topic suddenly. "Yes, why?" Victoria nodded. "Last night, I saw his second identity. No, actually, this was the second time I saw it." Chloe trembled at the thought of the previous night. She always saw herself as a brave girl, not easily creeped out or scared. The thought of Andrew's second identity, however, still made her hair stand on end. "Really? What was he like?" Victoria was also horrified, extremely psychotic, completely different from Andrew. "Last night I almost died at his hands." Chloe enunciated every word. Victoria's face paled. "That's true. If that's the case, it'll be difficult to resolve." Victoria furrowed her brows. "I know that you're an expert in psychology. Could you help me analyze his condition? If he kills someone, is he legally responsible? This is a form of mental illness, right?" They had discussed this topic before, but they didn't go deep. Now that she witnessed Andrew's second personality once again, Chloe felt the need to actively look into the matter and dig deeper. Otherwise, she would feel like a sitting duck. What bothered her the most wasn't Andrew's second personality harming her or Jack. They were, after all, adults, and they could fend for themselves. What scared Chloe the most was the possibility of him going after her daughters. Victoria fell silent for a moment. According to Article 18 of our National Criminal Code, when a mentally ill person who can no longer recognize or control their own behavior causes harm, and if confirmed by legal procedures, he shall not be held criminally responsible. However, they shall be under the strict supervision of their family members or guardians, and, if necessary, the government shall supervise compulsory medical treatment. Simply put, patients with intermittent mental illness who commit crimes during lucid states should be held criminally responsible. Mental patients who have not completely lost the ability to recognize or control their own behavior should be criminally responsible. But they might be dealt a lighter sentence, so I can't really give you a clear answer. It depends on the specificities of the case. What you're saying is, if Andrew kills someone while he's himself, he'd be criminally responsible. But it'll be a reduced sentence? Yes, that's what I mean. The prerequisite to this is being afflicted with an intermittent mental illness. Dissociative identity disorder, in psychology, belongs to the family of intermittent mental illness. During dormant periods, they're just like normal people. When their illness kicks in, they're not themselves, Victoria explained. Chloe fell silent upon hearing this. "Chloe, what are you worried about?" Victoria could see just how worried Chloe was. "Victoria, what do you think? Does Andrew really have dissociative identity disorder? Or is he faking for an insanity defense? So that's what you're worried about. Well, that's difficult to say. Victoria was also confused. But Chloe, if you've witnessed his other personality yourself, can't you tell if it's real or not? You're so smart. Chloe shook her head. Andrew's not an idiot. I'm afraid he's just faking in front of me. But Bella's diary makes it seem real. But something still feels off. I really don't know. I think you're overthinking this. Maybe it's just a mental illness. Once I find the chance, I'm going to have a chat with Lily. Lily? Andrew's foster mom? Victoria was taken aback. She raised him. If he really does suffer from the split personality syndrome, she'd know. Split personality's not a rare phenomenon anymore. When I was studying abroad, I heard my mentor talk about this woman in America, in her 40s, having more than 20 identities. She had all kinds of personalities. One of them even spoke French, but in reality, the woman had never been to France. She didn't know a word in French. So, even her husband found it inexplicable. Technically speaking, dissociative identity is a form of mental illness, but if you investigate it further, I would seriously consider calling it a supernatural phenomenon. Victoria laughed. Before Chloe could reply, she received a phone call from Little Bean. Baby, what's up? Chloe's voice was more than gentle. Mommy, hurry home. Daddy's angry. So scary, Little Bean said mysteriously. Ugh. Chloe was speechless. What happened? Chloe's face made Victoria curious. Little Bean said that her daddy's angry and that it's really scary. Haha. Did you do something to make him mad again? Victoria was enjoying the show. Ahem. Whatever. I'll go home first. All right. Call me when you have time to get together. Victoria waved to Chloe. After she left the station, Chloe drove back to South Hill Manor, feeling unsettled. Why was Mr. Dawson so mad? He was not normally so ill-tempered. Was it because she saw Justin in the morning? Was it because she brought him breakfast? That was not likely. She was always so honest about her relationship with Justin. Mr. Dawson knew that nothing was going on. Chloe worried the entire way. Once she got home, she did sense that the atmosphere was off. Avery was just heading out, all done up. Chloe, I'm going to the mall. I'm doing a little bit of shopping with little Max. You know, because we're bringing our nieces back to the U.S. tonight. Max is going back too? Chloe asked. Yes, he can't live without me right now. Avery grinned proudly as she headed out. She suddenly turned around as if she remembered something. She whispered mysteriously, Chloe, my brother's kind of in one of his moods today. Watch out, and good luck. What? Don't leave. Why is he pissed? Avery left Chloe hanging as she rushed out the door. Their plane ticket was booked for 10 p.m. that night. Avery, Max, Mr. and Mrs. Dawson and the twins were heading back to the U.S. Chloe didn't mind it at first, because she thought that it was a setup. Mr. Dawson was too attached to his daughters to send them away. Chloe, you're back? Where were you last night? Mrs. Dawson walked out of the kitchen. I was doing overtime, Mom. Jack's not in a good mood. I don't think he really slept last night. I saw the light from the library when I woke up for a drink of water early this morning. Mom, what's wrong with him? I'm not sure. You know him. No one dares to ask, not even his dad and me. All right, I'll go and check on him. He's in the library. Where's Little Bean and Pudding? Their grandpa took them out to play. The kids didn't want to leave, but when they heard that they were going to the U.S., they began worrying about all the foods they'd be missing, so they're out shopping for stock. Mrs. Dawson laughed. The two little foodies. Chloe sighed and went upstairs. It was already 10 in the morning. Usually at this time, Jack would be at GK working, but today he was still in the family library. It truly was strange. Chloe felt a little guilty. Although she didn't know what she did, she decided to be nice first. She made a cup of coffee and brought it to the library. She knocked on the door. Come in. Jack's voice was cold as usual. Honey, why didn't you go to work today? Chloe ran over to him cutely after she shut the door. Because they knew the library was free of bugs, they were incredibly affectionate. So, how's your injury from last night? Jack avoided her question. Honey, last night. Thank you for sending your men to protect me. It really was so scary. I was so afraid. Chloe brought up the events from the previous night. So, you tried to pull Andrew off the building with you. You don't care about me or our daughters, right? Jack asked without any facial expression. I didn't. You didn't what? You didn't jump off a building? Jack questioned coldly. No, I didn't want to leave you guys. Honey, please don't get mad at me. We've pretended for so long and it's been so tiring. The library is the only place I can cozy up to you. Chloe hugged Jack's neck from the back and pressed her face against Master Dawson's in an attempt to please the man. Acting cute was not Chloe's forte, and it was something no one else would ever witness. It was only for Jack's eyes to see. So every time she did something wrong, Chloe acted cute around him before he got too mad. It always worked. But this time, the problem seemed to be more serious. Stop. I'm not going to forgive you just because you're acting cute. Then, what if I seduce you? Chloe pouted her lips and pulled down her collar, revealing a large area of skin. Jack glanced at her and gulped. With forced composure, he said, Seduction won't work either. Chloe, do you know how recklessly you acted this time? I know, but I'm fine, aren't I? Chloe laughed. You can't depend on luck all the time. It's wrong and it's risky. I can't take that risk, got it? Jack continued with a dark expression. Yes, honey. I got it. I just found out that you had people protecting me this whole entire time. I thought that you've already called it off. How could I? I can't relax as long as Andrew's alive. You almost made me explode when my people reported back to me. Jack was clearly still pissed. Haha, how did your guys describe it to you? Like a child, Chloe rocked back and forth with her arms wrapped around Jack's neck, completely unlike the commanding vice director of a hospital that she was. My men told me that they were just about to save you when they saw you pulling Andrew off the building with you. Haha, were you scared out of your wits? Chloe laughed. You're laughing! Little Chloe, have you no shame? Jack wanted to facepalm. His soul nearly left his body when he had heard the news, but this woman was here, laughing at it like it was a joke? How could she? I'm fine now, aren't I? Don't talk about now. Let me ask you, if you actually fell back then, from more than a dozen floors high, do you think you would have survived? Jack asked coldly. I didn't think about it too much when it was happening. They can kill me, but they can't take me alive. Isn't that what happens in all movies? Chloe said matter-of-factly. Jack was fuming. He reached out and slapped Chloe's little hands to the side. Don't touch me. Stay away from me. Honey, are you still mad? Wasn't I always mad? Jack questioned back. Please stop being mad. I'll take you to eat Azin ramen, Chloe suggested. They charge $2 per bowl. Do I need you to treat me? Jack clapped back. Then I'll treat you to 4-pound Australian king lobsters? Chloe decided to go all out. My stomach hurts from seafood, Jack snorted. Then what should I do? Honey, give me a chance. Even murderers aren't sentenced to death right away. You're worse than a murderer. Even murderers aren't as reckless as you, leaving behind me and our daughters. You should change your name tomorrow. Change it to Hero Green. How valiant. Honey, are you trying to be a comedian? Chloe almost couldn't help but burst into laughter. Do I look like I'm trying to be funny? Jack's face was scarier than scary. Then what do you want? Chloe was helpless. Her hubby wasn't giving in to her efforts of making nice. What was she to do? I don't want to see you. Okay then, I'll leave. Chloe stood up to leave. Get back here. Jack couldn't pretend any longer. Didn't you tell me to leave? Chloe smiled. I said I don't want to see you, but I didn't tell you to leave. Master Dawson was being completely unreasonable. What? Then why am I staying? Should I cover my face with a piece of cloth? Chloe rolled her eyes. That's actually not a bad idea, Jack said. Why aren't you covering yourself yet? Do you need me to help you? Jack's gaze swept past Chloe's face calmly. Don't. Hubby. That's so cruel. Chloe pleaded in tears. Oh, now you think it's cruel. What happened to the bravery you had when you jumped off the building? Little Chloe, throughout all these years, I never knew that you wanted to die with Andrew. Do you know how pissed off I am? Jack repeated. So that was what he was mad about. It turned out Jack was mad because he thought that Chloe was willing to die with Andrew. How ridiculous. Master Dawson, listen to me. Chloe was in a hurry to explain herself. Wait, let's set this aside for a minute. Explain about you bringing breakfast for Justin this morning first. You know about that too? Did Noah tell you? That tattletale? Chloe clenched her jaws. No, it has nothing to do with Noah. Justin put it on his snap moments. What moments? Let me see. Because of her busy day, Chloe hadn't checked her snap the entire day. Jack took out his phone and pulled up Justin's page, then handing it over to her. Justin posted a picture of his breakfast that was captioned, "Breakfast from the vice director is delicious, of course. What the? How could Justin sell me out like this?" Chloe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now you may explain yourself. Jack lifted one of his hands, tapping his long, slender fingers on the tabletop, looking like he was about to fire Chloe from her position as his wife. Honey, why do you have Justin's snap? Didn't you say you weren't going to add him? Chloe piled on the smiles. Little Chloe, please don't try to change the topic. Answer my question. I'm not trying to change the topic. What I mean is that remember how I was investigating Gabriel's false accusations against Justin? You know, Gabriel's girlfriend is Naomi, Zoe's younger sister. She died in Justin's home, remember? So he's been trying to seek revenge ever since. What does this have to do with you bringing Justin breakfast? You even brought him shrimp dumplings and crab roe buns. Our breakfast at home isn't even that delicious. Little Chloe, am I too busy these days? Are you preparing to cheat on me? Jack interrogated. Master Dawson, you're flattering me. I'm too old to cheat, haha. No one would want me, haha, Chloe explained awkwardly. So you did so many bad things. How should I punish you? Jack got up and turned around slowly, inching his way towards Chloe. We've been married for so long. Let's forget about punishments. Ha. I'll watch myself next time. Chloe tried to muddle through the situation. That's not right. What about this? We can exercise until the morning. HM? With that, Jack tore off his tie aggressively, instantly revealing the majority of his chest. But didn't you just say seduction won't work? Chloe couldn't believe Master Dawson. I meant that you can't seduce me, but I didn't say that I can't seduce you. All right, fine, you win. I can't believe you have such a shameless side to you. Chloe was totally speechless. So you, top or bottom? Master Dawson was very direct. Can we not? Chloe gave Master Dawson the puppy look. No, but I'm on my period. Chloe lied. Impossible. I remember your time of the month better than you do. It's not supposed to come now. Jack was more than resolute. Geez, can it come suddenly? Chloe was speechless. Then take off your pants and let me check. Jack was more than calm. Chloe was absolutely speechless. Fine, you win. A certain someone did something bad and wants to get away with it. That's impossible. So don't try to get away tonight. God knows how long Jack had waited for a chance like this. He was about to break. Wait, honey. Chloe crossed her arms in front of her chest. What now? We really can't. We can't do that. Why? Jack knew that Chloe was a little off. Although she was always shy, she'd always cater to him every time he wanted it. She had refused him several times already, and it didn't seem like she was playing hard to get. Honey, I'll tell you the truth. Don't get too excited. Listen to me, okay? Chloe took in a deep breath, getting ready to reveal the news of the second baby. She couldn't hide it any longer anyway. As a doctor, she was obviously aware of the fact that they couldn't be intimate during the first 3 months of the pregnancy. She wasn't going to risk losing the baby. So, Chloe decided to muster up the courage and tell Master Dawson the good news. All right, speak. I want to see what you can come up with. Jack looked at Chloe, amused. Honey, in fact, I'm actually... Just as she was about to make the revelation, Jack's phone rang. What? The timing of Avery's call was beyond unfortunate, so Jack's attitude was less than pleasant. Jack, my nieces are in trouble. Avery's voice was trembling. What do you mean? Speak slowly. Jack's expression dropped. When your dad brought the twins home, Little Bean wanted to go get some snacks at the food street. but it was so crowded there and the kids disappeared in an instant. Your dad's going crazy. He's too afraid to tell you. Max and I have been looking for a long time, but we can't find them. I had to tell you. You're saying Little Bean and Pudding are both gone? Jack repeated coldly. At the sound of that, Chloe's entire body trembled, pushing a flower pot onto the ground. Honey? What happened to the kids? Chloe panicked. Did you call their cell phones? Jack asked calmly. I did, but their phones are turned off. Avery was running in circles. Where are you guys? Jack asked. At the food street. I'm still looking. Should I call the police? Don't call the police yet. I'll go there first. With that, Jack hung up the phone and got up to get his jacket. Honey, what happened? Chloe's face flushed pale. The kids are missing, Jack said with a heavy tone. Both of them are missing? Chloe's stomach dropped and her head went blank. Yes. Jack nodded, and Chloe felt her legs almost give out. Immediately, the two of them drove out looking for the twins. On the food street, Jack and Chloe met up with Avery and Max. On the side, Mr. Dawson's face was covered in tears. Dad, what happened? Jack's voice arrived before he actually stood in front of Mr. Dawson. Little Bean said she wanted to eat grilled squids and stinky tofu. I thought it was along the way, so I parked here and brought them out on the street. When did you realize the kids were gone? I was paying for the noodles we just ate. It was just a couple of minutes, and by the time I turned around, they were gone. Dad, you didn't call them immediately? I did. Initially it was dialing, but then it went to voicemail. Mr. Dawson's face was full of regret as he blamed everything on himself. Don't worry, perhaps the kids just went out to play, or they went to buy more food. Maybe they are still here. Chloe's voice trailed off as she continued, and it sounded as if she was unable to convince herself at the end. Sis-in-law, I looked up and down the street many times with Max already. They're not here anymore. Has anyone else seen them? There are so many people here. They wouldn't have just mysteriously disappeared. I asked around, but no one saw anything. There are too many people here. I don't think anyone noticed with all these people passing by, said Avery, holding back tears. It's all my fault. They're flying to the U.S. tonight. If I didn't bring them here, nothing would have happened to them. This is all my fault. If something happens to my granddaughters, it won't be enough even if I die 1,000 times, said Mr. Dawson, as tears continued to stream down from his face. When Mr. Dawson was young, he was a well-known tough man. Now that he was older, his granddaughters were basically the apples of his eyes and his entire world. He never had the heart to raise his voice or scold the twins. So if he really ended up losing them, he would surely not be able to live on. Dad, calm down. Little Bean and Pudding are not regular kids. They're very intelligent and are highly educated. They're not gullible, so we should calm down and look for other solutions, Chloe comforted her father-in-law. Chloe is right, Dad. Don't panic. Leave this with us. You go back home first. Mom doesn't know this yet. Don't tell her, Jack chimed in. I'm not going back. I'm staying here to wait for Pudding and Little Bean, Mr. Dawson said stubbornly. Perhaps we should call the police. The more people we have, the easier it is to search, Avery proposed. No, it's not quite the same here as the U.S. If the two kids are kidnapped, they might be in danger if we call the cops. If we infuriate the kidnappers, they might kill them. Hey, Max, have you forgotten how to talk? Why are you talking about the kids being killed or be in danger? Shut your mouth. Avery was already in a terrible mood, and she completely exploded upon hearing Max's words. You can't blame me for that. I'm just telling the truth. Max couldn't help but feel wronged. Max is not wrong. We're not sure what the situation is yet, so we can't blindly call the cops. Jack took out his phone and made a phone call. I want access to all the cameras of this street, he said coldly. Chloe, on the other hand, called the two kids' phones repeatedly, but their phones remained off. Finally, she secretly sent out a text message. Andrew, do you have my daughters? Chloe, if I were to say no, would you believe me? Andrew replied in a simple and warm manner. Upon reading the message, Chloe subconsciously believed him. She remembered him saying that he wouldn't touch her daughters because he knew she cared about them the most. If he were to use the twins to threaten her, then she would absolutely not tolerate him any longer. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she would make sure Andrew wouldn't live another day. But since he didn't have the twins then, it was easier to handle. Jack, could it be Legend? Chloe gave Jack's palm a squeeze and asked in a low voice. The whole Legend situation was not known by the others, so she didn't want to discuss it publicly. Can't be. Fiona has been keeping an eye on Legend. If he came to the city, I would know. Jack shook his head and dismissed Chloe's suggestion again. Under normal circumstances, or regular crises, Chloe was always able to solve issues in a calm and intelligent manner. However, when the issue directly involved the kids, she lost her cool entirely. It was a good thing that Jack was beside her, as he was the psychological support that she needed. Jack, what should we do then? Even if we are not calling the cops, we shouldn't just be sitting around waiting like this. You can call Noah and ask his men to do a private investigation. The more manpower we have, the better it is, Avery said impatiently. No, Noah can't help much. It might not be such a good idea to get the officials involved right now. Jack was in agreement with Max. As soon as the police force was involved, regardless if they kept it low-key or not, it would change the situation entirely. If it really was a kidnapping situation, it would only infuriate the kidnapper if they went to the police. As of right now, it might be better to wait for the kidnapper to call, Jack thought. If the twins weren't kidnapped, then they would come home on their own. Based on how clever they would ask for help, even if they were lost. Both Jack's heart and mind were in chaos. But due to the very fact that everyone else's minds were just as messy, he must be the one to remain focused. If everyone was in chaos, then no one would be able to rescue their daughters. Suddenly, Jack's phone rang. Seeing that it was his subordinate, he picked it up without saying a thing. President Dawson, we looked for all the camera footage, but the entire street's cameras weren't working today and recorded nothing. We've asked many pedestrians as well. No one has seen Miss Pudding and Little Bean. How could that be? My dad brought the kids here himself, and that's the truth. Everyone is saying they didn't see anything? That might be the case if they were regular kids, but regardless of where, twins always attract attention. How could no one have seen them? Jack began to lose his temper. We will continue to investigate. The subordinate hung up, leaving Jack's face dark and gloomy. Jack, what do we do now? Are we really just going to wait? Chloe asked anxiously. The suspense was already unbearable for her. Dad, where did you guys have the last meal? That store over there. Mr. Dawson pointed to a small store not far from them. Jack walked over in big strides while the rest followed closely. Hi, my dad just brought the kids to eat here, and by the time he paid, the kids were gone. Did any of your staff notice anything? Jack asked. Oh, are you talking about the identical twin girls? The owner asked. Yes, that's them. Do you know where they've gone? Jack was slightly ecstatic at the notion that the owner might know something. At the time, the kids' grandpa was paying. I was busy counting the money, so I didn't really pay attention to where the kids went. What's going on? Are they lost? The owner replied with a thick country accent as he spoke. Sir, my daughters are nowhere to be found. If you've seen them, please tell us, Chloe begged, as Jack squeezed her shoulder in comfort and support. Oh, what a shame. Your girls looked so beautiful. It would be troublesome if they were targeted by human traffickers. You guys might not know much about it, but little girls have been very popular with the traffickers, whereas little boys are not worth much. The men that live within the villages in the deep mountains have trouble finding wives. It's rather difficult to traffic adult women because they would think about running away. So, for the past few years, it's become a custom to purchase young girls and wait till they grow up to be around 15 or 16 to become wives. Some people even purchase child brides so that the girls can grow up with their sons together. It's a very outdated view, but just last month, a 6-year-old girl went missing right here. They still haven't found her? She looked beautiful as well, the owner babbled on, and the more he talked, the more shaken everyone became. Unable to bear it any longer, Avery interrupted. Hey you, do you know where my nieces are or not? If you don't, quit telling us useless information. Can't you tell you're scaring my family? Who are you trying to scare? If anything, you're jinxing everything. Can't you speak of something more positive? Watch your tone, girl. Have you got no manners? The owner replied angrily. Sir, could you kindly ask your employees if they have seen where my daughters went? Chloe asked politely, afraid that she might miss the only lead they had found. You're much better. Wait here, I will ask. As the owner finished speaking, he hollered at the back kitchen and the entire staff came out. Did any of you notice the twin girls that were in today? The ones that looked rather beautiful. Did anyone notice where they went afterward? Oh, the two little girls? I saw them, an auntie that worked in the back kitchen said. Where? Chloe and Jack asked at once. They left by the side door, over there. The auntie pointed towards a hidden side door. Thanks. Chloe hurried over while Jack thanked the auntie with a couple of $100 bills. The group followed closely, only to be disappointed the moment they walked through the side door. It was an old-styled, narrow street that had not been modernized. Therefore, there were no cameras to be seen. Beside every door, there were cans of garbage all up and down the street. The entire street reeked of rotten food with no twins to be seen. How should we even begin searching? Sis-in-law, is it possible that the girls didn't want to go to the U.S, so they ran away? Maybe they are hiding in a place, waiting for us to leave. No, not likely. They might have done something like this before, where they would do this for fun or because they didn't want to leave us. But the last time they were in the U.S., they went out to buy Justin a present alone and scared Avery half to death. After that, I've had a long talk with them and ensured that no matter what, they must stay with an adult when they are out. This was a promise that the girls and I made. Pudding especially, she's a kid that keeps her words, so I don't believe it for a second that they left on their own. I think something must have happened, said Chloe slowly, her eyes red and filled with tears. Chloe, I'm sorry. I wasn't being careful enough, Mr. Dawson cried. When Liam took the twins last time, Chloe almost lost her mind. Now that it was happening for the second time, she couldn't possibly handle it anymore. Honey, stay strong. Our daughters will be okay. They're so smart. Even if they are in a dangerous situation, they'd be able to protect themselves. Don't be so hard on yourself. You want to make sure you're okay when they return, right? Jack couldn't care less if Andrew was still spying on them. He hugged Chloe by the waist and comforted her softly. But little did he know, she could barely hear a thing as her mind drifted miles away. Green Corporation HQ. That Baksh finally made a move. Boss, should we help rescue the girls? Perhaps. Miss Green will appreciate your help, Chung suggested. No, Chloe won't thank me at all. In a situation like this, there's nothing I can do. It's better to silently observe. But what if they kill the twins? Chung asked anxiously. Not yet. She won't simply kill the twins after spending so much effort to abduct them. She wants revenge, Andrew explained calmly. It was no surprise to him that the twins were abducted. In fact, he knew it was going to happen because he always had one important lead, a lead that Chloe and Jack had both missed. Boss, when they finish with Jack and Miss Green, they will come for you too. She won't live till then. No need for us to take action. We'll watch the dogs fight. When the shepherds fight, the wolf has a winning game. Chung, you need to read more. Wise you are, boss. Chung stopped talking after understanding Andrew's thoughts. Chloe, Jack, and everyone else spent the whole day looking up and down the street the twins were last seen. However, Lady Luck was not on their side. By the time evening had arrived, no one spoke a word about the flight to the U.S. Eventually, Avery and Max went to meet their friends to see if there might be additional leads. Jack and Chloe went home, only to be stopped by Mrs. Dawson. Oh, you guys are back. Where are the kids? Upon hearing the word kids, Chloe's heart sank even deeper, to which she didn't even know it was possible. They went to a sleepover at the in-laws. They won't be coming back tonight. That doesn't sound right. I thought they were coming to the U.S. with us at 10 tonight. The two kiddos wanted snacks, so I went out and bought a bunch for the flight. Mrs. Dawson pointed happily at the bags of snacks. Mom, we're not going to the U.S. anymore for now. There's been a change of plans. Once I get things sorted out, you guys can go back, said Jack. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I bought all this for nothing. Since we're not going anymore, let's eat first. Mom, I don't feel too well. You guys eat. Pale-faced, Chloe walked upstairs, and Jack followed. Honey, do you want some congee? No, I'm going to go lie down a bit in the reading room. Mr. Dawson could barely hide the sadness on his face. Weird. Why is everyone so down today? Mrs. Dawson couldn't have imagined that the twins went missing, and therefore she didn't even stretch her thoughts toward that direction. Some high-end party room. By the time Max and Avery walked in, Justin and Brenton had already arrived. In fact, they had already finished a bottle of drink. Huh? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the airport? Brenton glanced at his watch and smiled. Can't go anymore. Shit just hit the fan, Max said in a serious tone. What happened? Why so serious? Brenton continued to joke. The twins are missing, Max said, and Justin immediately jumped up from the sofa. What did you say? Justin was stunned. The twins are missing. We've been looking for them the whole day. Ha! No way! Stop kidding around. Brenton thought Max was pranking him. Avery, who stood behind Max, began sobbing without saying a word. Really? Both are missing? Brenton was dumbstruck. Max nodded gravely. Justin hurried over and grabbed Max by the arm. What happened? Where did they go missing? When did it happen? Who did they go with? Which direction? Do you know? Justin, if we knew all this information, then it'd be easy to handle. The problem is, we don't. In fact, we have 0 leads. We've been looking for the whole day. And Chloe, she has almost lost her mind. Max's voice trailed off as he spoke of Chloe, because he knew how much Justin would care about how Chloe felt. As expected, the moment Justin heard Chloe was losing her mind, his facial expression changed. How could this happen? They're both so smart. How could they be lost? They didn't even get lost when they were in the U.S. Especially Pudding. She knows 12 languages. She wouldn't be lost anywhere in the world. Justin was agitated. That's why it's not likely they went missing on their own. It's more likely that they'd been kidnapped, Max analyzed. Upon hearing the last remark, Justin dropped the arm that was holding onto Max in a heartbeat. F, who dares to touch the twins? I'm going to kill him. Justin also lost his cool. Justin, it's not about killing them or not right now. We can't even find the person, Max said heavy-heartedly. Brenton stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and got up. Quit the BS. We live in the 21st century with access to modern technology. There are cameras everywhere. There's no way 2 kids would disappear out of thin air. This isn't some fantasy novel or time travel BS. Yes, but we've been looking for the whole day without a single new lead. Jack advised against going to the police because they are afraid that once officials are involved, the kids would be in danger. So he's just going to wait? He's just going to wait for the kidnapper to call? Justin asked impatiently. Max nodded. Is he retarded? How can we possibly just wait? What if it's not just some bum looking for money, but someone seeking revenge? What do we do if they don't even give us a call and just kill the kids directly? At a time like this, we shouldn't be waiting even just another minute. We have to immediately go and look for the kids, Justin yelled back instinctively. Easy for you to say. Where are we going to look for them? They are my brother's daughters. How could he not be worried? Avery was triggered by Justin's impatient tone and immediately struck back. Max pulled her by the arm to stop her from going on further. Justin only glanced at Avery, but didn't continue the conversation. I will go and see what I can do. You two as well. Use your entire network to find the girls. Even if it means we must dig 3 feet deep, we will find the kids. I want to see who in this city has the ability to sneak the girls away without us knowing. Have we sealed the city? Brenton suddenly asked. Yes, my brother has been in contact with Noah. They have sealed all the exits leading out of the city, even the lesser-known trails. Regardless of who took the kids, they won't be able to leave. But I'm afraid they will still be in danger. Avery's eyes became red. At least the city is sealed. We have less ground to cover. Brenton nodded and sighed heavily. Has Jack tried using the satellites to locate Little Bean and Pudding's phones? Justin asked Max. Yes, but no luck. Someone probably blocked it, he replied. Shit. It seems like the kidnapper came prepared. He even knew to bring signal-disrupting devices, said Brenton. That's enough. Stop wasting time. We'll split ways. Call me immediately if anyone has any leads. Justin hurried downstairs, no longer in the mood for drinking. Inside of a house somewhere in the suburbs, Pudding and Little Bean sat across from a little girl that was focused on the toys in front of her. The little girl looked extremely happy, while the twins' minds were somewhere far away. Sis, when can we leave here? Why do I think we're very far from home? Little Bean asked in a hushed tone. Shh, don't talk. Pudding put a finger on her lip and gestured for Little Bean to stay quiet. Around noontime, when their grandpa was paying for lunch, Little Bean noticed Tiani just outside the side door. She was being held by a man that Little Bean didn't recognize, so she did what was sensible and told Pudding. Out of curiosity, the sisters went out to see what was going on. However, as soon as they stuck their heads out, they were bagged over the head and drugged. By the time they woke up, it was already dark out, and they were being transported in what seemed like the back of a small truck. After a long journey of bumpy roads, they were dropped off to a place that they were not familiar with. Pudding was as calm as always, and didn't feel slightly scared at all. Little Bean, on the other hand, was getting anxious as the realization dawned on her that it was dark and she was unable to go home. Tiani, where's your mom? Pudding asked. Mommy went to work. What about the man that was hugging you today? Do you know him? Pudding continued. Before Tiani could answer, the sound of the lock jiggled outside. A short and skinny-looking man with tanned skin walked in. He looked on the older side, perhaps in his 40s. Eat, he spoke with a heavy accent. He then put down 2 plates on the table. We have 3 people here. Why are there only 2 portions? How can we be full? Little Bean complained. Hello? How do you have the appetite to eat right now? Pudding gave her sis an eye roll. The man didn't say anything, and he simply picked up Tiani up and was on his way out. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of my friend. Where are you bringing her? Little Bean bravely walked up and grabbed the man's shirt. But to her surprise, the man gave her a hard shove and threw her to the floor. Ah! Little Bean yelled in pain as she fell hard on her bum. The man took Tiani with him and locked the door once more. Little Bean, are you okay? Pudding rushed over to help her up, losing her cool when she saw her sister in pain. Sis, that bad guy, he took Tiani. What should we do? Will Tiani be in danger? Auntie Brenny saved our lives before. I don't want anything to happen to Tiani. Sis, you're smart. Hurry and think of something. For the first time, Little Bean worried about another person's well-being so much that she almost started crying. Little Bean, don't be so hasty. I will explain to you later. As Pudding finished speaking, she began to look around the room. Sis, what are you looking for? I will help you. Little Bean rubbed her butt as she walked over. Wires. I'm trying to see if we are being taped. You are afraid someone might be spying on us? Yes. Pudding nodded warily. How could that be? In the eyes of those adults, we're just 3-year-old kids. They wouldn't tape the place just to spy on us. Better to be careful anyway. Pudding did another detailed check before feeling assured and finally sat down in front of the table. Sis, can you tell me now? I think Tiani knows that person. Knows who? Little Bean was lost. Tiani probably knows that man. What? How could that be? Isn't he the bad guy? Why would Tiani know a bad guy? Unless you think Tiani was used to bait us? Little Bean wasn't stupid, so she immediately knew what her sister meant. It's probably what it is. No way. Sis, how could you tell? Little Bean's expression was full of surprise. First of all, when we saw Tiani at Food Street, the stranger was holding on to her. But she wasn't crying or yelling, right? Right. Little Bean nodded. Second, if Tiani was kidnapped like us, if she was taken away from her home and her mother, she should feel anxious and scared. She wouldn't be in the mood to be playing with toys with us like nothing is wrong. Oh, that's true. How come I didn't think of that? Little Bean pondered. Third, it looked like Tiani was about to tell us something. But the man walked in and interrupted her. Based on the way Tiani looked at him, he didn't look like a stranger to her. At least, she didn't look at him like he was the bad guy. But in terms of their actual relationship, I'm not sure yet. I think she definitely knows him, though, or else she wouldn't have left with him without any resistance. That makes sense. What else did you notice, sis? Little Bean loved it when her big sister turned into Sherlock Holmes because she thought it was super cool. Lastly, the man picked up Tiani and walked out. Note that he picked her up, like any adult that would hold a kid, not like a kidnapper holding someone hostage. So, I am confident that they know each other. Oh my gosh. Dina, you're so awesome. It's like you are getting smarter by the day. What's going on? We eat the same thing and use the same stuff? How come I'm not as smart? Little Bean laughed. That's because you use all your brain cells on food. You're too lazy to use your brain on something else. Pudding gave her little sis a look. Bah ha ha. Little Beal chuckled out loud and said, You know me so well. But what should we do now, sis? Our phones got taken away and we have no way of contacting the outside world. Daddy and Mommy are probably freaking out because we're not back yet. Especially Grandpa. He lost us when he was paying. He's probably really worried. We don't have a lot of choices. I guess we will just take it one step at a time, Pudding said. But sis, if Tiani knows that person, then doesn't it mean Tiani is a part of the kidnappers? Tiani is Auntie Brenny's daughter, and Auntie Brenny is Mommy's good friend. Why would she do such a thing? Little Bean pondered. I'm not sure either, but I don't think Auntie Brenny would do this. Maybe it's because her husband's company is in direct competition with our dad's? Maybe that's why she's doing it. Well, regardless of what the reasons are, I don't think Auntie Brenny should be doing this. I'm not Auntie Brenny. I don't really know what's going on either. Sis, so what should we do now? Little Bean blinked her big eyes at her sis and asked, Let's first eat then talk. We shouldn't have to tolerate our hunger, Pudding said, and pulled over the plates of food. She put one in front of her little sister and one in front of herself. The food wasn't that great. It was just rice with 2 side dishes. The side dishes were simply stir-fried carrots and eggplants. What the hell? There's not even a slice of meat. Little Bean loved meat more than anything, so when she saw that there was no meat, she did not feel like eating. Delcy, do you think you're on a vacation? We can't be picky when we're kidnapped, okay? Pudding emphasized. They could still feed us better even if they kidnapped us. All they want is a ransom from Daddy. Psh! I'm going to complain to Daddy when he pays them to deduct millions because they fed us poorly. Little Bean showed her strong character when she was still able to joke in such a situation. Seeing this, Pudding wasn't worried that Little Bean was scared anymore, and she no longer needed to try to comfort her. The twins just sat face to face and ate. Sis, why are we so unlucky? We haven't even been in this world for 4 full years yet, but we've already been kidnapped twice. If you do the math, we're kidnapped every 1.5 years. We have a higher probability of being kidnapped than the President of the United States, Little Bean complained. We can't do anything about that. After all, our Mommy and Daddy are such incredible people. Yeah, if Daddy and Mommy were ordinary people, then maybe our lives would be more peaceful, Little Bean said. Then you wouldn't be able to live a rich life. Do you think you can play the grand piano, or eat steaks and ice cream that are worth thousands of dollars, or have dresses that are super expensive if it weren't for Daddy and Mommy? Do you think you can ride on expensive sports cars and live in luxury mansions? Pudding refuted nonstop. Yeah, you're right. There's good and bad to everything. God is fair, Little Bean said with a slight sigh. I read from an article before that talked about aristocrats from the ancient times and their offspring. These aristocrats looked like they lived a life of luxury and honor and should be a lot happier than ordinary people. However, they had too many inner disputes for power and wealth. Many princesses and princes couldn't make it to adulthood because they were killed too early. That is why those who enjoy luxury will have to withstand the challenges that come with us. We are like them. People would say we were born with a silver spoon, but we have also become a weakness of Mommy and Daddy. Mommy and Daddy's enemies will use us to threaten them, so we must learn to protect ourselves. We need to be responsible for ourselves, and this will also be responsible to Mommy and Daddy, so that they won't have to worry about us so much. You're right. Those dukes and princes look like they're living the life of 1 in a million, but they all hide hideous darkness underneath their shiny clothes. There were so many dramas about the sons of the emperor of the Qing dynasty. 9 of the princes worked together to overthrow the heir to the throne. Their lives were probably a lot sadder than ours. They have so many brothers, but they have to fight since only one can become the king. For us, we're just a bit richer than ordinary people. Relatively speaking, we're very fortunate. Oh, sis, I suddenly have a question I want to ask you. What's the question? Pudding looked at Little Bean as she put a spoonful of rice into her mouth. When they put the sacks on our heads, where the hell did our bodyguards go? Little Bean asked with concern. According to her memory, bodyguards would follow them every time they left the house. There were 2 bodyguards with them when they went out with their grandpa, but when they were kidnapped, the bodyguards were nowhere to be seen. I didn't notice. Little Bean finally asked a question that even Pudding couldn't answer. Haha, so there are questions that you don't have an answer to. How can you still laugh at a time like this? Can you be a little lower profile? Why do I need to keep a low profile? They'll let us out when they get their ransom. Aren't you scared that they'll kill us? Pudding asked. Kill us? I'm still young, so I don't want to kill anyone. Let's not kill them now, Little Bean said with a serious face. Sis, what's with the face? Delcy, how can you put up a straight face when you're joking? I can't take it. Haha. Little Bean laughed so hard that she had to cover her stomach. Outside were a man and a woman with a little girl eating. There were 4 delicate dishes. Big Brother Odin, you're the best. You were able to get those 2 brats so easily. I thought we'd have to go through lots of trouble. After all, that Bach Chloe is very protective of her kids. Even if they're very careful, there would always be a careless moment. As long as we plan for it, there's nothing hard about it. Big Brother Odin, when should we make the call? Have you come up with a good number yet? Yeah, 1 billion, the man said emotionlessly as he ate. Only 1 billion? They're rich, though. The woman seemed unimpressed. How will we leave when we get the money? You know all the police are on their side, so it's hard for us to escape. Don't worry. I know a way already. As soon as we get the money, we'll leave. We'll take the rural roads towards the west. We'll cross 7 mountains and change cars and go south. There will be someone there to pick us up. I want to go to a smaller port and leave the country. Are we going back to Vietnam first? Yes, we'll go back to Vietnam first. After I take care of some things over there, we'll go to Canada. Yes, Canada's good. I've always wanted to go. It's such a pity that my Liam... If only he were still alive, then we could go together. The woman started sobbing. It turned out this woman was actually Evelyn, who had long disappeared from the scene. Back then, Liam came back on his own to kidnap the twins. He had pushed Andrew and Chloe to the corner, but in the end, Fiona came just in time to save them. Fiona had gone to Vietnam to seek revenge, but unfortunately, she couldn't locate Evelyn. She had thought that Evelyn was so scared that she would go into hiding and would never resurface. Unexpectedly, she had secretly come back to the country 5 days ago with an outlaw. Odin was a 45-year-old male. He had escaped to Vietnam 15 years ago because he killed someone. Ever since then, he had been operating in the black market. After Evelyn's lover was killed by the Vietnam gang, she became a prostitute. She met Odin then. Later on, she finally found a chance to return to the country. They had 2 goals for this return. First, they would kidnap the twins and avenge Liam. Second, they would get a huge ransom and escape to Canada, as Vietnam was no longer a place they could stay. Grandma, why do you have to lock them up? Tiani asked innocently. Grandma's only playing with them. It's all a game, so Tiani, you don't need to worry. Evelyn gently patted Tiani's head. But they're going to be scared because they're locked in, Tiani said assertively. Adults could only see the pros and cons of a situation, but children could see right and wrong. Tiani was still a child, so she was able to objectively view the situation. Chloe had taken care of her, and she had played with the twins often. She didn't understand why the twins were locked inside. They aren't afraid because it's just a game. Hurry up and eat. You don't have to think about this, okay? Tiani was Evelyn's biological granddaughter, so she was very patient with her. Grandma, you can't be like this. The teacher at my preschool said that we need to think about how far we are taking it when we are playing. You will scare them, and Auntie Chloe will be unhappy. Auntie Chloe? Who told you to call that batch like that? Evelyn blamed Chloe for her son's death, so she deeply hated her. Mommy told me that Auntie Chloe is a kind person. She bought pretty clothes and nice toys for me, too. What do you know? That woman isn't a good person, Evelyn said with a stern face. Grandma, no. Auntie Chloe is Mommy's friend. Tiani tried to correct her grandmother's wrong perspective, but she had unintentionally infuriated Evelyn. Tiani, shut up. You can never call that batch Auntie, okay? Your uncle, my son, Liam, died because of her. We are arch rivals. From now on, you cannot speak of that woman's name. Evelyn was rather agitated, so she raised her voice, and Tiani became frightened and started crying. Shut up and stop crying. It's so annoying, Odin scolded as he drank. A few days ago when Evelyn visited, Brenny was extremely happy because Evelyn was the only family she had left. Timothy and Liam were both dead. Andrew was only an adopted son, so he was not related to her. Chloe wasn't her real sister either, so when Brenny saw her biological mother, she was delighted. Not only did Brenny forgive her mother for bringing an unknown man over, but she also took her to the mall to buy her a lot of clothes and jewelry. Now that Brenny was with Case, she lived a fairly affluent lifestyle. Tiani also felt very fond of Evelyn because she heard that this was her grandmother. Brenny had started helping with work at the Chase Corporation, so she left her child with Evelyn. Who would have thought that Evelyn and Odin would be scheming to kidnap Chloe's twins? Tiani was still young, so she did not know what was happening. When Odin picked Tiani up, she did not utter a sound, and this successfully lured the twins. Odin was an evil but smart man. This was a reason he was able to make a living in Vietnam, a place that was not home. Although Evelyn told Tiani to call Odin Grandpa, she was still terrified of him. She could not see an ounce of love from this man. This man would also become extremely agitated when she cried. Since Tiani was scared of this man, she immediately tried to stop crying when he raised his voice. Half an hour later, Brenny came alone by car. Mom, why did you ask me to come to such a far place? Brenny had no clue what was happening. She thought her mom just wanted to go out for a walk. Brenny, guess who Uncle Odin and I caught? Evelyn said proudly. Who did you catch? Brenny said with a confused look. There's a peephole over there. Look for yourself. Evelyn pointed over to the locked room with a smile. Odin continued to remain silent. There was only a plate of peanuts and sake on the table. No one knew what he was thinking either. Brenny went over with hesitation. She looked through the peephole, and immediately her expression became tense. Mom, have you gone mad? Do you know who they are? Brenny said with shock. Of course I know who they are. Why would I capture them if I don't know who they are? Evelyn looked up. Mom, are you looking to get killed? They're Jack and Chloe's children. If their children are harmed, they'll kill us brutally. Brenny cried out in protest. BS. Why would we get killed? If anyone were to die, it's their family. Mom, you can't do this. Chloe has taken good care of me. We can't treat her children like that. The twins are her treasures. Brenny understood the love of a mother after she had Tiani, so she was very against her mother's action. That's why I captured them. Brenny, you remember how that batch Chloe took care of you, but you can't forget how your little brother died. Mom, Liam's death actually doesn't have anything to do with Chloe. Stop trying to trick me. If it weren't for her, Liam wouldn't have died like that. My poor son. He didn't even get married or create a family of his own. Evelyn started crying once she mentioned Liam. Mom, Liam shouldn't have done what he did. He was just used by the Vietnam gang. They used him as a tool to get money from Jack and Chloe. These are all against the law. We don't lack money now. When Case and I get married, I can ask him openly for money. I'll buy you guys a house where you can stay and grow old. You can help take care of Tiani, and we can spend some family time together. Doesn't that sound nice? A bit of money? What can that do? So naive, Odin scoffed at Brenny. Then how much do you want? Brenny questioned him back in anger. $1 billion. Can your rich boyfriend pay this amount? Odin said with disdain. $1 billion? What kind of joke is that? Why do you need that much money? Brenny's jaw dropped. More money won't bite me back in the ass. Who doesn't want to live a better life? Yeah, Brenny. Your Uncle Odin and I have it all planned out already. Once we get the ransom, we'll go to Canada. You and Tiani can come and visit us. If that boyfriend of yours doesn't treat you well, you can still come to us. You can't be so naive and not think about your future. I never gave your father my all, even though I was with him for so long. Evelyn and Odin continued adding to each other's arguments. Brenny suddenly realized that she had no control over this situation. Mom, promise me this. Once you get the money, you have to let the kids go. You can't hurt them. I'm a mother too, and I know what it will feel like when a mother loses her children. Let them go? Is this a joke? Brenny, when did you become so soft? I came back bearing all this risk this time to avenge your brother. Once I get the ransom, I will kill the twins immediately, Evelyn said maliciously. Mom, why are you like this now? Brenny looked at Evelyn as if she didn't believe what was happening before her eyes. I've always been like this. Brenny, you've always been too weak, Evelyn said, as if it were nothing. Mom, you can't be like that. You're a mother too. You can't do such a cruel thing. The twins are still small. They shouldn't be involved in the hatred between adults. Although Brenny leaving now was a bit awkward since she wasn't close friends with Chloe, and she would be called a batch, she was not as malicious as Evelyn. Brenny would sometimes think of small, evil deeds, but she would never think like a murderer. Brenny couldn't accept that Evelyn said she was going to kill the twins after collecting the ransom. Small? Innocent? What about my Liam? What about your little brother? Who's going to avenge him? Mom, Liam did it to himself. He did something wrong and it was karma. Brenny raised her voice against her mother. You BS. Evelyn slapped Brenny's face with fierce might. How did I raise up a worthless piece of garbage like you? When we left, you didn't want to come with us. You insisted on staying in the country, yet what kind of life did you lead? Look at those BS Andrew and Chloe. They lived luxurious lives. Brenny, why don't you get it? The strong will eat the weak. Even if they don't do this, they won't let us off the hook. You probably don't know this, but when Liam died, that batch Chloe didn't just stop there. She sent people to chase after me in Vietnam. Not only did they crush the headquarters of the Vietnam gang, I also almost died. Those killers they sent didn't even blink, not even when they killed the children of the Vietnam gang. If it weren't for your Uncle Odin, I wouldn't be alive today. Tears fell out of Evelyn's eyes when she recalled the scenes of her dismal past. Brenny opened her mouth wide as if she couldn't believe what her mother had just said. Mom, what you said can't be real. How? Chloe isn't the ruthless type. Brenny didn't think she was stupid. She had known Chloe for so many years. If Chloe was ruthless, she would have gotten rid of her a long time along, but she didn't. What do you know? You're just fooled by that batch's appearance. She's a calculative batch, or else how could she plot against us with Andrew step by step and cause us to be at where we are today? Mom, during the years when you and Liam weren't in the country, not only did Chloe not bully me, she didn't kill me even after what my little brother did. How do you explain that? Brenny still didn't believe Chloe was a ruthless person. She's doing it all for herself. First, she wants to use you to lure me out. You might not know this, but Jack has people everywhere. When Odin and I wanted to come back, we were smuggled in and had to transfer through many places because we were scared they'd find us. Also, you're not a nobody anymore. You have that boyfriend of yours to back you up so Chloe doesn't dare to hurt you so easily, Evelyn explained. I still don't believe Chloe would do such a thing. Brenny believed that Chloe wasn't a person that would send people to murder her enemies in Vietnam. It seemed unnecessary. Enough talk, Odin said with an icy tone after he slapped the table with his fist. Tiani was so frightened that she ran to Brenny's arms. Big brother Odin, don't be mad. Brenny's just stubborn and naive. I'm trying to explain everything to her now. Evelyn also seemed to be very scared of this man. There's no need for explanation. I will do the things that I've decided, and no one can change that. If your daughter is scared, she doesn't need to participate. However, if the information is leaked out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Then, the man glared at Brenny and Tiani with an icy look so terrifying that Tiani backed up. Brenny also trembled with fear. Ah, Big Brother Odin, what are you talking about? No matter how stupid she is, Brenny is still my daughter. As long as we're related by blood, you don't need to worry. We also have everything planned out, so we won't need Brenny's help. Regarding leaking information, Brenny won't do that. She wouldn't want to watch her biological mother die because of her. Right, Brenny? Evelyn turned back to look at Brenny with a bright smile on her face. Evelyn gave Brenny the look to signal her to say something nice to Odin, because she shouldn't agitate this criminal. Of course, Brenny wasn't a stupid person, so she wouldn't intentionally agitate this man. I won't help, but I also won't leak anything. That's fine. Odin took out a cigarette and lit it. The atmosphere in the room slowly became less tense. Mom, I'm going to take Tiani and leave first. She still has school tomorrow. Brenny was about to leave. Before Evelyn could respond, Odin immediately shouted, No, you two cannot leave. Why? Brenny asked with surprise. I don't trust you, nor do I trust anyone in this world. You already know where the twins are, so how could I let you leave? I told you already. I'm not going to leak information. Brenny raised her voice, signaling that she was against him. I don't trust you. Odin uttered each word with power. You... Just when Brenny wanted to argue with him, Evelyn pulled her over. Okay. If Odin won't let you go, you two can stay here. It's not like there's nowhere to sleep here. You and Tiani can leave once we switch hiding places tomorrow. It's just one night. You're planning to switch places? Brenny furrowed. Yeah. Both Jack and Chloe are smart people. They will find this place very soon, so we must switch hiding places every day to hide our tracks. Brenny bit her lips and didn't say anything. She took out her phone and said, Since I can't go back, I'm going to have to call Case to tell him we're not going home today. Otherwise, he's going to get worried. Before she could dial, Odin grabbed her phone and threw it onto the floor. The phone shattered to pieces. Why did you do that for? Brenny shouted. No phone calls. You can't even turn on your phone. After listening to Odin's words, Brenny realized that he was afraid that his location was tracked. He was indeed very calculative. Brenny, just listen to Odin this one time. Be good. Evelyn was obviously on his side. Mommy, I'm scared. Tiani was so frightened that she hugged her mother's leg tightly. Don't worry. Mommy's here. Brenny, take Tiani to the room over for a rest. When we leave tomorrow, you and the child can go home, Evelyn said. Mom, are you sure you want to do this? Brenny thought that if this didn't work out, her mother would end up like her little brother, because there was no way Jack was going to forgive them. Yes, I will avenge Liam. Brenny didn't say anything else when she saw how determined her mother was. She led her daughter over to the room. She could tell that her mother was doing it for revenge while the man was doing it for money. Her mother couldn't see how she was being used because she was so focused on avenging her little brother. The man didn't care what feud he would be involved in. As long as he got paid, he was willing to do literally anything. In a way, he was also being used by Liam's mother. The two took advantage of each other, and they were extremely determined. There was no way Brenny could persuade them to change. Mommy, will Grandma and that man kill the two little sisters? Tiani cried quietly in Brenny's arms. Brenny didn't respond. Instead, she hugged Tiani even tighter. A few days ago, when her mother came back to the country all of a sudden, Brenny was delighted because she thought her family would finally be together. Now that she realized what her mother's real purpose of returning to the country was, all she could do was let out a deep sigh. She was deeply conflicted in thought. Inside the locked room, the twins lied down and chatted with each other after eating. Little Bean. Sis, I think I ate too much. Pudding. So? Little Bean. I want to go and take a walk so I can digest better. Pudding. Stop being silly. We're kidnapped right now. We're not on a vacation. The door is locked. How are we supposed to get out? Little Bean. I looked around. There's not even a washroom. Pudding. Isn't there a bucket over there? If you want to pee, just go over there. Little Bean. You're not going to mind my smell? Pudding. I'll tolerate for now. Urgent times calls for urgent measures. Little Bean. What if I wanted to go number 2? Pudding. Delcy, can't you just eat less? Little Bean. You know that if I don't eat till I'm full, I'll be sad. Little Bean. So, sis, what are we going to do now? Pudding helplessly got up. She walked towards the door and pulled the lock. The lock was very sturdy, so it was impossible for them to get out. Someone come. Someone come. Pudding continuously slammed on the door. Very soon, Evelyn walked over. In an irritated voice, she said, "Quiet, you brat. My sister wants to go poo-poo," Pudding said from the other side of the door. "There's a bucket inside, no? Sure we can go pee like that, but not poo. How can we sleep with that smell?" Pudding rebutted. "Stop making a big fuss. I told you to stay inside." "If you scream any more, I'll cut your tongue out," Evelyn threatened. "No, I must take my sister out to go poo, or else we'll keep screaming. You guys won't have a quiet time either." "You..." Before Evelyn could finish her sentence, Pudding said, "What if we die when you cut our tongues? When you ask Daddy for the ransom money, he'd want to hear our voices and talk to us. What would you do? If you don't want your millions, then do whatever you wish. You..." Evelyn didn't know how to respond to Pudding. What's going on? What's the ruckus? Odin put down his shot glass and came over. "Big Brother Odin, the 2 brats want to go poo in a washroom, then take them. Won't they run away? I heard that these 2 brats are very smart and tricky." Evelyn hesitated. "You gotta be kidding me. I've killed many people and seen it all. Do you think I'm scared of 2 brats? Okay, fine. I'll take them out. You should keep a closer eye and not let anything go through." Finally, Evelyn agreed to open the door. It was the first time Pudding and Little Bean came out after being kidnapped. It was the first time Evelyn actually looked at the twins. They were indeed very pretty. "Where's the washroom?" Pudding came out and asked calmly. She did not throw a tantrum, nor did she cry. Odin pointed to the simple and crude toilet on the south side. "It's too dark. Do you have a flashlight?" Pudding looked over and asked. "No. There's a flashlight function on the phone," Pudding reminded. "You want a phone? You must be daydreaming. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" "Cut the nonsense," Odin glared at Pudding and warned. "You're overly worried. You can just take out your SIM card. That way they can't track you, nor can we dial out. There's no function with a cardless phone. What are you afraid of? You're so stupid that it's actually scary." "Old man, I can tell you weren't that well educated," Pudding scoffed. Odin was stirred by Pudding's words. He pulled out his phone card and was able to hand the phone over to Pudding, but Evelyn stopped him. "Big Brother Odin, you can't give it to her. There's no SIM card, so she can't call or track location." "It's all right," Odin repeated what Pudding said to him. "Even without a SIM card, she can still make an emergency call." "Big Brother Odin, what's gotten into you?" Evelyn warned. Odin suddenly realized what was really happening, so he slapped Pudding on the head. With such a sudden and hard slap, Pudding felt her head spin. "You brat! I almost was tricked," Odin shouted. "I told you these 2 aren't just ordinary kids. You have to be careful. They're very cunning," Evelyn said with a slight furrow. "Go poo over by the grass. Hurry up and finish or else I'll shoot you both," Odin said with slight anger. "You BS! How dare you hit my sister? F you and all your ancestors. I'm going to kill you." Little Bean was so angry when she saw Pudding being slapped that she swore. She ran over without thinking and bit Odin on the arm. Odin felt the pain, so he swung his hand, sending Little Bean flying across the room. When she landed, she hit her head on the corner of the dining table. Blood dripped down from her delicate face. "Little Bean!" Pudding ran over and helped her sister sit up. When Pudding saw that Little Bean was bleeding, she adeptly ripped out a corner of her dress and wrapped up the wound. "My sister is hurt. We should go to the hospital immediately." Pudding turned around and said with an icy tone to Odin and Evelyn, "What kind of joke is that? This is the middle of nowhere. Where are you going to find a hospital? Evelyn said indifferently with her arms crossed. Even if there isn't a hospital, take her to a clinic. Her head is wounded. She might get infected with tetanus. Since Chloe was a doctor, the twins had grown to know how to cure diseases and be healthy from a very young age. Even their emergency procedures were on par with professional nurses. This was something their mother taught them to protect themselves. Pudding never expected she would use this skill so early on in her life. I don't care. I only care if your parents pay or not. Odin looked over indifferently at the twins. If we die, you won't get a penny. My daddy and mommy won't pay unless they see us alive. Aren't you both alive now? She hit her head. She's not dead. Don't worry, she's not that fragile, Evelyn added. Pudding grabbed a bowl from the table and smashed it into pieces. She quickly took a fragment and put it against her neck. If I die now, I guarantee you won't get a penny and you'll end up devastated. Pudding's eyes were fierce, calm, and determined. Even adults like Evelyn and Odin were slightly scared. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.